It hurts. Ah, and it hurts so much. A series of heart-wrenching cries echoed in the air. This salon is just being dramatic. Why is she screaming so loudly? Does she want everyone to know she's giving birth, or what? Salon? Isn't that my wife? Chengyuan felt a sharp pain in his head, as if struck by lightning. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. The familiar setting and scene came into view. His parents were pacing outside the room, clearly anxious and worried, glancing repeatedly at the closed door. Second Annie Yang and third Annie Lee sat in the courtyard, casually cracking sunflower seeds they had roasted at home. Grandma Wang muttered under her breath, "This Cheng Yuan's wife screams like she's dying. City girls are always so delicate." That's right. I've never seen a woman scream this much during childbirth. How shameful. Second Annie Yang curled her lip with mockery. Second sister, you don't get it. If she doesn't scream, how will Cheng Yuan feel Shin Kong Kong heartache? Then the mother-in-law will give her more eggs to recover after birth. Third Auntie Lee said sarcastically, smiling all the while. Oof. More eggs for postpartum recovery? Dream on. Those eggs are for saving up and selling. Grandma Wang shot back, glaring at third Annie Lee. Mother-in-law, we didn't mean that. Cheng Yuan's mother, Pan, spoke softly, meekly defending herself. Oof. I know you wouldn't dare. Grandma Wang snorted coldly, casting a disdainful look at her eldest daughter-in-law. Cheng Yuan, don't worry. Childbirth is like this. First births never come quickly. Your mother took a whole day to give birth to your older brother. Seeing his son standing there dazed, you senior assumed he was too nervous about becoming a father for the first time. So he walked over and patted his shoulder reassuringly. Hearing his father's familiar voice, Cheng Yuan finally confirmed it had reborn. He was back on that day his wife died from complications during childbirth. This was the darkest moment of his life, the pain he could never forget. Now, reborn, he would not allow history to repeat itself. Realizing this, he grabbed his father's hand urgently. Dad, go borrow the village chief's donkey cart. My wife is in danger. We have to take her to the county hospital immediately. Their village was near the outskirts of the county town. It only took about an hour by donkey cart. Cheng Yuan, how do you know she's in danger? You senior thought his son's words were strange. Women always screamed during childbirth, didn't they? Dad, I don't have time to explain everything now. Just trust me, we must get her to the hospital now, or she'll die. So will our unborn child. Go borrow the donkey cart from the village chief. Upon hearing the word die, senior turned and ran toward the village head's house at the front of the village. Nothing was more important than a human life. Big brother, where you going? You still need to work in the fields later. Grandma Wang hadn't heard their conversation. Seeing him rush out, she called after him, thinking he was trying to skip chores again. Mom, I have urgent business at the village chief's, senior replied while running, quickly disappearing from sight. Grandma Wang huffed, muttering, they'll deal with you when you get back. At that moment, Cheng Yuan approached Grandma Wang. Grandma, my wife needs to go to the county hospital to give birth. Could you please give me some money? Since they hadn't split the household yet, Grandma Wang lived together with her 3 sons. The family finances were entirely under her control. Yes, Grandma, please hurry and give me the money. Cheng Yuan nodded firmly, reiterating his request. In his past life, he remembered how his wife had labored from morning until night, unable to deliver. In the end, both mother and child had died. Back then, he had begged Grandma to send his wife to the hospital, but she refused, saying there was no money. She insisted every woman gave birth at home and survived. His father, the eldest son, had dared to suggest once, maybe we should send her to the hospital. But Grandma scolded him so fiercely he never dared to speak again. His mother could only worry helplessly but didn't dare to open her mouth. Second and third aunts kept making sarcastic remarks. Because of his own cowardice and his parents' fear, his beloved wife had died in agony and their child had suffocated inside her womb. No way, not 1 penny. What's all this fuss about? Giving birth requires a hospital now. Every woman in the village gives birth at home. Hiring a midwife is already good enough. Grandma Wang stood firm, refusing to budge. If you won't agree, then I'll just take it myself. This is just me informing you. Without further argument, Cheng Yuan entered Grandma's room and pulled out a metal jar hidden beneath the bed. He had once caught her hiding it there. Grandma rushed in behind him. Seeing the jar in his hands, her face instantly changed. Cheng Yuan, you little brat, put that jar down right now. That was all her savings meant for marrying off her other 2 grandsons, Xinghai and Xingyao, the sons of second and third uncle. Grandma, I must take this money today. Nothing is more important than my wife's life. Cheng Yuan held the jar tightly, his tone unwavering. You ungrateful little bastard. You dare steal from your grandmother? Give that money back now. Second Annie Yang followed in, furious with jealousy upon seeing what he held. You reckless fool. Have you gone mad? Are we supposed to starve for the sake of your wife giving birth? It's just a baby. What's the big deal? No one else goes to the hospital. Why should you? Third Annie ranted furiously. My wife isn't yours. Of course, you don't care if she dies. Of course, you can sit here and make these cruel jokes. Step aside, or I won't be polite. Just then, his mother's voice came from outside. Chengyuan, midwife Zhang, says your wife has a breech presentation. It's safer to go to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Chengyuan nearly panicked. Had time shifted because of his rebirth? Grandma Wang's expression tightened slightly. Was her granddaughter-in-law really in danger? Don't listen to your sister-in-law's nonsense. She just wants us to waste money. Just because she's a city girl doesn't make her special. Exactly. Our Autumn gave birth at home and had no problems. She was back in the fields the next day. Third Auntie Li added spitefully. Chengyuan didn't have time to argue. He started walking forward. Grandma tried to block him, reaching for the jar. He shoved her away. She fell hard with a thud. Heaven forbid. Grandson hits grandma. He's rebelling. Chengyuan, you unfilial brat. Don't you fear divine punishment? Chengyuan sneered coldly. I'm not afraid, grandma, because heaven sees all. If anyone deserves thunder and lightning, it's you, this biased old witch. He continued walking. Second and third aunt stood at the doorway, blocking his path. Chengyuan, you wolf-hearted boy. You even hit your grandma. You're defying heaven and earth. Second Annie Yang shouted, pointing accusingly. You little monster. Defying elders isn't enough. You even beat your grandma. He'll tell everyone. Let's see how you live in this village. Third Annie Li charged forward, trying to snatch the jar. Chengyuan dodged and grabbed a nearby pole, swinging wildly. Ow! Chengyuan's gone mad. Help! Help! Little devil, may you die a bad death. They screamed in pain and fear. Anyone who dares stop me'll beat them, no matter what happens. If you don't value your lives, feel free to try. His fierce glare silenced them. They were terrified. His eyes looked like they might actually kill them. Grandma came running out, witnessing the chaos, and burst into loud wails. What a cursed fate! Chengyuan snapped. Shut up, old woman. Do you want me to throw you into the well? Grandma glanced at the stone well beside her and immediately clamped her mouth shut. Seeing no one dared stop him anymore, Chengyuan rushed into his room and carried out his heavily pregnant wife. As he walked, he comforted her gently. Wife, don't be scared. We're going to the hospital now. Sulan lifted her tired eyes and, seeing him, finally managed a faint smile. Chengyuan wrapped her in the quilt and placed her carefully onto the donkey cart. Dad, you drive. He'll hold her. Mom, come with us. All right. His mother hurriedly packed a few changes of clothes and got on the cart. Chengyuan, my stomach hurts. So much am I going to die? No, I can't die. The baby hasn't come out yet. Chengyuan, save the baby. You must save our baby. This is our first child. Lu Sulan was already soaked in sweat, half her hair clinging to her forehead. She gripped her husband's hand desperately. Wife, you won't die. The baby will be born safe. I promise. Don't panic. Once we reach the hospital, everything will be fine. We're all with you. Chengyuan hugged her tightly, covering her with a quilt. His mother watched anxiously from the side. Chengyuan, I'm so tired, so sleepy. Wife, don't fall asleep. Remember, our baby is waiting for you. He held her hand tightly, caressing her pale face, tears threatening to spill. Wife, please, I beg you stay alive. Baby, please, come out safely. Chapter 2. A Mother's and Daughter's Safety. An hour later, they finally arrived at the County People's Hospital. Mother, take care of the essentials and find a place to tether the donkey. Father, hurry inside and summon a doctor. It is impossible to bring the donkey cart into the hospital. All right, I will go call the doctor. Old cast a glance at his daughter-in-law, whose breath was becoming increasingly feeble, and sprinted forward with all his might. Doctor, help. Chengyuan cradled his wife and forced a smile, saying, my dear, we have reached the hospital. Lu Sulan, enduring the pain, nodded slightly, and then exhaled a long breath, losing consciousness. Wife, please wake up. He dashed towards the hospital with desperate urgency. Doctor, please save my wife. At that moment, Oldie returned with a doctor and 2 nurses. Doctor, I implore you, save my wife. Chengyuan cried, his voice trembling with fear. Quickly place your wife on the examination table, instructed the female doctor. Clad in a white coat, gesturing towards the adjacent surgical bed, Chengyuan hurriedly laid his wife down gently. The doctor conducted a swift examination, and her expression changed immediately. Xiao Zhou, quickly notify Director Lian to come. The fetus is in the wrong position, and a cesarean section is required immediately. Xiao Tian, Take the expectant mother to the operating room and prepare everything. The two nurses nodded, and Lu Sulan was wheeled away. Who are the family members of the expectant mother? I am her husband. I am her father-in-law. I am her mother-in-law. The three spoke in unison. Come with me to sign the consent form. The others can wait outside the operating room. The female doctor directed Chengyuan. He followed the doctor to her office. Doctor, is my wife in grave danger? Chengyuan asked, trembling with fear. He did not wish to return to this life, only to be unable to save his wife. What then was the meaning of his rebirth? I cannot definitively say there is no danger. However, it is fortunate that she arrived in time. The situation should not be too dire. We will do our utmost to ensure both mother and child are safe. Please, sign here. Time cannot be wasted. The child has been inside too long and risks asphyxiation. If we delay further, even the most skilled physician cannot save them. The doctor slid the surgical consent form in front of him. All right, I will sign it now. Chengyuan signed with trembling hands, tears cascading onto the paper. Doctor, I beg you, you must save my wife. Without her, I cannot live. Chengyuan fell to his knees before the doctor, bowing his head 3 times in desperation. Young man, please rise. I will do my utmost. Have faith, the doctor reassured him. Having assisted many women in childbirth and witnessed a myriad of anxious husbands, she had never encountered a situation quite like this one. The doctor finished speaking and swiftly departed for the operating room. Chengyuan soon arrived at the entrance of the surgical suite, where his parents sat on a wooden bench in the corridor, their faces etched with worry. Chengyuan, what did the doctor say? How is Sulan? Pan Sualian inquired immediately upon seeing her son return. Old Yu also gazed at him, awaiting an answer. Father, mother. The doctor indicated that there is a possibility of danger, mentioning that the child has been in the womb for too long and may be experiencing some oxygen deprivation. Chengyuan, what shall we do? Is there no hope for Sulan? If anything were to happen to her, how could we face our in-laws? Pan Sualian felt a wave of dread wash over her, becoming increasingly restless. Regardless of the fact that Sulan was her daughter-in-law, she had always treated her with the utmost respect, regarding her as a daughter. Mother, the doctor assured us that they would do their utmost. Sulan is such a kind-hearted person. Surely, fortune will favor her. Both she and the child will be safe, Chengyuan attempted to reassure his mother, though he himself struggled to find comfort in his own words, bowing his head in silent prayer. Old Yu picked up his pack of cigarettes, intending to take a few puffs, but upon noticing the sign on the wall prohibiting smoking, he quietly returned the cigarettes to his pocket. After a moment of silence, he turned to his son. Chengyuan, why don't you call your in-laws and ask them to come? They're the child's grandparents, after all. It is only right to inform them that Sulan is giving birth. Father is correct. It would be prudent to notify our in-laws, Pan Sualian concurred, believing that it was important for them to witness the birth of their grandchild. Despite the fact that their in-laws had never visited in the 3 years since the children had married, likely due to the vast cultural differences between their families. Father, mother, there's no need to rush. Once the child is born, I will call my in-laws, he replied, unwilling to leave for even a moment, eager to remain by his wife's side until she was safe. His parents seemed to understand his sentiments and nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us wait until the child is born to inform them. The 3 of them waited in silence, with no sounds emerging from within. His wife, Sulan, was no longer crying out in agonizing pain as she had before, which provided him with some solace. At least she was spared the torment of such excruciating suffering. Approximately an hour later, the clear sound of a baby's first cry echoed through the air. It's a boy. It's a boy. The elder couple rose in unison, their previous worries dissipating in an instant. Chengyuan fixed his gaze intently on the door of the operating room, muttering to himself. Why has T the doctor come out yet? Has T the child already been born? Son, don't be anxious. It should be any moment now. Old Yu comforted him with a pat on the back. This was his son's first experience of fatherhood, reminiscent of his own past. Chengyuan nodded, murmuring in acknowledgement. Jigua, Chengyuan's concern lies with Sulan, not with the child. Pan Sualian discerned her son's thoughts. At that moment, the operating room door finally swung open, and the doctor emerged, cradling a child in his arms. With a smile, he announced, Congratulations, young man. You have been blessed with a daughter. The child is in excellent health. We have conducted a thorough examination. He continued, Would you like to hold your daughter? She is quite lovely. However, Chengyuan did not immediately take the child. Instead, he anxiously peered inside, asking, Doctor, what about my wife? How is she? The young man's immediate concern was not for the child, but for his wife, revealing him to be a devoted husband. The doctor chuckled softly and placed the child into his hands, reassuring him, "Rest assured, your wife is doing well. She is simply still unconscious due to the anesthesia. Shortly, the nurses will transfer her to a regular ward, and then you will be able to see her. However, she will need to stay in the hospital for a week before returning home." Upon hearing that his wife was well, a weight lifted from Chengyuan's heart. He promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, doctor. Thank you." The doctor replied, "There's no need for thanks. I am a doctor, and it is my duty." With that, he departed to attend to other surgeries. Chengyuan then lowered his gaze to the infant in the swaddling blanket. She was rosy-cheeked with a full head of hair. Her eyes closed, looking exceptionally peaceful. "Thank heavens. Mother and child are safe," Pan Suelian murmured, clasping her hands in prayer beside him. At that moment, two nurses wheeled Su Lan out. She appeared to be sleeping soundly, exuding tranquility. "Yuan Qing, let me hold the baby. You should follow the nurses into the ward," she instructed. "All right," Chengyuan replied, accompanying the nurses as they pushed his wife into the room. After the nurses provided some instructions, they left. The elderly couple watched their granddaughter with great affection, their smiles wide, yet cautious not to disturb their daughter-in-law. Chengyuan held his wife's hand, resting his chin upon it, his face etched with concern. "My dear, you have worked so hard." Chapter 3: The arrival of my in-laws. Half an hour later, Su Lan awoke. She had been utterly exhausted, which had led to her slumber. "My dear wife, you are awake. Are you feeling unwell in any way?" Chengyuan inquired with genuine concern upon seeing his spouse's eyes flutter open. Su Lan shook her head gently. "Chengyuan, I feel perfectly fine. By the way, where is our child? Is it a boy or a girl?" She recalled hearing the infant's cries before succumbing to sleep. Utterly drained, as if every ounce of her energy had been expended. "The baby is sleeping right beside you. She is a lovely little girl," Chengyuan replied with a smile. Su Lan turned her head and beheld the tiny creature slumbering peacefully, her cherubic face awash with delight and affection as she reached out to caress the child's soft cheek. "She is so small. This is the child I labored so hard to bring into the world." Chengyuan chuckled, offering an explanation. "She has just emerged from your womb. Of course she is tiny, but she will grow quickly." "Is that truly the case?" Su Lan inquired tenderly. "Absolutely, and if you doubt my words, you may confirm it with your mother later." "What of my parents? Have they returned home?" She scanned the vicinity but did not see her in-laws. Though Su Lan had been in a haze, she distinctly recalled her father-in-law and mother-in-law's voices, knowing they had come to the hospital. She also remembered clearly her husband's words while they transported her to the hospital. Warmth enveloped her heart. She had initially perceived him as timid, fearing his grandmother. Yet he had resolutely stood against his entire family during her childbirth. She was curious about the reception they would receive upon returning home. "Your mother has taken your clothes to wash, and your father has hurried back with the donkey cart to share the joyous news. The cart was borrowed from the village chief and must be returned, as they require it," Chengyuan explained, having arranged for his father to return first. After all, Su Lan would be hospitalized for a week, and it would not be sensible for his father to remain there for the entire duration. Moreover, the hospital regulations did not permit entire families to stay. His mother, however, was reluctant to leave, fearing that he might not manage the care of the child adequately. So she had decided to stay and assist him in looking after his wife and daughter. "How thoughtful of your mother. Chengyuan, may I hold our daughter?" "I long to embrace her," Su Lan expressed, gazing at her little one, yearning to cradle the child in her arms. "My dear wife, you have undergone a cesarean section. You must refrain from moving about freely for now. You may hold her once you have fully recovered. For the time being, your focus should be on resting and regaining your strength. In time, you may hold her as you wish," Chengyuan advised gently. "Oh, very well." Su Lan replied reluctantly, her gaze lingering on the precious bundle, longing to hold and kiss her. At that moment, a nurse entered, inquiring, "Are you Chengyuan, the family member of patient Su Lan in bed 5? This nurse was unfamiliar to Chengyuan, having not encountered him previously, and thus sought confirmation to avoid any mix-up. "That is indeed me. How may I assist you?" Chengyuan rose to his feet, assuming there was some matter requiring his attention. "There is no need for concern. It is merely a matter of handling the admission procedures for your beloved spouse. Please attend to it and settle the expenses as well." "Ah, I shall do so at once. I apologize for my oversight as I have been preoccupied with my wife. By the way, dear nurse, Might I kindly request that you take care of my wife during my brief absence? I shall return promptly, Chengyuan said apologetically, entrusting the nurse with the care of his wife, for his heart was heavy with worry. Given the urgency of their situation, they had not yet managed to complete the payment process. Not a problem, just return swiftly, the nurse replied with a nod, her agreement evident. As Chengyuan exited the ward, the nurse cast a gaze of admiration upon Lu Sulan. Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Sulan felt somewhat uneasy under the nurse's scrutiny. The nurse smiled and explained, Lu Sulan, I believe you are an exceptionally fortunate and happy young woman. Why do you say that? Lu Sulan inquired, puzzled. You may not realize, but I overheard other nurses mention how your husband rushed you into the hospital, frantic and shouting for a doctor to save you. Furthermore, our head physician remarked that your husband is indeed a good man. When signing the consent for surgery, he knelt and wept, begging her to ensure your and your child's safety, even bowing deeply 3 times. In these times, what man would go to such lengths? He even declared that if you were to perish, he could not bear to live either. You cannot imagine the envy from the unmarried women in our department. Tell me, do you feel fortunate and happy? The nurse continued, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Indeed, I feel quite happy, Lu Sulan replied, taken aback by the revelation. Their relationship had always been harmonious. However, he often exhibited a timid nature, acquiescing to his grandmother's wishes without protest. She had not anticipated the depth of his feelings, nor his willingness to go to such lengths. Her father had often imparted the wisdom that a man should kneel before heaven, earth, and his parents. And he, in the past, she had harbored some regret over marrying him impulsively, particularly after he had been stabbed by a group of ruffians while trying to save her. Nursing him back to health, she recognized his sincerity, and as he pursued her affection, she consented to their union. Little did she know that beneath his seemingly meek exterior lay a man of responsibility when it mattered most. This realization brought a radiant smile to Lu Sulan's face. Indeed, dear nurse, you are correct. I am indeed more fortunate than most. You too shall find a husband like mine, the nurse encouraged. Really? Thank you. The nurse beamed with joy, her delight evident upon her face. At that moment, Chengyuan returned. The nurse cheerfully departed, leaving Lu Sulan and her husband together. My dear, what were you discussing? She appears as though she has found a treasure. I cannot divulge, it is a secret, Lu Sulan playfully replied. Sulan, I just spoke with your parents-in-law, and they are aware of your recent childbirth. They should be arriving at the hospital shortly, and you will soon have the pleasure of seeing them. Throughout these 3 years of marriage, your spouse has not met them, as they have always disapproved of the union. Stubborn as she is, this is the first time she has brought him home since their wedding, yet they were met with a cold reception. After that encounter, she never returned to her family home, nor did she ever bring him along again. Whenever he visited the county, he would thoughtfully bring local specialties, but they were invariably rejected. One can only hope that this time, for the sake of their granddaughter, they might accept him, their less affluent son-in-law. Do you think they will come, Chengyuan? Upon hearing her husband mention his parents, Lu Sulan's eyes instantly welled with tears. No sooner had the words left his lips than a familiar and comforting voice filled the air. What are you crying for during confinement? Aren't you afraid your eyes will fail you with age? You're a mother now, yet you still cry just like you did as a child. Lu Sulan looked up to see her parents and mother-in-law entering together. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she choked out, Dad, Mom, you're here. Aware that the 3 of them surely had much to discuss, Chengyuan gently took his mother by the hand and quietly withdrew, closing the door behind them. They were fortunate. At that moment, the hospital room was solely occupied by his wife. Chapter 4, Mother, you misunderstand. I wish to separate. Sulan, you have suffered greatly. Just look at you, how thin you become. Mother Lu, Wang Hong, gazed at her daughter, who had visibly lost weight and darkened in complexion. Hong, this is not the moment for such words. Sulan has already given birth to a child now. Speaking like this will only cause her more sorrow, persuaded Father Lu. Lu Jiangwo, his voice thick with emotion. Father, Mother, I am truly sorry. I have been an unfilial daughter. Please forgive me, Lu Sulan said, her nose tinged with the sting of tears that fell freely. It seemed that the grievances of the past 3 years, along with her guilt towards her family, could only be fully released in this moment. As the sole daughter, she was born at great cost to her mother, who subsequently bore no more children. She ought to have been married into the family, remaining by her parents' side to care for them. Yet, she had stubbornly pursued a rural youth, Chengyuan, who possessed nothing. Initially captivated by his handsome appearance, simple nature, and a hint of humor, she defied her parents' objections and insisted on marrying him. There was no wedding, no celebration. Only a marriage certificate and a set of new clothes, nothing more. Her parents were so enraged that they severed ties with her. Seeing her in tears only deepened Wang Hong's heartache. She took out a handkerchief to dry her daughter's tears. Sulan, do not cry. During your confinement, we must avoid tears, or else your eyes will blur in old age. Mother, I am overjoyed that you and father have finally come to see me, Lu Sulan said, grasping her mother's hand. Tears of joy streaming down her face. Sulan, your mother is all bark and no bite. Today, upon hearing you had a cesarean section and were hospitalized, she dragged me into a rickshaw to come here, Lu Jiangwo interjected, casting a loving glance at his sleeping granddaughter. Who told you to be so talkative? It was merely my desire to see my granddaughter sooner. This daughter of ours has been so heartless, not visiting us in the past 2 years. I refuse to forgive her. Wang Hong feigned sternness. Mother, I am truly sorry. I should not have held a grudge against you, Lu Sulan confessed. Now a mother herself and understanding the depths of parental love, she deeply regretted not seeking her parents' forgiveness over these past 2 years. How could a mother ever be so cruel? The anger was merely a fleeting emotion, yet she realized this too late. She had long believed that her parents looked down upon her husband, viewing him as a mere peasant without wealth or status, unwilling to accept him as their son-in-law. Unbeknownst to her, these were misguided thoughts. The complexities of her married life had indeed brought her no joy over the last 3 years, especially in the latter 2. Furthermore, with Chengyuan's timid character, he seemed incapable of protecting her in critical moments. Each time grandmother challenges him, he protects himself. Yet he can only accept her assaults without daring to retort. Subsequently, he quietly completes all her tasks and soothes her in the evening. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, he finally embodies the essence of a true man, standing firmly before her and securing precious time for rescue. He is willing to confront both grandmother and the aunts for her, and at last, she glimpses hope. Ahong, your daughter has already acknowledged her mistakes. Please forgive her. Given her current state, she cannot afford to be too sorrowful, Lu Jiangwo implores his wife. Sulan, do not be sad. Mother has long since forgiven you and is no longer angry. As long as he treats you well, I have no further grievances. You chose him. I hope you never find yourself regretting that choice. Now, focus on restoring your health. No more tears. Wang Hong takes out a handkerchief to wipe her daughter's tears. All right, I won't cry anymore. Mother, look at your granddaughter. Lu Sulan responds, then turns to her daughter. Baby, these are your grandparents. Lu Sulan's tears transform into smiles upon receiving her parents' understanding. Her joy surpasses all else. Previously, the aunts often mocked her for lacking a maternal family, insinuating that she had been abandoned. In those moments, her heart ached. Now, she can finally retort against such remarks, asserting that not only does she have a maternal family, but she also has loving parents who cherish her. Wang Hong casts a gentle glance at the little one, her heart swelling with tenderness, reminiscing how this small treasure resembles her daughter in her youth. This little one truly resembles you as a child. How adorable. Wang Hong longs to embrace the baby, but fearing to wake her, she restrains herself. Mother, now that you have a granddaughter, do you no longer cherish your daughter? Lu Sulan teasingly jokes. Father, it seems we must take a back seat from now on. Observing her mother's affectionate gaze toward the baby, she recalls her playful demeanor in front of her parents. Indeed, we both must step aside, Lu Jiangwo chuckles. Sulan, I have only forgiven you. I have not forgiven that scoundrel. He has taken my precious daughter away, and I have yet to settle the score with him. It will not be so easy for him to escape unscathed. Wang Hong's heart burns with indignation at the thought of her cherished daughter being lured away by that rogue. Ahong, keep your voice down. Our in-laws are still outside, and it would not be good for them to overhear. Lu Jiangwo glances toward the door, anxious that the in-laws and son-in-law might enter at that moment. If they hear, have I spoken falsely? That scoundrel possesses nothing beyond a handsome exterior. It is said that his grandmother is the one in charge at home, while his parents are the least favored. One can only imagine what kind of life Sulan might lead. That scoundrel is nothing but a useless wretch. Let us leave this topic behind, for the more we discuss it, the more agitated I become. Mother, please refrain from speaking ill of Chengyuan. He is not as dreadful as you portray him. He is certainly no spineless wretch. My in-laws are genuinely decent people, and they have treated me quite well. Lu Sulan explained softly. Then tell me, how has that wretched boy treated you over the past 3 years? What merits does he possess? Has his entire family ever bullied you? Wang Hong waved her hand, steering the conversation back on track. Mother, Chengyuan has actually been quite good to me. He is truly not a coward. My in-laws, much of the time, are compelled by circumstances. The weight of filial piety has overwhelmed them. This time, they defy Grandma for my sake, especially Chengyuan, who acted as if possessed. Mother, there was a time I regretted marrying him, but after witnessing his behavior today, I have no regrets whatsoever. I did not misjudge him. He is worthy of my lifelong commitment. Mother, grant him one chance, endeavor to understand him, and you will surely come to accept him. Had it not been for him today, you might have encountered not your living daughter, but a cold, lifeless body. Lu Sulan recounted everything to her parents, including the conversation she had with the nurse. The Lu couple was taken aback by their daughter's revelations. Very well. I shall give that boy a chance. However, that old witch from the Yu family deserves nothing less than contempt. Wang Hong exclaimed vehemently. Lu Jiangwo felt a surge of anger but was relieved that his son-in-law was not a fool. On that account alone, things were not so dire. Perhaps his daughter's judgment was not so poor after all. Salon, you have spoken at length and must be fatigued. Rest for a while. Your father and I shall step out for a moment. Wang Hong gestured to her husband, who understood her cue. Lu Sulan nodded, feeling indeed weary, and closed her eyes. Wang Hong tucked the blankets around her daughter and, waving her hand at her husband, they quietly exited the hospital room. The couple noticed their relatives and son-in-law standing at the end of the corridor. As they approached, they overheard the two conversing, oblivious to the presence behind them. The relatives continued their dialogue. Since they have come this time, your wife Solan's relationship with them should improve. Make sure to present yourself well before your in-laws. Bear their words without retaliation or rebuttal. We truly are not worthy of such esteemed relatives. Mother, I understand. No matter what my father-in-law and mother-in-law say to me, I shall accept it all and allow them to chastise me. Yu Chengyuan had already planned to act this way, even without his mother's urging. Sulan has endured much hardship since marrying into our family, and now she has given her all to bring forth a daughter. You must treat her with utmost kindness. Her father is a principal, her mother a head surgeon. She is their only child, a true gem of society. What kind of suitor could she not attract? You are incredibly fortunate to have married such an excellent, beautiful, and kind-hearted young woman. Mother, I comprehend everything you have said, and I am aware that I have not treated her well in the past. From now on, I shall diligently protect them, mother and daughter alike, ensuring they endure no further grievances. Alas, with your grandmother at the helm of our household, how could they possibly escape unscathed? This time, you have seized the entirety of your grandmother's savings. Upon your father's return, she will undoubtedly devise a punishment for him. He is a man of integrity, and it is likely. Mother, the money was taken by me alone. It has no connection to father. Each must bear the consequences of their own actions. I shall return and explain this to grandmother. Foolish child, your actions are indistinguishable from your father's in her eyes. Are you not aware of your grandmother's nature? She will not spare your father, nor will she show mercy to your uncles and their families. Those funds are intended for their sons' marriages. She may very well wish to see your father utterly ruined. Let it be. Once your wife has completed her confinement, you should seek a rental outside. Find work to support them both, and for the time being, refrain from returning home. Your grandmother will be powerless against you then. Mother, this is not a sustainable solution. We cannot remain perpetually timid and powerless. I have a bold idea. Son, what do you intend to do? We must not engage in unlawful acts, regardless of the circumstances. She is still your grandmother. You cannot resort to violence against her again. Mother, you misunderstand. I wish to partition our household. Chapter 5. My mother-in-law urges me to separate Yuan Qing. Are you truly considering a separation? Your grandmother surely will not consent, replied Pan Suilian with a sigh. Shaking her head. Your father has always been dutiful. He would never dare defy her wishes. Ah, mother, you need not worry. Upon our return, I shall devise a means to persuade grandmother to agree to the separation. I intend not only to gain her consent, but to have her proactively propose the division. Yu Chengyuan declared resolutely, having made up his mind about the separation the moment he was reborn. Chengyuan, how could this possibly be? Pan Suilian expressed her disbelief in her son's words. Mother, just cooperate with me when the time comes. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else. Yu Chengyuan insisted firmly. At that moment, Wang Hong coughed lightly. The mother and son turned to discover their in-laws standing right behind them. Esteemed in-laws. They both nodded in acknowledgement. Pan Suilian sensed that her in-laws had specifically come to seek out her son, hastily stating, I must return to care for Sulan. The hospital room cannot be left unattended. Very well, thank you for your efforts. Wang Hong replied politely. It is no trouble. No trouble at all. It is my duty. Pan Suelian's tone was tinged with anxiety and surprise. She had anticipated indifference from her in-laws, yet they were unexpectedly courteous. Intellectuals are indeed different. Once the mother departed, Chengyuan found himself alone to face his in-laws. He was apprehensive, uncertain if they had come to confront him. "Greetings, father-in-law." "Mother-in-law," he managed to say. "Were you not once so adamant about caring for Sulan? Is this your notion of care? You nearly caused harm to both her and the child." Wang Hong's heart ached at the thought of her daughter and granddaughter almost facing disaster. "I apologize, mother-in-law. It was my oversight." Chengyuan bowed his head in contrition. He understood that as long as he admitted his fault with sincerity, there would come a day when his in-laws might forgive him. "When Sulan was adamant about marrying you, despite all opposition from her father and me, it was your duty to care for her. Yet, what kind of life have you provided? Looking at my frail, pale daughter in the hospital bed, I wish I could rid the world of you." Her heart felt as if it were being torn apart. If her daughter were to face misfortune, she could not bear to live. "I am deeply sorry, mother-in-law. It is entirely my fault. I should have been more diligent and brought Sulan to the hospital sooner." Chengyuan continued to keep his head bowed, too ashamed to meet her gaze. What use is an apology now? Today, Sulan is fortunate to be alive. Had she arrived even a moment later, would they both still be here? Have you ever considered the consequences of your actions? Wang Hong continued her reproach, pointing an accusatory finger at him. At this moment, a few nurses, drawn by the commotion, glanced over in their direction. Lu Jiangwo tugged gently at his wife's arm, whispering, "Ah Hong, perhaps you should ease up a bit. You see how you've reduced the young man to silence. This incident with Sulan was an unfortunate accident. You cannot place the entire blame on your son-in-law," he added. Lu Jiangwo was acutely aware that most married women in rural areas gave birth at home. It was only those in urban settings who ventured into hospitals for childbirth. How many in the countryside could afford such expenses? Typically, they would invite midwives from their village or nearby ones to assist in the delivery. Given that the son-in-law's family was already impoverished and under the matriarchal control of the grandmother, it was unlikely they would squander money on such frivolities. Had it not been for the son-in-law's desperate act of stealing money to take Sulan to the hospital, the situation could have been dire. Nevertheless, with the son-in-law having taken such steps, it was unreasonable to cast blame upon him. "Old Lu, which side are you on, defending an outsider? Do you not feel anguish watching your daughter suffer such torment? Is it wrong for me to scold him? Can I not express my sorrow for my own flesh and blood? The thought of her undergoing surgery makes my heart ache." As she spoke, Wang Hong's eyes brimmed with tears, rendering her unable to continue. "Father-in-law, you need not defend me. Mother-in-law is correct. It is I who have subjected Sulan to this suffering, and all of it is my fault. You may chastise me as you see fit. I deserve it. You could even strike me, if that might bring you peace. It would be better than you damaging your own health out of anger. Therefore, whatever you wish for me to do, I shall comply, as long as it alleviates your distress." Chengyuan understood that his mother-in-law was pained by her daughter's plight, and he felt it was only right to endure her wrath, even if it meant being scolded or struck. "This is your own declaration, Chengyuan. You are willing to comply with whatever I ask of you." Confronted with the son-in-law's sincere demeanor, his refusal to retaliate against her scolding, Wang Hong felt hesitant to continue her reproaches. Realizing that he was willing to stand against his own kin for Sulan's sake indicated that he held her in high regard. She believed that this incident would fortify his resolve, preventing him from being as feeble as before. "Indeed, as long as my mother-in-law can forgive me, I am amenable to any request, provided it does not entail unlawful acts." Hearing that his mother-in-law was genuinely willing to forgive him, a look of relief washed over Chengyuan's face. "Ah Hong, do not be too harsh on the young one. Let up a bit," Lu Jiangwo interjected, concerned that his wife might be too demanding. "Rest assured, old Lu, I am not being unreasonable. Rather, I act in his best interest. I am not devoid of reason. Now that you and Sulan are married and have a child, it is impossible for me to separate you. Given your commendable conduct today, I shall grant you a single opportunity. If you wish to lead a harmonious life with Sulan, you must return home and establish separate households from the second and third branches of the family. If you do not separate, you might protect Sulan for a moment, but not for a lifetime," Wang Hong stated solemnly, emphasizing the necessity of a division for her daughter to experience a more peaceful existence. Initially, Chengyuan anticipated that his mother-in-law would impose greater burdens upon him, but he was relieved to find her only requesting a separation, a notion he had already contemplated. "Rest assured, mother-in-law, your request need not be articulated. I shall fulfill it regardless. This household is undoubtedly destined for division. Given the callous actions displayed by my grandmother and my aunts, I can no longer share a table with them. I refuse to allow Su Lan to endure any further injustices. I pledge that neither she nor her daughter will suffer any more grievances. Yu Chengyuan spoke with earnest sincerity. I hope you can uphold your words. However, verbal assurances hold little weight. I shall observe your future conduct. Should your behavior falter, I can reclaim my daughter at any moment. If this man is incapable of safeguarding his daughter and granddaughter, then it falls upon them to protect their own. This thought lingered in Wang Hong's mind. Chapter 6 Assurance to the In-Laws. Xiaoyu, I have another question for you. Suddenly, Wang Hong thought of a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law issue. Although the mother-in-law appeared to be a simple and honest village woman on the surface, one cannot truly know a person's heart without genuine interaction. They had not really come to know this potential mother-in-law and were uncertain about her character or compatibility. While her daughter had not mentioned any mistreatment from her mother-in-law, it seemed she was generally treated well. However, after the division of families, would this mother-in-law turn unkind towards her daughter? Would she assert her authority as a mother-in-law? Many women who have suffered under their mothers-in-law in their youth often perpetuate the same treatment once they assume the role themselves, believing that their own experiences justify inflicting similar hardships upon their daughters-in-law. Such occurrences are not uncommon. It is not only in rural areas but also prevalent in urban settings. Take, for instance, some of her colleagues in the hospital who have faced similar situations. Thus, Wang Hong's concerns resurfaced, prompting her to question her son-in-law. Mother-in-law, feel free to ask any questions you may have. Yu Chengyuan stood there, his heart racing with anxiety, uncertain of what inquiries awaited him. Do not be anxious. I shall not make this difficult for you. I merely wish to know, if your mother were to act unreasonably and deliberately trouble Su Lan, how would you respond? Wang Hong observed her son-in-law as evident nervousness and softened her tone. Surely, she could not be that intimidating. Was it truly frightening for a man of stature to be afraid of his mother-in-law? It will not happen, mother-in-law. My mother holds Su Lan in high regard and treats her with kindness. Such a scenario is implausible. They have always gotten along well. And my mother often spares my wife from chores. She frequently says that my wife comes from a good family and is cherished as the jewel of her household, thus deserves to do less. My mother even refers to my wife as a daughter of heaven, claiming I am unworthy of her. She insists I must treat my wife well and acknowledges that it is natural for you to harbor grievances. She has also advised me to remain respectful in your presence, never to retaliate with words or actions, fearing that such defiance would only incite greater anger from you. My mother may lack formal education, recognizing only a few simple Chinese characters and basic Arabic numerals, and can write her name. Nevertheless, she possesses a profound understanding of human nature, is sensible, kind-hearted, and embodies the essence of an ordinary rural woman. Mother-in-law, if you were to engage with my mother, you would come to understand her true character. Yu Chengyuan had always held his mother in the highest esteem. Xiaoyu, I did not imply any faults in your mother. I merely presented a hypothetical scenario. The conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law have existed since ancient times, even thousands of years ago, due to the differing perspectives and ideas of two generations. A generational gap is quite natural. What I mean to say is, if your mother disapproves of Su Lan and creates difficulties for her, leading to a conflict, what would you do? Would you side with your mother or with Su Lan? Wang Hong explained. Nevertheless, he was somewhat pleased with the words spoken by his son-in-law. It is only human to defend one's mother, which also indicates that he is a relatively filial person. However, as long as filial piety does not descend into foolishness, it poses no issue. He should not be a man devoid of thought and opinion, who merely obeys his mother. Such a man is ultimately unworthy of lifelong trust. If my mother were in the wrong and made things difficult for my wife, I would undoubtedly stand by my wife's side. If a conflict arose between the two of them, I would skillfully seek to resolve it. I would only align myself with the side that holds reason, not with one party without justification. Such behavior would be unfair to everyone involved and would only exacerbate the conflict, failing to resolve any issues. This reflects Yu Chengyuan's true thoughts, rather than mere words to placate his mother-in-law. Xiaoyu, your ability to articulate this sentiment brings me great comfort. You are not as superficial as I had imagined. You are indeed a young man of understanding. With Su Lan by your side, I can rest a little easier. We have spent too long outside. Let us return to the hospital room. Wang Hong and his wife were quite satisfied with their son-in-law this time. This young man proved to be more capable than they had previously thought, not as timid or weak. Upon returning to the hospital room, Wang Hong took the initiative to converse with his mother-in-law, while Yu Chengyuan kept his father-in-law company, occasionally glancing at the child. Mother, the clothes on the rooftop should be dry by now. Please go and retrieve them before the wind blows them away, Chengyuan said to his mother. All right. I will go get them now. Pan Sulian was all too eager to leave, as she always felt an invisible pressure in front of her in-laws. After saying this, she quickly exited the hospital room. Once his mother left, Chengyuan took the opportunity to speak. Dear father-in-law and mother-in-law, today, in front of Su Lan and her mother, I vow that I will always treat them well throughout my life. I will strive to ensure they live a prosperous and comfortable life. In this era, opportunities abound. Attaining wealth is not a difficult task, it merely depends on one's courage and ingenuity. Chengyuan's singular desire in life is to cherish his wife, protect his children, and safeguard his family. Good, Xiaoyu, your determination is commendable, and both Lu and I hope you can fulfill your words. I trust that my daughter will not make a poor choice. Although you may not be the ideal son-in-law in our eyes, my daughter has chosen you, has grown fond of you, and is resolutely committed to being with you. As parents, all we can do is support and bless that union. I hope you do not take her sincerity for granted. If you betray her sincerity, we shall ensure that you shall never have the opportunity to inflict harm upon her again, nor will we grant you any chance for repentance. Wang Hong felt that her son-in-law seemed somewhat different from the first time she had seen him, though she could not quite articulate what had changed. Thank you, esteemed parents-in-law. I am grateful for your trust, and I also extend my gratitude to my wife for her confidence in me. I shall not let you down. Upon hearing his mother-in-law's words, Chengyuan's heart swelled with joy. Lu Jiangwo, standing in the background, gave a thumbs up to his son-in-law. When his wife turned her head, she asked, Old Lu, what are you sneaking around for back there? He quickly lowered his hand and feigned a casual demeanor, replying, Oh, I'm just admiring the view outside. The weather is quite splendid today. Don't think I haven't noticed. I know what you're up to. Wang Hong chided him, yet her face bore a smile. Lu Sulan, seated on the bed, couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Her father, formidable outside, was but a henpecked man at home. She understood that he loved her mother and yielded to her. After all, her mother married her father when he had nothing, and she remained by his side even during the most difficult times. Esteemed parents-in-law, I have a humble request regarding Sulan. Chapter 7. The mother-in-law agrees to help Xiaoyu. Please feel free to speak your mind. Lu Jiangwo found his son-in-law rather agreeable, and thus his tone became considerably more amiable. Go ahead. But I must make it clear from the outset that I do not wish to hear any excessive demands. Although Wang Hong's words were sharp, her tone had softened significantly, her gaze often drifting towards her precious granddaughter. The little girl was indeed becoming more endearing with each glance. Perhaps this is what they call a generational affinity. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, once Sulan is discharged from the hospital, I would like her to stay with you temporarily. I hope you will consider this favorably. Please do not misunderstand. I do not intend to shirk my responsibilities in caring for Sulan and the baby. I am merely concerned that the chaotic environment at home might disturb my wife's recuperation. My plan is to return home, resolve the issues at hand, and once everything is settled, bring my wife and the baby back. Today, he confronted Aunt Air and Aunt San. They will undoubtedly report to Uncle Air and Uncle San. Additionally, regarding Wang, after he took her money, she will certainly seek vengeance through Uncle Air and Uncle San, demanding not only retribution but also the return of her funds. Even if he claims to have spent the money, they will insist that his family reimburse it. He is not foolish enough to allow himself to be exploited. His parents have toiled endlessly while the second and third branches of the family have shown their cunning, always at the forefront of indulgence. Upon my return, I fear there will be considerable turmoil, which would render my wife incapable of properly recovering after childbirth. Without a peaceful confinement, her health would be at risk. It is likely that these individuals will resort to veiled insults and harsh words, which would be intolerable for my wife. Therefore, the most prudent course of action is to ensure she is settled in her parents' home. After all, she is their sole daughter, without any brothers or sisters, which minimizes the likelihood of complications. What are your plans upon your return? As far as I know, your family is rife with peculiar relatives, each one more ferocious than the last. This young man's ability to recognize the situation indicates a commendable level of attentiveness. At least he possesses some redeeming qualities. I have resolved to confront the matter head-on, to partition the household and live independently. Of course, this will not be an easy feat, but I have my strategies. A separation from the family is imperative. By establishing economic independence, Sulan will no longer have to endure mistreatment or indignities. Only through separation can I earn a living that improves our circumstances. If we do not separate, all our earnings will be siphoned into the pockets of Wang and the second and third branches of the family, leaving us with nothing. Will you defy your grandmother's wishes to separate? Will your parents, especially your father, who prides himself on being a dutiful son, agree to this? The mere thought of contemplating separation is already a significant step forward. At the very least, it would allow for a more serene and liberated existence. I have conducted discreet inquiries into your family. That old matriarch places utmost importance on the third son, followed by the second, while showing disdain for the eldest. Ironically, it is the eldest son that your daughter wishes to marry, which is why they have been so reluctant to give their blessing. Rest assured, mother-in-law, I will persuade my father. I guarantee that he will not oppose this decision. I am confident in my ability to convince him. Furthermore, this time, I intend to have my grandmother initiate the discussion about separation herself. I already have a solid plan in mind. At that moment, Pan Sualian entered, holding the clothes that her daughter-in-law had changed out of. Dear in-laws, I heard what you said earlier. Rest assured, should my husband oppose the division of the family, I shall have Chengyuan and his wife establish their own separate household. This way, they can lead a fulfilling life with their child. She spoke thus to soothe her in-laws' concerns. Regardless of the circumstances, her daughter-in-law had narrowly escaped death due to Wang's interference, and it was imperative to separate the households. Otherwise, given Wang's usual demeanor, it was uncertain how they would be treated afterward. Should her husband dare to obstruct their son's independence, she would confront him fiercely. Her eldest son, Pingyan, was already 23, yet Wang had not initiated any arrangements for his marriage. She constantly cited a lack of funds, claiming that the youngest son needed money for university, urging her eldest son to wait. If her youngest son, Chengyuan, had not found a wife on his own, Wang would not have even provided a dowry, and only then did he manage to establish his own family. Thus, she could not allow her youngest son's household to dissolve. It was unacceptable for her family to be oppressed by Wang. Pan Sualian observed how her daughter-in-law's mother was pressuring her daughter to divorce, all for the sake of sparing her from a life of hardship. Such profound maternal love and protective instinct made her feel a pang of shame, as a mother herself. She had failed to shield her two children. Therefore, in front of her in-laws, she genuinely sought to defend her offspring this time. Dear in-laws, please do not misunderstand. My main concern lies with the second and third branches of the family, who are rather difficult to deal with. Moreover, your father-in-law is a devoted son, and it may take time for him to agree. However, once Sulan is discharged from the hospital, I will invite her and her mother to stay with me. You may return and handle the family division matters at your leisure, Wang Hong explained. After all, the eldest son is not yet married, and it would not be appropriate for their daughter to establish a separate household at this time. We should at least wait until your eldest son is wed before allowing them to set up their own home. Thank you, mother-in-law, Chengyuan said, relieved upon hearing his mother-in-law's agreement, casting a grateful glance at his mother. He understood that without his mother's eloquent assurances, his mother-in-law might not have been so readily amenable. Dear in-laws, if you have work to attend to, please do not let us keep you. I will take good care of the mother and daughter. Pan Sualian recognized that they were city dwellers with stable jobs, unlike those who relied solely on farming for their livelihood. As long as we know they are safe, we can rest easy. Thank you for your efforts, dear in-laws. You are too kind. It is my duty, Pan Sualian replied with a smile. The true hardship lay with Sulan. Pan Sualian felt joyous that her in-laws had finally accepted her son. Unbeknownst to her, she was unaware of the bet her son had made with his in-laws. Believing that they had indeed embraced him, then we shall take our leave. Son-in-law, please see us out. Wang Hong remained exceedingly courteous towards her mother, noting that this mother-in-law was a straightforward and kind-hearted rural woman, rather than a shrewd and harsh matriarch. This brought her great reassurance. Chengyuan, hurry up and see off your in-laws, Pan Sualian urged her son. Yu Chengyuan nodded to his mother and followed his in-laws outside. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, Wang Hong produced a stack of cash and handed it to Yu Chengyuan. Take this 300 yuan. Now that you have a child, your expenses will inevitably increase. When Sulan comes home, she will need money to recuperate. She was aware that her daughter's surgery must have cost a considerable amount, as such procedures typically required no less than 300. Wang Hong's gesture startled Yu Chengyuan. Mother-in-law, no, I cannot accept your money. I will find a way to earn for my wife's recovery. Yu Chengyuan repeatedly shook his head. He could not accept this money. He had not yet properly honored them. Originally, Sulan, being an only child and a favored daughter, had married him, a man of humble origins. He had not even paid a bride price and had received a wife without any cost. He already felt enough shame. How could he? Stop the nonsense. Just take it. Wang Hong insisted. It's not for you. It's for my daughter and granddaughter. Just treat Sulan well. If you dare to make her cry, we will not let you off lightly. Wang Hong firmly pressed the money into his hand and turned to leave. Old Lu, hurry up. Lu Jiangwo patted his son-in-law on the shoulder. Don't mind your mother-in-law. She may have a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. Accept this money and treat Sulan well. Hong, wait for me. Lu Jiangwo hurried after her. Yu Chengyuan clutched the cash tightly in his hand, silently vowing to be as filial to his in-laws as his son was. After placing the money into his pocket, he turned and headed towards the doctor's office. A few minutes later, he emerged from the office with a piece of paper in hand and a smile illuminating his face. With this in hand, everything would be manageable. Chapter 8. The IOU of 500 yuan a week passed swiftly, and tomorrow, my mother-in-law and her family would arrive at the hospital to take my wife home. That night, taking advantage of my mother's absence as she went to the restroom, I shared intimate words with my wife. My dear, we are to part ways tomorrow. To be candid, I find it difficult to say goodbye to you and Tang Tang. However, rest assured, I shall bring you both back as swiftly as possible. The matters concerning our separation will be resolved expeditiously. I grasped my wife's hand and glanced at our daughter, who was peacefully asleep. We affectionately named our daughter Tang Tang, hoping her life would be as sweet as sugar in her future. We had yet to decide on a formal name. We agreed to let my in-laws choose it since this was our first child. Chengyuan, I shall miss you too. You must take care of yourself and look after your parents while you are away. Grandmother and your aunts may not be so forgiving. Be wise and avoid confrontation with them. You have already gotten into trouble by fighting and stealing money. To outsiders, you appear at fault, regardless of the circumstances. Your uncles are easily swayed. They will side with whatever I say. While your second uncle is somewhat decent and honest, he lacks authority. Your third uncle and aunt are of the same ilk, always seeking to gain at the expense of others and never willing to bear any loss. Moreover, your third uncle has a son in his first year of university, which makes grandmother proud, as she often boasts about him. This is one of the reasons why she favors their family. My dear, you need not worry. I am no longer the timid and compliant Yu Chengyuan. For your sake and our daughter's, I shall not yield, and I will ensure my own protection as well. We have endured enough bullying over the years. It is time for us to rise and sing our own songs of liberation. We cannot continue to be oppressed. All right, I trust you. Your willingness to confront the elders for my sake has already changed my perception of you. Here, take these 300 yuan. I produced an envelope containing the cash. Where did you acquire so much money? Pray, tell me the truth. How much did grandmother contribute? Lu Sulan inquired, astonished. She was aware that her surgery had cost 300 to 400 yuan, combined with the expenses of a week's hospitalization and the prescribed medications, leaving her with very little. Grandmother had a total of 500 yuan, and with the 50 yuan from my mother, there is a total of 550 yuan, but now only 100 remains. I kept it aside in case I need funds later. The 300 yuan in the envelope is a gift from my in-laws, intended for you and the child. Please accept it. I am currently in confinement and have no need for money. You should keep it. If grandmother and the others cause trouble and pressure your parents to hand over the money, you can give them this instead, as long as they agree to the separation. That will suffice. Lu Sulan understood that those individuals were not to be trifled with. Our family was no match for them. My dear, I would rather throw this money to beggars on the street than give it to those ungrateful wolves. Listen to me. This money will be safe in your hands. If I keep it on me, it could lead to disastrous consequences if they discover it. Rest assured, I possess a clever scheme to deal with them. A division of assets is inevitable. Allow me to show you something that will illuminate my intentions. Tada, an IOU? 500 yuan. Good heavens, Chengyuan. How did you accrue such a debt? Lu Sulan's voice rose in astonishment. Hush, dear wife, lower your voice. We mustn't let passers-by overhear. This IOU is forged. Observe the hospital's official seal at the bottom. I had the director assist me with it. When the time comes, do not let slip the truth. Simply state that I spent 1,000 yuan. Chengyuan, your audacity knows no bounds. You actually had Director Chen from the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department issue you a false IOU? But what purpose does this IOU serve? If grandmother discovers that you have squandered her savings, she will surely be furious. She might even contemplate harming you. She has never favored you, and this will only deepen her disdain towards you and your parents. And with an additional debt of 500 yuan, she will undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly. I fear she might even cast you out of the family. Lu Sulan remained perplexed about the utility of this IOU. My dear wife, you are correct. If grandmother learns that I have depleted her funds, she would wish to see me dead. Should she discover that I owe 500, she would want nothing more than to banish me. This, in turn, aligns perfectly with my intentions. However, if her fury leads to her sudden demise, I would find myself in a more convenient situation. Chengyuan revealed a mysterious smile. Chengyuan, you must not say such things, no matter her faults. She is the great-grandmother of our child and your grandmother. Lu Sulan placed her hand over his lips, attempting to silence him. My dear wife, I jest. I wish for her to live a long life, witnessing our family flourish in happiness and prosperity, while enduring the torment of regret each day. He wished for her to live, but in suffering. Chengyuan, you just frightened me. However, you can now enlighten me about the purpose of that anew, correct? Lu Sulan pondered for a moment, still unable to grasp his intentions. The mere thought of grandmother seeing that anew sent shivers down her spine. My dear wife, the debt is owed to the hospital, and it states that the money must be repaid within 3 days. Do you believe that our uncles and grandmother would willingly share this burden of debt with us? Chengyuan's words swiftly dispelled Lu Sulan's confusion. Of course, they would not. They are not foolish. Oh, I see. You intend to use this to prompt grandmother to propose a division of the family assets. Chengyuan, am I correct? Lu Sulan's eyes lit up as she suddenly comprehended her husband's intentions. Truly, it is a brilliant scheme. How has my typically meek and honest husband transformed into someone so astute? It is as if a veil has been lifted, revealing newfound brilliance. Indeed, my dear wife, you have discerned correctly. Soon, our household shall successfully extricate itself from their grasp. From that point onward, the earnings we generate shall no longer be subject to public contribution, including provisions and such. This way, our family can flourish increasingly. Our parents will no longer endure the oppression from grandmother, nor the exploitation from the second and third aunts. You and Tang Tang shall also be free from their exclusion, and you may wear whatever you desire. When you first arrived as my bride, you possessed several fashionable and appealing outfits. However, after wearing them just once or twice, grandmother and the second and third aunts criticized you, causing you to refrain from donning them again. Chengyuan, I eagerly anticipate that day. My only concern is whether grandmother and the second and third aunts will believe it. What if they come to the hospital inquiring about it? Lu Sulan still harbors some anxiety. They shall indeed believe, for there is the hospital's official seal, which leaves them no room for doubt. Furthermore, there are individuals within their circle who can attest to this, so my dear wife, you need not worry. This official seal is veritable. They won't contemplate too deeply. Their sole focus will be on swiftly extracting us from the grasp of the second household. In this regard, he is quite assured. Chapter 9. Dare to challenge my father? Are you seeking death? At 9 o'clock the following morning, the daughter-in-law was taken back by her parents. The mother and son boarded a minibus heading towards their village. The minibus, however, would not travel directly to the village but would only stop by the roadside. It was en route to another county, merely passing in the general direction of their village, allowing them to travel part of the way. Upon disembarking, they would still need to walk for another half an hour to reach the village. Zizhu village lacked proper transportation, so every trip to the county meant either walking, cycling, or using donkey and ox carts, with no other means of transport available. To this day, no one in their village owned a motorcycle. In that era, motorcycles were exceedingly expensive, affordable only to the affluent in the cities. Chengyuan, is it appropriate for your wife to be sent to your mother-in-law's? In her view, daughters-in-law should recuperate at their husband's home. How could one return to their parental home for confinement? Such a notion is considered inauspicious in our rural community. Even if the relationship with the daughter is close, no one would invite their daughter back to give birth, even without in-laws. It is the responsibility of the husband's family or his sisters to care for her during this time. There is no precedent for returning to one's maternal home for such matters. Mother, please rest assured, there is nothing inappropriate about it. Sulan is our own daughter. Indeed, our only child. Their care for Sulan will undoubtedly surpass what we could provide. At the very least, her nutrition will be better than what we can offer. And her parents are free from any peculiar or troublesome relatives. You are well aware of our situation. This time, my wife's surgery and hospitalization incurred substantial expenses. How could Grandma and Annie treat Sulan kindly? Wouldn't they criticize her daily, affecting her mood? A negative mood would compromise her health, and that is unacceptable. You make a valid point. However, I still feel that caring for my daughter-in-law during her confinement should naturally be my duty as a mother-in-law. It feels burdensome to rely on our in-laws. I can't shake the feeling of guilt. Pan Suelian felt a pang of remorse, believing that they were indeed indebted to their in-laws. Yet, her son's reasoning held merit. She pondered how her mother-in-law and the wives of Yu Er and Yu Sin would treat them if the daughter-in-law were to stay at home. Mother, You need not concern yourself with such thoughts. Once our son is well, he will certainly show filial piety to my in-laws, just as he would to my own parents. Moreover, my in-laws are educated and reasonable individuals. They would not be overly concerned with such customs. Their primary wish is for their daughter's health. Indeed, my son, your perspective is commendable. In the future, treat your in-laws well. They have raised a daughter, and now you have reaped the benefits. Just look at yourself. What qualities do you possess that are worthy of Sulan? I sometimes wonder what my daughter-in-law sees in you. If it were me, I would not think highly of you. As Pan Sulian scolded her son, her face was adorned with a radiant smile. Yu Chengyuan, understanding yet not revealing his thoughts, smiled and said, Indeed, indeed. Mother speaks truly. I am the person even dogs would disdain. Hee. However, do not fret, mother, for I shall earn a good living henceforth, so as not to disappoint my beloved wife. I shall duly honor my in-laws, as well as you and father. That's good to know. I wonder how your father has fared during these 7 days at home? Let us hasten. Pan Sulian began to worry about her husband. Her husband, Yu Laoda, known as Yu Daju, was famous in the village for his honesty. At home, he would typically bury himself in work, rarely speaking a word. And even during meals, he would eat the least. Upon hearing this, Yu Chengyuan nodded, also starting to feel concern for his father. Grandmother would not take out her frustrations on herself, but would surely unleash them upon father. With a stubborn, old ox-like temperament, he would simply endure the abuse. With this thought, Yu Chengyuan and his mother quickened their pace. As they approached home, they heard the witch-like voice of Wang Shi from inside. Daju, does that wife of yours with her bitter-gourd face accompany Chengyuan and his wife to squander my money in the city? It has been 7 days, and not a single shadow has been seen. Are they perhaps indulging in fine food and drink, unwilling to return? Mother, you misunderstand. Sulan had a cesarean section, not a natural birth. The doctor stated she needs a week to recover. Sulian and Chengyuan are taking care of her at the hospital. Came the feeble protest from his father. Mother, do not listen to my elder brother's nonsense. It's merely childbirth. How could one need to stay in the hospital for 7 days? Back when I bore our eldest, Da Qing, I was up and about immediately. I could eat and go to the toilet unassisted. Why would I need anyone to care for me? They are clearly using your money to indulge in lavish meals in the city. The sharp words of third Aunt Li Hua were as cutting as ever. Indeed. My sister-in-law speaks the truth, mother. A woman should be able to return the next day after giving birth. How could it possibly take 7 days? That couple must surely be squandering your money dining out with the elder sister-in-law. I hear that dishes in the city cost 2 or 3 yuan for a meat dish. The taste is exquisite. They must be reluctant to return until they have spent every last coin. Second Aunt Yang Juhua chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Pan Sulian, standing at the door, could no longer bear to listen and was about to push the door open when her son stopped her. Mother, let us listen a while longer before we enter. He wished to see how Wang Shi and those 2 sharp-tongued women would proceed. Mother, it is true. Sulian is indeed caring for Sulan, who was in a precarious situation. The doctor said that without surgery, neither mother nor child would survive. I was present during the ordeal. The doctor said as much. We were all terrified, and Chengyuan was especially worried. We stood vigil outside the operating room. Mother, I speak only the truth. I do not deceive you. Mother, do not listen to my elder brother's wild tales. It is merely childbirth. What surgery is needed? Which woman does not give birth herself, just like our hens lay eggs? What hen cannot lay eggs and hatch chicks? The elder brother's bias towards your wife is unacceptable. One cannot fabricate tales recklessly. Uncle San and Sanju have also joined the denouncement meeting. Uncle San, taking advantage of the absence of the 2 brothers, seeks to bully their father. Third brother, I speak no falsehood. All that I say is the truth. Why do you all refuse to believe me? Father's words were laden with helplessness. Mother, for the past 3 days, you have merely punished the elder brother by making him kneel and forcing him to endure meals. It has proven utterly ineffective. Such trivial measures do not faze him in the slightest. It would be more effective to administer a sound beating. Only then would he speak the truth. After all, Chengyuan is not home, and he would not dare to complain if he were struck. You needn't hold back. Consider how Chengyuan once beat you, me, and the second brother's wife. That little scoundrel showed no mercy. Indeed, Daju has become increasingly unruly and deserves a lesson. To my astonishment, Wang Shi readily acquiesced to Sanju's unreasonable demands. Chengyuan, hurry inside. Your uncle intends to lay hands on your father. Pan Shui Lian urged anxiously. Mother, do not fret. I will be in shortly. We must witness his actions before intervening. Please summon the villagers. The more, the better. Only by witnessing his aggression can we justify our actions. Otherwise, it will be an unprovoked attack. The greater the commotion, the better. Through the crack in the door, Chengyuan caught a glimpse of his father, indeed kneeling in the courtyard, while Aunt 2, Aunt 3, and Wan Shi observed with cold indifference. Sanju approached the woodshed in the yard to fetch a wooden stick as thick as a fist. The three women in the courtyard displayed evident surprise, but remained silent. Do they wish to witness their father being beaten mercilessly? Sanju was clearly seizing the opportunity to avenge his wife under the guise of justice. Father knelt there, silent and bowed, likely thinking that if grandmother could find solace, he would accept the beating. Perhaps he felt guilty, believing they had exhausted their family's resources. Sanju approached father step by step, a sinister smile etched on his face, muttering to himself, "Chengyuan, you little rascal, how dare you strike my wife? Today, I shall take it out on your father." Chengyuan glanced ahead, noticing his mother arriving with a dozen villagers, including the village chief. "Elder brother, do not blame me for my harshness. This is mother's command." Sanju raised the stick in his hand and brought it down mercilessly. Dazhu closed his eyes, remaining silent. At that critical moment, the door of the courtyard was kicked open with a resounding shout. "Dare to strike my father? You seek death." Chengyuan delivered a powerful kick, sending Sanju, along with the stick, crashing to the ground. At that moment, Pan Chui Lian and the villagers entered. Witnessing the unfolding scene. Chapter 10. Let the village chief preside over justice. "Dear, you have suffered greatly," Pan Cilian exclaimed as she hurried to her husband's side. Her face etched with concern as she began to inspect him for injuries. "I am unharmed, Cilian," Dazhu reassured her, gently patting his wife to comfort her. "Mother, what has Dazhu done wrong? Must he be punished by kneeling in the courtyard for everyone to humiliate him? Uncle, has my husband violated some divine law? Are you truly going to beat him to death? How can you still call yourself human?" Pan Cilian cried, her tears flowing freely. Wan Shi, poised to unleash a tirade, was silenced as her grandson interjected. "Uncles and aunts, elders, look here. My uncle Yu Sinju actually attempted to strike my father with such a thick stick. Is this the behavior of a blood relative? With such a weapon, would my father even survive? If I had not returned just in time today, would he have been beaten to death? And what of my grandmother and my aunt standing idly by? Is this truly a family? Especially my grandmother. Who is my father's own mother? Will she simply watch as my father is brutally harmed? There should be limits to favoritism. Even if you dislike my father, you cannot allow him to be killed before your eyes. Is this what it means to be a mother?" Yu Chengyuan's heart-wrenching accusations stirred the villagers into a flurry of discussion. It was well known that the third child of the Yu family, Wang Shi, was favored despite her laziness, leaving the bulk of the farm work to the eldest. It was one thing to be indolent, but to seek the eldest's demise was truly ruthless. The wife of the third child mirrored this disposition, being sharp-tongued and lazy, particularly tormenting the eldest spouse. The second child's wife was no better, only daring to bully the eldest wife, showing cowardice towards the strong and cruelty towards the weak. At least the second child still possessed a shred of conscience. The most despicable of all was Wang Shi, the head of the household. Were it not for her leveraging her age and position, and the protection she afforded her children, would they dare act so brazenly? Wang Shi had always shown favoritism towards the second and third children, but to this extent. Allowing the third to nearly kill the eldest without uttering a word was shocking. Is Dazhu truly her biological son? Who could be so harsh towards their own offspring? The eldest couple had always been the most honest, rising before the rooster and retiring later than the dog, consuming the least and wearing the poorest clothing. How could they possibly commit any grave error? They lived like quails in the Yu household, not daring to show their heads. Indeed, the eldest couple's two sons are also upright and honest, and their daughter was married off like a commodity to the crippled Li in the ravine. Wang Shi is truly inhumane. The villagers criticized the Yu family in a cacophony of voices. "Everyone, please cease your chatter. What is the matter at hand?" Chengyuan. "You speak first," the village chief interjected, having gathered enough information to intervene. If the discussion continued, it would only sow discord within the village. While he had some knowledge of the Yu family's affairs, he understood that a fair official often struggles to resolve domestic disputes and felt it unwise to directly intervene in such family matters. After all, they were indeed private affairs. Every household has its own difficulties to bear. However, today, a life was nearly lost, and he could not turn a blind eye to this. Should a tragedy occur, he, as the village head, would be the first to bear the burden of responsibility. In this new society, taking a life could lead to capital punishment. and he would no longer be able to serve as village head. Village head, you have arrived just in time to ensure justice is served. My mother and I have just returned from the hospital and heard my grandmother, along with my 2 aunts, cursing my father. When I entered, my uncle was wielding a stick, ready to strike my father. The villagers witnessed this incident. The details of the matter should be addressed to my uncle. Chengyuan pointed towards Sanju. Village head, my husband was nearly beaten to death today. You must have seen it when you came in. If it weren't for my son Chengyuan's swift actions, my husband might have lost his life. Usually, my husband, Deju, works tirelessly, bearing the heaviest burdens while receiving the least and the worst of food. My mother-in-law nitpicks incessantly, always berating him without reason. Deju dares not utter a word, swallowing all his grievances. I can only silently empathize with him, too afraid to speak out. Today, they have gone too far with my husband, and I can no longer remain silent. I beseech you, village head, to stand up for Deju. Pansualian, tearful and distraught, poured her heart out to the village head. Half of her display was an act. Today, she had come to realize that their family must be divided, no longer entangled with one another. Otherwise, they would forever be oppressed, living as mere beasts of burden. Deju's wife, please assist your husband in sitting down beside you. I assure you that I will resolve this matter fairly. Do not worry. Someone, please go inside and bring a stool for Deju to sit on. The commotion had escalated to such a degree that it had become common knowledge. Everyone had witnessed it, and it could not be ignored. After all, how could he manage the affairs of over 1,000 villagers otherwise? Immediately, a villager brought a stool from inside and called out, Deju's wife, help your husband over here. Thank you. As Pansualian helped her husband, she may have knelt for too long, causing Deju's legs to go numb, nearly toppling both him and his wife to the ground. Chengyuan quickly rushed over to support his father. Father, are your legs numb? Are they swollen? How long have you been kneeling? I heard that grandmother punished you to kneel for 3 days, giving you only 1 meal a day. Is that true? His initial delay in offering assistance was intentional, allowing the village head and the onlookers to witness his father's plight and to understand the cruelty with which Wang and her family treated him. Chengyuan, do not speak of such things. That is your grandmother, father. How can you be so foolish? What of it if she is my grandmother? Does that grant her the right to punish you with kneeling, to scold and strike you, or to withhold food? Her indiscriminate bullying of you, her own son, and our entire family, how can you endure this? Even now, do you wish to continue in your blind filial piety? He aimed to awaken his weak and confused father to the harsh reality. The villagers began to murmur amongst themselves once more. Isn't Wang far too cruel? Even a tiger does not consume its young. How could she treat Deju in such a manner? Indeed, she makes him toil relentlessly. Providing but a single meal a day, he is scarcely treated better than a beast of burden. She surpasses even Zhou, the skinflint. Deju, for all his honesty, has become somewhat spineless. Were I in his position, I would have long since tossed that old wretch into the river. How dare she flaunt her age? Bah! Day in and day out, she shows favoritism to the second and third households, reserving all the delicacies for them while the first household is left to labor like a weary ox, day and night. Bah! One must beware, lest the deceased spouse rise from the grave to seek vengeance. Haraha! The crowd erupted in laughter at this remark. Yet Wang felt an icy chill at the sound, casting a nervous glance around her. Enough, everyone be quiet. I shall first ascertain the facts before making a decision. The village chief gestured for silence with a downward motion of his hand, for if this continued, it would devolve into a public denunciation. Upon hearing the chief's command, the villagers ceased their discussions. Deju, too, felt a deep sense of guilt upon hearing his fellow villagers' words. His own timidity had resulted in his elder son remaining unmarried, and his younger daughter-in-law had nearly, even his wife was suffering alongside him. Alas, he truly is a pitiable wretch. Sanju, why did you strike your elder brother? You are not a child, yet do you not realize that a blow from such a hefty stick could be fatal? The village chief, Zhou Jiangwo, observed the newfound silence and began his inquiries. His expression was grave, and his tone was decidedly unkind. Sanju was notorious for his laziness. Even when labor points were allocated, he often resorted to deceitful practices. The chief could not help but frown at the sight of him. Village chief, you misunderstand, and so do the villagers. It was never my intention to kill my elder brother. I only meant to frighten him, perhaps strike him once or twice. How could I ever harm him? He is my own brother. My actions were prompted by his unwillingness to speak the truth, allowing his wife and children to squander my mother's funeral funds and indulgence. Fellow villagers, village chief, it amounts to a full 500 yuan. I was merely seeking to teach him a lesson on behalf of my mother. With these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Humph! You Chengyuan, you little rascal, if you wish to contend with me, you are still but a fledgling. Chapter 11. Yu Chengyuan's outburst. 500 yuan. My heavens! Such a sum could equate to a laborer's annual salary in the city, wouldn't it? Daju. This is where your error lies. How could you permit your wife and her kin to squander your mother's funeral savings? This is utterly outrageous. 500 yuan. Surely this is the lifetime savings your mother amassed? Alas, how could you be so foolish? It is no wonder that Wang has reprimanded Daju. His anger may lead to the third brother disciplining the eldest. If I were in his shoes, I might react similarly. Clearly, Daju's beating is not unwarranted. Spending 500 yuan could very well jeopardize Wang's livelihood. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices, all directing their ire at Daju. Old you. Why did you leave so early? You've left this poor old woman to bear the brunt of it all. Look at this unfilial son. Inciting that rebellious grandson to pilfer my funeral savings. He is off in the city indulging in revelries. Utterly indifferent to the plight of our family of over a dozen souls. The money you set aside for my old age has likely been squandered by the third brother's household. Wang sat down abruptly, tears streaming down her face. Mother, please don't be this way. Although my elder brother is ungrateful, there are still me and second brother. Yu Sanju hurried over to support his mother. Villagers, you have all witnessed the insubordination of Daju. He not only condoned his son's theft, but also struck me and my sister-in-law. What future crimes might he commit? Li Hua seized the opportunity to embellish the tale. You cannot fathom. My nephew Chengyuan is truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. Not only did he assault us two aunts, but he also threatened to toss his grandmother into our family well. Such venomous words from a grandson are terrifying. Second aunt Yang Juhua joined in, unwilling to be outdone. Today, they aim to make the villagers despise the eldest's family. The villagers regarded Yu Chengyuan with skepticism. Could it be true? Chengyuan has always seemed so honest and simple-minded. How could he commit such an act? I find it hard to believe. Whenever I asked him for help, he was always so eager. He is kind to outsiders. How could he possibly turn violent against his own aunts? Surely, he would never contemplate drowning his grandmother? Yet, the accusations were delivered with conviction, leaving doubt in the air. My two daughters-in-law speak the truth. This ungrateful grandson audibly declared his intent to throw me into the well. I even witnessed that little rascal strike his second and third aunts with a stick. I sometimes wish I had drowned him at birth, or perhaps let the old man take him down below to serve him properly. Wang pointed at her grandson, as though he were a stranger. Villagers and the village chief, my mother-in-law speaks nothing but the truth. You may inquire with them, or even with him. Did Chengyuan not steal money? Did he not strike us? Did he not utter threats to cast his grandmother into the well? Li Hua pointed at Yu Chengyuan, her face adorned with a smug expression. The onlookers exchanged glances between her and the book, perplexed, uncertain of the veracity of either side's claims. Daju, is what your third brother said true? I recall you borrowed a donkey cart from my family 7 days ago, only returning it the following day. You also mentioned your daughter-in-law was going to the hospital to give birth. What truly transpired that day? Speak clearly to avoid misunderstandings, the village chief inquired. Turning to Daju, knowing the family well, he found it impossible that they could be so muddled, and he questioned how they could have obtained Wang's money. Notorious for her stinginess, who never allowed anyone to take advantage of her. He remembered the incident of Daju borrowing the cart that night. Convinced that the truth could not be as suggested. At that moment, Daju was overwhelmed with sorrow, tears streaming down his face as he faced his mother's accusations. Feeling as though his heart were being torn apart. Mother, you are well aware that the situation was urgent that night. Chengyuan was merely protective of his wife. How could you claim he acted immorally, wishing death upon him? He is your own grandson. Daju lamented. He could not fathom that his own mother would curse her grandchild. What of a grandson? I have more than one. Losing him would only save me some grain. After all, raising him is futile, merely nurturing a thankless wolf. Wang responded dismissively, her tone akin to mourning the loss of a mere stray. With 3 sons and 6 grandsons, she felt little remorse. Her eldest had 2 sons, whom she disdained. Her second son also had 2 sons, whose charm endeared them to her. The youngest son, too, had 2 sons, with the youngest favored for his academic prowess. Thus, she remained indifferent to the 2 laborious grandsons of her eldest son, unconcerned about aging without care. In her mind, her youngest grandson would become a city dweller with a stable job, allowing her to bask in the comforts of urban life, elevating her status to that of a city matriarch. How splendid that would be. The villagers present were incensed by Wang's words, shaking their heads in disapproval, chastising her for her folly. Aunt Wang, your words are excessive. Regardless of which family they belong to, they are all your grandsons. How can you utter such things? This will surely wound the hearts of your eldest son's entire family. Human feelings are tender. What you are doing will inevitably lead to regret. At your age, you ought to cultivate a bit of kindness, the village chief advised earnestly, though he too shook his head inwardly. Grandmother, if you refuse to acknowledge me as your grandson, so be it. I do not covet such a title. I shall simply refrain from calling you grandmother in the future and refer to you as Old Lady Wang. However, my father remains your own son. Why subject him to such disdain and cruelty? You clearly allowed Yu Sanju to nearly kill my father, did you not? This wretched old woman, I shall no longer call her grandmother. It infuriates me. It appears she truly does not regard my father as a human being, he fumed. What are you, little brat? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Even your father would not dare. Do you believe that I could have your father cast you out, and he wouldn't utter a word of dissent? If I were to compel your father to divorce your mother, would he dare to disobey? Do you believe it? Just a moment ago, I could have instructed your uncle to end your father's life, and he wouldn't have said a single word. Yet, even if your father were to perish, what of it? I have 2 sons. Losing your father would mean little to me. I bore him and raised him. Even if he were to pay with his life, no one would dare to utter a word. Not even the village chief can intervene. Wang spoke boldly, uttering words that left all present in shock. This is outrageous. Aunt Wang, such words must not be repeated. Zhou Jiangwo exclaimed, gazing at the ignorant village woman who wielded her age as a shield, filled with both anger and urgency, nearly spitting blood and frustration. Yu Dazhu looked at his mother with eyes full of pain and disbelief. This was the woman he had both revered and feared. He felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, and he coughed it out. The head of the family. Father. Cui Lian, Chengyuan. I am fine. I am fine. Yu Dazhu waved his hand feebly. Dr. Lu, please check on my father. Yu Chengyuan spotted the barefoot doctor. Lu Haizhu, amidst the crowd. Lu Haizhu hurriedly approached, took Yu Dazhu's pulse, and said, excessive fatigue, coupled with hunger, and just now, anger and urgency, are the cause of the blood. Quickly prepare a bowl of sugar water to replenish his strength. It's not serious. He just must not become agitated again. Or it could become dangerous. I will go prepare the sugar water, Pan Suoyan said as she rushed back inside. Thank you, Dr. Lu. Yu Chengyuan expressed his gratitude, relieved to hear that the situation was not dire. Stop pretending. Indeed, who cannot act? Do not pay them any mind. They are the masters of theatrics. Wang and the 2nd and 3rd inch chimed in. The 3rd uncle added, Brother, there is no need to feign pity. Those 500 yuan must be delivered in full. Yu Chengyuan, consumed by fury, seized a wooden stick nearby and began to strike at them indiscriminately. I will end you. My father may be a simple man, but I am not to be trifled with. I will end you. Let us see if you dare to speak carelessly again. If my father falls ill from anger, I shall demand your lives in return. At worst, I shall stake my life against 4. A bargain indeed. Thus, Yu Chengyuan pursued the 4 of them, striking, while Wang, terrified, had already fallen to the ground but still received a couple of blows. The 2nd and 3rd aunts were also struck numerous times, sitting on the ground, pleading for mercy. Chengyuan, I was wrong. It's all my fault for speaking carelessly, the 2nd aunt begged. I was wrong too. I shall never dare again. The 3rd aunt, receiving the harshest blows from Yu Chengyuan, was treated without mercy. He held back only enough to inflict pain without breaking bones. The others refrained from intervening, intentionally allowing these individuals to face their due punishment. The village chief, Zhou Jiangwo, observed the situation, and only then did he signal a few young men to step forward and restrain Yu Chengyuan, allowing him the opportunity to withdraw. In a hushed tone, Zhou Jiangwo remarked beside him that it was time to conclude this matter, as there were more pressing affairs to attend to. Yu Chengyuan cast a grateful glance at the village chief, fully aware of his intention to assist him. Chapter 12. The Wang family's leaking yellow soup. The villagers were taken aback by Yu Chengyuan's recent outrageous behavior, their astonishment palpable. In their minds, the 2 sons of the Yu family were typically honest and unassuming. The elder son toiled in a coal mine, diligently earning over 100 yuan each month, all of which was handed over to Wang. The younger son, Chengyuan, assisted his parents in farming, occasionally capturing game to sell in the city, with those earnings also surrendered to Wang. This elicited both envy and sympathy from the villagers towards the Yu family. However, today they witnessed a transformed Chengyuan, daringly confronting his grandmother, uncle, and aunts with violence, a truly audacious display. Consequently, the townsfolk began to murmur among themselves. Wherever there are people, gossip flourishes, it is an immutable phenomenon, regardless of locale. Have you noticed? Chengyuan seems like a completely different person. Indeed, upon entering the courtyard today, I immediately sensed something was amiss with him. Clearly, the words spoken by Wang must hold some truth. Did Chengyuan genuinely assault his aunts? So what if he did? In my opinion, he did well. That family truly deserved a reckoning. Aside from the eldest Yu, the rest are deceitful and malevolent. Precisely, he is not unjust in his actions. Yudaju was infuriated to the point of bloodshed, yet they continued to mock him. Is there no shred of humanity left? That one is the most despicable. How could she curse her own son and grandson to death? Truly, she deserves a reprimand. While it is true that Chengyuan erred, it does not warrant Yudaju being punished to kneel, starve, and face death. Such treatment is utterly excessive. Why not simply wait for the child to return and clarify the situation? To take advantage of the absence of his two brothers to bully him is truly outrageous. It is intolerable for so many to target an honest man. Alas, why is it that the Yu family, blessed with a money-earning son, fails to earn the affection of the elderly Wang? If it were another family, they would surely be revered like deities. Indeed, I cannot fathom it either. Over 100 yuan a month, that equates to 2 months' wages for city dwellers. Has old Wang lost her wits in her old age? Haven't you realized? Her third son's family has a son in university. She is banking on him for the future. That seems futile, even if he secures a stable job. He is unlikely to support that old crone Wang. Laughter erupted among the crowd. The villagers quieted down as the village head called for order. Chengyuan, your father is unwell, and you are involved in this matter. Please recount the events of that day. Is it true what your grandmother and your aunts have said? Did you truly seize your grandmother's 500 yuan intended for her coffin? Did you indeed strike your aunts? Did you utter those words about throwing your grandmother into the well? Zhou Jiangwo deduced that Euleadagius Chengyuan could not possibly engage in such an outrageous act without reason. Yu Sanju remarked, that wretched little brat will undoubtedly refuse to admit to his wrongdoing. Although the lad may not be particularly bright, he surely wouldn't be foolish enough to confess, would he? Second Aunt Li Hua exclaimed, this rascal struck me so violently just now. Let us see what he has to say when the village chief inquires. Second Aunt Yang Juhua observed, what has gotten into this usually reticent nephew today? He seems transformed. It appears that he can no longer act as he once did. Continuously opposing the elder family has not yielded significant advantages for him. Ultimately, his mother-in-law remains more concerned about the family of the third son. Moreover, with the elder family's Chengyuan in such a state, should he dare provoke him again, he is likely to become even more unhinged. Wang Shi silently cursed, that wretched wolf cub shall meet a miserable end. Once my dear grandson returns, I shall have him deal with you. The village chief had just inquired about matters that indeed were my doing. 7 days ago, I did strike second aunt and third aunt, and I did threaten grandmother. However, there was cause for it. Upon hearing the first part, everyone involuntarily gasped. But upon reaching the latter part, they collectively exhaled in relief. Village chief, fellow villagers, did you hear that? This ingrate, this unfilial descendant, has admitted to his misdeeds. We have not wronged him, have we? He has truly lost his conscience, beating his elders to seize my inheritance. If old Yu had lived longer, he would surely have been driven to despair by such an ungrateful child. Oh, old Yu, if your spirit exists in the heavens, come and witness the calamity wrought by your lineage. My life is so wretched. Wang Shi began to wail once again. Enough, old lady Wang. Do you truly wish for me to commit such an egregious act? Do you genuinely hope I would cast you into the well to join grandfather? I did not seize that 500 yuan out of mere greed. It was because you refused to give it to me. Otherwise, why would I resort to theft? Do you possess the audacity to explain to everyone why I took that 500 yuan? Can you elucidate why I struck second aunt and third aunt? Wang Shi was struck dumb by her grandson's terrifying gaze, fearful that he might lose control and throw her into the well. She shook her head, too intimidated to speak further. His eyes were utterly fearsome, as though they sought to devour her whole. Chengyuan, please enlighten everyone. I am sure the villagers are eager to know. The village chief, Zhou Jiangwo, shook his head at Wang Shi, then turned to Chengyuan and said, let me handle this. I was present and witnessed it all firsthand. To be honest, I was quite startled. It was the first time I had seen our Chengyuan exhibit such a fierce temper. That day, my daughter-in-law Su Lan was in labor and had been struggling for quite some time. Her cries of pain were heart-wrenching. Chengyuan, concerned for his wife's safety, urged me to insist on taking Su Lan to the county hospital immediately. He then asked me to borrow a donkey cart from the village chief. If you don't believe me, you may ask the village chief. The villagers turned their gaze toward the village chief, who nodded, confirming the truth of the matter. Daju personally came to borrow the donkey cart, and my wife was at home at the time, witnessing the event. The village chief's wife, Hao Chiome, stepped forward, affirming the occurrence, as she too was present in the house. Daju's wife, what transpired next? Please continue, urged the villagers. Subsequently, my son Chengyuan inquired if his grandmother could provide funds to take Solan to the hospital. My mother-in-law, Wang, resolutely refused to part with even a single coin, regardless of Chengyuan's pleas. The second and third sisters-in-law, standing by, added fuel to the fire with their sharp and bitter remarks, which I shall refrain from repeating. In essence, they prohibited my mother-in-law from assisting Chengyuan financially. Later, the midwife emerged, declaring that my daughter-in-law's fetal position was improper and perilous, rendering her unable to assist in the delivery. Despite the dire circumstances, my mother-in-law, Wang, remained obstinately unwilling to part with funds to save a life. Wang, how can you be so heartless? People are in dire need of assistance, yet you refuse to contribute? Indeed, if anything were to go awry, it could result in the loss of 2 lives. This is utterly unacceptable. Given the situation, how can you still withhold money? After all, that is Wang's first great-grandson. I perceive the madness not in Chengyuan, but in Wang. The second and third aunts are not virtuous either. As women themselves, how can they be oblivious to the fact that childbirth can be life-threatening? Not only do they fail to persuade my mother-in-law to help, but they also obstruct her. Are they not afraid of divine retribution? At that moment, the sky rumbled with 2 peals of thunder. Alas, it's thundering. It seems the heavens have taken notice. Want it not to engage in wrongful deeds, lest they face lightning strikes. The 3 women, including Wang, trembled in fear, particularly Wang, who, in her fright, soiled herself, prompting disdainful glances from the crowd as they recoiled, pinching their noses. Third daughter-in-law, what are you still doing? Help me return to change clothes. Reluctantly, Li Hehua approached, assisting her mother-in-law with an air of disdain as she ushered her inside to change. A few minutes later, the 2 women emerged. Sister-in-law, even so. Your son Chengyuan should not have struck my mother-in-law or us, let alone seize all 500 yuan, while your daughter-in-law is giving birth. It is but a matter between 2 individuals. However, must we all starve for the sake of your daughter-in-law and her unborn child? Villagers, what do you think? My dear nephew, I am curious how you will respond this time. Li Hehua wore an unabashedly triumphant expression on her face. Chapter 13. Throwing Wang into the pigsty indeed. My wife is right. Chengyuan's wife and child total merely 2 individuals. How can they be compared to our entire family? I ask you, which household would act in such a manner? Who possesses the generosity to relinquish all their resources to save 2 people, thereby condemning over 20 to starvation? My mother is considering the greater good, sacrificing her small family for the larger community. Yusanzu immediately seized the opportunity, harmonizing with his wife. The couple engaged in a duet of rhetoric. Li Hehua's words seemed to hold some merit. After all, we cannot allow the hunger of dozens to be the price for saving just 2 individuals, can we? Yet, we cannot stand idly by while lives are lost. Indeed, the villagers found themselves in a quandary, uncertain of which side to support, as both appeared to hold valid points. Yusanzu and Li Hehua, you 2 truly are a perfect match. The phrase partners in crime could not be more fitting. If it were your daughter-in-law facing complications in childbirth, would you not rush her to the hospital? Would you not ask your grandmother for financial assistance? Yu Chengyuan calmly inquired of Yusanzu, his expression devoid of rage. Naturally, I would. That is my grandson. Yusanzu blurted out, only to realize the implications of his words too late. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. With a swift motion, Yu Chengyuan delivered 2 resounding slaps, his voice rising in fury. Yusanzu, you truly lack shame. Your daughter-in-law and grandson are lives worth saving? What of my wife and son? Next time you speak, engage your brain before you utter nonsense. Yusanzu stood in shock, his ears ringing, yet he dared not retaliate, knowing he had no support against his nephew. My dear. Li Hehua rushed to her husband's side, her eyes blazing with anger towards the frenzied nephew. Old Lady Wang, if your most cherished granddaughter-in-law were in peril during childbirth, would you not spend money to save her? Yu Chengyuan stepped closer to Wang, articulating each word with precision. Wang trembled but stubbornly replied, of course, I would. Ha. Did you all hear that? This old lady Wang claims she would willingly spend money to save a life. Yet the life she speaks of is her most beloved granddaughter-in-law, not my grandson's wife. Both are granddaughters-in-law, yet you treat them so differently? Yu Chengyuan laughed maniacally, then composed himself. Very well, this is the nature of my grandmother and my uncles and aunts. Is this how you value human life? Upon hearing this, Wang and her companions broke into a cold sweat. Chengyuan, you must not speak such nonsense. We have not taken any lives. We are merely safeguarding our own assets. Liu Hua suddenly noted the absence of Lu Sulan, realizing with dread that she might have met a tragic fate. No wonder this wretched boy has grown more deranged today. His earlier laughter was unsettling. Third sister-in-law. My Chengyuan has not erred. You and your mother-in-law are indeed treating lives as expendable. You sow discord solely to prevent her from utilizing funds to save lives. What makes you think that my family, Chengyuan, would disregard the lives of your household, which comprises over 10 individuals? Nonsense. Third sister-in-law, I must ask you, our family. The Yu family is not entirely devoid of sustenance. Even if we had nothing, surely the sweet potatoes, and taros in the cellar remain? It is not as though our vegetable garden is completely barren, even if the garden lacks fresh produce. Can't the pickled vegetables and dried radishes we have at home suffice as nourishment? These are lives we are speaking of. Can you truly claim that they are unworthy of salvation? Pan Suelian's relentless inquiries compelled Li Heflower to instinctively retreat. Were it not for her husband supporting her from behind, she surely would have faltered. When did this once meek sister-in-law evolve into such a formidable presence? This was an unfamiliar sight, starkly contrasting with her typical demeanor of passivity and submission. Usually, their mother-in-law would berate her mercilessly, scolding her in front of Yu Daju and his family, who would dare not retort. The beatings, however, were discreet, hidden from their view, leaving this foolish woman too timid to voice her grievances. What could have transpired today to evoke such a transformation? Could it be that my suspicions were accurate? Otherwise, why would Yu Daju's wife and son appear to have lost their sanity? Perhaps Yu Daju himself remains oblivious to this situation. If that were the case, it would indeed be dire. As Li Heflower pondered this, a wave of panic surged within her. Yu Chengyuan cast a look of approval towards his mother. At last, she had shed her weakness. Pan Suelian smiled and nodded at her son before returning to her husband's side. This time, she vowed to protect her son and refused to allow them to bully him any longer. This is the situation, dear villagers. Grandmother and the second and third aunts prevented me from taking the money, and my wife could not wait any longer. I had no choice but to forcibly seize it. They obstructed me, and I could not afford to be considerate. I had to resort to extreme measures. You must understand that time is of the essence. I could not stand idly by while my wife suffered. This is the true reason for my actions against them. Now, the villagers are aware. They see how biased old Lady Wang is and how maliciously Heflower and Yang Juhua truly are. If I cannot protect my wife and child, am I still a man, a good husband and father? The village's young wives and sisters-in-law exclaimed loudly. Chengyuan is right. Well done, Chengyuan. You are incredible. Especially the young wives from the village, who gazed at Yu Chengyuan with admiration. The young girls silently resolved to one day marry a man of such caliber. Chengyuan, even so, you shouldn't exhaust all the money. How much could it cost to have a child? Even at the county hospital, it should only be a few hundred yuan, right? You took 500 yuan from home. Villagers, you understand how much 500 yuan is, don't you? Us country folk hardly earn that much in a year. Upon noticing the villagers eyeing them like adversaries, Yu Sanju quickly shifted the topic and exchanged a knowing glance with his mother, Wang. Wang promptly descended to the ground, lamenting her misfortune. Oh, what a calamity. My 500 yuan. That is my funeral fund. It was bequeathed to me by my late husband, accumulated through years of frugality. And now, it has been squandered by this wretched child. My life is so filled with suffering. After her outburst, she rose and rushed to her eldest son, clinging to his arm in tears. Daju, do not blame your mother for being reluctant. All I have left are those funds. If I lose that money, how shall I live? The household requires expenses at every turn, and several of my grandchildren remain unmarried. You must inquire with Chengyuan about the amount spent and hasten to retrieve the remainder for me. The rest, let Chengyuan earn and return to me. Mother, it is not that I do not wish to help, but rather, Mother, I implore you to consider my predicament. Yu Daju pleaded in anguish. Ah, you ungrateful son, are you now refusing to heed your mother's words? Have you been swayed by your wife? I shall strike you down, you disobedient child. Wang's fury ignited upon witnessing her once obedient eldest son defy her. She immediately clawed at his face, leaving several bloody scratches. Someone, restrain her. The village had shouted. Wang, have you no shame? That 500 yuan has already been spent. Do not trouble my father with this matter. He knows nothing. You only seek to bully him. Be gone. Yu Chengyuan seized Wang and dragged her toward the backyard. Yuan Cheng, do not act rashly. Zhou Jiangwo called out. Wang continued to scream and curse, wretched spawn. Help, Third son, save your mother. Chengyuan's face darkened. Ignoring all pleas, a throng of villagers followed to the backyard, where Chengyuan approached the pig pen and unceremoniously tossed Wang inside. Upon seeing the two pigs approaching her, she fainted in terror. The village had quickly summoned several individuals to retrieve the unconscious Wang. Chapter 14. Daju proposes a division of the family. Village chief Zhou Jiangwo frowned at Wang Shi, who was covered in pig excrement, and cast a disapproving glare at Chengyuan, who appeared unfazed. With a heavy sigh, he called out, "Dr. Liu, please attend to the old lady. We must avoid any potential tragedy." Chengyuan, however, felt no fear. He was well aware that the elderly woman had always enjoyed robust health. She had merely fainted and was not in any real danger. Nevertheless, the village chief, concerned about the possibility of misfortune, insisted that Dr. Liu examine her. Dr. Liu cast a disdainful glance at Wang Shi, suppressing his disgust, before approaching her. He lifted her eyelids, checked her nostrils, and felt her carotid pulse. Afterward, he reassured the village chief. "Chief, the old lady is fine. She has simply fainted. A splash of cold water on her face will rouse her." Upon hearing this, the village chief felt relieved and then called to Li Heflower and Yang Juhua, daughter-in-law of the second pillar and daughter-in-law of the third pillar, to hurry and assist your mother-in-law in washing up and changing her clothes. She cannot face others in this state. The two women quickly rushed over, pinching their noses as they helped Wang Shi back inside. "Chengyuan, fortunately, your grandmother is unharmed. In the future, please exercise more caution, regardless of her behavior. You must maintain a sense of decorum." The village chief began to lecture earnestly. After all, he was the village chief, and it was his duty to address such matters, even if merely for appearances. Yet, the young man was astute. This incident would surely prevent Yu Sanju and his aunts from bullying the Yu eldest family in the future. The chief is right. I was indeed too enraged just now. I shall be more vigilant henceforth. Should anyone dare to bully my parents or my wife, I will not let them off lightly. They are welcome to test me, Chengyuan declared, casting a glare at Yu Sanju, who involuntarily shuddered. The villagers thought to themselves, one must never provoke this young man again. It seemed he had undergone a transformation. Once akin to a mouse, he now resembled a tiger. Subsequently, Zhou Jiangwo pulled Chengyuan aside to speak privately. Yu Sanju, with eyes like a venomous snake, fixated on them, pondering what schemes the village chief might be concocting with that troublesome lad. However, as the village chief held a position of authority, he dared not inquire. The villagers observed this exchange, speculating about the nature of their conversation. It appeared the village chief held this young man in high regard, and they thought it wise to cultivate a good relationship with the Yu Daju family. Given the commotion caused by the youngest son of the Yu eldest family today, it was certain that a division was imminent. If a separation occurred, fostering a closer bond with the Yu eldest family would be advantageous, as they were known for their integrity. "Tell me honestly, Zhou uncle, do you believe this lad is seeking to divide the family?" Zhou Jiangwo mused, convinced that this was indeed his intention. Otherwise, why create such a disturbance? If the family were not to separate, Wang Shi might well retaliate against the Yu Daju family. While she would not dare confront Chengyuan directly, she could certainly make life difficult for his wife. Thus, a division appeared to be the wisest course of action. Chengyuan nodded. "Zhou uncle, will you assist me? I fear my father's old-fashioned ways. Could you perhaps persuade him a bit more?" "Thank you." He immediately changed his address. And it appears that Zhou Jiangwo is indeed a good official, albeit merely a village leader. No need for thanks. Just refrain from causing me trouble in the future. I shall speak to your father. This lad is cunning. I had not perceived it before. Perhaps in the future, he may possess considerable fortune. It might be wise to do him a favor, as he may remember it fondly. After their conversation, they approached their parents. "Daju, considering how things have escalated, I believe it would be best for you to part ways. If this continues, it could lead to dire consequences." Zhou Jiangwo patted Daju on the shoulder. Daju, who had been keeping his head down, burdened by heavy emotions, immediately lifted his gaze upon hearing the village chief's words. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with pain and helplessness. Seeing the hopeful expressions of his wife and son, he finally nodded in agreement. "Let us part ways then. Eldest brother, we cannot separate." Upon hearing Daju's consent, Yu Sanju rushed over, exclaiming, "If we separate, they would not receive a single penny from the eldest son, Yu Pinggan, who earns 120 yuan a month at the coal mine. Therefore, this family must not split." At that moment, the second brother, Yu Erzan, returned from the fields. He had wanted to avoid witnessing his elder brother being bullied, Yet he did not dare speak up and had only managed to leave. Until someone informed him that chaos was erupting at home, stating that his mother had been thrown into the pigsty by his nephew Chengyuan, he hurried back. To his surprise, he found a crowd gathered at home. Second brother, your timing is perfect. Quickly persuade eldest brother. He wishes to separate. We, the three brothers of the Yu family, have always lived and shared meals with our mother. How can we possibly split? Upon seeing his second brother return, Yu Sanju quickly pulled him to stand before the elder brother, hoping he would intervene. Second uncle, your counsel will be futile. We are determined to separate. Though Yu Erzin is somewhat submissive, he does not overly trouble them and is willing to grant them some respect, addressing him as second uncle. However, second aunt Yang Juhua, on the other hand, is merely a sycophant, a mere follower of the third aunt. Yu Erzin did not respond to them but instead gazed at his elder brother, who appeared to have aged 10 years in a single week. Finally, he asked, eldest brother, is parting your wish? Yu Daju nodded, affirming, yes, I wish to separate. Second brother, do not hold it against me. What does mother say? Although Yu Erzin was unaware of the events that had transpired, he could tell from the atmosphere in the house that something grave had occurred. I do not consent. What is there to separate? Without my approval, none of you brothers shall think of parting ways. Wang Shi was supported by her two daughters-in-law as she emerged. She limped slightly, having twisted her ankle when thrown into the pigsty earlier. Mother, your leg. Yu Erzin immediately noticed their mother's injury. It is still that wretched creature. We shall discuss this matter later. I shall inquire once more. Do you truly wish to partition the family? Wang's piercing gaze fell upon her eldest son, who had always been submissive. Mother, I wish to separate. Yu Daju responded without a hint of hesitation, affirmatively nodding his head. Since the eldest desires to part ways and pursue a better life, as a mother, I shall not stand in your way. Therefore, I consent to the division of your household. Wang nodded in agreement. Mother, how can you agree to such a division? Yu Sanju exclaimed in alarm. We cannot separate. You must not consent to this. Both second aunt and third aunt echoed his sentiments. If we separate, how will our sons afford to pursue their education and find brides? Who will tend to the fields? Who will care for the chickens and pigs? Has this old woman perhaps suffered a blow to her head? The villagers present were incredulous at how suddenly accommodating Wang had become, agreeing so readily. Even Yu Daju and his wife were taken aback, finding it utterly illogical. Only Yu Chengyuan sensed that Wang surely had ulterior motives. Chapter 15. The division of the family. Eldest brother, if you wish to separate, you may do so, but first, you must return the 500 yuan. Furthermore, you shall provide me with my monthly sustenance, which includes clothing for the 3 major festivals, as well as 1 pound of meat, 1 pound of sugar, and 10 yuan. Additionally, the wages of Pingan shall be divided into 4 portions, of which we shall take 3. I shall receive 1 share, while the remaining 2 will go to the second and third households. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. How shameless could the Wang family be? Even after the separation, they sought to claim Pingan's hard-earned wages, audaciously demanding 3 portions, with Pingan earning a mere 120 yuan a month. Dividing it into 4 leaves a paltry 30 yuan for him. Is this not an egregious form of bullying? What family divides their resources in such a manner? Are they implying that after the separation, they should still profit from the labor of the other 2 households? Wan Shi, having lived over 60 years, seems to be regressing. It is a pity that old Master Yu passed away prematurely. Otherwise, he might have set this old woman straight. Perhaps it would have been better to have left her to be trampled by those 2 pigs. Everyone pointed fingers at Wang Shi, yet she appeared utterly unfazed. Aunt Wang, what you propose is not a division. It is akin to robbery. How is this any different from a bandit? All of your sons, Zhong, Er, and San, are yours. Even if you show favoritism, you cannot be this excessive. I suggest that your family convenes to discuss and fairly distribute the money, possessions, and land. Let us proceed as it ought to be. The village head, Zhou Jiangwo, could no longer bear to watch. Village head, please do not interrupt. I have not finished speaking. Wang Shi waved her hand dismissively, finding Zhou's interjections rather tedious. Uncle Zhou, allow old lady Wang to continue. I am curious to hear what further demands she may have. Very well, Aunt Wang, please proceed. I hope, uncle, you will not rise to confront you. The village head, Zhou Jiangwo, could not suppress a retort. Wang Shi paid no mind to his remarks and continued. As for the chickens and pigs at home, the eldest cannot take them, as there is simply not enough to go around. At most, I can provide you with 1 pound of meat and 1 pound of blood pudding at the end of the year. You shall not reside in the house either, as the children have grown and will soon marry, leaving insufficient space. Once you move out, It will free up the area. Mother, if we are not allowed to stay in the house, where shall we live? Are you intending to drive us away? Yudaju could no longer contain his frustration. Mother, I have carefully tended to you all these years, and Daju has taken on the majority of the labor in the fields. Surely, even if not for merit, I have endured hardship. How can you deny us even a place to live? Do you not think you are being excessively harsh? Pan Suelian's persistent inquiries elicited no hint of remorse from Wang Shi. Eldest brother's wife, what you say is untrue. I do indeed have a place for you. Is there not the old house at the foot of the eastern hill where we previously resided? It is a separate dwelling with a beautiful view. Would it not be better for you to live there? I have bestowed upon you the finest of auspicious lands, and yet you remain unsatisfied? Upon the utterance of these words by Mrs. Wang, a murmur of disbelief swept through the crowd. The faces of the couple, Yudaju and his wife, turned pale. Aunt Wang, this is rather excessive, don't you think? Can that place even accommodate human habitation? Indeed, the house is on the verge of collapse. It has been uninhabited for over a decade. The dilapidation of the house is secondary. The primary concern is that it lies at the foot of the mountain, where wild beasts may descend. How perilous that would be. There are wild boars and wolves in the mountains, and occasionally even black bears. That location is far too dangerous for habitation. Aunt Wang, we are all family. There is no need for such severity. Daju has always been dutiful. Do you not fear that you might alienate him with such actions? The village chief implored the elderly lady, hoping she would reconsider her harsh stance. Village chief, how can you say that I am the one forcing him? He chose to divide the family. It was not I who compelled him. As the eldest son, with my husband now deceased, is it not his responsibility to care for his younger siblings? My grandchildren are still studying, and some have just embarked on their journeys. Who else can they rely upon if not the eldest son? Am I, a frail woman in my 60s, to shoulder that burden? Mrs. Wang felt no remorse for her assertions, believing them to be entirely justified. Old Lady Wang, your audacity is unmatched. One might think your face is thicker than a city wall. Were your late husband still alive, he would surely be ashamed. Are you Urju and you Sanju my father's sons? Why should my father take on that responsibility? And are Daching, Urching, and Debeo my brother's children? Must my brother toil to provide for their marriages? This is utterly preposterous. Shall we expect that when they marry, my brother will also share his bed with them? Have you Urju and you Sanju lost their hands or their sight, rendered completely dependent on others? Haraha. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Yu Urju hung his head in shame, unable to utter a word, while Yu Sanju seethed with frustration yet dared not express his anger. Mrs. Wang, furious, raised her hand to strike, but Yu Chengyuan instinctively moved to intervene, only to be blocked by his father. The sound of a slap echoed, leaving a vivid red imprint on the skin. For a moment, Mrs. Wang was taken aback. Mother, please refrain from striking my children again. They have done nothing wrong. Mother, please continue to voice your demands. I am indifferent to where we live. With that, Yudaju returned to his seat. As he passed by his son, he whispered, do not resort to violence. The division of the family is more important. He had come to realize that the beasts of the mountain were not as fearsome as these so-called relatives. It became evident to all that Yudaju was resolute in his decision to separate. Eldest brother, this is a commitment you have made yourself. Do not fault me for this. The provisions at home are limited, and I can only allocate a maximum of 30 to you. The remainder shall be addressed after the autumn harvest in October. Furthermore, during the spring planting and the busy farming season, your family must assist us in harvesting rice and transplanting seedlings. The younger ones, being slight of frame, lack the strength to undertake such labor alone. Your assistance is essential. After we have completed the harvest of our own, you may then turn to your own fields. Additionally, during the annual rapeseed harvest, your presence is also required, lest we be overwhelmed by the workload. For now, that is all. Having concluded her remarks, it was now my turn to speak. Yu Chengyuan stepped forward. You little rascal. Step aside and let your father speak, commanded Yudaju. If you agree, we shall divide the family. If not, we shall remain united. For I have laid forth my conditions. Wang glanced at her eldest son, who sat there, disheartened. Chengyuan, perhaps you should stand aside. This division is a matter for the elders, added the third brother, Yu Sanju. Aunt Lihua dared not speak, fearing she might be cast into the pig pen. I am already married. Why should I not have a say? Retorted Chengyuan. My brother is not present, thus I stand as my father's representative. He placed his foot upon the stone mill in the courtyard and clapped his hands. The words of my son Chengyuan reflect my own sentiments, proclaimed Yu Daju loudly. He could no longer remain passive. As everyone has heard, I do not consent to this division. Chapter 16, The Division of the Family. Part 2. Since you disagree, let us forego the division. It is a rather straightforward matter. However, you must first return the 500 yuan to me for any portion that has been spent. Please keep a record, and you can repay it through your earnings from work each month. Now, please hand over the remainder. Wang was preoccupied with the matter of the 500 yuan. She knew that her elder son's family would never acquiesce to her unreasonable demands. Therefore, the family could never be divided. All future earnings of the elder son must be turned over to her. She remained the head of this household. That young scoundrel, Chengyuan, barely in his 20s and just beginning to grow facial hair, harbored ambitions of usurpation. Such aspirations were utterly futile. When her mother-in-law was alive, she had to heed her counsel. After enduring the trials until her mother-in-law departed for the netherworld, it was now her husband's turn to preside over the household. While her husband lived, he maintained strict control over her. Fortunately, he passed away relatively early. Otherwise, she would never have held authority over the household. Nevertheless, her husband was also short-lived, departing prematurely and leaving her to endure numerous hardships, raising 3 sons and marrying them off. Now was the time for her to enjoy the fruits of her labor. Yet the audacity of her elder son's offspring to rebel was intolerable. She could never allow them to achieve their desires. Old Mrs. Wang, have you lost your wits with age? I previously stated that the money has been spent. The villagers all heard me. Villagers, do you not agree? Chengyuan exclaimed loudly. Indeed. We all heard it. The crowd responded in unison. You little whelp, you speak nonsense. Does it truly cost 500 yuan to give birth? Are you jesting? In the countryside, hiring a midwife costs merely 10 yuan, at most. Wang staunchly refused to believe that a hospital delivery could cost so much. Mother, Sulan was in critical condition. The doctor insisted on a cesarean section, which required anesthesia, along with various medications and hospitalization fees. We even had to account for the cost of accompanying her. A standard vaginal delivery would only cost around 100 yuan, allowing for discharge the following day. My second daughter-in-law's situation was different. She required a cesarean, necessitating a 7-day hospital stay, which is why Chengyuan and I have just returned, Pantilian elucidated. Elder daughter-in-law, you are Su Lan's mother-in-law and Chengyuan's mother, so naturally, you would speak in their favor. Clearly, you have pocketed the remaining money for your own indulgences. By the way, why has Su Lan returned yet? Surely she hasn't overstayed her enjoyment? Wang remained oblivious to the concept of a cesarean section. Firmly convinced that Chengyuan and his mother had concocted this tale to siphon off her 500 yuan. Old Mrs. Wang, silence your disrespectful tongue. I will not permit you to insult my wife. She fought valiantly for her life to deliver our child. Now, she has been taken back by my in-laws to recuperate. Do you truly believe she could regain her health in this household? There exists a grandmother with a heart as cold as ice, uncles resembling wolves and tigers, and a selfish, acerbic aunt. It seems that she has narrowly escaped death in the hospital, only to face abandonment here. If you are ignorant, do not maliciously slander others. Are you aware of the process of a cesarean section? It entails incising 5 layers of skin on my wife's abdomen, extracting the child from within, and then meticulously stitching the layers back together, akin to sewing fabric. After giving birth, she is unable to eat or move, not even capable of attending to her own needs. Following the anesthesia, the wound continues to throb painfully for an entire week. Have you endured such suffering? As the grandmother of a granddaughter-in-law and the great-grandmother of the child, you have shown no concern for the mother and daughter throughout this ordeal. Not a single inquiry about whether Sulan was in danger, nor about the gender of the newborn. Not a word about why Sulan has not returned home, or whether she is faring well in the hospital. There has been nothing, absolutely nothing. You and your uncles and aunts have not even visited Sulan in the hospital. Do you truly deserve to be her elders? Old Lady Wang, your incessant focus on that meager 500 yuan? Are you even human? Sulan married me without regard for my poverty. You obstinately refused to contribute a single penny towards the dowry. And the new clothes for the occasion were made from the last bit of money held by her parents. If you were truly destitute, it would be one thing. But you were evidently wealthy. Why then must you act so ruthlessly? It leaves me unable to hold my head high in front of my in-laws. Is this what a grandmother is like? The barrage of accusations from Chengyuan left the Wang matriarch momentarily speechless, unable to utter a single word. The villagers, upon hearing Chengyuan's words, were taken aback. This was indeed terrifying. My goodness, 5 incisions in the abdomen, can one survive that? Yes, one can survive. But it is sheer agony. My sister's aunt faced a difficult labor and underwent surgery in the hospital, nearly losing her life. Is it truly that perilous? Given the danger of Sulan's childbirth, How could the Wang matriarch not even bother to glance at her granddaughter-in-law, let alone inquire about the granddaughter? Did she not hear Chengyuan say that she hadn't even asked about the child Sulan delivered? That is her great-grandson. Indeed, how does she resemble a great-grandmother? It appears she is indifferent, only caring for the second and third households. Did she not just boast of having so many sons and grandchildren that she is utterly unconcerned about the eldest branch? Losing one is of no consequence to her. Yet, how can she have the audacity to expect Daju to support her, to provide for her and the entire brood of the second and third households? It is simply shameless. She seems utterly devoid of shame. Look at how her precious grandsons will fare in their pursuits of wives. Have you said enough? Cursed old woman, gossiping harpy. My grandson is destined for greatness, to become a high-ranking official in the city, who would covet the company of these unsophisticated village girls from nearby. Wang said dismissively. Mother, perhaps you should temper your words a bit. You don't want to offend everyone in the village. Yang Juhua, the second sister-in-law, could not help but interject. Her two sons remain unmarried. With her mother-in-law's remarks, who would still consider marrying their daughter into this family? Mother, let us not dwell on that. We should first inquire about Sulan's health. Yu Erju could no longer endure the conversation. His mother had truly gone too far. The demands for a separation were numerous. It was evident that the intention was not a genuine division, but rather an opportunistic act. Heir, are you and your wife also conspiring against me? Is one wayward child not sufficient? If you wish to separate, then leave with nothing but the clothes on your back. Wang reprimanded him sharply. And the younger son bowed his head, rendered speechless. Yu Erju's wife, Yang Juhua, murmured, Mother, the daughter-in-law dares not. She feared offending her mother-in-law, as that would jeopardize her son's well-being. Wang snorted, casting a glance at her silent son, feeling somewhat satisfied. Sulan's difficult labor is not my doing. It is of no concern to me. Besides, did that wretched child not say she would be sent to her mother's house? Sulan's family is affluent city dwellers, dual-income earners. They look down upon us rural folk. Why should we visit them? To present our warm faces to their cold shoulders? Wang spoke passionately, completely oblivious to the impropriety of her words. The very thought of Sulan's wealthy relatives incensed her. Despite their abundance, they had never graced this place even once, nor contributed a single dowry. Not to mention, they had never sent any gifts during festivals or offered a token of respect. Initially, she had thought that having such an affluent family as in-laws would bring her some fortune, yet what she encountered was a miserly cheapskate. Chapter 17. The Division of the Family, Part 3. Mother, although Sulan's difficult labor was not your fault, she is still a member of the Yu family. She requires financial assistance for childbirth, and it must come from the family funds. While 500 yuan may seem excessive, it is a matter of life and death, and thus it is justifiable. The money has already been spent. Where do you expect Chengyuan to procure more? Please do not make things difficult for the younger generation. If you truly harbor disdain for our branch of the family, it would be better to simply separate us. Yudaju could no longer tolerate his mother treating Sulan as an outsider. Such words were utterly excessive. Fortunately, his daughter-in-law was not present. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly feel deeply hurt upon hearing such remarks. Sulan did not shy away from the Yu family's poverty and came over without demanding anything. She has endured hardships within their household, always dutiful and considerate, never uttering a complaint. It was disheartening to witness his mother regarding her as a stranger. The 500 yuan, once spent, was spent. Brother, it is easy for you to say, merely moving your lips, and 500 yuan has vanished. This amount is more than what we, as rural folk, could earn in an entire year. How long could it sustain our family? Do you expect your daughter-in-law to bear the entire expense alone? Sulan is your daughter-in-law, and naturally, you would defend your son. If it were my daughter-in-law, or the second brother's daughter-in-law who had spent 500 yuan, you would definitely not acquiesce. Yu Sanju, upon hearing his elder brother's words, immediately felt displeased. Third brother, that was not my intention at all. If it were you or the second brother's daughter-in-law in such a predicament, I would not utter a word, even if it were 1,000 yuan spent. This is money for saving a life, not for indulgence, Yudaju argued, pondering why his brother would think so poorly of him. There is no what if. The fact remains that your daughter-in-law has spent this 500 yuan, and it is your branch that must bear it. This money was intended for our parents' old age, and no one is permitted to touch it. Your son, without hesitation, took it. One day, when you join our father in the afterlife, how will you explain this to him? Yusanju's remarks left Yudaju momentarily speechless. What did you just say? That 500 yuan is the money my grandfather left for my grandmother's old age? How can you say such a thing? Have I spoken incorrectly? That money was indeed left to your grandmother by your grandfather, Yu Sanju stammered, clearly feeling guilty. My grandfather has been gone for 10 years. Although I was only 11 at the time, I remember it vividly. We struggled to afford the funeral expenses. The village had even lent us 20 yuan, he asserted. Uncle Zhou, am I mistaken? Chengyuan turned to the village head. You are not mistaken. That indeed happened. Zhou Jiangwo nodded in agreement. At that moment, 2 other uncles also spoke up. I lent 10 yuan to Aunt Wang. My family lent 5 yuan to Aunt Wang. This Yu Sanju is just spouting nonsense. A decade ago, in this impoverished and remote locale, which family was not in dire straits? How could one possibly save 500 yuan? Back then, the old Yu family had 3 sons and a daughter, struggling to meet even their basic needs, with food in short supply. Indeed, where would they find money to spare? As Yu Sanju's face shifted between shades of green and white, he stammered, I don't know. It's what my mother said, directly casting the blame upon Wang. Wang shot a glare at the 3rd son and waved her hand dismissively, stating, enough. Whether the old man left this for me is no concern of yours. I have no obligation to explain myself to outsiders like you. Hurry back to your own homes. Do not linger in my courtyard. The division of the family is a matter for us to decide, and it is not for you outsiders to meddle in. Wang began to usher people away. Everyone, please stay. It is imperative that we witness the division of the family, insisted village chief Shou, who had been invited as a witness. Without your presence, the division may become unclear, leading to future disputes. Yu Chengyuan paused before continuing. Let me elucidate the origins of the 500 yuan in question. My brother has been working in the coal mine for a year now, earning 120 yuan each month. He kept merely 2 yuan for himself and gave the rest to her. Moreover, all the money I made from trapping wild animals in the mountains was foolishly given to her as well. Even the meager earnings my father occasionally made from odd jobs were handed over. As for my 2nd and 3rd uncles, they earned not a single cent, let alone their sons. She never provided us with new clothes, nor did she consider anything else. Her spending was solely for her grandson, Bao, granting his every request. The other grandchildren might receive a bit of benefit during the new year, when they could acquire new garments. The remaining money, of course, was hidden away. Now, do you all understand how this 500 yuan came to be? It turns out that this so-called life-saving money was merely what her family had earned themselves. With an income of 120 yuan a month, keeping only 2 yuan for himself, Iasin T. Wang rather ruthless? How could she dare to demand that money back? Truly shameless. If Chengyuan hadn't revealed this situation today, we would have remained in ignorance. I suspect Wang must have more funds after a year. How could she have only this 500 yuan? What nonsense are you spouting? All the family's money is right here. That little wolf cub knows nothing. With over 20 mouths to feed in our household, do you think we incur no expenses? There has been no division yet. Every penny earned by each person must be managed by me. Is there anything wrong with that? Wang immediately denied having any other money. You just stated that we are one family, and thus our funds should be pooled together. Consequently, all expenditures should naturally be managed by you. Why then do you still demand I return 500 yuan? When my wife married me, she became a member of the Yu family. Why should her contributions not be considered part of the family funds? Yu Chengyuan pressed, each word laden with intensity, causing Wang to involuntarily retreat 2 steps. She is undoubtedly a woman of the Yu family, but has she perhaps gone a bit overboard? Wang, aware of her shortcomings, stammered her defense. Is it excessive? Let us all weigh in. Does 500 yuan to save 2 lives seem excessive? Not at all, they replied in unison. Allow me to pose another question. Is it excessive for Grandma Wang to give her college freshman grandson 20 yuan as pocket money each month? Indeed, it is excessive. The couple, Yu Zhu and his wife, turned to Wang, noticing her discomfort, and realized their nephew was indeed correct. Mother, how can you be so biased? Qing asked, you wouldn't even give him 10 yuan when he asked, yet you bestow 20 upon Bao each month. Yang Juhua could not help but interject. Bao is in university. Qing is merely in junior high, and besides, his grades are poor. He will ultimately rely on Bao in the future. Wang could no longer conceal her bias and reluctantly admitted the truth, inwardly questioning how this little rascal had come to know of such matters. Now, she feared that her daughter-in-law would harbor discontent. But regardless, her precious Bao was of utmost importance. Upon hearing that they would depend on Bao in the future, Yang Juhua fell silent. Indeed, her own son was struggling academically and was unable to endure the hardships of farming, having sought work elsewhere. It seemed they would truly have to rely on the scholarly Bao in the future. Wang's blatant favoritism was appalling. Among her 6 grandsons, Airbao was the most valuable and cherished. How dare she pressure Chengyuan and the others for funds for hospitalization and surgery? They had never divided the family. Without division, of course, the money should be spent collectively. Aunt Hua rightly pointed out that without division, the funds ought to be shared. Wang, you should refrain from mentioning that 500 yuan again. When Su Lan returns, treat her kindly. If you do not wish to separate the families, then let us all coexist harmoniously. You must not show such blatant favoritism. If you desire a division, then let all possessions be divided into 4 shares, 1 for you, 1 each for the second and third branches, and the remaining share for Daiju's family. However, post-division, all income from Daiju's family will no longer concern you. Everything will be disconnected from you. If you agree, then we can proceed with the division. Zhou Jiangwo noticed that over 2 hours had passed and feared that continued discord would yield no resolution. I oppose division, in accordance with your words. Let that 500 yuan be forgotten. I shall consider it as a lost cause. Wang's gaze met her grandson's penetrating stare, prompting her to instantly cease her remarks. Since we are not dividing the family, let us seek the assistance of grandma and the uncles and aunts to brainstorm solutions. Alas, I cannot seem to conjure a good idea in my mind. The villagers could also offer their insights. Chengyuan produced a piece of paper from his pocket and displayed it before everyone, ultimately placing it upon the stone mill. At this sight, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Chapter 18, 500 yuan, you all repay yourselves. Upon seeing the note, Yu Sanju was immediately filled with fury. Brother, your family is being utterly unreasonable. Mother has already decided that you need not return that 500 yuan. Now your son Chengyuan produces another IOU. What is the meaning of this? What IOU? Yu Dezhu, perplexed, responded, I do not comprehend what you mean. Third brother, quickly tell mother what is inscribed on this paper. She could only recognize the character for 5 in large script. The rest was beyond her understanding. Mother, this is an IOU from the hospital, amounting to 500 yuan. Chengyuan's wife incurred a debt of 500 yuan during childbirth, which must be settled within 3 days. Adding your 500 yuan, that totals 1,000 yuan. Is this not a demand for our entire family's livelihood? Yu Sanju gazed at the IOU on the grinding stone with despair. Nonsense. 1,000 yuan for a childbirth, especially for a girl? Even selling Su Lan and her daughter wouldn't yield such a sum. Isn't this some collusion between your wife and that scoundrel Chengyuan? Surely, this IOU must be a forgery. Wang Shi was utterly incredulous, suspecting that the young rascal and his wife concocted this scheme to swindle money. She pondered whether the boy had somehow discovered that she had hidden funds elsewhere. It was impossible. She had disclosed this to no one, not even to Airbao. Mother, how could that be? Chui Lian has always been diligent and hardworking at home, obediently following your every command without ever daring to defy you. How could she conceive such a scheme? Chengyuan has always been honest and straightforward, bringing you the money from every sale of his hunting spoils. How could he possibly think to deceive you? Yu Dezhu could only defend his wife and son in such a manner. However, the sum was indeed exorbitant, and any explanation felt somewhat strained. His daughter-in-law had safely delivered the child, and he had returned home without knowledge of the subsequent events. All payments had been made by his son. Ah, I understand now. Chengyuan, you little rascal. Are you attempting to forge an IOU to swindle this money to curry favor with your in-laws? It must be so. I thought it strange that they suddenly changed their behavior. They never visited your wife before, yet now they take her back to care for the confinement, clearly. It was all a ruse to bring you back to trick us out of money. They certainly plotted well. Wang Shi exclaimed suddenly, her imagination running wild. Even some villagers began to entertain doubts about Yu Dezhu's family's intentions, having been swayed by Wang Shi's words. After all, who would believe that childbirth could cost 1,000 yuan? They began to murmur amongst themselves. Old Lady Wang, your imagination knows no bounds. If your eyesight fails you, perhaps Yu Sanju could verify whether there exists a hospital seal or the signature of the attending physician, clearly dated on the document. Do I possess the skill to forge such things? Am I capable of stealing the hospital seal or mimicking the physician's signature? Yu Chengyuan held up the IOU before everyone. Addressing the villagers, do take a look at this. Is this not the official seal of the county people's hospital? Is this not the signature of the attending physician? Several individuals leaned in to examine it, nodding in agreement that indeed it was the hospital's seal. But what of the seal? It can still be forged, Wang remarked dismissively. At this moment, Zhou Jiangwo interjected. The seal of the people's hospital cannot be counterfeit, nor could it be produced in such a short span of time. He picked up the IOU, scrutinizing it closely, confirming that the seal was authentic and indeed belonged to the people's hospital. The last time I visited the county hospital to fetch medicine for my mother, I noted that it appeared just like this. Aunt Wang, your daughter Su Lan's condition was dire. I can only imagine the expenses incurred during her treatment. Moreover, she had to stay for an entire week. During that week, the three of them needed sustenance, and Su Lan required medication and intravenous therapy. Certainly, the costs must have been substantial. I suspect imported medicines were used. I've heard they are exceedingly expensive. Thus, spending 1,000 is hardly surprising. Uncle Zhou is correct, another voice chimed in. My wife, due to her frail constitution, suffered great exhaustion and needed substantial nutritional support. Initially, she could hardly consume anything, which hindered her ability to nourish our child. Without adequate nutrition, her milk supply dwindled, leaving our baby without nourishment. The doctor prescribed imported nutritional supplements, which is why the expenses were so high. Indeed, I recall that the attending physician specifically inquired whether we wished to use such imported nutritional liquids. The baby was crying out of hunger, and upon hearing this, Su Lan was moved to tears. Unable to bear it, Chengyuan made the decision to use them. Subsequently, Su Lan was able to produce milk, and the baby ceased crying. Pan Suelian was not oblivious. She quickly played along with her son's performance. For years, the old woman had bullied their family. It was time to set things right. The division of the household was inevitable, and she realized that her younger son was becoming increasingly resolute. So that is the case. They utilized imported products. No wonder the expenses were so high. For the sake of the baby, there was no other choice. With such a debt, you and the main house must settle it yourselves. All the funds in the family have been depleted by your spending. There is no money left to assist you. Isn't your daughter-in-law's family quite affluent? Why not seek their help? Wang's mind raced, considering her granddaughter-in-law's wealthy background. Old Lady Wang, have you no shame? When Su Lan married into our family, did you give even a penny as a bridal gift? Did you purchase a single piece of jewelry? You didn't even host a banquet. On what grounds do you expect my in-laws to pay? That child bears the surname Yu, not Lu. How can you dare utter such words? Yu Chengyuan was left incredulous by Wang's brazen audacity, having never encountered such shamelessness. We are all relatives. Why should there be any embarrassment? If you value your pride so much and refuse to approach your in-laws, then you must find a way to resolve this yourself. I certainly cannot bear this debt. Perhaps you should consider selling blood. I hear it can fetch a good price. The three of you could sell blood. Perhaps it would yield some extra funds. Wang was convinced about the promissory note, yet she resolutely refused to part with a single penny. Our main household has not been divided. Should not the expenses be shared collectively? When you collected the money initially, you were quite decisive. Yet when it comes to dispersing funds, you are reluctant. Are we expected to bear the burden of repayment alone? In this world, is it customary to share in fortune but shirk from adversity? If that is the case, then let us indeed divide the household. We in the main family shall accept our misfortune regarding this debt. I will borrow from every conceivable source to ensure the debt is settled. If you refuse to agree to the division and insist we shoulder the debt alone, I shall remain at home, awaiting the hospital's visit. For I have already informed Su Lan's attending physician of our address. I have long stated that if the funds cannot be procured within 3 days, we shall offer goods as compensation, such as the pigs or chickens from our household. Yu Chengyuan regarded Wang as well as the second and third households, with an expression that seemed to say, you handle it. The second and third aunts were too intimidated to speak, while the second uncle refrained from voicing his thoughts, knowing that his words would fall on deaf ears. If a division is to occur, then you and the main household shall bear the burden of this 500 yuan debt yourselves. Wang was utterly unwilling to repay this 500 yuan. Was it not tantamount to demanding her life? Mother, we cannot divide the household, Yu Sanju urgently exclaimed. He then pulled their mother aside, and the mother and son exchanged hushed words for a while. Finally, Wang remarked, dividing the household is no trivial matter. I must contemplate it for 2 days. Today, I am quite fatigued. Everyone may disperse. Village head, you have worked hard today. Should the division take place, I will trouble you to come again. The village head nodded and then, along with the villagers, they all departed. Chapter 19. Why should your son eat while my daughter-in-law cannot? Third son, why are you stopping me? The main house owes so much money. How are we to repay it? Do you truly wish to assist that little rascal in settling his debts? After returning home, Wang and the others immediately addressed their third son. Mother, if we were to separate, we would no longer receive a single cent of Pingin's wages from the coal mine. Just consider, his annual earnings amount to over 1,000. Yu Sanju believed that 500 yuan was merely less than half a year's salary. As long as we stay united as a family, Pingyan will continue to toil underground, and his wages must be given to her mother. 500 yuan can be reclaimed swiftly. Mother, Sanju speaks wisely. If we split, the profits of the main house will no longer concern you. I may be indifferent, but my grandson heir Bao will have to endure a diet of pickled vegetables at school. Li Hua chimed in. Upon hearing that her precious grandson would lose his monthly allowance and be relegated to such meager fare, Wang felt a pang of sorrow. Casting a glance at her silent second son and his wife, she inquired, "Second son, second daughter-in-law, what are your thoughts?" Yang Zhuhua hesitated for a moment before softly responding. Third brother and third sister-in-law have a valid point. She longed to inquire about the monthly allowance of 20 yuan for heir Bao, yet the words lodged in her throat, for she feared reproach from her mother-in-law. Today, her mother-in-law's mood was foul. It was wiser to postpone her question. She sighed inwardly at her husband, who appeared despondent. How she wished he could possess the fortitude of Chengyuan. Zhu finally managed to utter, "I will heed mother's wishes." Yet, this statement felt as though it conveyed nothing at all. Forget it. I am weary today. We shall discuss this matter later. The thought of being thrown into the pig pen by that little fiend made her feel nauseous. With a dismissive wave, she turned and retreated into the house. Before long, the sounds of snoring echoed from within, and everyone returned to their respective rooms. In the main house, Chengyuan and his parents were savoring fragrant noodles, each bowl adorned with a golden fried egg. "Chengyuan, if your grandmother discovers this, she will surely raise a ruckus," Zhu remarked, eyeing the delectable noodles and swallowing hard. "These noodles are truly delightful. If your third aunt and grandmother catch wind of this, it will be utter chaos." Pan Shui Lian noticed her husband refraining from picking up his chopsticks and hesitated to begin herself. "Father, mother, please eat. I am famished after returning from the hospital." "Aren't you hungry? These noodles and eggs belong to the public pool. Why should we not partake? If they cause a stir, our son has plenty of ways to handle them." "Father, mother, kindness invites deception, and a gentle horse is ridden hard. You are simply too honest, which emboldens them to bully us without fear. Each time, grandmother and the aunts secretly boil eggs for those grandchildren. When we see it, we can only feign ignorance." "Indeed, our son is correct. Kindness invites deception. As we have yet to separate, these noodles and eggs are rightfully communal property. Come on, eat up. You must be starving after these past few days." Pan Suoyan felt her son's words resonated with truth. "All right, I shall eat." The couple, relieved of their worries, began to dine heartily. The sounds of their enjoyment were truly delightful. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding whether the grandmother would agree to the division of the household. After finishing their meal, Pan Suoyan's worries resurfaced. Today marked a turning point. If they did not separate, their future would be even more arduous. The grandmother was known for her grudges. Having been cast aside today, she would undoubtedly make her son's life miserable. It was likely that the daughter-in-law and granddaughter would also suffer as a consequence. Indeed, the grandmother was never one to be trifled with. Having been slighted today, she would not let it go easily. The household must be divided. The mother's actions had truly wounded his heart. She showed no regard for her eldest son, nor for his wife, or even her own grandchildren. Since she was indifferent, he saw no reason to continue in this blind filial piety. Their father had passed away a decade ago. As the eldest, he had dutifully fulfilled his responsibilities all these years without remorse. In the past, he had been weak and muddled, unable to protect his wife and children. Now, he could no longer afford to be so submissive. Originally, your grandmother had consented to the separation today. It was all because of your third uncle's interference that she changed her mind. I wonder what he said to her." The mention of the third uncle made Pan Suoyan's teeth grind in frustration. This uncle was cunning and malicious, even more so than the others. Their father was correct. The family must be divided. "Mother, your uncle merely reminded grandmother that once the household is separated, they would no longer receive the eldest brother's salary or any earnings from our branch." Grandmother's hesitation about the division stemmed from his analysis. "However, do not worry, for I have my own methods to ensure they will initiate the separation willingly. We need not rush. We still have 3 days. Remember, from this moment on, you two should do nothing but eat and sleep. Rest assured, I shall take care of everything." The elderly couple nodded in agreement, sensing a newfound maturity in their son. "Father, mother, you should rest now. I will take care of the dishes." Chengyuan collected the bowls and chopsticks and washed them in the kitchen before striding confidently to the chicken coop. To his surprise, there were a dozen chickens inside, with 7 or 8 hens among them. The smallest appeared to weigh 3 or 4 pounds. He selected 2 plump hens, grasped them firmly, and bound their feet with straw. As he stepped into the yard, he encountered his Aunt Li Hua. "Chengyuan, What are you doing with those chickens? It's neither a holiday nor a festival. Li Hahua momentarily forgot her nephew's peculiar demeanor today. Isn't that an obvious question? These chickens are for my wife to help her regain her strength. With 8 hens at home, he planned to take 2 more next time, providing an excuse to visit his wife. Chengyuan replied succinctly and continued on his way. No, you cannot take those 2 chickens. Grandmother said they are to be saved for Erbao when he returns from his break, to nourish and strengthen him. Li Hahua blocked Chengyuan's path, refusing to let him pass. Oh, for heaven's sake. Why should my wife be denied while your son indulges? Is he a prince or an emperor? Get lost. Chengyuan abruptly pulled her aside. Mother, Sanju, second brother, second sister-in-law, come out quickly. Chengyuan has stolen a chicken. Li Hahua was unwilling to let him escape and seized his clothing from behind, raising her voice in alarm. Upon hearing the commotion, Wan and Sanju rushed out immediately. Wang had not even had time to properly dress, hastily donning her clothes as she hurried out. Those chickens were meant for her cherished grandson, Erbao. Inside, Daju and his wife also heard the ruckus. Pan Suelian, concerned for her son, was about to open the door when her husband stopped her, saying, Suelian, don't be hasty, let us see how our son handles this first. He had faith in his son's ability to manage on his own, believing that their interference would only hinder him. However, Pan Suelian remained apprehensive, thinking, but Chengyuan is alone, and there are so many of them have faith. Our son has grown up, he reassured her. Thus, she refrained from rushing out, merely opening a window slightly, and the couple sat together, observing the scene outside. Erju was about to step out when his wife held him back. Erju, don't go. Pretend you didn't hear anything. Erju looked at his wife in surprise. Wasn't she always the one to heed Sandy May's words? What was different today? Yang Juhua, noticing her husband's puzzled expression, explained, Chengyuan has transformed completely. Haven't you noticed? He even dared to toss your mother into the pigsty. What else could he not do? You, with your slight build, should just stay put. What if your nephew goes mad and gives you a beating? In any case, they want to get to eat those chickens. We can't let the 2 sons of the 3rd family benefit, especially Erbao. It would be best if Chengyuan could teach that biased old woman a lesson. Erju, being somewhat submissive, heeded his wife's words and retreated. Chapter 20. Chengyuan's outburst once again. Upon seeing her husband and mother-in-law emerge, Li Hahua let out a sigh of relief and quickly stepped away to stand beside her man. This little rascal still intended to seize the chickens at home to nourish his wife, an utter impossibility. These chickens were meant for her 2 precious sons. The eldest, Debao, toiling away outside, surely needed sustenance upon his return, while the second, Erbao, in his freshman year, required nourishment for his studies. Lu Sulan had merely given birth to 1 child. What was there to replenish? Li Hahua lifted her chin defiantly and approached her mother-in-law. Mother, look at Chengyuan. He has stolen 2 hens, claiming he wishes to send them to his wife for chicken soup to restore her health. Chengyuan, you must put those chickens down. I need to keep them until the end of the year to exchange for money at the market during the new year. This time, Wang, the mother-in-law, was a tad more astute and refrained from mentioning that the chickens were for her grandsons, fearing that this little rascal might throw another fit. Nonsense. You intend to sell them for money come New Year. Old Lady Wang, you may deceive others, but not me. Just moments ago, Li Hahua mentioned that you said they were to nourish my Debao and Erbao. Since they require nourishment, surely my wife, having just given birth, needs it even more. Thus, I have taken 2 hens. Is that not reasonable? Chengyuan inquired with a forced smile. Wang shot a glare at the 3rd daughter-in-law, admonishing her for her loose tongue. Li Hahua shrank back, murmuring, Mother, I spoke in haste. Her husband, Sanju, cast her a disapproving look, silently cursing her for her indiscretion. Chengyuan, do not heed your 3rd aunt's foolish words. When did I ever say such a thing? I truly intend to keep that chicken until New Year to exchange for money. Isn't Sulan at her mother's home recuperating? They are well off and can certainly provide her with ample food and care. There is no need for you to bring chickens from home. Wang felt a twinge of apprehension regarding her grandson, fearing he might erupt again. My in-laws are graciously attending to my wife. That is their goodwill. As her grandmother, should you not express some concern? Should I not represent our family's sentiments? Would it not be laughable for word to spread otherwise? Therefore, I must indeed deliver these chickens to my wife for her recovery. That is out of the question. I say it is not permitted. As long as I am here today, you shall not take those chickens. Have you gone deaf? Come out and lend a hand. Wang, concerned that the 3rd son might not be able to handle this grandson alone, shouted towards the direction of the 2nd son's room. Mother, Zhu is suffering from severe stomach pain and is currently in the latrine. Yang Juhua announced as she opened the door. She had anticipated this moment and had sent her husband to the latrine earlier. Lazy bones. Wang scoffed, only able to rebuke. Has gone to the latrine. Are you a corpse? Can't you come help? Yang Juhua reluctantly stepped out, calling out, Mother. Li Hua shot Yang Juhua a glare. Second sister-in-law. It seems your husband's stomach troubles are quite timely. Third sister-in-law. One cannot control the call of nature. It is an unavoidable circumstance. Zhu has caught a chill and has already been to the latrine twice today. Yang Juhua's response was seamless. Humph. The second sister-in-law's tongue is becoming increasingly sharp. Unlike the third sister-in-law, who in Zizhu village is unaware of your eloquence, which is at the very least first or second best, I am far behind. Li Hua, seeing no advantage to be gained, let out a cold snort and chose to remain silent. Third brother, third sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, go and seize the chickens from Chengyuan's hands. Just because he has produced a worthless offspring, he still desires to indulge in chicken during his confinement? What a dream. Oh dear, mother, I seem to have twisted my ankle. Yang Juhua exclaimed, collapsing directly onto the ground. She wouldn't even get to enjoy the chicken, at most. She'd have a chicken wing or chicken feet during the new year, perhaps even the neck or backside. Why should she let those two useless children from the third household benefit? Second brother, second sister-in-law, go and snatch the chickens. Wang scolded and ignored the second sister-in-law sitting on the ground. Chengyuan found their antics amusing. Yu was clearly avoiding the situation under the pretense of needing to use the toilet. As for Yang Juhua, she was undoubtedly acting deliberately, fearful of stepping forward and facing a beating. Previously, she had shown no mercy. Those were real blows. The third couple was fiercely protective of their son. They lunged forward to seize the two chickens from Chengyuan's grasp, with one hand clutching a chicken and the other gripping Sanju's arm. Chengyuan swiftly kicked Li Hua, sending her sprawling a foot away. She groaned, clutching her belly in pain. You little rascal, how dare you disrespect your elders? You dare to kick my wife. I will not let this go. Sanju used his other hand to attempt to grab Chengyuan's face. Chengyuan dodged to the side, pulling him closer and lifting his right leg to deliver a kick. With a thud, Sanju fell heavily to the ground, landing right beside his wife. I will beat you to death, you little beast, utterly lawless. At some point, Wang had grabbed a stick and stood behind Chengyuan, swinging it toward him. Son, watch out for your grandmother. Both Dazhu and his wife shouted in unison. Chengyuan bent down to evade the stick, turned around, and seized it from her grasp. Old woman, are you trying to ambush me from behind? Do you wish to harm your own grandson? I did not. Wang stammered, her eyes filled with fear at her grandson's fierce glare. Did not. My parents witnessed it with their own eyes, as did others. With such a thick stick, do you intend to take my life? Is my life worth less than two chickens? Is there a grandmother like you? Are you not afraid of being haunted by ghosts at night? Are you not afraid of your grandfather coming to settle the score with you? Chengyuan. Grandmother did not think this way. She is just afraid that you might hurt your third uncle and third aunt, afraid you would take the chickens. Wang stammered in her explanation. Why can't I take these chickens? We have not yet divided the family, and everything belongs to the collective. My wife is in confinement. What is the harm in consuming two chickens? Moreover, these chickens were raised by my mother. Not only can I eat two chickens, but I could also slaughter those 4 pigs without any qualms. If anyone dares to obstruct me today, they will crumble like this earthen wall. With a single blow from Chengyuan, that mound of earth will collapse instantaneously. The Wang family fell silent. Chengyuan strode directly before Sanju and his spouse, who gazed at him in terror, fixated on the wooden stick in his hand. Sanju felt his hand dislocate. When did this young man become so formidable? Chengyuan, do not strike your third uncle. Take the chickens. Li Hua hastily interjected, fearful that her husband would incur further blows. Bring out the bicycle keys. This bicycle originally belonged to Bao, who, upon entering university, found it inconvenient to ride it home, so it was left behind. Afterward, it became Sanju's exclusive mode of transport. Sanju dared not resist any longer and obediently produced the bicycle keys. Second uncle, stop watching, come out. You two, bind them to the camphor tree outside until sunset. Remember, do not feed them or give them water. If you fail to comply, I shall have you both tied up as well. Zhu and his spouse, fearing the consequences, quickly rose to bind the third couple to the camphor tree outside. The tree harbors a stinging insect. A mere brush with it brings both pain and itch. This was Chengyuan's punishment for them. Sanju and his wife cried out, but it was to no avail. Beasts, wretched creatures. Why was that stick aimed at you earlier? Now that you have a wife, you've forsaken your grandmother. Beware, the chicken meat may choke your wife. Once the elder woman saw her grandson had departed, she dared to unleash a torrent of curses. Upon hearing her words, Chengyuan halted his bicycle at the entrance. He then retraced his steps and unceremoniously tossed the old woman into the large water vat in the yard. He forced her to drink several mouthfuls of water before pulling her out and leaving her in the courtyard. Subsequently, he pedaled away swiftly, disappearing from sight. He was unconcerned for the old woman's life. The temperature was still quite high, and the water in the vat was not cold. Moreover, the duration was brief, so there was no real danger. After all, that old woman had a sharp tongue and a black heart. Daring to curse his wife, he showed no mercy. Oh, wretched creature. Fearing the situation might escalate, the second son and his wife hurriedly assisted the old woman back into her own room to change clothes. Inside, Pansualian secretly rejoiced. The mother-in-law had wished to harm her son, and she deserved it. Yudaju, filled with compassion, wished to check on his mother but was silenced by his wife's words. If you dare to see your mother, I will leave you with our 2 sons. Chapter 21. Father finally stood firm. Wangshi changed her clothes and drank a bowl of ginger soup brought by her second daughter-in-law, instantly feeling revitalized, as if she had been reborn. Casting a glance around the room, she noticed only the second couple and bellowed, "Where is everyone? Why are there only the 2 of you? What about the third couple? Mother, have you forgotten? Their brother and his wife are tied to the camphor tree at the entrance," came the reply. She had no desire to care for her biased mother-in-law, but there was no choice. It was only the 2 of them attending to her now. However, today had been quite exhilarating. She never anticipated that the formerly timid Chengyuan from the first family would now possess such strength, managing to subdue both the old matriarch and the third couple completely. "This rascal has gone too far," she exclaimed. "What are you 2 still standing there for? Hurry up and untie the third couple." It dawned on Wangshi that the third couple was indeed outside in the sun. Yusanja was about to comply but was shot a warning glance by his wife. Pretending not to hear, "Mother, we dare not go. Chengyuan is far too intimidating in that state. He has threatened us that if we dare to release them, he would tie us up outside as well. He is young and strong. We are no match for him. Perhaps you should go instead." "Don't you care for the third couple?" Wangshi thought of her grandson's wild antics and decided against it. After all, being in the sun for a while would not do them much harm, certainly better than laboring in the fields. The second daughter-in-law scoffed inwardly, thinking it was merely fear that held them back. What of the eldest couple? Even in this situation, they do not come to serve? Wangshi simmered with anger at the thought of the 2 hiding indoors, watching the spectacle unfold. "Mother, it seems that elder brother and his wife are still inside and have not come out," Urju reported honestly. "Urju, go summon the eldest couple for me." Wangshi commanded as usual. "Yes, mother, I'll go right away," Urju replied, turning to call for the eldest brother and sister-in-law. "Elder brother and sister-in-law, mother wants you both to come to her room," he called out. "Oh, second brother, we understand. We will be there shortly," Yudaju nodded. As Urju left, he could not resist offering a warning. "Mother seems quite angry, so be cautious." "Thank you, second brother." When Yudaju and his wife entered their mother's room, a shoe was hurled at them. "Get down on your knees." Yudaju instinctively began to kneel, only to be pulled back by his wife. "Why kneel? We have committed no wrongdoing," Pansualian asserted, her voice steady and clear, a departure from her usual submissiveness. "Eldest daughter-in-law, the way you raised Chengyuan to be such a rebellious child is indeed a grave mistake. To defy one's elders is one thing, but to repeatedly strike them and even attempt to drown your own mother today is utterly unforgivable. The sins of the father fall upon the son. The same principle applies here. He has erred, and it is your duty as his parents to bear the consequences. Hasten to prostrate before me, tonight. You shall refrain from dining and remain kneeling until dusk. If she cannot discipline that wretched child, how could she possibly manage his parents? Mother, have you truly lost your senses to even contemplate harming your own grandson? Chengyuan did not intend to drown you. He merely sought to administer a cold bath to rouse your senses. If his intent were genuinely to end your life, he would not have rescued you from the water. Mother, this child, Chengyuan, has always been dutiful and obedient. He would never harbor such thoughts. Did my wife not also mention that Chengyuan was the one who pulled you from the depths? Yudaju echoed his wife's defense of their son. You two still shield that unfilial descendant who strikes his elders. If he treats his family this way, what horrors might he unleash upon the world beyond? I believe my son has done nothing wrong. Wherein lies his fault? He merely wished to catch a couple of chickens to nourish his wife. Is that not reasonable? The chickens raised in our household rightfully belong to all three families. Your relentless interference with him and the third couple is solely to reserve those chickens for your grandson. Erbao, you have resorted to violence. How could he not resist? Should he simply accept your blows like a fool? Mother, my wife speaks the truth. It was indeed the third brother's family that initiated the conflict today. Ah, the younger generation rebels. Do you too intend to join in this insurrection? I shall inquire once more. Will you kneel? Wang, incensed, rolled her eyes and pointed at the two with a fierce tone. Why should we kneel? Do you truly believe we are still the same as before, submissive to your abuse? A matriarch like you does not merit our prostration. Daju, let us return. My back aches. I need a massage when we get home. With this remark, Pan Suelian turned to leave. Second daughter-in-law. Go fetch the eldest daughter-in-law and compel her to kneel. I refuse to believe she cannot be subdued. Mother, I dare not. She is the eldest sister-in-law. The elder brother is present. Moreover, what Chengyuan did has no bearing on them. They did not teach him. Old heck. You only know how to wield others as weapons. I am not so foolish. Should I strike at that child's parents today? They would surely return with knives to avenge themselves. Worthless wretches. Eldest, if your wife will not kneel, then you must. Atone for your son's sins. Seeing the second daughter-in-law unwilling to take action, Wang turned her ire upon her eldest son, extracting her frustrations upon him. This indignation must be released today. Pan Suelian turned to her husband, remaining silent, eager to witness his response. Would he continue in blind filial piety or, Mother, let it be. Do not burden the eldest brother further. He has always been the most dutiful towards you. What Chengyuan did today is truly not his fault. The second brother, observing his elder brother's plight, could not bear the sight and interjected. Second brother, be silent. This matter does not concern you. Do you wish to face punishment as well? The gaze of the Wang family fell upon Yuers, rendering him speechless. Mother, I cannot kneel, for my son Chengyuan has done no wrong. If today were your birthday, I would willingly kneel and bow in reverence. However, today is different. Kneeling would imply acknowledgement of my son's fault. And I firmly believe that Chengyuan has not only acted rightly but has excelled. He has accomplished what I once aspired to but could not achieve. I am proud of him. Daju, your words resonate profoundly. Come, let us return home. Pan Suelian nodded in approval at her husband and then turned to leave. Very well, let us go home. Daju, no longer hesitating, hastened to follow his wife out of the Wang residence. Behind them, a violent coughing fit erupted from Wang Shi, causing Daju to furrow his brow and pause momentarily. Hurry, your mother is incensed. It matters not. Pan Suelian recalled the old woman's desire to harm her son, her heart turning cold. Mother, please do not be angry. Have some water to soothe your throat. Yuers poured a cup of water for his elderly mother. What need is there for water? I am filled with anger. Wang Shi exclaimed, waving her hand dismissively, causing the tea to spill across the floor. Fortunately, the ground was still earthen, preventing the cup from shattering. Yang Juhua, with her back turned to her mother-in-law, stifled a laugh. May you be driven to despair, you biased old woman. Chapter 22. My mother-in-law invited me to dinner. Knock, knock. Knock, 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 knock. Lao Lu, hurry and open the door. Someone is knocking, called Wang Hong from the kitchen to her husband in the study. Lu Jiangwo acknowledged her call and went to answer the door. Good evening, father-in-law, Yu Chengyuan greeted politely. The son-in-law has arrived, come in. Lu Jiangwo responded with delight and a hint of surprise. After all, his daughter had just been discharged from the hospital in the morning. And now this young man had come calling in the afternoon. However, seeing him carry a chicken coop in his left hand, containing 2 chickens, and a basket filled with fresh vegetables in his right, Lu understood the purpose of his visit. Yu Chengyuan set his belongings down and promptly changed into slippers, careful not to soil the gleaming tiles that reflected one's silhouette. Chengyuan, please have a seat. I shall pour you some tea, Lu Jiangwo offered. No need, father-in-law. I can serve myself, Chengyuan replied, not daring to let his father-in-law pour tea for him. Noticing his formality, Lu Jiangwo allowed him to pour his own tea. As Yu Chengyuan sipped his tea, he took a moment to observe the house. The urban residence was distinctly different from their rural abode. The floors were adorned with polished marble and slate tiles. It was evident that his mother-in-law was a woman who cherished cleanliness. As the living room was meticulously organized and spotless, the living area was divided into 2 sections, a dining room adjacent to the kitchen. In the center of the living room stood a solid wooden sofa, adorned with cushions and a decorative throw. A rectangular coffee table sat in the middle, showcasing a pristine set of porcelain teaware from Jingdezhen. along with a vase filled with unfamiliar flowers and a crystal fruit bowl containing several apples. After a brief survey, he noted 3 bedrooms, but was uncertain which one his wife occupied. Was she asleep now? Was Tang Tang napping? Or perhaps still busy licking her little hands? Son-in-law, you've worked hard all week. There is no need to rush over today to see Su Lan. You must also take care of yourself. For the past week, it had been just the 2 of them caring for Su Lan and her daughter. The couple had only managed to visit in the evenings after work. This time, his wife had used all her leave to attend to their daughter and granddaughter. Father-in-law, I'm not weary. It's you and mother-in-law who bear the burden, he insisted. From now on, it will be you 2 caring for my wife and child. Surely that will be taxing. Not at all. It is our duty to care for them. Please stay for dinner tonight. It has been years since you last dined at our home. Ahong, our son-in-law has arrived. Come out quickly. Lu Jiangwo called out to the kitchen. Soon after, Wang Hong emerged, her hands busy preparing a pigeon she had bought specifically to stew for her daughter. Mother-in-law. Yu Chengyuan respectfully greeted her. For some reason, he felt a twinge of apprehension in her presence. Wang Hong acknowledged him with a brief signifying her recognition. Though her demeanor was not particularly warm, at least she did not dismiss him as she had before. Ahong, please prepare a few more dishes. My son-in-law is here for dinner. Lu Jiangwo noticed his wife's demeanor had improved significantly and quickly added, Father-in-law, there's no need for that. I won't be staying for dinner. I came to deliver 2 chickens and some vegetables from home. Yu Chengyuan waved his hand hastily, indicating that whether he had dinner or not was of little consequence. He merely wished to drop off the items and catch a glimpse of his wife before departing. He still needed to visit the coal mine to see his elder brother. Furthermore, he had a major performance to prepare for tomorrow. Wang Hong glanced at the vegetables and chickens at the door and instinctively remarked, You didn't secretly catch these chickens from home, did you? Does your grandmother know? She mused that the old lady probably wouldn't be so generous. Mother-in-law, they weren't caught secretly. I caught them quite openly. To be honest, my grandmother doesn't agree, but her opinion no longer holds sway. We, the first household, also have a share in what belongs at home, so you needn't worry. My grandmother is aware of these chickens. Yu Chengyuan was not angered by his mother-in-law's inquiry. Rather, he recognized the truth in her words. It seemed the lad had a falling out with his grandmother for the sake of his daughter. At last, he was behaving like a man. All right then, I shall prepare chicken soup for Su Lan tomorrow. We'll let the day pass. There's pigeon soup available. Wang Hong's tone softened. She understood this young man had been quite exhausted these past few days. Since their daughter had not been producing milk recently, Tang Tang had been crying incessantly from hunger. And it was this fellow who had been tending to her. Well, then, I appreciate your hard work, mother-in-law. I will go in to see Su Lan and Tang Tang before I leave. Upon noticing his mother-in-law seemed to be in good spirits, Yu Chengyuan quickly suggested, Please go in. But do wash your hands first. We wouldn't want to bring any germs into the house. And there's no need to rush out. Spend some time with them, and you can leave after dinner. I'll go in and get busy now. After Wang Hong finished speaking, she turned and entered the kitchen. Yu Chengyuan was surprised that his mother-in-law had proactively invited him to stay for dinner and encouraged him to take his time with Su Lan and her mother. This indicated that his mother-in-law was starting to view him more favorably. Son-in-law, are you daft? Haha. Quickly wash your hands and go check on Su Lan and her mother. They are in the main bedroom on the right side. I will also assist my wife. Lu Jiangwo chuckled heartily and then headed to the kitchen. The couple conferred and decided to vacate the master bedroom for their daughter. The master bedroom received ample sunlight, perfect for basking in the warmth. They replaced all the bedding with fresh linens. Yu Chengyuan grinned foolishly for a moment, then promptly washed his hands and proceeded to the room where his wife was staying. Wife, Lu Su Lan, hearing the familiar voice, looked up in surprise and exclaimed, Chengyuan, what brings you here? She had never anticipated seeing her husband again so soon after parting that morning. Well, I came to see you and little Tang Tang. However, it seems I arrived at an inopportune moment. The little one is asleep again. Ever since his wife began to produce milk, the baby had been quite content, eating and sleeping in a cycle, remarkably well behaved. Each day, the child seemed to change, growing increasingly beautiful, especially those eyes, dark as ebony, glistening like black grapes, exceedingly beautiful. Indeed, you arrived at an inopportune moment. The little one has just had her fill and has fallen asleep. Lu Su Lan turned her head to glance at her daughter, her face illuminating with a gentle and affectionate smile, her demeanor growing increasingly tender and serene. Perhaps motherhood has transformed her in ways that are profound. Yes, let her sleep. A child grows swiftly in slumber. My primary purpose for this visit is to bring you 2 hens from home to supplement your nourishment. I also wanted to take this opportunity to see both you and your daughter, Chengyuan whispered. 2 hens. Chengyuan, are you courting danger? Are you not afraid that grandmother will retaliate? Lu Sulan was particularly astonished, for she was aware that the chickens at home were primarily raised for their eggs, destined to be stewed for the 2 children of the 3rd branch during the new year, especially for her cherished second treasure. Any surplus was typically sold at the market for cash. How could he have taken 2 from the flock without provoking the ire of the Wang family? It's of no concern. I am not fearful of her. Today, I have initiated the division of the family estate, and my parents have no objections. My dear wife, I have accomplished a monumental task today. At present, Wang and the 3rd branch dare not challenge me. Chengyuan animatedly recounted the events of the day, including the altercation with the couple from the 3rd branch and the incident of throwing Wang into the pigsty and the water tank. Lu Sulan listened, her heart racing at the thrilling narrative. Chengyuan, did you truly strike Uncle San and Aunt San? Did you really throw grandmother into the pigsty? Did you actually cast her into the water tank? Lu Sulan could hardly believe it, her voice laced with uncertainty. Indeed, it is true. The village chief and the villagers all witnessed it. The commotion surrounding the division of the family today was substantial. However, Wang and the 3rd branch opposed the division, and the 2nd branch has yet to express their stance. But I have a plan to compel Wang to propose the division herself. My dear wife, rest assured, the division will occur in a few days. You need not worry about me. Chengyuan reassured his wife. You are strong and robust, so I am not overly concerned. My only fear lies with grandmother and Aunt San targeting my parents. They possess such gentle dispositions. Lu Sulan had observed over the years that her mother-in-law was perpetually subjected to mistreatment and bullying by Wang and the 3rd branch. My wife, there is no need for concern. Upon my return today, I witnessed my father being bullied and forced to kneel. I gave them a stern lesson, and now they dare not act against him. Moreover, my parents have begun to change. They no longer permit such indignities to be heaped upon them. After today's events, I am confident that they are no longer easy prey. Upon hearing these words, Lu Sulan finally felt reassured, her face brightening with a sweet smile. Concealed at the doorway, Lu Jiangwo and his wife quietly departed, returning to the kitchen. Little did they expect such a significant transformation in the young man. He possesses a good heart, willing to risk everything for his parents, wife, and child, indeed a commendable man. If Wang Hong had not heard it with her own ears, she would never have believed her son-in-law could change so remarkably. Now, she realizes that he is not as lacking as she once thought. I have long asserted that this young man is quite commendable. Very well, you possess discerning taste, and considering your affection for your son-in-law, why not indulge him with a couple of fine mouth eye? Let it not be said that I am stingy. Upon witnessing the transformation in her son-in-law, Wang Hong felt a sense of joy for her daughter. At least having separated, her daughter's future now holds promise. Excellent. Thank you, my dear. Upon hearing his wife's words, Lu Jiangwo understood that her perception of their son-in-law had shifted. Chapter 23. Parenting is truly challenging. My wife has worked hard. Old Lu, do not rejoice too soon. I must further assess that lad. If he is truly capable of achieving a separation of households, I shall acknowledge him as my son-in-law. As Wang Hong stirred the broth in the earthen pot, she remarked, rest assured, he will undoubtedly succeed in establishing his own household. You heard him earlier. He has made firm moves, confronting Uncle San and Aunt San decisively. Even his matriarchal grandmother received a lesson from him. I have unwavering confidence in my son-in-law. You are overlooking the complexities. Achieving a smooth separation is far from simple. I have already inquired. His grandmother is notoriously biased, particularly favoring the eldest branch, which is itself rather feeble. They labor tirelessly, yet it is they who sustain the 2nd and 3rd branches. How can we, Sulan, endure such a life? Therefore, I have made it clear, if he cannot secure a separation, my daughter and granddaughter shall not return to them. She had long contemplated this. Rather than allow her daughter and granddaughter to suffer, she preferred to keep them close, for she could certainly provide for both mother and child. Do not utter such words. Merely contemplate it. How could one possibly tear apart a young couple? Their bond is strong, and such talk would not bode well for them. Her son-in-law had expressed his determination to find a way to achieve a separation. He desires a good life for his wife and daughter. But dismantling the young couple's union is simply unacceptable. That would be ideal. That old matriarch is akin to a leech. The eldest son works in the coal mine, earning a salary that rivals ours. She is not foolish. How could she easily relinquish such an asset? To their family, he is a golden goose. I have heard he has been gone for a year, and all his earnings are handed over to that old woman. It seems this lad has a considerable uphill battle ahead if he wishes to separate. Wang Hong sighed, hoping that her son-in-law could resolve this predicament swiftly. If he could not even tackle this issue, how could he possibly safeguard her daughter and granddaughter? Rest assured, your son-in-law will succeed. Do you not have that wager with him? Lu Jiangwo, aware of his wife's concern for their daughter, teased her to lighten her mood. Do you take that wager seriously? I merely intended to motivate him, hoping he would cultivate some ambition. Wang Hong shot her husband a sharp glance before smiling. The pigeon soup is ready. Please deliver it to our daughter. Let her eat first. When Tang Tang awakens, she will need to be fed. Very well, I shall take it to her. Lu Jiangwo, bearing the pigeon soup, proceeded to knock on the door. The pigeon soup is ready, Chengyuan. Please take it to Su Lan. I shall not enter, as I need to assist with the cooking. With that, Lu Jiangwo cheerfully departed. Chengyuan thought to himself how fortunate he was to have such a wonderful father-in-law, someone who was both industrious and skilled in the kitchen, with a pleasant demeanor. He resolved to become a man of similar caliber in the future. Dear wife, the pigeon soup is ready. It's a bit hot. Allow me to feed you. Chengyuan contemplated that in the coming days, he would be unable to personally care for his wife. However, he resolved to do what he could in the meantime. Chengyuan, it's all right. I can manage on my own, Lu Salon said, feeling a bit embarrassed, as she was now able to sit and eat. Allow me, he insisted. Your wound has only recently been stitched. It would be wise to minimize your movements. I am here today, so let me feed you. I am your husband. So there is no need for shyness. The soup was slightly hot. He worried about the possibility of scalding her. He gently brought the cooled pigeon soup to her lips. Lu Sulan ceased her refusals, slightly parting her lips to drink. Is the temperature acceptable? He inquired. Yes, it is perfect, she replied. In a couple of days, I will catch a couple of black fish to nourish you. I have heard that black fish are remarkably effective for wound healing. He had heard this from the doctors at the hospital, thinking that the village's ponds and canals would surely have some. All right, Lu Sulan nodded. Do not concern yourself with household matters. This home will undoubtedly be divided. However, if we do end up separating, we will have to reside in the old house by the river at the foot of the eastern hill. The condition of that house is quite dilapidated and will require substantial repairs. I hope you will not find it unsatisfactory. If a separation does occur, the Wang family will undoubtedly evict their eldest son, freeing up their house for other grandchildren to reside in. Yet, this aligns with my desires, as the old house is distant, allowing for a bit more tranquility. Not living in the same courtyard after the division would mean out of sight, out of mind. Which would be preferable? He had little fondness for the earthen house they currently inhabited. You silly, how could I ever find fault with that? As long as our family is together, happy and healthy, that is all that matters. Without the burden of troublesome matters, I would be happier than anything else. Lu Sulan finished the last spoonful of soup and wiped her mouth. My dear wife, you are truly wonderful. Rest assured, I will not allow you to dwell in such a wretched house. Once the division is settled, I will find ways to earn money. At that time, we shall dismantle the old house and construct a sturdy red brick bungalow, shall we? Building an apartment will surely require more funds than we can gather at once. All right. Lu Sulan nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a cacophony of cries interrupted their conversation. Tang Tang is awake, crying so loudly, she must be hungry. Lu Sulan laughed as she picked up the baby, instinctively lifting her shirt to nurse. Upon realizing her husband was watching, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chengyuan, you mustn't look. My dear wife, I am your husband. What is there that I cannot see? Besides, you know I have seen all of you. Quickly, feed her. The little one is hungry. Lu Sulan considered this. After all, he was her husband, and what was there to hide? They had shared more intimate moments than this. So why be concerned? With that thought, she began to nurse. The baby, upon receiving nourishment, ceased her cries, occasionally making soft, contented sounds. After a while, she lifted her head, gazing up at her mother with twinkling eyes before breaking into a sudden smile. A delicate, fair hand grasped her mother's garment, continuing to suckle. Tang Tang just smiled. Dear wife, did you see that? Chengyuan, a new father, asked with astonishment. Having never experienced fatherhood in his previous life, he was taken aback by the fact that such a tiny child could smile. This baby had only just been born a week ago. Yes, Tang Tang can smile. However, the doctor mentioned that this is an unconscious smile. She's far too young to comprehend it. Is that so? Dear wife, I don't quite understand this. Chengyuan chuckled, scratching the back of his head bashfully. The little one abruptly paused, turning her head as if in search of the source of the sound. Finally, She spotted her father and, after observing him for several seconds, broke into a smile. Chengyuan was overjoyed, rising to exclaim, "Dear wife, look." Tang Tang smiled at me. Our daughter smiled at me. Oh my, look at how delighted you are, like a child yourself. Tang Tang has had her fill. Why don't you hold the baby as well? Lu Sulan placed the child into Chengyuan's hands. He cradled her carefully, thinking to himself that this little one seemed a tad heavier. Indeed, a newborn is a wondrous treasure, changing by the day. He gazed in on the soft, delicate Tang Tang, inhaling the delightful scent of milk emanating from her. Seeing that her husband did not mind that their child was a girl, Lu Sulan felt a profound sense of relief. It was evident that he cherished their daughter. Before long, the little one, who had been smiling moments earlier, began to wail. Tang Tang, please don't cry. Be good, don't cry. Chengyuan attempted to soothe her in the manner of the village women, but to no avail. Dear wife, why isn't it working? Is she hungry again? He assumed his daughter must be hungry again. How could that be? She had just been fed. Lu Sulan thought it was too soon for her to be hungry. Why was Tang Tang crying so intensely? Wang Hong heard the cries and entered the room. It must be that you are holding her uncomfortably, causing her to cry. Wang Hong took the little one from her son-in-law's arms. Chengyuan felt unjustly accused, unsure of how to respond, thinking to himself that she hadn't been crying just a moment ago. Wang Hong, now holding the baby, noted the continued cries and asked, Sulan, did you feed her? Yes, I did, Lu Sulan nodded. Then she probably needs a diaper change. She sat down to check and immediately smiled, realizing that Tang Tang had indeed soiled her diaper. It appeared that she was a little girl who valued cleanliness. Son-in-law, please fetch a basin of warm water from the kitchen, Wang Hong instructed, pointing to the enamel basin on the tripod nearby. Chengyuan immediately set to work, reflecting in his heart how challenging it was to care for a child. Dear wife, you've worked hard. I shall be even more attentive to you from now on. Chapter 24. Brother Yuping. And after dinner, Chengyuan rode his bicycle away, for he had to make his way to the coal mine where his elder brother worked. This coal mine was situated over 10 miles from Zizhu village, providing food and accommodation. He labored underground, engaged in the most arduous task, thus earning a respectable wage for that time. However, a higher income also entailed greater risks. The safety measures of that era were incomparably inferior to those of the subsequent decades, rendering underground coal mining exceedingly perilous. The most prevalent dangers included gas explosions, coal dust explosions, mine collapses, and flooding incidents. Methane, a colorless gas that resides within coal seams, is a primary component of gas. Its ignition in the presence of combustible materials could lead to catastrophic explosions. Such an explosion could result in grievous injuries or, in the worst cases, loss of life. Initially, when someone came to recruit temporary workers, their grandmother promptly volunteered her elder grandson, securing his position. She had considered sending him as well, but the elder brother insisted that only one member of the family could go, emphasizing the necessity of leaving a son behind to care for their parents. He argued that it was inappropriate for his younger brother, who had recently established his own family, to take on such a risk. Asserting that he was the more suitable candidate, he warned that if their grandmother did not acquiesce, none of them would go. Ultimately, she relented, allowing only the elder brother to depart. Their parents were reluctant to let him work in the mines, yet their grandmother remained adamant, asserting that since she had accepted 5 yuan from the recruiter, it could not be nullified. Weak-willed, their parents did not dare to oppose her. The elder brother understood that if the family did not send someone, their grandmother would create turmoil. Thus, he felt compelled to go, perhaps believing that his presence would lead to a softer disposition from her towards their parents. Nevertheless, despite his elder brother's excuse about his lack of a family, he was acutely aware that his brother wished to shield him from the dangers of such work. In truth, everyone recognized that while the wages for underground coal mining were substantial, no one desired to risk their life for such earnings. The previous year, 2 young men from the neighboring village had perished within 6 months due to a gas explosion. One was left with only half his body, while the other was entirely unrecognizable. Consequently, fear permeated the village, and no one dared to volunteer. Their grandmother, unwilling to let the opportunity slip away, was averse to sending members from the second and third branches of the family, thus only permitting those from the first branch to go. Contemplating this, Chengyuan's resolve to split the family grew ever more resolute. When the time came to part ways, he would ensure that his elder brother resigned from the perilous mining job. It was better to avoid such dangerous work altogether. With the money earned, they could build a house, allowing his elder brother to eventually marry. Around 8 o'clock that evening, Chengyuan arrived at the mine. At that hour, The workers were resting in a wooden shed, as mining at night was far too hazardous, though it was occasionally undertaken. As he stepped into the wooden shelter, a tall young man in his 30s, with a square face, scrutinized him and inquired, "Who are you? I haven't seen you before." After sizing him up for a moment, he continued, "Greetings, brother. My name is Chengyuan, and I hail from Zizhu village. I am not one of the workers here. I am looking for someone." Liu Beichen understood that it was customary for strangers to be questioned upon arriving. "Ah, so you have come in search of someone. I am Chen Dong, and most individuals here prefer to call me Dong Go. By the way, may I inquire the name of the person you seek? I am acquainted with nearly everyone here." Chen Dong immediately softened his scrutinizing gaze, becoming amicable and warm-hearted. "Dong Go, I am looking for Yu Pingyan. He is my elder brother. Would you happen to know which bunk he occupies? There are at least dozens of bunks here, and it would be quite challenging for him to search them all individually." "Ah, Yu Pingyan, I know him well. He resides in the bunk below mine, at the far end. Allow me to guide you." Chen Dong patted his shoulder and gestured ahead. "Thank you, Dong Go. I appreciate your assistance." Yu Chengyuan felt a weight settle on his shoulder. Indeed, the man possessed considerable strength. Chen Dong led him further inside. The wooden shanties, as the name suggests, were rudimentary structures constructed of timber, with roofs covered in tiles. Inside, there were 2 rows of bunks facing each other, separated by a narrow aisle of less than a meter. Each row consisted of upper and lower sleeping quarters. Upon reaching the far end, Chen Dong called out, "Pingyan, your brother has come to see you." "Brother? Chengyuan, what brings you here?" "Brother, I miss you. And so does the family, so I came to visit." The 2 brothers embraced warmly. Yu Chengyuan was overwhelmed, gazing at his elder brother standing before him, his eyes misting with emotion. In this life, his wife and daughter were well, and his parents were not despondent. As long as his parents were alive, his brother would not meet a tragic fate. He was alive and well. His elder brother resembled the figure etched in his memory, albeit slightly darker, and even more robust and towering. His brother had a sturdy frame. Although not as tall as his younger sibling, he exuded a rugged handsomeness. In contrast, Yu Chengyuan possessed a scholarly charm. "Please, you brothers catch up. I shan't intrude. However, with so many people around, it may not be conducive for a private conversation. It would be better for you to speak on the hillside behind the house." Chen Dong understood that they had much to discuss after their long separation. "Thank you, class leader. My brother and I will step outside." Yu Pingyan expressed his gratitude with a smile. It turns out that Chen Dong is also the class leader. "Thank you. Dong Gu, please take this," Yu Chengyuan whispered as he drew near, discreetly placing a packet of Hongmei cigarettes into Chen Dong's pocket. Chen Dong felt the cigarettes in his pocket and realized that this young man was quite adept at navigating social interactions. With the cigarettes accepted, Chen Dong's warmth intensified. "You two should hurry along. Take this kerosene lamp with you. It will prevent any accidents." He retrieved a kerosene lamp from beneath a bunk and handed it to Yu Chengyuan. Gratefully accepting the lamp, Yu Chengyuan exited with his elder brother, Yu Pingyan. Few workers descending into the mines abstained from smoking, yet they refrained from doing so underground. They possessed a modicum of safety awareness. The work here was arduous, and without their families by their side, life could be quite dreary without the solace of a smoke. By showing kindness, Chen Dong would ensure that his elder brother received a bit of extra care, since elder brother is unlikely to leave this place abruptly. Having someone to look after is undoubtedly beneficial. The nuances of human relationships hold great significance. When navigated adeptly, such connections can mitigate hardships, enhance financial gains, and at times, even safeguard one's life. Thus, understanding human sentiments is more crucial than mere technical proficiency. Having traversed a considerable distance from the greenhouse, elder brother grasped him firmly. His voice tinged with urgency. "Chengyuan, has something happened at home? Are our parents being mistreated?" Yu Pingyan's brows knitted in concern, reflecting his anxiety. If there were no troubles at home, his younger brother would not have ventured to the mine at such a late hour. His foremost worry while excavating coal was the well-being of their parents. "Elder brother, do not fret. Let us sit over there, and I shall explain everything to you slowly. Rest assured, our parents are well and unharmed," Yu Chengyuan reassured, gently patting his brother's shoulder. Chapter 25. Discussing the division of the family property with my brother upon hearing his younger brother's assurance that their parents were well, Yu Pingyan felt a sense of relief wash over him. The two continued their walk until they reached the hillside behind. They sat side by side on the ground, reminiscent of their childhood days. "Chengyuan, what brings you here so late? Have you had dinner yet? Did you walk all the way here? If you did, it must have taken you a couple of hours. Dinner at home couldn't have been that early." I rode my bicycle, Chengyuan replied. I have eaten, but not at home. I had dinner at my in-laws' house. You dined at your wife's family? I thought. Yu Pingyan had always known that his brother's mother-in-law disapproved of him and did not acknowledge their marriage. Such a sudden revelation caught him off guard. That was in the past. Now my in-laws are treating me quite well. By the way, I have wonderful news to share with you. You are now an uncle. Solon has given birth to a daughter. Chengyuan intended to share the good news before delving into more serious matters later. Congratulations, brother. When did your wife give birth? Yu Pingyan's face lit up with joy. It turned out his brother had come to bring him good tidings. He had been worried, thinking something was amiss at home. She was born 7 days ago, on the 7th day of the 7th month. Has it already been a week? Why has no one mentioned it to me? Yu Pingyan exclaimed. As an uncle, I must prepare a gift for the child's first birthday. Is the celebration for that today? Not quite, brother. We haven't held a celebration. My wife has spent the past week in the hospital. She just got discharged today. Furthermore, she is currently at her family home for her confinement and hasn't returned to Zizhu village. Therefore, we won't be having the traditional celebration. Perhaps we can plan something for her first birthday instead. Your gift can be presented then. In rural customs, it is customary to hold a celebration for a child 1 week after birth. The first female guest is considered the child's godmother, while the first male guest is regarded as the godfather. Naturally, godparents bestow more significant gifts during festivals. The child's parents are expected to reciprocate with gifts as a form of filial piety. However, whether born in the hospital or at home, there would be no celebration for Tang Tang, as the Wang family would not host such an event for their child. Thus, he had no plans for it, intending instead to throw a splendid first birthday celebration after their family property division. Upon hearing his brother's words, Yu Pingyan realized that his sister-in-law had delivered in the hospital. However, how could their grandmother have agreed to that? She was notoriously biased and frugal. Moreover, if his sister-in-law had stayed in the hospital for a week, it must have been due to serious complications. Chengyuan, did something go wrong during the birth? Yu Pingyan inquired, his concern evident. If not, why would she have needed to go to the hospital? And why such an extended stay? Indeed, elder brother. Solon experienced a difficult labor and underwent a cesarean section at the hospital, which necessitated her stay for a week before being discharged. We have been at the hospital these past few days and thus lacked the time to inform you. Today, my wife visited my in-laws, and I just returned home with my mother. This afternoon, I procured 2 hens to send to my wife for her recovery. After having dinner there, I made my way to your place, as explained by Yu Chengyuan. Difficult labor? How could this happen? A cesarean section is indeed a painful ordeal. My sister-in-law truly suffered. It seems that giving birth should be done in a hospital for safety. It's quite commendable that grandmother is willing to provide the funds for my sister-in-law as hospital delivery. I had thought she was always biased. Yu Pingyan mistakenly believed that it was Wang family who financed the delivery for his brother. A cesarean section is quite costly. One of our co-workers' wives also underwent one and incurred substantial expenses. Brother, what are you thinking? How could grandmother possibly part with money for my wife as delivery? That money was seized by me. You have no idea how infuriating it was. Life and death are at stake, yet grandmother refused to release any funds. And as for the second and third aunts, they are nothing but leeches. How could they possibly contribute to my wife's hospital expenses? Yu Chengyuan said with indignation, still seething at the memory of that day. He recounted the events in detail once more. What? Grandmother was so unreasonable? The second and third aunts even attempted to thwart you? Are they even human? How could grandmother behave in such a manner, unwilling to provide funds in such a situation, especially for her own granddaughter-in-law? Upon hearing this, Yu Pingyan sprang to his feet. The way grandmother and the others bullied the main family made him wish to return immediately to confront them, lest they believe the main family lacked assertiveness. Brother, grandmother has always favored the second and third households, particularly the third. This is something you are well aware of. This situation is common knowledge throughout the village. Hence, I dealt with them decisively. Yu Chengyuan recounted how he had handled the situation. Yu Pingyan listened in astonishment, unable to comprehend when his usually docile and timid brother had transformed into such a formidable figure. It was as if he had become a different person. Chengyuan, you are remarkable. Incredible! You dared to confront the third uncle and aunt, and even reprimanded grandmother. I truly admire your courage. I have always feared grandmother. However, now that you have resorted to violence against them, grandmother will not let you off easily, nor will she spare the main family. Our parents may find their lives increasingly difficult henceforth. Unless a thought struck Yu Pingyan, separation. Only through separation could their family cease to be bullied. Separation? How splendid. Elder brother, you and I are on the same wavelength. Thus, I proposed the idea of separation and even summoned the village chief and fellow villagers. Now everyone is aware that our main family intends to live independently. I never imagined you would think of this so quickly. Chengyuan. Separation is indeed a fortuitous development for our main family. However, will our parents agree? Especially father, who is the most dutiful son among the three. You know how stubborn and foolishly filial he can be. He wishes to partition the family, yet he fears the disapproval of our parents. Brother, you may not be aware, but father himself has suggested a division, and he is in favor of it. The only obstacle is grandmother and the third aunt and uncle, who oppose the separation. Chengyuan waved his hand and then patted his elder brother, assuring him not to worry about our parents' opposition to the division. Truly, they consented. This makes everything much easier. This family must be divided. Grandmother does not regard the main household at all, and we should no longer endure such mistreatment. However, how could father agree to the partition so swiftly? His joy is palpable. As long as he consents, the matter is not grave. Yet, he remains perplexed, uncertain of who persuaded father. Brother, father agreed to the separation because he has lost hope in grandmother. She claims to have sons and grandsons, dismissing the significance of the main household's children. This infuriated mother and saddened father. You have no idea, when mother and I returned from the hospital today. Upon reaching the doorstep, we heard grandmother punishing father by making him kneel and even instructing the third uncle to beat him with a wooden stick. That stick was as thick as a fist. Grandmother even stated that if he were to die from it, he would deserve it. Chengyuan recounted the incidents of Wang and her family mistreating father once more. How outrageous. Grandmother has gone too far, punishing him by kneeling, beating him, and hurling insults. Does she not realize that harsh words can wound as deeply as winter's chill? No wonder our parents. Pinyin, in his frustration, kicked the ground, hurting his toe. Despite our parents consenting to the separation, the greatest impediment remains their opposition. Chengyuan sighed, a look of concern etched on his face. Why do they oppose it? After all, they have harmed him. Would they not find it unpleasant to have him around if we do not separate? Are they not afraid he might lash out again? Given grandmother's temperament, she would undoubtedly expel their entire family, leaving them with nothing. Brother, have you forgotten that your salary from the coal mine is no trifling sum? The second and third households depend on your earnings for their sustenance. They rely on you to support the second household Bao through university. Chengyuan reminded him. Although university education may be free, there are still expenses for food and clothing. Moreover, that Bao is nothing but a parasite, squandering money without a thought for saving. Wang often berates them as ungrateful wolves. In truth, Bao is the real ungrateful one. There will come a day of regret for her. Ah, indeed. I completely overlooked that. My younger brother must not be visiting tonight solely to share good news, right? Surely. He has something else to discuss with me. Is it regarding the division? After all, grandmother brought him here to work, not just for the sake of a decent salary. Little does she know that high pay comes with high risks. Their earnings are bought with their lives. Soon, Pinyin deduced his brother's intentions and recognized that his brother must have devised a clever strategy to confront grandmother and her kin. Brother, you speak wisely. I have indeed come regarding the matter of the division of the family. However, I have already formed a resolution in my heart. I not only wish for their consent to the division, but also desire them to initiate it willingly. Pinyin nodded in agreement. It is essential for the Wang family to seek our approval for the separation, as this would bestow upon the main branch a significant advantage, allowing us to secure more assets. For instance, there are surely hidden funds possessed by the Wang family. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and I cannot believe she possesses merely 500 coins. How splendid! The success of the division rests upon you. Observing his brother's confident demeanor, Pinyin felt an overwhelming joy, akin to witnessing a younger sibling blossom into maturity. In the past, his brother was indecisive and timid, always yielding to their grandmother's whims. Now, he seemed entirely transformed. Brother, I require your cooperation. When the time comes, you must act as follows. Return tomorrow morning. I must hasten back tonight. Very well, a brilliant plan. Haha, this idea is truly exceptional. Chengyuan, I shall heed your counsel. Our Chengyuan has grown. Pinyin laughed heartily, realizing how much his brother had matured. In the end, the two continued to chat joyfully for a while, with Pinyin escorting his brother to the crossroads, and they bid each other a reluctant farewell with a wave. Chapter 26. Peace's leg is broken. Upon returning home, Chengyuan stealthily entered his parents' room. Chengyuan, you're back. Why have you been gone for so long? It isn't your mother-in-law who has been troubling you, is it? Pan Suelian inquired softly. No, mother. My mother-in-law has not caused me any trouble. She has been quite kind to me. I spent considerable time there with my wife and our baby, and only left after having dinner at my in-laws, Chengyuan explained. Oh, I see. That's a relief. I was worried your mother-in-law might be difficult, Pan Suelian said, finally feeling reassured. Your mother tends to worry unnecessarily, fearing that our in-law might trouble you. She has been fretting about your late return. I told her that the in-laws are educated people and not unreasonable. Yet, she remains concerned, Dallara chuckled. Look who is talking. I wonder who was just staring out the window, Pan Suelian retorted playfully. Father, mother, I understand your concerns, but there's no need to worry anymore. My in-laws treat me well, and it will only improve from here. They adore Tang Yang, Chengyuan said, recalling his daughter's adorable face. And a smile broke across his lips. Clearly, it shows. You can hardly contain your joy. She has noticed that our in-laws treat you quite well. And it brings her happiness, Pan Suelian remarked. By the way, I also visited my brother today and discussed a few matters with him. How is your brother? Is he well? The couple asked simultaneously. He is doing well, and his superiors are quite supportive of him. Rest assured, he will return home during the Mid-Autumn Festival. He assured them, choosing not to disclose the scheme he and his brother had devised. It was essential to maintain the authenticity of their performance, ensuring that their parents' genuine reactions would convince the second and third families, thus allowing his plan to unfold successfully. This had been agreed upon with his brother. That is wonderful news. Such relief. The couple felt a slight easing in their hearts. They had always felt a sense of guilt towards their eldest son, who, at 23, remained unmarried, without even a girlfriend. However, they felt powerless, as the Wang family matriarch held all authority. By the way, have you faced any difficulties over there? Did you have dinner? They worried about whether he had been troubled by that old woman, given that he hadn't returned for dinner. No. It seems your grandmother was upset and didn't come to the table for dinner. It was your third uncle who personally brought the food to her room. Your second aunt prepared dinner today, and perhaps they were intimidated by you, so they didn't create any trouble for us. Your father and I had a hearty meal. Oh, I saved a portion for you in the kitchen and even fried an egg for you. Let me heat it up for you. Pan Suelian remembered as she thought of her youngest son's dinner. Mother, I'm not hungry anymore. I had a hearty meal at my in-laws and even enjoyed some Mount I. Please eat the food you saved for me. Father and mother, I shall speak no more. I am somewhat weary and shall retire to my chamber for rest. With a wave of his hand, Chengyuan returned to his room to sleep. Hey, Zhu. Chengyuan from the main house has returned, Yang Juhua nudged her husband, who lay upon the bed. Oh, he has returned. Is that not quite ordinary? Zhu turned over and continued his slumber. You mentioned that lad went out this afternoon. Why has he taken so long to return? Yang Juhua inquired once more. The only response she received was the sound of heavy snoring. Frustrated, Yang Juhua delivered a swift kick to her husband's rear. He merely grunted and resumed his snores. With no other recourse, Yang Juhua lay down in vexation, turning her back to him in sleep. Meanwhile, within the third room, a cacophony of curses erupted. Damnable creature! You little beast! You scoundrel! Did you scratch my back? I am itching terribly. Scratch it yourself. Why does it still itch after a bath? That little rascal. When I catch the chance, I shall give him a proper lesson. You spineless coward, always a day late with your thoughts. Oh, it itches so much. Goodness. My hand is bleeding. That wretched little beast, why does it not just perish? Stop cursing and scratch my back. I cannot reach it. I can barely tend to myself. You should scratch your own. You filthy woman, why did I marry you? You whine over a mere itch? You Sanju, you have grown bold. Do you dare insult me? Indeed, I do. What of it? You wretched hag, wretched hag. The couple bickered into the latter part of the night, their quarrel echoing through the hours. The following day, as Chengyuan slept soundly, he was roused by that familiar sound of cursing. Oldest family, are you two still in bed? Do the chickens and pigs not require feeding? Shall the weeds in the fields remain unpulled? Is breakfast not to be prepared? Even the pigs are less lazy than you. The sun has risen. Wangsher stood in the courtyard, shouting fiercely. Mother, why do you raise such a clamor so early? The chickens and pigs are fed daily by my wife. It is her turn to rest. Why do you not call upon the second and third sisters-in-law? Mother, you only know to summon my husband for weeding. I am the one who does it every day. Are the second and third brothers incapacitated? Or do you have only Deju as your son? This is not the way to bully someone. The husband and wife harmonized in their retort, nearly driving the old woman to the brink of apoplexy. Father and mother, your words ring true. Why is it that when it comes to dining, we are three families? Yet when it is time for labor, we are but one. Chengyuan donned his attire and proceeded to the backyard to wash his face and brush his teeth. Upon entering the front yard, he beheld the lively exchange between his parents and Wang Shi. To his surprise, even his father had taken to defending his daughter-in-law. There was progress indeed. This child could be taught. Wang Shi stood with hands on her hips, poised to retort, when a voice from outside the courtyard called out, "Is Yudaju home?" Wang approached the door and opened it, for she was closest to the entrance. Upon seeing a stranger, she brusquely inquired, "What brings you to seek Yudaju?" "His son, Ping'an, has met with an accident. We have brought him back," came the reply. At these words, Wang was momentarily taken aback. Then she erupted, "What nonsense are you spouting? My son Ping'an is perfectly fine at the mine. How could anything have happened to him?" The old woman's voice rose several octaves. "Mother and father, it seems that elder brother has encountered misfortune." Chengyuan observed as he recognized the figure standing outside, the class leader, Chen Dong. He thought to himself that the arrival of this individual heralded a dramatic turn of events. Upon hearing that their son was in trouble, Yu's parents rushed forward, pushing Wang aside. The members of the second and third households pricked up their ears at the news. "Young man, I am Yudaju. What has happened to my son Ping'an?" Yu's trembling voice queried. "Uncle, I am sorry to report that Ping'an has sustained a broken leg, struck by a falling stone from the mountain. So, impossible." "Just yesterday," Chengyuan said. Pan Suilian shook her head, her expression one of utter despair. "Mother, do not grieve. Let me inquire further." Chengyuan quickly interjected, seeking to comfort his mother. "Sir, you must be mistaken. My brother has always been cautious." "How could this occur?" "Young brother, who are you?" "I am his younger brother, Chengyuan." "Is it true that my elder brother's leg is truly broken?" "Ah, so you are Ping'an's brother. He often speaks of you. I regret to inform you. But your brother's leg is indeed broken." The man gestured behind him. Everyone turned to follow his indication and soon beheld a young man pushing a cart, upon which lay another young man, his left leg heavily bandaged. The man on the cart was none other than Ping'an, the eldest son of the first household. "Ping'an, Ping'an." The parents dashed over, collapsing beside the cart, weeping uncontrollably. "Elder brother, how did you come to this state? What has transpired?" "Younger brother, I am no longer capable. My leg is broken. The doctor has said that even if it heals, I will walk with a limp." Ping'an choked out through his tears, pounding his right leg as if this act could alleviate his inner torment. "A broken leg. Ping'an, what will you do now? You have yet to marry." Pan Suilian sobbed, breathless, while Yu, the elder, supported his wife. His eyes red and face etched with anguish. The crowd of onlookers continued to swell. "Mother, let us not dwell on this now. We must first take brother back to his home. You go inside and keep him company. I will inquire about the details in the courtyard," Chengyuan directed. Ensuring his elder brother was taken back to their residence, for he needed to maintain the vowed. The members of the second household felt fortunate that their child had not gone to the coal mine, while those from the third household experienced mixed emotions. They were pleased that the first household was finally facing consequences, yet concerned about Ping'an's inability to work in the mines, which would inevitably lead to a loss of income. Chapter 27. "Grandma, are you a toad?" Chengyuan guided Chendong and another young man to sit in the courtyard, where the villagers gathered to observe. "Gentlemen, please take a seat. You've worked hard. First, have a cup of tea to quench your thirst, and then we can discuss my elder brother's situation." After consuming a bowl of tea, Chendong spoke. "I am Chendong, the class leader of Ping'an, and this young man with me is also a coal miner from our area. The situation unfolded last night when we were suddenly startled by a horrifying scream. Upon rushing out, we found your brother had been struck on the foot by a rock from the mountain. He bled profusely, and we hurriedly transported him to the hospital. His life was saved, but the journey was long, and the delay was detrimental. Even if his foot heals, it will not regain its former function. Not being able to walk normally, isn't that tantamount to being lame?" Someone in the crowd interjected. Once one person spoke, others chimed in. "If he becomes a cripple, oh dear, what will become of you, Laodigius Ping'an? He won't be able to work in the coal mine anymore, will he?" "Of course not. If you were the employer, would you hire a lame worker? How unfortunate for you, Laodigia, a fine son reduced to such a state." "Shoo, keep your voice down. It wouldn't do for others to overhear. What a pity, such a robust man, yet unmarried. He never found a bride while he was whole, and now with this affliction. The prospect of marriage is even more elusive." Chengyuan's sharp gaze swept over the crowd, silencing them instantly. "Brother Dong, why was my brother outside at such an hour? The performance must be complete. We cannot skip any steps. I asked Ping'an, and he mentioned he had a stomach upset and went to the outhouse. Upon returning, Chen Dong expressed his sorrow with a pained countenance. How could someone as good as Ping'an suffer such misfortune? Chengyuan couldn't help but admire Chen Dong's acting skills, as he truly conveyed the gravity of the situation. How could this happen? How could this happen? My brother may not withstand such a blow. Chengyuan's face fell, and he bowed his head in tears, his shoulders trembling, clearly displaying deep sorrow. Youth, there is little that can be done. Try not to dwell too heavily on this. Encourage your brother to find some peace of mind. There is another matter I must convey to you. Chen Dong patted Chengyuan's shoulder. Brother Dong, what else is there? Please, speak. Chengyuan lifted his head, his eyes now red-rimmed. The mine manager has declared that Ping'an cannot return to work there. Do not blame him. Given your brother's condition, he cannot resume work. Even if he recovers, he will not be able to perform underground tasks. I have yet to inform Ping'an, fearing he may not handle the news well. Perhaps, once he is healed, you could tell him. This is beyond my control, and I hope you can understand. Chen Dong spoke gravely. Brother Dong, I understand. I will accept it. Thank you for returning my brother, along with that young lad. Chengyuan nodded, his expression steeped in dejection. Zhu thought to himself how pitiable this elder brother truly was. Meanwhile, Yang Juhua cast a glance at her mother-in-law, contemplating that the main household would likely find it increasingly difficult to win the favor of that old woman. Yet, such matters were of little concern to them. It was the third household that seemed to have garnered the old lady's esteem even more. This left her feeling quite unsettled. Yu Sanju and his wife pulled Wang Shi aside. Mother, did you hear that? Chen Dong said the mine no longer requires Ping'an to work. Without a job, there will be no wages. The main household will soon be left with only Chengyuan, and that lad is nothing but a troublemaker. Not only will he fail to earn money, but even if he did, he would not share it with you. Mother, Sanju speaks wisely. With Ping'an now disabled, he will merely become a burden. We may even have to support him. Lia Hua softly added, What are you two implying? Are you suggesting we should agree to a division of the family? Wang Shi inquired, clearing her ears. The sounds of wailing from the eldest household were incessantly annoying. It's not as if someone has died. Must it be so dramatic? Mother, you have voiced our innermost thoughts. Ping'an's life will be forever altered, and we cannot be expected to care for him indefinitely. When Erbao graduates from university and moves to the city for a government job, he will also need to marry a city girl. Having a lame uncle might not be ideal. Yu Sanju mused, noting that the eldest son's demise and the youngest son's lack of prospects were of no benefit to them whatsoever. They should first separate the eldest household, and next year, devise a plan to separate the second. Eventually, only their third household would remain. Indeed, Sanju is correct. We must shield Erbao from their influence. Once they depart, I will discuss the division with the eldest. Wang Shi nodded, resolute that nothing could impede her beloved grandson. Mother, let us not rush. The incident concerning my elder brother at the mine will inevitably incur costs. We must secure the funds first before broaching the subject of division. Li Hua considered that they should aim to maximize their gains, ensuring the eldest household received nothing. Mother, my wife is right. Let us obtain this sum before we discuss the division. Yu Sanju readily concurred, admiring his wife's cleverness, which had eluded his own thoughts. Wang Shi nodded and strode confidently towards Chen Dong, imperiously inquiring, Are you the supervisor of my grandson Ping'an? Chen Dong replied affirmatively, Yes, you must be Ping'an's grandmother. Indeed, I am his grandmother. My grandson has suffered an incident at your mine, thus you are obliged to provide compensation. Hand over the money at once. Wang Shi declared bluntly, So this is the biased grandmother Ping'an spoke of. Her grandson has faced misfortune, yet she expresses no concern, immediately demanding compensation. What a peculiar character. Are you truly Ping'an's biological grandmother? How can one be so unconcerned about their grandson's health and injuries, only to fixate on monetary recompense? I am utterly astounded. Not only is there no compensation, but even if there were, I could not possibly grant it to you. It would instead be directed to Ping'an's parents. Chen Dong reprimanded without courtesy. He despised such a biased old woman. With her favoritism, the household would be fraught with unrest, bringing calamity upon her descendants. The villagers, upon hearing this, began to murmur amongst themselves, and even the arriving village chief could not bear to remain silent. Aunt Wang, this young man speaks the truth. As a grandmother, shouldn't your primary concern be for Ping'an's well-being? I am his grandmother, the head of this household, and naturally, any compensation should be awarded to me. As for my concern, of course, I care, but there is no need to vocalize it incessantly. And what do you mean by saying there is no compensation? Wang Shi declared with righteous indignation, showing no sign of shame. Standing nearby, Chengyuan scoffed internally at this old woman, who could not even be bothered to feign decorum. The notion of seeking compensation was likely not hers, but rather concocted by Yu Sanzhu and his wife. He had just observed the three of them in a heated discussion earlier. Do you not comprehend the literal meaning? There is no compensation. Ping injured his foot from a stone that rolled down while he was using the restroom, not while mining. By the way, the mine has already covered his medical expenses, totaling 200. If you are willing to pay these costs, that is acceptable. Now, hand over the money. This old woman was truly insufferable. Ping was not genuinely injured. How could there be any compensation? He decided to turn the tables and demand payment from her instead. Curious to see her reaction, Chen Dong's imposing demeanor caused Wang Shi to retreat in fear. Shaking her head, she replied, I have no money to give. 200? Are you asking for my life? Whoever spent it should be the one to reimburse you, not me. Grandmother. You just claimed to be the head of the household. How is it that now, when asked to cover Ping An's medical expenses, you suddenly refuse? The inconsistency in her stance was glaring. You demand compensation in one breath and cower at the mention of medical fees. How quickly you change your tune. You should address Yu Dazhu and his son. I have no money. Wang Shi pointed towards Yu Dazhu and his son. Mother, where would we find money in our household? We still owe 500 at Sulan Hospital. With another 200 for Ping An, even if we sold our entire estate, we wouldn't have enough. Moreover, you have always managed the family finances. Yu Dazhu lamented, his expression filled with despair, appearing aged beyond his years. Grandmother, we have not divided the family. How can you simply disregard your responsibilities? The villagers were well aware that their family had always been under the matriarch's control. Now that something unfortunate had happened to his brother and expenses had arisen, she seemed unwilling to contribute. How heartless could she be? Wasn't it quite satisfying for you to receive my brother's wages? Do you expect to be like a toad, only taking and never giving? Chengyuan shouted, his voice ringing out in indignation. Chapter 28. The Wang family's division. Eldest brother, your statement is utterly misplaced. Your daughter-in-law's burdensome childbirth expenses are not the fault of our matriarch, nor are they attributable to us from the second and third branches of the family. Your son's unfortunate leg injury was due to his own negligence, not caused by any of us. It is absolutely unreasonable to expect the second and third branches to share in your financial burdens and suffer alongside you. Upon witnessing the eldest branch lamenting their misfortunes, Yu Sanzhu could no longer remain silent. Fearing that his mother might not be able to counter their claims, he quickly interjected, Indeed, your misfortunes are your own. You cannot expect us to bear the weight of your debts. The sum your family has spent is equivalent to the expenses of another household for a year or two. Who can endure such a burden? Wouldn't everyone agree? Li Hua, with her silver tongue, initially intended for Wang Shi to demand compensation, hoping to extract some final gains. To her dismay, rather than acquiring funds, she found herself responsible for an additional 200 in medical expenses, which she resented. Some villagers began to think that perhaps the third couple had a point. Indeed, 600 or 700 yuan is no trifling matter, particularly for a farming family. It is quite burdensome. Does it mean, Li Hua retorted, that in a large family, one can only share the joys and not the sorrows? My daughter-in-law endured a harrowing childbirth, and yet you expressed no concern, only fixation on the expenses incurred. Do you believe she willingly subjected herself to such suffering for the sake of medical bills? That is not what I implied, Li Hua hastily denied. Then, Yu Sanzhu questioned, do you think my elder brother intentionally placed himself in harm's way and incurred those expenses? Only a fool would act so recklessly. Chengyuan responded, you cannot twist my words. I meant no such thing. I merely stated a fact. Your family has spent excessively, burdening the two of us. This is not an erroneous assertion. With the pace at which the eldest branch spins, who could possibly keep up? I never claimed that Ping An broke his leg on purpose. But the expenses are real, and the subsequent inability to earn. Yu Sanzhu hesitated, unable to voice the reality of their financial struggles. What nonsense is this? While you spent my elder brother's wages, the money from my wildlife sales, and my father's hard-earned labor, did you ever mention being burdened by us? Laughter erupted as they continued. How cunning you are. Until now, you have relied on the eldest branch for support, and now that trouble has arisen, you deem us a burden? This is nothing short of betrayal. Yu Sanzhu, do you still consider yourself human for uttering such words? You are less than a beast. Chengyuan spat vehemently. Enough. Dazhu, did you not previously express a desire to divide the family? Did our mother not ask you to consider the matter? The village chief and the villagers were present and can attest to this. Today, I witnessed a heated argument between the brothers and their nephew, and it disheartens me to see them at odds. Perhaps it would be best to separate them. After all, the eldest has long wished to divide the family, and I shall grant him that wish. I kindly ask the village chief to oversee this division. Such incessant bickering only serves to damage their fraternal bond, which is not ideal. Wang pondered that since there was no compensation involved, it would be prudent to expedite the separation, thus avoiding the burden of debts. Upon hearing this, the villagers were taken aback. Wang truly intended to split the family. Was this not akin to cutting off the source of their livelihood? At this juncture, the division seemed aimed at placing the financial burden squarely upon the eldest branch. The onlookers regarded Yu Dazhu and his son with sympathetic glances. Yet, Chengyuan felt a surge of secret delight. Wang could no longer contain her impatience and had proposed the separation. The bait had been taken sooner than he anticipated. And that was even better. Aunt Wang, is this truly the right time for a division? One remarked. Consider that Chengyuan's wife has just given birth and is still in confinement. The child is so young, and Su Lan must remain at home to care for him. Chengyuan also has family responsibilities and cannot venture out to seek work at the moment. Ping Yan's leg is in such a state that he is incapable of any labor. Even stepping outside is a struggle. Even if he were to recover, he would only be able to engage in light agricultural tasks at home. Relying solely on Dazhu and his wife is indeed too burdensome. It would be wiser to postpone the division. Previously, Zhou Jiangwo believed that a separation would be beneficial, as it would alleviate the burdens on the eldest family. However, given the current circumstances, with the eldest branch in such dire straits, they would require assistance from their brothers, at the very least, help with farm work. He was convinced that Wang had some savings stashed away. After all, Pingyan had worked in the coal mine for a year. Village chief, if we delay the separation, until when shall we wait? Wang inquired with restrained impatience. That meddlesome village chief, always sticking his nose where it doesn't belong, was merely asked to bear witness to the division, yet here he was, prattling on. Chengyuan discreetly winked at the chief and shook his head, signaling him to stay out of the matter. He was eager for the separation to occur sooner rather than later. Of course, he recognized the chief's intentions were to assist the eldest branch, but he did not require such assistance. The village chief mused. What could that young man's gestures mean? Was he implying that I should persuade Wang against the separation? If so, I shall give it another shot and do my utmost to help him. This eldest family truly finds itself beset by misfortune, encountering such trials. With this thought, the village chief, Zhou Jiangwo, continued, Aunt Wang, at the very least, we should afford the eldest branch some breathing room. Let us wait until Chengyuan's wife has recovered. Perhaps 3 months hence. I have heard that a cesarean section requires 100 days of rest before one can return to work. Furthermore, let us also wait until Pingyan is fully healed. This way, Dazhu and his wife will have the necessary time to tend to the fields. What do you think? Aunt Wang, village chief, 3 months hence? What a jest. By then, the hospital will be demanding payment, and they may come knocking on our door for debts, causing us further trouble. All right, village chief, just preside over the division of the family, and leave everything else to the side, said Yu Sanju with palpable impatience. Old 3, you are being utterly heartless. After all, Pingyan is your own nephew. Engaging in such ruthless acts will surely invite retribution upon you, admonished Aunt Wang. Please, listen to the village chief and allow some time for reflection. After all, Dazhu is also your son, and Pingyan is your own grandson. I cannot possibly sacrifice the feelings of my other 2 sons for the sake of one. This matter is settled. I have decided on the division of the household. The earlier, the better. The eldest family will move to the old house by the river at the foot of the eastern hill. There is simply no room left here. Wang waved her hand dismissively, refusing to heed the village chief or the villagers' counsel. Grandmother, your decision to divide the family at this juncture only reveals your disdain for us in the main house. Is it because you see our eldest brother incapacitated and deem us no longer valuable? Your cold-heartedness is astounding. Do not blame us if we turn our backs on you in the future. The harsh words were spoken up front, and the villagers observed Wang and the third family's unsightly side. The second family watched from a distance, refraining from intervening, unwilling to offend either party, displaying their wisdom. Rest assured, I have the second and third families to rely upon. I do not need you 2 brothers to concern yourselves with me. However, the support from the eldest for my old age must not diminish, nor should any other provisions. She has her obedient grandson heir about to consider. She hardly needs the 2 brothers. Furthermore, with one member of the family rendered useless, the remaining one cannot amount to much, and this little rascal shows her no respect. so she places no hope in him. Aunt Wang, since you feel this way, I shall refrain from persuading you further. I hope you do not come to regret this decision. Dezhu, do you have anything to add? Zhou Zhengwo glanced at the long-silent Yu Dezhu. I will heed my mother's wishes. Let it be divided. The remainder shall be left to Chengyuan to decide. His words will represent my own. Yu Dezhu cast a forlorn glance at his mother and his brothers, his heart heavy with disappointment. Chapter 29 Grandma. Are you not afraid of the heaven's wrath for what you are doing? Mother, please stop crying. My leg is perfectly fine. Yu Pingyan gazed at his weeping mother sitting at the bedside, his heart heavy with compassion. Pingyan, what did you just say? Your leg is all right? Is that truly the case? Pan Suilian asked, her red-rimmed eyes wide with surprise. Of course, it's true. Would I ever deceive you? He reassured her. Then what is the matter with your leg? And didn't your class leader say? Pan Suilian inquired, both puzzled and relieved. He was merely acting in concert with me to convince Grandma and the others that I had indeed become disabled. Otherwise, how could Grandma have been the one to suggest the division of the family? He explained. Yesterday, my younger brother came to discuss this with me. Finally, Grandma proposed the division, and I trust that it will succeed today. You truly frightened me, and your father as well. It's all that rascal Chengyuan's fault for not telling us last night. He made both your father and me worry ourselves sick. I shall have a word with him later for keeping such things from us, causing us all this distress. Mother, we cannot blame my brother. Had he informed you last night, you both would not have been so heartbroken, and the act would not have seemed genuine. The purpose of withholding the truth was to evoke real sorrow and despair, to ensure it appeared authentic. This way, Grandma would not become suspicious. And neither would Uncle Aaron nor Uncle San oppose the division. I see now. I shall refrain from reprimanding him. Who would have thought that my youngest son could be so astute? I dare say the Wang family would never suspect that his leg is not truly broken. Let me go down and discreetly inform your father. You see how he has aged 10 years in an instant, burdened by the unfeeling nature of this family. His heart must be heavy with sorrow, especially concerning your leg. Pan Suilian made to leave the room to find an opportunity to speak with her husband. Mother, do not go. Father is a kind and honest man. If he were to learn that we conspired to deceive Grandma, he would undoubtedly feel guilty. It would be better to allow him to feel this sorrow for a while longer. It will help him see the true colors of these people. Otherwise, if he cannot contain himself and reveals to Grandma that my leg is fine, all our efforts would be in vain. I must continue to feign injury for a while longer. Otherwise, Grandma and Uncle San would cause an uproar. Pingyan, you are right. We cannot tell your father. He is too soft-hearted, too honorable, and if he were to, let us wait until after the division to discuss everything. I was truly foolish just now, almost jeopardizing our plan. Mother, please keep a watchful eye on the situation regarding the division. At the appropriate moment, you can lend your brother a hand. It is quite a task for him to handle Grandma and the others alone. Yu Pingyan was concerned that his younger brother might struggle alone. All right, Mother understands. You work hard every day, so take this opportunity to have a good rest. He reassured her that his brother was quite capable, and there was no need for excessive worry. Pan Suilian, feeling sympathy for her eldest son's daily hardships, urged him to lie down and rest. Yu Pingyan nodded and reclined, gently closing his eyes. He had been excited the previous night, unable to sleep as he pondered how to perform that day. Meanwhile, Pan Suilian leaned against the window, observing the activity outside. Yu Dezhu, do you know how many livestock and how much grain your family has? She inquired. If you do, please report it. I need to register it to avoid forgetting later. Zhou Zhengwo was beginning the process of dividing their family assets, just as Yu Dezhu was about to speak. He was preempted by Wang Shi. Village chief, don't ask him these questions. They are of no use. I have the final say in the division of assets. After casting a glance at her eldest son, Wang Shi coldly huffed before continuing. As for the chickens and pigs, they will not be shared. There are only 4 pigs, which I will sell during the new year to provide living expenses for Erbao. Regarding the chickens, we have 8 in total, 2 roosters and 6 hens. Yesterday, that rascal Chengyuan gifted 2 to my mother-in-law, so that portion is accounted for. As for the 2 large geese, they cannot be divided at all. There's simply isn't enough to go around. There is only 1 cow as well, which cannot be divided, but they can borrow it when needed, provided they supply 2 days' worth of fodder. Furthermore, for each use, they owe me 2 coins. The remaining assets consist of grain, which is also in short supply. Given the number of people here, we must reserve more. I will allocate you 10 jin of corn flour and 30 jin of millet. That should suffice. As for the houses, I have long stated that Daching, Urching, and Debao are all approaching the age for marriage. After you divide the family, You will move into the old house. Wang Shi continued her lengthy discourse. Aunt Wang, this is hardly a fair division. Is this how families are separated? Moreover, you are well aware of the current situation of Daju's family. They ought to be given more consideration, yet you seem to focus solely on the other two families. Is Daju's family not your kin? Such a division will invite scorn from the villagers. I won't even mention the chickens and geese. Surely, 1.5 of those 4 pigs should go to Daju? And what of the grain? The allocation is far too scant. Your family has harvested quite a bit. Not to mention, you have not distributed any oil, salt, firewood, or rice. Village Chief Shou Jiangwo shook his head, disapproving of Wang Shi's approach. The villagers murmured in discontent, recognizing that Wang Shi was pushing Daju's family to the brink. How could she act so thoughtlessly, especially when Daju's family was facing their most challenging times? It was evident that the old woman had no regard for her eldest son. She would surely come to regret this. Caution should be exercised to avoid retribution. How could someone who has lived for decades behave with such childish ignorance? The villagers continued to chatter among themselves. Mind your own business. The division of our family is our own affair. I have not withheld anything from them. I have indeed distributed what I possess. In any case, there is only so much within my household, and they may take it or leave it, if they find it insufficient. Daju and the others are free to refuse it. I have no objections. However, the division of this household must occur. Wang Shi exhibits an attitude akin to that of a pig unperturbed by boiling water, her countenance devoid of any shame. Old Madam Wang, do you not fear the heavens' wrath with such a division? At that moment, a bolt of lightning rent the sky, followed by a thunderous roar. My goodness! Thunder has struck. Did the heavens truly hear that rascal Chengyuan's words? Goodness, in all my years, I have never witnessed such a bizarre occurrence. Do you see that? The thunder struck precisely where Wang Shi stood. Indeed, indeed. Look, Wang Shi is so frightened that she has collapsed to the ground. Goodness! What is that foul odor? Which child has wet their trousers? There are no children here. It is evidently the yellow liquid that has emerged from Wang Shi's trousers. Ha ha. Ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter. Wang Shi's face flushed with embarrassment as she glared angrily at Li Hehua and Yang Juhua, who had retreated to a safe distance. Second daughter-in-law, third daughter-in-law, why are you still standing there? Hurry and assist me inside to change my clothes. Mother, I'm coming. The 2 daughters-in-law hastily approached, furrowing their brows, and helped Wang Shi into the house. In his heart, Chengyuan muttered, did it really thunder? He looked up at the clear sky. How could there be thunder? Could it be that the heavens heard his words? That seems rather mystical. Nonetheless, it is quite delightful to frighten that old woman. Chapter 30. The confrontation of uncle and nephew. Upon hearing the whispers of the crowd, Yuerju felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the ground. His mother had truly brought him immense shame. He pondered in silence. Could it be that the heavens were indeed capable of hearing their every word? Otherwise, how could thunder have struck immediately after Chengyuan's remarks, landing squarely in the vicinity of his mother? Fortunately, the second branch of the family had not uttered any particularly venomous words. Otherwise, retribution might very well follow in due course. Previously, his wife had often trailed behind the third branch's matriarch, engaging in many unseemly acts. It appeared he would need to counsel her more earnestly in the future. Although Yusanju was a grown man, a sense of dread lingered within him. He instinctively gazed upward. Despite the brilliant sunshine, the thunder seemed ominous and inexplicable. Could it be that wretched creature had learned some nefarious sorcery outside? Yet, that seemed improbable. If such were the case, he would have long since covertly cast his spells upon the third branch. Surely, it was merely a coincidence. Nonetheless, his mother's propensity to embarrass him with her frequent mishaps was utterly mortifying. How could he possibly maintain his dignity in public henceforth? The villagers continued their incessant chatter, occasionally bursting into derisive laughter, the sound grating upon his ears. Unable to contain himself any longer, he barked, Village Chief, do you not see these gossips here spreading slanderous words? Their malicious remarks are injurious. Is this how you fulfill your duties as a village chief? Zhou Jiangwo coldly replied. Sanju, whether I am a competent village chief is not solely for you to determine, nor is it for me alone to decide. It is the villagers who will judge. Besides, what utter nonsense are you speaking? Where is the malice in what they say? They merely state facts. What facts? It is merely a coincidence. He retorted, if my mother suffers any ill effects from their fright, I shall not let them off lightly. And you, wretched being, should anything happen to my mother, I will not spare you. Yusanju cast a fierce glance at the gathering villagers, his malevolent gaze ultimately settling upon Chengyuan. He had not forgotten the beating he had received from him, nor the humiliation of being bound to a camphor tree, tortured by the incessant bites of bedbugs, which had robbed him of a restful night. He had even quarreled with his wife, resorting to violence. Third brother, it would be wise for you to temper your words. What do the villagers have to do with this? It has nothing to do with Chengyuan either. Thunder from the heavens is beyond mortal control. Blaming this, and that is rather inappropriate. Mother merely soiled herself out of fright. Zhu, fearing his brother would incite the anger of the crowd, hastily interjected. You truly are amusing, Sancho. Do you believe I can command the thunder from above? If I possess such power, I would have long ago recited an incantation to send you straight to hell. I would then instruct the king of hell to cast you into a cauldron of oil, to be refined for 49 days, only to be fed to the demons of the underworld, ensuring your eternal damnation. Chengyuan deliberately uttered some venomous curses, fully aware of their futility, yet deriving pleasure from the thought of repulsing his selfish and cold-hearted third uncle. Chengyuan, you little rascal, with such a malevolent tongue. Who taught you this? Was it your father? Sanju's body trembled slightly, fearing that this little scoundrel's words might come to fruition. Bah! Chengyuan spat on the ground. What does my father have to do with this? He is famously honest and hardworking, always treating others with kindness. Never having had a quarrel with anyone, everyone in the village knows that. Could my father have instilled such venomous words in me? Villagers, do you believe that? Who would believe it? Uncle Yu is just a simple, honest man. Perhaps he is not. Is this third brother out of his mind? Blaming everything on Uncle Yu. He can't even argue with his own nephew, so he resorts to slandering his father. Daju merely cast a glance at his third brother, remaining silent. As he truly did not wish to engage in any argument, he could not be bothered to dispute, for the villagers were watching closely. What he said had become inconsequential. This brother had always been like this. Even when he made mistakes, he pushed the blame onto others, and he had grown accustomed to it. If you were taught by your father, how could you utter such vile words? You were once timid and fearful, always calling me third uncle. Now, you not only address me by name, but also speak to me with a lack of respect and harsh words. You are not the same as before. This nephew had changed too rapidly, as if he had become an entirely different person. Ha. Before? Back then, our family was all naive, nearly burying ourselves in work. Now, my wife and child nearly faced a tragic fate because of you. 1 corpse, 2 lives lost. My father was forced to kneel and endure beatings, nearly to the point of death. My brother broke his leg to support you bloodsuckers. If I do not change at all, I might as well be dead. If I remain weak and cowardly, is there any future left for our family? Chengyuan burst into wild laughter, followed by a sharp series of retorts. This left Sanju momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. What he said was the truth. Under such circumstances, perhaps everyone would change. Chengyuan was indeed correct. If such events were to occur in my family, I would fight to the death. This Sanju is truly a vile creature, as wicked as Wang Shi. With such malice, which family's daughter would dare marry into theirs? I must inform my relatives to keep their daughters away from the Yusan family. Indeed, whoever marries into that family will be unfortunate. That is a veritable pit of fire. Alas, what a pity. Old Yu died too early. Otherwise, it would not have come to this. Indeed, when Old Yu was alive, Wang Shi was somewhat restrained, not daring to go too far. Alas, with Old Yu gone, this household is entirely under Wang Shi's control, plunging the Yu family into chaos and unrest. Village chief, you have just heard the venomous words spoken by my nephew. How could he dare to curse me to hell and wish me misfortune? Is this the language befitting a nephew? What relevance do his family's misfortunes have to me? What was inappropriate about Chengyuan's words? Why can I not discern the fault? He merely returned the favor in kind. Moreover, he merely spoke. Everyone can see the actions of my third uncle. Village chief Shou Jiangwo snorted softly, leisurely commenting, while conveniently disregarding the images of Chengyuan and the others. On the day Sulan gave birth, neither of us brothers were home. How could we advise? That was my mother's decision. Furthermore, the punishment of kneeling and being beaten was also commanded by my mother, and I dared not defy her. Even Ping En's enrollment to descend into the mine to dig coal was at my mother's behest. None of this was my doing. Everyone knows that my mother is the matriarch of our family. How can I be blamed for this? Upon hearing that the daughters were forbidden from marrying into their family, Sanju immediately panicked, hastily shifting all responsibility onto his mother. He could not allow such rumors to circulate, lest they tarnish his 2 sons' reputations. At that moment, Wang Shi and her 2 daughters-in-law emerged from the house. Her face, marked by age spots and wrinkles resembling a chrysanthemum, could easily have squashed a few mosquitoes. With a look of anger, she glared at her third son, clearly having overheard the earlier conversation. Yet, her affection for the third son remained. As she coughed lightly and said, "Little rascal, these are all my commands. Why do you blame your third uncle?" Witnessing such favoritism towards the third son, Yu Daju's eyes flashed with pain as he silently turned away. Pan Suelian, secretly observing from the window, could not help but exclaim, "What a biased old woman. This is utterly excessive." Chapter 31. Yu Daju's outburst. "Ah, old lady Wang, how proud you must feel to claim those commands as your own. Do not presume I am unaware. The majority of those notions originated from your wretched son, Yu San, and his conniving wife, Li Hahua, who incite you with their whispers, while your second daughter-in-law adds her own embellishments. Otherwise, with your feeble intellect, it would be impossible for you to devise such tormenting schemes. Do you truly believe we are oblivious? It is only due to my parents' honesty and my elder brother's simplicity that you have been able to bully us. Today, as we partition the family, do you think you can continue to impose upon our branch as you did before? Not a chance. The audacity to expect such arrangements is nothing short of a pipe dream. Chengyuan, you insolent little wretch, I am your grandmother and the head of the Yu family. I dictate the terms of this division. Your parents have yet to voice their opinions, and you, a mere child, hold no standing. Be gone." Old Wang once again wielded her age as a weapon, casting a scornful glance at the eldest son, who stood there like a mute. At that moment, Yu Daju spoke up resolutely. "Mother, I have long asserted that with Pingyuan incapacitated, decisions rest upon our second brother, Chengyuan. Though he may be younger, he has established his own family and will be the pillar of our branch henceforth. Whatever decisions he makes, we shall support him." With these words, Yu Daju proclaimed the future leadership of their family would rest with the second son. "Daju, have you become a traitor? Very well. I shall not waste my breath on an unfilial son. Consider me devoid of a son like you. I still have my second and third sons, along with my dear grandson, Erbao, who needs two worthless grandsons and a feckless son like you. Since you declare Chengyuan as the head of your branch, I shall discuss the division of the family with him." Wang cast a disdainful glance at Yu Chengyuan, her face twisted with contempt, thinking, "Am I to fear this inexperienced little brat? Mother, please refrain from further insults. I am your flesh and blood, and your words do not trouble me. However, what purpose does it serve to berate Pingyuan in his condition? Is that not too cruel? No matter your grievances, he is still her own grandson. How can you rub salt into his wounds? Moreover, Chengyuan has always shown you filial piety. How can you label him as worthless? Is that not excessive? I implore you to cease your disparagement of them. If you truly detest our branch so, let us merely keep our distance." Yu Daju stepped forward, his eyes bloodshot, his gaunt face etched with forced restraint of sorrow and ire. "Elder brother, have you lost your senses to dare defy mother? Have you forgotten father's final words? He urged us three brothers to support one another and uphold filial piety towards our mother. It has only been a mere decade since his departure, and you dare to act thus? Has your conscience been fed to the dogs? Is it not normal for a mother to reprimand her younger kin? What is there to make such a fuss about? Once again, what mother has said is nothing but the truth. It is far from an insult. Your eldest, Pingyuan, is nearly incapacitated. How can he be anything but a waste? And your second, Chengyuan, possesses no remarkable skill. How can he be anything other than a feckless coward? How can you still dare to bellow at mother? What she speaks is undeniably accurate. From now on, her affection for my second treasure will suffice." In a moment of arrogance, Yu Sanju, seeing his mother present, began to reprimand Yu Daju once more. Over the years, he has grown accustomed to occasionally chastising his elder brother and younger brother. Enough is enough. You wretchedly Sanju, I have tolerated you for far too long. Do you still have the audacity to mention our deceased father? Do you honor his memory? How dare you bully me and my wife in daily life? Now you even have the gall to repeatedly torment my son. They say an elder brother is like a father. Today, I shall take it upon myself to administer a proper lesson to you, you vile wretch." With a thunderous roar, Yu Daju executed an overhead throw, sending Yu Sanju crashing to the ground. Then, a barrage of punches and kicks ensued. As he pummeled him, he shouted, "This is for bullying my wife. This is for insulting my Pingyuan. This is for disparaging my Chengyuan. Do you still dare to speak? You foul-mouthed coward." In a frenzy of aggression, it took mere moments for Yu Sanju to be left resembling a battered pig. "Daju, well done. You're doing great. Go, Daju. Father, keep it up." The villagers erupted in cheers. This Yu Sanju truly deserved a good beating. It was high time he received his due punishment. Even the clay figurine has some spirit. It appears that Yu Daju has truly lost his temper. Head of the household, splendid work. Even Pan Sulian inside the house opened the window to cheer him on. Dazhu, you reckless fool, stop this at once. Are you trying to kill your third brother? Wang Shi shouted anxiously. Li Helua chimed in, eldest brother, stop. Please, stop. She dared only to shout, not to intervene, for at that moment, Yu Dazhu was like a raging bull, and she did not dare approach. Village chief. Will you not intervene? Are you merely going to stand by and watch my third son being beaten? What kind of village chief are you? Wang Shi, seeing that the eldest was unwilling to relent, could only call out to the village chief. Zhou Jiangwo, observing that Yu Dazhu had vented his anger sufficiently, allowed the villagers to pull him away. He then spoke calmly, Brother Dazhu, you must be weary from your exertions. Take a moment to rest. Do not let anger consume you. It is harmful to your health. Village chief, how can you speak like that? He has assaulted my third son. Wang Shi was so incensed by the village chief's words that she nearly spat blood, unable to complete her sentence. Aunt Wang, just moments ago, your son insulted the entire family of the first house, yet we heard not a peep from you. Now that your son is being punished, you jump to his defense. Surely that is unreasonable. Every finger has its length, but your bias cannot be so excessive, lest you provoke the wrath of heaven. Just like before, we all remember it vividly. At your age, should such an event occur again, I fear you may not withstand it. Zhou Jiangwo, unable to tolerate Wang Shi's behavior, could not resist a few jabs. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Father, you were magnificent just now. I am immensely proud of you. Yu Chengyuan assisted his father to a nearby seat and gave him a thumbs up. This time, the father bravely stood up to protect them. Yu Dazhu, how dare you strike the third son, all for the sake of your two worthless offspring. Do not forget that in your old age, you may very well have to rely on the second and third households. Today, you resorted to violence, and you should not entertain any thoughts of benefiting from the second or third households in the future. I shall consider you an unfilial son unworthy of my recognition. Wang was exceedingly angry as she scolded her eldest son. Mother, regardless of their worth, my sons are my sons. No matter how successful the offspring of the second and third households may become, that is their fortune, and I shall not partake in any of it. You need not worry about that, Yu Dazhu coldly replied. Very well, you have said it. Everyone has heard it. Yu Dazhu has declared that he will not partake in even a fraction of it in the future. Wang could hardly contain her satisfaction at his words. Relieved that the second and third households would no longer have a shameless relative entangling them. Chapter 32. If this is how the division is done, then let there be no division. Father, please take a moment to rest here while I oversee the division of the estate. Yu Chengyuan then turned to Wang, saying, Old Madam Wang, cease your rebuke of my father. You have no standing to do so. It would be wise for your son to hold his tongue, lest he provoke my father's ire. Should it come to that, my retribution would be far more severe, for I am not one to show mercy. Unlike my father, who possesses a heart of compassion, I am resolute in my actions, unyielding in the face of opposition. In my eyes, you are not an esteemed uncle but merely a rat caught in a snare. Now, let us refrain from further idle chatter and address the matter at hand, the division of the estate. I do not concur with the method you proposed earlier. Yu Chengyuan had no desire to engage in prolonged disputes. Your disagreement is of no consequence. I have not been unkind to your branch of the family. How many members do you have in your household? Our second and third branches collectively outnumber you twofold. Is it not reasonable that we receive a larger share? Furthermore, they are responsible for my care, whereas your branch is only tasked with providing grain and seasonal tributes without any obligation to look after me. Wang, with an air of entitlement, responded, You claim we do not provide care, yet by offering tributes and paying taxes, we are indeed fulfilling our responsibilities. They are not one and the same. Hence, all possessions should be divided into 3 equal parts, one for each branch, first, second, and third. This is only fair. Yu Chengyuan turned to the village elder. Uncle Zhou, do you agree with my assessment? Indeed, the division should proceed in such a manner, with all items distributed into 3 portions. Those who remain united in the household shall not bear the burden of taxes or tributes, but those sons who separate must comply. This arrangement is both equitable and just. Aunt Wang, your previous proposal was excessively unreasonable. Perhaps we should heed Chengyuan's perspective. It was clear that Wang was reluctant to share anything with the first branch. Her demeanor suggested that she wished for them to leave empty-handed. With the household's resources dwindling, how could they possibly divide them into 3 shares? Wang wore an expression of discontent. Yet, her reluctance would not sway the younger son of the eldest branch. If there were no division, the entire first branch would remain together, idly consuming resources. Mother, let us follow their suggestion and divide equally. However, not into 3 parts, but 4, as you two deserve a share. Li Hua, witnessing her mother-in-law's moment of confusion, promptly interjected. 4 parts? That will not suffice. I require double the portion. I am of advanced age and cannot earn as much. I must secure a larger share. Otherwise, what will become of me? Wang shook her head, suddenly struck with the notion that she should claim 2 shares for herself. With her 2 branches each receiving 1 share, there would be a total of 4 shares, leaving the remainder scant. Wang's audacious declaration left everyone in shock. Goodness, how shameless can old Madame Wang be? Exclaimed one. Indeed, an elderly woman seeking 2 shares. She neither lives alone nor has separated her household. If anything, she should be entitled to but 1 share. If Aunt Wang intends to divide it into 2 shares, then the main household will only receive a meager portion. What is the point of dividing it all? Let them have everything. The Wang family truly knows how to scheme. They are even more astute than the landowners. It seems quite evident that they wish for the main household to leave empty-handed. Such malevolence is astonishing. Why are you all making such a fuss? I will take my 2 shares regardless. Wang stood defiantly, adopting an air of superiority. Chengyuan plopped down on the grinding stone, crossing his legs. Old Lady Wang, Sanju, if you insist on this division of the family, then perhaps it is best not to divide at all. We shall simply remain here, waiting to be fed. Our family does not possess extra hands for labor. My mother and father must attend to my brother, given that he has certain needs that my mother cannot manage alone. She is responsible for feeding him and washing his clothes. The chores of raising chickens, pigs, and cooking shall fall to the 2nd and 3rd aunts. My father will take care of my brother's hygiene and provide massages. From now on, the work in the fields will be assigned to the 2nd and 3rd uncles. What? Chengyuan, have you lost your mind? Your parents only need to attend to your brother and do nothing else? Li Hua was the first to exclaim, clearly unwilling to accept this arrangement. Second aunt, why are you silent? Are you in agreement? Li Hua glared at the reticent Yang Jihua. I will listen to my mother, Yang Jihua stammered. You, worthless creature. Li Hua scoffed. Li Hua, be quiet. What is the rush? I haven't tea finished yet. Chengyuan shot her a sharp glance, causing her to immediately cease her chatter. And as for me, I am also unable to work. I must go fetch my wife and daughter, as I need to care for her during her confinement. I cannot leave my wife at her mother's home. That would be quite improper. The doctor stated that after a cesarean section, she needs to rest for 100 days, otherwise, future pregnancies may be difficult and could lead to complications. Thus, I, too, am unable to labor. I must attend to my darling Tangdang and take care of diaper duties. Henceforth, the burden will fall upon you, 2nd and 3rd households. Oh, and regarding the hospital debts, there are only 2 days left to settle them. Remember to pay, or they may come and take away the cattle as collateral, which would be quite unfortunate. Chengyuan expressed in one breath, conveying the essence that their family currently lacked labor resources. Chengyuan is right. Shui Ping and I must care for Ping'an and will not be able to work. Since we are not dividing the family, the burden will fall upon the 2nd and 3rd brothers. Daju concurred with his son and retreated inside. Sanju and his wife immediately felt alarmed. If the family remained undivided, they would have to support the entire main household. Li Hua thought about that insufferable boy who claimed he would bring his wife home for her confinement. Would the chickens in the coop still survive? It was likely that within a month, not a single one would remain. They might even have to slaughter the year's pig, not to mention the 2 large geese. And as for the eggs, they would surely end up in that wretched Sulan's belly. Moreover, the eldest sister-in-law no longer needs to tend to the chickens, pigs, or prepare meals, so who will take on these responsibilities? The 2nd sister-in-law will not be as foolish as the eldest, taking on the burden alone. Clearly, it will be a shared endeavor between the 2 of them. If the eldest sister-in-law expects to be idle while others toil for her sustenance, that is simply unacceptable. It is imperative to expedite the process of separation. Sanju pondered how they could continue without dividing the household. Supporting the first family was one thing. But the issue arose when the elder brother no longer needed to labor in the fields. Who would tend to the farm? Obviously, it would fall upon himself and the 2nd brother. However, the 2nd brother is not as naive as the elder brother, who toils like a draft horse, taking on all the strenuous and menial tasks. The 2nd sister-in-law is not one to be trifled with either. There is no way she would allow her husband to be disadvantaged. Ultimately, it would result in both himself and the 2nd brother laboring in the fields together. Why should his elder brother be allowed to remain at home, idle and well-fed? Absolutely not. Zhu did not harbor any particular thoughts on the matter. In fact, he felt that a separation at this juncture might be somewhat unkind to the elder brother's family. However, he dared not voice his opinion, knowing his mother was present, leaving him with no opportunity to speak. Yang Juhua believed that, given the circumstances of the first family, a separation would indeed be for the best. The words of the second son of the elder family were quite evidently not in alignment with his intentions for the division. Their family would merely feast while shirking work. Village chief Zhou Jiangwo observed Yu Chengyuan with a sly smile, recognizing the young man as cleverness. He was employing a strategy of retreat to advance. This display of cunning was indeed quite sophisticated. Chapter 33. In our household, we suffer poor meals and sleepless nights, so you shouldn't expect to eat well or sleep soundly. Upon hearing that the family would not be divided, Wang was instantly roused, akin to a startled hen. You little rascal. Do you truly believe we will remain intact as one? This is unacceptable. With the elder branch now frail and burdened, we cannot allow them to encumber the younger branches. As the saying goes, a large tree requires branches, and children must eventually establish their own homes. It was evident that her eldest son, Dezhu, had distanced himself from her, no longer as obedient as he once was. As for the eldest daughter-in-law, she had grown increasingly outrageous, treating her words as mere trifles. The once prosperous Ping and now seemed no better than useless, while that rebellious Cai Yuan appeared possessed, disregarding her authority as a grandmother. Regardless of his potential success, he would never regard her as a respected elder. Even if he were to achieve greatness, it could never compare to her precious grandson, Erbao, who was destined to become a city dweller, consuming state provisions, and quite possibly ascending to a position within the government. This thought filled Wang with a sense of elation. Thus, it was imperative that the family be divided, yet this insolent boy seemed less easily manipulated than before. Old lady, it is not that I refuse to divide the family. Rather, your proposed method is unacceptable. Ask the villagers, who would agree? You truly believe yourself clever. Assuming that we of the elder branch are fools, willing to comply with your every demand. Mark my words, if you persist in this manner, we shall not divide. To live without labor, enjoying food and drink. What a heavenly existence. Laughed Yu Chengyuan heartily. You oppose this division and yet expect to feast at our expense? How naive. I shall inform your second and third aunts to cease preparing meals for your family, and you may await your demise from hunger. Rascal, when the time comes, should your entire family starve, it shall be of no concern to me, for I have not laid a hand on you. He guffawed. Old woman, do you honestly believe that if your two aunts refuse to cook for us, we shall perish? How ludicrous. Do you think we cannot fend for ourselves? If we must, we shall not hesitate to take matters into our own hands. My wife, during her confinement, consumes 6 eggs daily and a chicken every other day. We can harvest vegetables from our garden at will, and we can cook as much rice as we desire. Should we crave meat? The pigs in our pen are available for slaughter. Surely, this would sustain us for at least 2 months. That wicked old hag, wishing to see them starve, truly harbors a malicious heart. I even begin to question whether that old woman is truly his mother. Who could exhibit such blatant favoritism? It seems as though our family is regarded as her sworn enemy. I shall lock up the rice, and there is more. Wang was interrupted by Yu Chengyuan. What else could you possibly say? If you have the audacity, then confine the livestock to your room. Just see if you can endure that stench. However, envisioning that absurd scenario brings me amusement. I find myself quite looking forward to it. Ha! Yu Chengyuan erupted into a fit of laughter, but soon composed himself, wearing a mocking expression as he spoke. Do not entertain such foolish notions. If our family cannot partake, then neither shall you. If we are deprived of restful sleep, so too shall you be. If you cannot agree to a proper division of the household, then you shall diligently toil and prepare our meals. For too long, it has been our family serving you, the second and third branches, and you, old woman. Now, the tides have turned, and it is time for our main branch to take its due place. Chengyuan, my dear nephew, do not take offense. The matter of division can still be discussed amicably. Although we are separating from the ancestral home, we all bear the surname Yu and are, after all, one family. The village head is present, as are our fellow villagers. There is no need for us to make this situation so contentious. You take a seat and rest, while I have a proper discussion with your grandmother. Yu Sanju, suppressing his pain, approached with a forced smile. This elder nephew seemed to have lost his senses. It was untenable to continue living under the same roof with him. He fantasized that they could live off the sustenance provided by the second and third branches. Dream on. Yu Chengyuan snorted in silence. Chengyuan, my dear nephew, your third uncle is correct. We are all family. And there is no need to let the division of the household sow discord among us. Your third uncle and I will have another discussion with your grandmother. if that is agreeable. Li Heflower could only suppress her indignation, putting on a smile. After speaking, she shot a glare at the couple from the second branch, who had been silent. Yuer's hus feigned ignorance, squatting on the ground, picking at his filthy toes. Yang Juhua, fearing to completely offend the third sister-in-law, chimed in, Chengyuan. We are all one family. Any issues can surely be resolved through proper dialogue. Do not let your temper rise too high. We shall discuss this further with your grandmother. Zhou Jiangwo, sensing the right moment, added, Chengyuan, since the second and third branches have suggested further discussion, allow them to deliberate. Very well. Since Uncle Zhou has spoken, I shall grant this concession. You may deliberate for now. I will accompany Uncle Zhou and Dong Ge for a cup of tea. Subsequently, Yu Chengyuan took the opportunity to pour tea for the village head and others. After finishing his tea, Chen Dong rose to take his leave, having taken a morning off alongside another young man. Just before departing, he deliberately raised his voice, sounding fierce and menacing. Auntie, remember to return the 200 yuan for the hospital expenses promptly. Do not exceed 3 days. This is hard-earned money from the brothers. The family is counting on it. Why should I? Wang Shi retorted. Just because you are in charge, we naturally seek the person in authority to settle this. If the money is not returned in 3 days, I will seize the pigs from your household, allowing the brothers who fronted the cash to take the meat home. Without waiting for the old woman to respond, Chen Dong strode out. The elderly lady was so furious she could hardly speak, merely gasping for breath. Yu Qingyuan quickly called out, Dong Ge, let me see you off. He hurried after him. Dong Ge, and this young brother, thank you both for today. Here, take these 2 packs of cigarettes for yourselves. My brother, alas, may not be able to attend work in the coming days. I kindly ask for your assistance in requesting a leave of absence. Yu Qingyuan retrieved a pack of mid-range cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to the young man, while placing a finer pack directly into Chen Dong's pocket. He was acutely aware that it was undoubtedly Brother Dong who would exert considerable effort in this matter, and that any prolonged leave would require the approval of the squad leader. Chen Dong, with a courteous expression, waved off any need for gratitude. And as he discreetly felt the contents of his pocket, he recognized the brand of cigarettes, which made his smile even more sincere. Deep within, he felt content. This Pingan was diligent and earnest in his endeavors, but perhaps a touch too naive. Yet this younger brother was sharp and astute, and cultivating a relationship with him might prove beneficial in the future. Brother Chengyuan, securing a leave is a trivial matter, and I shall certainly assist. Inform your brother that he may return to work whenever he has resolved his family affairs. For now, we shall take our leave. There are pressing matters to attend to at the mine. You two should return and manage your family's issues. Indeed, once we have divided the household and settled matters, I shall treat Brother Dong to a drink. Yu Chengyuan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Yu Laosin and his wife were earnestly persuading Wang Shi. Mother, the division of this household is inevitable, but the manner in which you propose to do so will surely be met with resistance from that scoundrel Chengyuan. Perhaps it would be wise for us to incur a slight loss and concede a bit, allowing the first house to separate. Consider this, the debts burdening the third house are substantial. When the due date arrives in 3 days, should they fail to settle, the creditors will come and seize our livestock and possessions. At that point, we shall truly have nothing left. Yu Sanju patiently implored his mother. Chapter 34. A different way to settle debts. Third, you mean to suggest that I concede to that little rascal? Wang was unable to swallow her indignation. This imp had nearly cost her life on 2 occasions. It was already generous to consider granting him any portion of the family assets. Initially, she had contemplated sending them directly back to the old house with nothing, but with the village chief and the townsfolk present, she could not afford to appear excessively harsh. Although it was true that her Bao would not struggle to find a bride, given his prospects of marrying a city girl. The same could not be said for the eldest Bao and the second family Daqing and Erqing, who would eventually need wives. If she were to deny the eldest family anything today, the gossiping villagers would undoubtedly spread word of it, potentially affecting her other grandson's prospects. Thus, she reluctantly decided to share a portion with the eldest family, only to find that the little rascal was still dissatisfied. Now he was refusing to part ways. Even daring to threaten her, his audacity was becoming increasingly intolerable. Mother, this is not a concession, it is a strategic delay. Since he is dissatisfied with the current arrangement, let us offer him a bit more. Regardless, we shall still retain the majority for ourselves. It is far better than waiting for the creditors to arrive and seize our belongings as payment. In that scenario, we would be the ones to suffer. Yu Sanju continued. Mother, consider how that little rascal has changed. He is no longer the same. He has become as fearless as a monkey, unafraid of anything. Have you forgotten how he once tossed you into the pig pen without a flicker of remorse? He nearly drowned you in the water vat. And he felt no hint of guilt. Liu Hua quietly reminded Wang. This old woman still clung to her pride, unaware that she had long lost face when she was subjected to humiliation before. Eldest son, why do you stand there in silence? Is this matter of dividing the family assets of no concern to you? Suddenly, Wang turned her gaze to her second son, who was crouched in the corner. Called out unexpectedly, the second son stood up, his voice weak. I am listening to you, but I struggle to find the right words. Second daughter-in-law, are you not usually so eloquent? Why do you remain mute today? Wang, hoping for a breakthrough, sought to see if the second family might propose a clever solution. She was genuinely unwilling to concede to that little rascal. Mother, I stand with Herr Zhu. We are both in agreement with you, Yang Juhua thought to herself. Realizing that this old woman was simply unwilling to suffer any loss while expecting her to conjure up a solution. It was a futile dream. Even the cunning couple of the third family had to concede to their nephew. What wisdom could they possibly offer? Moreover, they too would eventually need to divide their assets. If the eldest family received less this time, the same fate would befall them in the future. Conversely, if the eldest family gained more, they would have a point of comparison. In that case, the old woman could not afford to be excessively unfair to the second family. With a cold snort, Wang scolded. Useless creatures, all you do is eat. The second couple, chastised, dared not respond and kept their heads bowed. Mother, now that we have separated, we need not support the entire household of the eldest branch. How splendid. The treatment for Ping and S leg over the past few months is likely to incur significant expenses. You must not focus solely on the present, but rather contemplate the future. Yu Sanju could not help but curse inwardly. This old woman is becoming increasingly muddled. How can she not comprehend this account? Wang Shi was somewhat swayed by these words. The third son was correct. If this family is not divided soon, they will need money for Ping'an's leg treatment in the future. Moreover, it may not even be curable. However, she then pondered. What does Ping'an's leg treatment have to do with her? With this thought, she blurted out, the expenses for Ping'an's leg are the responsibility of the eldest branch. What concern is it of mine? This remark provoked another wave of scolding. How could Wang Shi speak so harshly? After all, he is her own grandson, the eldest grandson. No less. What was she thinking? Indeed, Ping'an is still lying in the room. If he hears this, how heart-wrenching it would be. Yet she was not concerned about Ping'an's feelings. Her sole focus was on the second treasure of the third branch, wanting nothing more than to give him her own flesh to consume. Villagers, my mother speaks without thought, without consideration. Mother, please refrain from saying such things, or you will be scolded to death. We should promptly divide the family. Once we separate, that debt of 700 yuan will no longer concern us. Additionally, the medical expenses for the eldest brother will also be irrelevant to us. Yu Sanju believed that his mother had truly lost her senses, unable to distinguish between priorities. Yu Sanju, who told you that once we separate, the debt of 700 yuan will no longer concern you. Before the separation, the debt is shared. That 700 yuan will be divided into 3 parts, with each branch bearing 1 share. Each household will thus owe approximately 233 yuan. The remainder can be disregarded, and our household will contribute an extra yuan. This implies that your side will collectively owe a total of 466 yuan. Yu Chengyuan had just entered and overheard this, promptly interjecting. 466 yuan, such an amount? You little rascal, why don't you go rob a bank? My old lady has no money, just a life to spare. Villagers, look at this. This little rascal demands such a large sum. Is he attempting to drive the second and third branches to their demise? My life is truly miserable. Wang Shi scolded while sitting on the ground, weeping. Of course, it was the kind of crying devoid of tears, her hands patting the ground repeatedly, creating a rather unseemly and ludicrous spectacle. Enough, Aunt Wang, please rise. At your age, sitting on the ground throwing a tantrum is quite disgraceful. Chengyuan did not speak incorrectly. Until you separate, be it belongings, livestock, or money, everything will be divided into equal shares. This includes both your debts and savings, which will be equally distributed. Sanju, will you not assist your mother in getting up? Do you not feel ashamed? Zhou Jiangwo could not bear to witness such a display of tantrums. The couple hurriedly pulled Wang Shi up. Their minds were preoccupied with how to rid themselves of this debt of over 400 yuan. Village chief, is it truly so? How can we possibly have such an abundance of money to repay? This wretched spendthrift truly ought to have been drowned in a chamber pot at the moment of your birth. Your wife's extravagant expenses for the child are placing an unbearable burden on over 20 of us. And your utterly useless brother, Both of you have come to our family merely to collect debts. It infuriates me to no end. Madam Wang, to be cautious lest you incite yourself to death. Otherwise, there will be no funds even for a coffin. At that point, third uncle will simply roll you up in a tattered mat and dig a hole to bury you. Seeing Madam Wang so incensed brought a certain satisfaction to Chengyuan. After a considerable pause, she regained her composure and declared, I will forego my share. Let each of you from the third household take a portion of our belongings. But there shall be no money involved. Furthermore, the house here is insufficient for your needs. You of the first household may reside in the old house instead. Is that acceptable? However, the debts shall not be borne by the first or second households. This is already my utmost concession. Madam Wang, you have devised quite the scheme. You wish for us of the first household to shoulder 700 yuan in debt all by ourselves. How delightfully naive of you. If you are unwilling to repay the debts, then let us negotiate differently. You may offer items from your home in exchange. Moreover, since there are no actual debts, the first household may take a few more possessions as compensation. What is there to lose? Upon hearing that they could offer items instead of cash, Yu Sanju found this arrangement quite agreeable, as the belongings at home held little value anyway. Chapter 35. The division of property in progress beside them. Li Hahua urged her mother-in-law, Wang, while straining to listen to the conversation between her nephew and husband. And, never mind, let's set that aside for now. Since the elderly Wang has consented to this tripartite division, let me clarify the matter. Uncle Zhou, please take note of this, and let our fellow villagers witness it. We shall proceed step by step. Rest assured, Chengyuan, we will all testify for you, the villagers exclaimed in unison. Thank you, dear villagers. Yu Chengyuan waved his hand at the villagers and then bowed slightly in gratitude. What an ungrateful wretch. He shows disdain toward his own grandmother and yet treats these unrelated villagers as if they were his ancestors. Such a wretched creature raised in vain. Wang's lips twisted in anger as she muttered under her breath. Mother, please refrain from cursing. If Chengyuan hears you, who knows what madness he might unleash. Have you forgotten how he tossed you into the pigpen? Li Hahua reminded her mother-in-law once more. Wang realized that her tongue was rather reckless. After all, they had finally managed to secure the boys' agreement to divide the property. They could not afford to ruin it with a few careless words from her. The memory of being thrown into the pig-pen still haunted her, leaving her frightened. Fortunately, the pigs were not carnivorous, or her life would have been forfeit. It was best to avoid provoking that little brat. Soon they would divide the property, and once they moved to the old house, she would no longer have to see him, and her heart would be at ease. Yu Chengyuan was oblivious to their whispered exchanges, only aware that they were murmuring behind him. Currently, the household possessed 6 hens and 2 roosters, 2 hens for the main house and 2 each for the second and third houses. The remaining 2 roosters were difficult to divide, so they were set aside for later discussion. The 2 geese were also problematic and were placed to the side. As for the 4 pigs, they would be divided into 3 portions, with 1 pig set aside for the time being. The grains and cookware were easily divisible into 3 parts. Chengyuan, I have noted all of this. Let us proceed with the division. Zhou Jiangwo set down his pen and declared. Yu Chengyuan had already dispatched someone to fetch paper and ink, as Yu Erbao had left some at home for emergencies. Mother, you and father step out for a moment to gather what we have divided, and let's secure it. Yu Chengyuan called out to the house. Yu Dazhu and his wife hurried outside, saying, Chengyuan, we are here. In no time, they had separated 2 chickens and 1 pig from their household. Additionally, the grains, oil, salt, and firewood were swiftly divided by Pan Sulian, who was familiar with the locations and quantities of the household supplies due to her frequent cooking. Chengyuan, everything has been divided. By the way, there are still 30 eggs and 20 goose eggs at home. Shall we divide those as well? Pan Sulian exclaimed, as if a sudden thought had struck her. Of course, mother, let us divide them. You take 10 of the chicken eggs. They can help my brother regain his strength. The 7 goose eggs will be sent to my wife to aid her during her confinement. It is said that consuming goose eggs is beneficial for women postpartum. Yu Chengyuan smiled and said, all right, let Su Lan recuperate. Pan Sulian, with a beaming smile, brought forth 10 chicken eggs and 7 goose eggs. Her joy evident on her face. With the division of property, she could finally assume her rightful role, liberated from the oppression of her mother-in-law. The malicious gaze of Wang Shi lingered on the industrious eldest daughter-in-law, wishing desperately to pounce and prevent her from touching those precious items, which were essential to her very existence. Yet, the third son restrained her, urging her to endure and consider their debts as well as the well-being of Erbao. She had no choice but to hold her tongue. Father, please accompany Uncle Heir to divide the farming tools, baskets, and hats. Just take what is rightfully ours. Chengyuan requested, confident that Uncle Air would not cause his father any trouble, as he had remained largely silent throughout. Typically, it was Aunt Air and Aunt San who flattered and conspired with each other, while Uncle Air was unable to control Aunt Air's actions. Eldest brother, come to the backyard with me, Zhu quickly urged. The third brother gave him a knowing glance, which he pretended not to notice. Soon, their father arrived. Chengyuan. Everything has been divided, Zhu announced, organizing the items to the side. The only possessions left were a cow, 2 roosters, and 2 geese. Dividing the cow proved difficult. It was impractical to slaughter it for equal portions. Their family owned an adult male water buffalo, currently valued at 500 yuan, divided among 3 households. That would amount to approximately 166 yuan each. I will forego the cow, just give me 166 yuan, he stated. 166 yuan? We have no money to give you. The cow cannot be divided. Wang Shi interjected vehemently. If you refuse, just wait for the creditors to come and take it. It will serve as a perfect offset for the 500 yuan owed. I have no objections. I shall return to my slumber until meal time. Chengyuan replied with an air of indifference. Chengyuan, do not be upset. We lack the funds, but there are still other items left to divide. Let us use those to settle the 160 yuan. Let the village chief keep a record for now. Uncle San rushed to intervene. If the creditors arrived, the entire cow would be lost to another. Without the cow, how shall we till the fields? We cannot rely solely on a hoe. Village chief. Please note this for my nephew Chengyuan, Uncle San said, turning to his mother with a hint of reproach. Mother, please refrain from speaking too much, or we may end up with nothing. Wang Shi huffed but remained silent, not wanting to see all their assets fall into others' hands. Noted. Chengyuan, please continue, Zhou Jiangwo nodded, finding the arrangement of property division reasonable. However, he could not help but admire the clarity of thought in Chengyuan, as if this division had been meticulously planned. Each step seamlessly connected. This compelled the selfish and spiteful Wang Shi, as well as the cunning and sly Yu San, to concede. Rarely did anyone manage to gain an advantage over Wang Shi. This young man possesses considerable capability. It seems he has been concealing his talents, or perhaps feigning ignorance. After we part ways, I shall encourage my son to cultivate closer ties with the elder family's 2 brothers. He is bound to acquire valuable knowledge from them. Now that the cattle have been divided, we are left with merely 2 geese and 1 pig. Let us commence with the division of the pig. The remaining pig weighs approximately 250 pounds, which, when divided into 3 portions, amounts to about 83 pounds per family. However, we must deduct the offal and other innards, approximately 20 pounds, leaving each household with only 63 pounds of meat. Given the current market price for pork is around $1.20 per pound, I cannot forsake the pig. After all, I have no interest in the cattle. The pig shall be allocated to me, as you already possess 2 pigs on your end. If you concur, I shall begin to calculate the financial aspects. Pork is scarce at present, but during the festive season, it can be sold or consumed. Though we are temporarily without cattle, it is now the lunar 7th month, and the busy harvest time has passed. Plowing the fields will not commence until spring, around March. Thus, cattle are not an immediate necessity, and there is no rush. Moreover, during this interval, they could procure a calf to rear, which would be ready for plowing come spring. I disagree with your thoughts, Mother. Before Wang could finish her statement, she was interrupted by the 3rd son. Immediately, we heard the son nodding continuously, expressing no objections. Go ahead and calculate. Uncle and aunt, do you have any objections? The second couple, upon being addressed, promptly shook their heads, stating, we have no objections. It was an amusing sight. Neither the mother-in-law nor the third couple dared to voice dissent. Very well, let us proceed. Your 2 portions of pork, totaling 2 63-pound shares, amount to 126 pounds. At the rate of $1.20 per pound, this equates to $151. Therefore, I am short $151 here. Uncle Zhou, could you kindly note my $151? All right, duly noted. Zhou Jiangwo nodded, swiftly recording the information. Chapter 36. The division of assets successfully completed. Chengyuan cast a glance at Wang, who was glaring at him with fury, thinking to himself, gaze all you want. You can only glare in vain. Zhu stood beside him, his expression inscrutable, as if he were detached from the entire affair. On the other hand, second aunt Yang Juhua looked on with a twinge of sympathy at the belongings being divided among the first family. Yu Sanju and his wife stared at the scene with a pained expression, as though their flesh were being cut away, their faces reflecting a mix of indignation and helplessness. Meanwhile, their parents surveyed the distributed assets, their faces lighting up with joy, as if they envisioned a brighter future. The division was nearing completion, and the first family would finally be free from oppression, able to hold their heads high. He could visit his wife and daughter at any time now. Chengyuan could proceed. Zhou Jianguo noticed Chengyuan's distraction and gently prompted him from the side. All right, Uncle Zhou, I shall continue now. Chengyuan pulled his thoughts back together and continued. When we divided the cattle, you owed me 166 yuan. When we divided the pigs, I owed you 126. Thus, by my calculations, you still owe me 40 yuan. I haven't tiered, have I? He turned to Yuzhu and Yusanju, seeking confirmation. Before the second and third families could respond, the villagers chimed in unison. You haven't tiered. Yusanju was too weary to retort, casting a resentful glance at the villagers. Inwardly cursing, these villagers truly meddle in affairs that are none of their concern. This isn't their division, so what business is it of theirs? Yet they seemed more eager than the parties involved. Yuzhu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Chengyuan's calculations were indeed accurate, only to receive a scornful look from his wife. Yang Juhua. With a huff, he lowered his head in silence. As for the two geese, one weighing about 7 or 8 jin and the other over 10 jin, they could be valued at 5 yuan each, totaling 10 yuan for both. That would mean a mere 3 yuan and 30 cents for each family, so I'll let you have 1 goose each. I'll subtract 4 yuan from that, which seems quite generous. With the previous debt of 40 yuan adjusted by 4, you now owe me 36 yuan. In this era, pork is far more precious and sought after than goose, thus commanding a higher price. Now, it was unnecessary for him to shout. His mother hastily selected a large goose. Li Hehua attempted to snatch it as well, but was a moment too late, lacking the agility of Pan Suelian, who toiled less often. She could only watch helplessly as her sister-in-law claimed the large female goose. Now let us calculate the outstanding debts, which had already been prearranged. Your two families owe a total of 466 yuan, plus the 36 yuan you still owe me, that amounts to 502 yuan. I shall overlook the cents out of familial consideration, so you may settle for 500 yuan. Now, how do you intend to repay me? Will it be with that cow? Or those 2 pigs? Or shall you pay in cash? Alternatively, do you have any other items you can offer in exchange? I need to sell them to procure funds for the hospital expenses. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing when they come to our home, and they may not be so accommodating then. It is possible we might lose the cow and pigs altogether. They are utterly ignorant of the law, and the village chief has already confirmed the authenticity of that IOU. They would not harbor any doubts. As for the coal miners who pooled funds for my brother's leg treatment, that too would not raise suspicion, especially with 2 witnesses present. We are still short of 500. Damn it, you little rascal. You might as well sell me, this old woman, to settle the debt. After all, you will be the death of me sooner or later. Upon hearing the demand for 500, Wang was utterly dismayed. Huh, I wouldn't dare sell you. That would be illegal. Moreover, have you considered your own worth? Are you youthful or attractive? Are you capable of hard work or anything else? Those city folks seeking nannies surely would not consider you an unattractive and ineffectual old hag. Young men in search of brides certainly would not look your way, for they are not in want of grandmothers. I fear even giving you away would be met with disdain. Chengyuan's remarks elicited hearty laughter from everyone. Ha ha. Ha ha. Yusanju quickly helped his mother to her feet, feeling that Wang had embarrassed herself enough. Chengyuan, did you not say earlier that we could settle the debt with goods? Your grandmother was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. We should hasten to divide the family assets. This nephew is a little tyrant. We must separate as swiftly as possible. The water buffalo at home is worth precisely 500. Why not use that as payment? Chengyuan said this deliberately, knowing that farmers cherish their grain and plowing oxen above all else. No, third brother, we cannot part with the buffalo for the main house. Before Yusanju could speak, Wang preemptively interrupted. Chengyuan, your grandmother is right. Under no circumstances should we use the buffalo to settle debts. Speak of something else. Although Sanju typically indulges in laziness and trickery, he understands the significance of the plowing oxen to farmers. Thus, he shared his mother's sentiment. Indeed, nephew Chengyuan. Consider other alternatives. Liu Hua quickly chimed in. Without the plowing ox, how could we cultivate the fields? Chengyuan, third brother and third sister-in-law are correct. We simply cannot be without it. Second sister-in-law Yang Juhua added her voice to the chorus. Without the ox, they would surely work themselves to exhaustion. Very well then. Since you are all so reluctant to part with the buffalo, Let us settle for 100 gene of grain and 1 pig. Based on earlier calculations, the pig amounts to less than 200, so let us say 200 in total. Additionally, provide 200 in cash, and that will settle the debt. Regardless of the calculations, it is clear that the main house is at a disadvantage. However, considering our deceased grandfather, I shall not quibble too much. Chengyuan refrained from saying too much, knowing full well that they would surely object. He was also uncertain about how much money Wang had left to fall back on. Over the years, the proceeds from selling pigs and other funds had been under his control. He estimated that there might still be 500 or 600 left. Chengyuan, we can provide the pig and grain, but let us forego the 200. Your grandmother just mentioned that she has no money left. Previously, at the hospital, your wife. Regarding Erju, let me clarify that this was an issue before the division of the family. If we are to calculate in such a manner, then all the earnings of my elder brother Miao Wan and I should be returned. Chengyuan retorted, that is not what my uncle meant. Sanju instinctively took a couple of steps back, sensing the intense hostility emanating from his nephew. It would be best if you refrained from mentioning my wife as childbirth again. Otherwise, I cannot predict what excessive actions I might undertake. Especially you. Chengyuan pointed at Wang Shi. The fiery rage in his eyes silenced Wang Shi, who had been on the verge of cursing. You little wolf cub, what are you? The onlookers had never witnessed him in such a state, pondering what might have transpired that day. Chengyuan, dear nephew, how about we reduce that amount a bit? It's truly difficult to produce such a sum. Perhaps we could settle on this. I will acquiesce to everything else. But can we lower the 200 yuan to 100 yuan? Sanju understood that today, some sacrifice was unavoidable. It cannot be reduced. I need 100 of that for house repairs. Otherwise, we can remain here in the main house, but I will require the assistance of my uncles in the future. Chengyuan retracted his hostility, appearing as though nothing had occurred. Although the old house was dilapidated, it was spacious enough. He planned to repair part of it for habitation and then dismantle the rest to construct a brick house instead of a mud one. Sanju found himself in a dilemma. 200 yuan seemed excessive. Your grandmother likely would not agree to this. Liu Hua also wore a troubled expression, inwardly cursing. That shameless little rascal from the main family. Chengyuan approached Wang Shi, mimicking his grandfather's tone, Wang Laotai. I wonder if our grandfather below is aware of how you have treated my father over the years. Will he come to you in your dreams at night? Wang Shi trembled in fright. No. I will give it. I will provide the 200 yuan. You all need to move out immediately, right now. Wang Shi dashed into the house and quickly emerged with 200 yuan, thrusting it into Chengyuan's hands. Although everyone was puzzled by Wang Shi's actions, they deemed the outcome quite favorable. Thus, the division of the family was successfully accomplished. Chapter 37. Division of families. After the division was completed, the village chief and the villagers returned home. Upon receiving the money, Wang hastily retreated to her room as if pursued by a ghost. Leaving the couples from the second and third households bewildered, they curiously glanced at Chengyuan, wondering what had transpired between him and Wang, yet they hesitated to inquire. Ultimately, it was the second uncle, Zhu, who ventured to ask Chengyuan, what did you just discuss with your grandmother? Why has she suddenly transformed so dramatically? Uncle, I didn't say much. I merely mentioned that if she continues to treat my father this way, our grandfather below might visit her in her dreams at night. That's all. Who would have anticipated her reaction? Perhaps she has committed some guilty act. Thus, we must strive to be good people. Don't you agree? As Chengyuan spoke, he cast a glance at the couple of Lao-san. Liu Hua stammered. Chengyuan, why are you looking at me and your third uncle like that? It's quite unsettling. We haven't done anything wrong today. You said the division was carried out according to your wishes. After speaking, she tugged at Sanju, saying, let us go inside and check on mother. Subsequently, the couples from the second and third households entered Wang's room. Father, mother, let us go see big brother. I have something to discuss with you. Chengyuan said with a smile. Joyful occasions invigorate the spirit, and now that the division was resolved, the days ahead promised to be more pleasant. Upon entering, they saw big brother sitting up, beaming at them as if awaiting their arrival. Pingan, why are you up? Lie back down at once. Your leg shouldn't be moved yet. Zhu hurried forward to assist his son in lying back down. Father, my leg is fine. I don't need to lie down. See, I'm perfectly well. Pingan stood and even twirled around. Zhu was left speechless. Tears of joy welling in his eyes as he trembled while touching his son's left leg. Pingan, your leg truly has no issues. Father, I assure you it's true, Pingan nodded. He thought that since the division was completed, there was no need to pretend before his parents. although he would still maintain the vowed outside. So today you all. Yudaju instantly realized that his elder son was merely acting. Dear. This was the children's idea. Without this, do you think your mother would have agreed to the division? Do not blame the children. They acted out of necessity. I have endured enough of this humiliating existence. If you feel guilty about this arrangement, then you may continue living with your mother, along with the second and third households. Meanwhile, I will reside with my 2 sons, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter. Pan Suolian spoke these words not only to defend her children, but also to express her own stance and resolve. Yu Pingyan and Yu Chengyuan, the 2 brothers, were somewhat apprehensive that their father would blame them. Thus, they remained silent while their mother spoke. Chui Ping, how could I possibly go live over there? You are my beloved wife, and they are my sons. Naturally, I wish to share my life with you both. However, I never anticipated that my 2 sons would prove to be so remarkably astute, devising such a clever plan. My mother, a woman who cannot tolerate even the slightest loss, has found herself at a disadvantage today during the division of our family assets, a sight I have never witnessed before. I must express my immense pride in my 2 sons. Yudaju raised his thumb in admiration of them, prompting a collective laughter from our family of 4. Shoo. Quiet, let us keep a low profile. We must not let them overhear us. Elder brother, we must maintain this facade for the time being, at least in the presence of outsiders. Our utmost priority now is to move out swiftly. Chengyuan asserted. You are right. Pingyan, take this opportunity to rest and recuperate. Yudaju advised. Working in the coal mines is arduous, a toil that few can endure. I understand, father, Yu Pingyan nodded. Chengyuan, it seems we have irreparably severed ties with your grandmother. We should hasten our departure. During the division, you received 200 yuan from her, and I fear she may regret it and attempt to reclaim it. That old woman was quite generous with her money this time. It is likely she will have second thoughts. Mother, even if she regrets it, it will be of no consequence. Have you forgotten? We signed a division contract, with 3 copies duly stamped and both parties' fingerprints affixed. Each side retains a copy, and the village head holds another. Moreover, many villagers witnessed the transaction. You need not worry. She has already given the money. Dreaming of getting it back is futile. Mother, you need not fret so much. Once the money is in my brother's hands, can it truly be retrieved? Only if he willingly chooses to part with it, Yu Pingyan teased. Their laughter erupted once more. Let us remain discreet. While we revel in our joy here, they are likely shrouded in gloom. Once we relocate, we may celebrate as we please. For today, let us show them a modicum of pity and keep a low profile, Chengyuan suggested, eliciting more laughter from his elder brother, and even their parents chuckled, covering their mouths. Enough laughter, we have more pressing matters at hand. Mother, please stay behind to care for my elder brother, and keep an eye on these belongings so that they do not catch the attention of those from the other side. I shall arrange for someone to clean up the old house. All right, Pan Suolian nodded. Most of the houses on Old Wu's side are in disrepair. Without some renovations, they are uninhabitable. Father, please gather some bamboo and wood so we can make some basic repairs to the house. I will go to the village head to enlist help. If we work diligently, we can have everything ready before sunset. Very well. I shall go to the back mountain and cut some bamboo now, Yudaju replied, nodding before heading out to attend to the task. There exists a dense bamboo grove on the back mountain, thriving beautifully. Mother, I will now visit the village head. Please keep this contract safe and secure. It is vital that we do not lose it. Yu Chengyuan handed the contract to his mother. All right, I shall keep it safe. She replied, nodding repeatedly, aware of its significance. I must take my leave now, brother. Please rest well. Mother, if old lady Wang or Uncle San instruct you to do anything further, feel free to disregard them and assert that you are occupied with taking care of your brother. You must not soften your heart, Yu Chengyuan reiterated. Understood, my dear. Now, do attend to your matters, she assured him, displaying a newfound resolve. Pan Suolian cheerfully remarked. I am no longer the timid Pan Suolian of the past. Yu Chengyuan nodded in acknowledgement before departing with 2 bags of sugar and 2 bottles of erguo, provisions he had prepared in advance. In the second house, Zhu, look, your nephew has left, Yang Juhua exclaimed, poking her husband's arm. What is there to see? We have already divided the household. His actions are of no concern to us. Do refrain from meddling. Zhu replied, his patience wearing thin. His mind was preoccupied, having just been expelled by his mother, leaving only the 3rd couple in the house, which troubled him. Yang Juhua, sensing her husband's displeasure and its cause, smirked. Are you still upset about being ousted by your mother while the 3rd son remains? You know well your mother favors him. What is there to be unhappy about? I myself would rather not stay in her house. It reeks of old age. Silence, Erju shouted, clearly irate, though his wife spoke the truth. He disliked hearing her disparage his mother. Fine, I shall cease my words. If you have grievances, take them to your mother. Yang Juhua retorted angrily before storming out. Chapter 38. Has that little rascal been possessed? Within the Wang residence, Li Hahua inquired, Mother, what is troubling you? Why have you expelled second brother and the others? Furthermore, what did that scoundrel Chengyuan say to you? Why are you so frightened of him? She was perplexed by the sudden generosity of the usually miserly old woman. She only knew that the old lady had transformed after that nephew's conversation. Mother, please tell me what that wolf cub Chengyuan said to you. How could you so casually promise him 200 yuan? You freely gave away an extra 100. Don't you feel any regret? You are usually so reluctant to part with your money. Why today? Did that rascal Chengyuan threaten you? Yu Sanju also shared in the curiosity, unable to fathom why his mother had so easily relinquished 200 yuan. Hush! Third brother, third sister-in-law, you do not understand. Your father has returned. He just came back and even reproached me for not treating your elder brother properly. He said he would visit me in my dreams tonight. Do not provoke them. Wang Shi muttered cryptically. Sanju, has your mother been possessed? Why is she speaking such nonsensical things? I cannot comprehend any of it, Li Hahua remarked, gazing quizzically at the old woman and then turning to her husband. Perhaps. I cannot fathom how that rascal made mother believe father has returned. Father has been dead for so many years. How could he come back? Surely there are no ghosts in this world. Sanju dismissed the notion as absurd. Deju, do not be skeptical. Such occurrences do exist. In my maternal family, there is a particularly powerful shaman who specializes in exorcising spirits, Li Hahua countered. Her belief in such matters evident. Is that true? Sanju remained unconvinced. Then how do you explain mother? Why is she like this? What could be the reason? He gestured toward his mother-in-law. She is merely frightened. Allow me to inquire further with her, Li Hahua suggested, convinced there must be an explanation. Very well, you ask. I shall rest for a moment. I am utterly exhausted. Sanju replied as he sat down, rubbing his shoulders and glancing at the disheveled room, wrinkling his nose at the lingering odor. Today's division of property lasted over an hour. I am utterly spent. Mother, you mentioned father has returned. Why do you say that? Did you see him? None of us have. Sanju pressed on. Third brother, your father has returned. He just spoke to me. Wang Shi asserted earnestly. How could that be? We did not hear anything. Sanju's face was a mask of confusion. Could it be that they had truly encountered a ghost? Your father's spirit has returned. He spoke through Chengyuan's body, reproaching me for my treatment of your elder brother. He is upset with me. Wang Shi glanced around as if searching for something. Upon hearing this, Sanju instantly understood. Mother, you have been deceived. Father has not returned at all. If he had, would it not be strange that he has only now chosen to speak with you? It must be that scoundrel Chengyuan, who has imitated father's voice to extract money from you. Alas, how could you be so naive? Yu Sanju sighed, realizing that this wretched boy was exceedingly cunning. Is this how it truly is? What shall we do now? The money has already been given away. Li Hahua comprehended the situation at last, which also clarified her mother-in-law's previous actions. Wang Shi gradually regained her clarity. You mean that Chengyuan mimicked your father's voice to frighten me into handing over those 200 yuan? Indeed, that is precisely the case. Yu Sanju affirmed, clenching his fist. What a vile creature, daring to play tricks in my presence. Let us seek that rascal and reclaim our money. Wang Shi declared, rising to confront him, but was halted by her daughter-in-law. Mother, do not pursue this. You will not retrieve anything. To ask for that money is akin to snatching food from a tigeress mouth, an utterly impossible endeavor. Once the old woman roused, she would surely stir trouble again. Each time, she was subjected to ridicule, and the one suffering was herself, leading to her own misfortune. Were it not for her overwhelming affection for her son and her grasp on the money, she would hardly bother to exchange a word with her. Even if I cannot reclaim the entirety, I must retrieve at least half. My initial intention was to part with no more than 100 yuan. He deceived me. And I must reclaim it. After all, it represents my 100 yuan, which could purchase a considerable amount of meat. The mere thought of those 200 yuan ignited a pang of hunger within Wang Shi. Mother, perhaps it is best to let this go. Do not provoke that scoundrel again, for you will be the one to suffer. He can be as unpredictable as a madman, doing as he pleases without regard for your status as his elder. This money may as well be offered to the dogs. We must accept our misfortune. Yu Sanju shook his head, urging his mother not to pursue the matter. There exists a contract. clearly written in black and white, that money cannot be reclaimed. Wang Shi huffed in frustration, sitting aside, yet she could not deny the validity of her son's words. Even if she were to demand the money, that wretched boy would surely refuse her. He might even throw her back into the pigsty. Mother, Sanju, have you noticed how much Chengyuan has changed? Is it possible that he has been possessed? His demeanor was once entirely different. Li Hua suddenly voiced a bold thought. My dear wife, your observation has struck a chord. It does seem plausible. After all, how could one undergo such a dramatic transformation? He once spoke in a timid whisper, but now he exhibits such audacity. Yu Sanju, initially skeptical, found himself swaying into a realm of half-belief. Indeed, the words of the third son's wife ring true. That wretched boy must surely be possessed by malevolent spirits. Did you not mention that there exists a formidable individual in your village? You should discreetly summon them. Remember, do not let anyone from the main household catch wind of this. At once, a plan formed in Wang's mind. Very well, mother. I shall promptly go to my maternal home and fetch that shaman. I have heard she possesses remarkable divination skills. Li Hua nodded, then smiled as she added, by the way, you shall claim that I am afflicted by evil spirits, and thus, you will have a valid reason to invite the shaman into our home. This way. It shall be. How astute of you, mother. I shall set off to my mother's house immediately. Li Hua's family home, Hua village, is but 2 or 3 miles from Zizhu village, and she could reach it in no time. Hurry along. The sooner you depart, the sooner you shall return. Wang waved her hand, urging her to leave swiftly. Li Hua turned and exited the door. Third son, go procure some dog blood. I have heard it is essential for exorcising evil spirits. Wan issued further instructions to her son. Dog blood? Mother, is that truly necessary? Yusanda hesitated, doubting its efficacy. Go fetch it as instructed, and stop your hesitation. Wang spoke with irritation. Mother, please do not be upset. I shall go find the dog blood right away. Yusanda turned and left as well. Wang snorted coldly. Chengyuan, you little rascal, if you do not receive a lesson, you shall never learn who truly holds power. Having overheard this exchange, Yang Juhua swiftly returned to her own home. Hey, Erju, there is quite a spectacle unfolding. Yang Juhua exclaimed with excitement. Seeing your joy, have you stumbled upon treasure? Yu Erju asked, his mood dampened. Your old mother and the third couple are scheming once again. Haraha. They are even saying that your nephew Chengyuan. Yang Juhua relayed every word she had heard to her husband. What? They claim Chengyuan is possessed? And they intend to invite a shaman? You must be mistaken. Yu Erju was taken aback, scarcely able to believe it. He pondered how his mother and the third couple could resort to such measures. My hearing is keen. How could I misinterpret? Li Hua has already set off to summon the shaman. This will certainly be thrilling. You need only sit back and watch the drama unfold. Yang Juhua was filled with glee. She was eager to witness the clash between the third and main households. After all, she dared not confront either of them at present, especially with her mother-in-law being so biased. She hoped to see the old matriarch receive her comeuppance from the main household. For this old woman was even more detestable than Li Hua, her sister-in-law. You shall treat this matter as if you have not heard a word. And refrain from gossiping outside. Keep a tight rein on your tongue. Yu Sanju spoke gravely. Yet inwardly, he sighed, even after the division of households. Why must they persist in such antics? The relationship between the main household and mother is unlikely to be mended for a lifetime. Yu Erju, have you grown bold? Is this how you address me? Upon hearing the tone in which he spoke, Yang Juhua immediately felt displeased. Without hesitation, she struck him a few times. And Yu Erju could only endure in silence. On the other side, Yu Chengyuan had arrived at the village chief's residence. The chief's wife warmly served him tea. He was completely unaware that mischief was about to unfold in the household once again. Chapter 39. Requesting assistance from villagers to renovate the old house. Chengyuan, come here. What are you buying? This is too generous. The village chief, Zhou Jiangwo, observed the erguotu and sugar placed on the table, speaking courteously while feeling quite pleased. You've just separated from your family, and things are already difficult. Take these items back with you. I appreciate your intentions. Once your family is settled and doing well, you may bring me gifts, and I shall gladly accept them. He had no intention of accepting Yu Chengyuan's gift, as they had just separated, and his family owed a considerable sum to the hospital. He thought to himself that these items would cost around 3 or 4 yuan, which, while not exorbitant, was still a significant amount, equivalent to a day and a half's wages for an ordinary individual. Uncle Zhou, these items are nothing. They are simply what a younger generation should do. Besides, I appreciate all your hard work during our separation, and my parents are grateful as well. These items are from them for you. If you don't accept them, I want to know how to explain it to my parents. Moreover, I have matters for which I need your assistance. If you refuse, I want to dare to ask. Yu Chengyuan's words made Zhou Jiangwo feel quite comfortable. Old Zhou. Since Chengyuan has said so, we should accept it. Otherwise, he may hesitate to speak further, suggested Zhou Jiangwo's wife, and Zhou, with a smile. She sensed that Chengyuan's visit was not solely for delivering gifts but also to seek assistance with other matters. Very well, as your aunt suggests. I shall accept your offerings. Now, what else do you need help with? Speak up, and I shall see if I can assist. Zhou Jiangwo replied jovially. You heard what Wang said today. Our family must move to the old house. We can no longer stay here, Yu Chengyuan stated directly. Seeing the village chief's readiness to help, I understand that your grandmother is urging you to move to the old house. That residence has been uninhabited for so long that it might be half collapsed. If you plan to move, it will require some renovation first. You need at least a whole day for that. It's nearly noon. Time is running short, Zhou Jiangwo remarked. Given my grandmother's demeanor, you can see she wishes for us to move immediately. My parents, my elder brother, and I have discussed it and decided to move before nightfall. Before nightfall? That seems rather rushed. Has your grandmother truly pressed you to relocate? That's quite unreasonable. Come, let us go to your home and speak with her. Zhou Jiangwo assumed the old lady was forcing them to move. Uncle, she has pressured us. We also wish to leave this place. It's simply uncomfortable for everyone. It's better to avoid seeing each other. I plan to renovate the old house today and move our belongings there. He genuinely did not wish to continue living together with them. Very well. If you intend to move today, then let us proceed. Do you need extra hands? Due to a shortage of manpower, I thought to ask the village chief to assist me in finding some robust young individuals to venture into the mountains and procure timber. Additionally, I required help in repairing my house, as my father is currently gathering bamboo in the back mountain. I intend to compensate them for their efforts. I can offer $2 each. Please inquire if anyone is willing to assist. It's unlikely that anyone would volunteer without compensation, but I am certain that with payment, there will be interest. The village chief nodded and inquired about the number of individuals needed. Surely, villagers would be eager to seize the opportunity for some earnings. His own son, Zhou Xiaoyu, could certainly join as well. I would need about 5 or 6 people. With my father and myself, that makes 7, which should suffice. My mother cannot leave as she must care for my brother. Additionally, I would like Aunt Zhou to find 3 or 4 women to help with cleaning and tidying up. Finally, we will need to move a few items, but our belongings are minimal, so it shouldn't consume too much time. Thinking this arrangement would be adequate, Yu Chengyuan felt reassured. This is no problem. My son Xiaoyu and I will go to assist. After all, we have nothing pressing at home. It's better for them to earn the money than for it to go to someone else. But Qiumei, could you rally a few women to help clear the weeds and handle some cleaning? Zhou Jiangwo suggested, turning to his wife. I'll join in the cleaning as well. Just 3 more people will be sufficient. How Qiumei mused that their family could earn $9 from this endeavor, which was quite a sum. It could buy 8 or 9 pounds of meat. Earning $3 in just half a day is a rare opportunity. It seems Chengyuan is rather generous. How Qiumei found herself increasingly fond of this young man. Thank you, Uncle Zhou and Aunt Zhou. I will head over to see how much bamboo my father has cut. Yu Chengyuan intended to extend this favor to the village chief and his wife. In truth, he could have easily found laborers in the village without troubling them. However, by seeking their assistance, the villagers would express their gratitude towards them rather than him. By involving the village chief and his wife, he aimed to cultivate goodwill. Ensuring future dealings in the village would be more convenient for him. Before long, he returned to find his father had made considerable progress, and he aided in cutting some more. Shortly thereafter, the village chief arrived with several villagers, and Zhou Xiaoyu joined as well. Hao Qiumei also arrived with 3 women, all equipped with various farming tools, sickles, axes, hoes, hammers, ropes, and more. Thank you, fellow villagers, for coming to help. De Zhu, I've brought people to assist you. Yudage greeted warmly, his face aglow with joy as he acknowledged everyone. I am grateful for your willingness to lend a hand. Today, we are pressed for time, and we must complete our tasks before dark. Let us all put in our utmost effort. I promise to treat everyone to a meal soon. Excellent. We'll expect a feast of braised pork. Amidst the crowd, a voice resonated. No problem. I shall treat everyone to braised pork. Yu Chengyuan proclaimed loudly. However, let me outline the tasks we need to undertake. First, we must repair the roof. We need to venture into the mountains to gather some sturdy fir wood. The half-collapsed wall over there requires rebuilding. We can also utilize those bamboo stalks, and we must prioritize fixing the original pigsty and kitchen. As for the sanitation inside and outside, I kindly ask the ants to assist with the cleaning. Now, let us divide our labor. Let us commence our work." With a spirited exclamation, Zhou Jiangwo rallied the group, and they began their tasks. Chengyuan cast a glance at the overgrown yard, the partially collapsed wall, and the roof riddled with holes. The roof was still covered with the original thatch and white oilcloth. Some areas inside the house had even sprouted grass. The pigsty and chicken coop could still be salvaged with some repairs. The kitchen remained the most intact, requiring only a thorough cleaning to restore its functionality. Inside, there were 2 earthen stoves, with one at the back featuring a flue that connected directly to the chimney. After surveying the surroundings, Chengyuan set to work. Knowing the day would be demanding, everyone toiled enthusiastically, singing songs as they worked, engaging in light-hearted banter that made the labor feel less burdensome. "That bamboo is too long," someone called out. "I'll saw off a bit more. This wall still needs 1 more mud brick. Here, catch. And Zhang, I've cleaned the entire yard. I've finished my side too." By around 4 in the afternoon, the once dilapidated old house had undergone a remarkable transformation. According to Chengyuan's vision, the severely collapsed section was pushed down, and good bricks were salvaged for repairs elsewhere. The other half of the house was mended, with the roof entirely replaced with white oilcloth, beneath which lay a thick layer of oiled cloth. The oiled cloth was provided by the village head, leftovers from his family's previous renovation. Chengyuan intended to reimburse him later. He did not wish to take advantage of anyone. The white oilcloth was secured in place with bamboo strips. The interior floors were scrubbed clean, leaving them spotless. The walls were adorned with fresh newspaper, supplied monthly by the village committee, and Zhou Xiaoyu had brought some from home. In the outer yard, a fence made of bamboo strips and tubes was constructed, transforming the area into a spacious vegetable garden. The pigsty and chicken coop in the backyard were also completely renovated. However, a few doors were still missing. The old ones were rotten and the locks broken, necessitating replacements the following day. This was an oversight by Chengyuan. "Dear villagers, I admit my negligence regarding the doors. I will procure new ones tomorrow. It seems we will not be able to move today, but we shall do so tomorrow. I appreciate everyone's hard work today. Uncle Zhou, could you kindly assist in distributing the funds to the villagers? Thank you all immensely." Chengyuan handed the money to the village head. "Chengyuan, tomorrow we shall assist you with the move and install the doors," the villagers shouted heartily. They had worked for only half a day after being paid and were eager to return to finish the job, feeling it would be inappropriate to accept their remuneration without completing the task. "Thank you all so much." Chengyuan did not anticipate such warmth from the villagers, and he is truly grateful. Everyone has really put in great effort today. We can only wait until tomorrow to move. Chapter 48. Note: Chengyuan, are you feeling tired today? Let us rest early tonight. We'll be moving tomorrow. Yudacha gazed at his son, drenched in sweat and covered in dust, a twinge of guilt stirring within him. His 2 sons had never experienced a life of ease, having toiled alongside him since their childhood. "I'm not tired, father. I'm young and in great shape. You must be exhausted today." Chengyuan jested lightly. "You rascal, now you're teasing your old man." Yudacha chuckled. "I'm not weary. This work is nothing. Today, I am filled with joy. Thanks to the villagers' assistance, we've made such swift progress. Had it not been for the missing door, we could have moved in today. It was only 4 o'clock. Had the door been ready, they could have settled in before nightfall. However, a delay of a day was inconsequential. They could move into the old house tomorrow. It would allow the place to air out and the yard to bask in sunlight. After all, staying another night should not bring about any troubles. He hoped his wife would refrain from causing further disturbances. "Yes, we owe it all to the villagers' help. It's still early. Let us head back and have your mother prepare dinner." He continued, "Tonight, we all need to rest well. Now that the family has been split, we can't share a meal together. Wang and the others are not so generous as to let us join them for supper. So we'll have to fend for ourselves tonight." The father and son exchanged light-hearted banter as they swiftly approached their home. The old house was a considerable distance away, nearly a mile, yet conversation made the journey seem fleeting. To their surprise, their uncle, Li Erzhu, stood beneath the camphor tree at the entrance, seemingly waiting for them. As they drew near, he hurried over and said, "Elder brother, it seems mother has been startled." Third brother mentioned she might be possessed. "What? Mother possessed?" Yudachu exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. "Possessed? Nonsense. Old Lady Wang would frighten even the spirits." Chengyuan remarked derisively. "Elder brother, I merely wanted to inform you. I'll head inside first," Li Erzhu said before hastily entering the courtyard. Yudachu sensed a fleeting brush against his jacket pocket, but thought little of it. "Father, Was that all he wanted to tell you? Chengyuan felt an inexplicable unease, as if their uncle had something significant to convey but had said nothing at all. Upon entering the courtyard, they found it deserted. Glancing at the second and third rooms, he noted the doors were firmly shut. A quick look at 1's room revealed the door was also closed. It was eerily quiet. The third son's two boys were absent. One in his first year of college, not returning for the summer, having convinced the old lady to send him living expenses under the pretense of attending some activities. Only that blind old woman would believe such tales. A young man, having completed only junior high school, ventured into the workforce, disinterested in further studies. One is 20 years old, while the other is 16. The younger brother's two sons are likewise illiterate, having left school after junior high, their current circumstances unknown. One is 17, the other 16. Regardless, they remain absent during the busy farming season, leaving their earnings in question. Thus, the household is eerily quiet, with only the couple remaining at home. "Father, please go inside first. I shall retrieve some clothes from my room and take a shower. I feel sticky and uncomfortable from the sweat," he said. "Very well, you go wash up. I will join you shortly," replied Daju, nodding before heading to his elder son's room. "Daju, you're back. You've worked hard," exclaimed Pan Solian upon seeing her husband, quickly fetching a basin of warm water for him. "Hurry and wash up. Take off those dirty clothes. I will wash them later." "All right, but please prepare dinner soon. We'll need to cook over there in the third house later, and one stove, one tea suffice." Chengyuan mentioned that it would be best to eat early so they could rest well for the evening. "We can surely move everything before dinner," Daju remarked as he accepted the towel from his wife, washing his face. "Then I shall go and prepare the meal." Pan Zuilian hurried out to the kitchen. "Father, has the old house been repaired so quickly?" Yu Ping'an inquired. "Almost done. Your Uncle Zhou and Aunt Zhou brought quite a few people to help. Many hands make light work, and everything proceeds efficiently," Daju replied, habitually patting his pocket, feeling something inside. Upon inspection, he discovered a note. When had this slipped into his pocket? Could it be from the second brother? He recalled that just before entering the courtyard, Yuerju had seemed to brush against his coat pocket. "Father, I'm done washing. You should wash up as well. I'll stay here and keep the elder brother company." "What do you have in your hand? Why are you lost in thought?" Chengyuan noticed his father standing by the basin, staring at the note. "Chengyuan, I pulled this note from my coat pocket, but I am uncertain of its origin. However, I have a feeling that your second uncle brushed against my pocket while we were speaking just now. It seems to contain some writing," Daju explained, handing the note to his younger son. Chengyuan pondered for a moment before taking the note. Could it be that uncle was waiting for us at the door specifically to deliver this note to you? No wonder he seemed a bit peculiar. "Chengyuan, quickly open it and see what it says. Perhaps uncle wishes to convey some important message," Yu Ping'an urged. He held no significant disdain for his uncle, recognizing the latter's inherent weakness. He feared his wife and grandmother, often lacking the capacity to make decisions for himself. Yet, he was aware that his uncle harbored no malicious intent, at least not like Uncle San, Aunt San, and grandmother. "Very well, I shall open it and take a look." Chengyuan nodded, placing the note on the bedside table and unfolding it. As the three of them beheld the words inscribed on the note, their expressions varied distinctly. Daju appeared perplexed, unable to comprehend its meaning. Yu Ping'an wore a bewildered look, questioning the absurdity of such ideas. Chengyuan, on the other hand, wore a mocking smile. Is this the best ploy they could devise? Chapter 41. The shaman arrives. What do these notes signify? Chengyuan? Daju inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. "I cannot comprehend them either. It mentions Sen Ant, the shaman, and something about blood. The last two words are Chengyuan. Why can't second uncle elucidate the meaning more clearly?" Yu Ping'an furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the note, still perplexed. Second uncle must have written it this way to avoid detection, fearing clarity might reveal too much. "Brother, the last two words bear my name, while the first two pertain to San Ant. The middle references the shaman and blood. It suggests that San Ant is seeking the shaman, perhaps believing I have been possessed. The blood is traditionally used to exorcise malevolent spirits," Chengyuan elucidated, recalling tales from his childhood. Such beliefs were not uncommon in bygone eras. They were merely manifestations of ignorance and superstition. "Chengyuan, are you implying that San Ant and the others believe you are possessed? Thus, they intend to summon the shaman to rid you of your affliction and pour blood upon you? Is that not exceedingly absurd? How could they think such a thing? You are perfectly well. How could you be possessed?" Yu Ping'an exclaimed in indignation. "Brother, do not be agitated. Such beliefs are not rare in rural areas. Many hold them dear. Old Lady Wang and Li Hehua would undoubtedly subscribe to these notions. Perhaps they have concluded that a change in my character signifies possession. Chengyuan advised his elder brother to remain calm. You are indeed correct, Chengyuan. I have heard similar tales from fellow miners. They can be quite unsettling. It appears that third uncle and the others are entertaining such thoughts. However, what is the truth behind this notion of possession? Yu Ping'an pondered. Acknowledging that while his brother had undergone a significant transformation, it had been for the better, which was not inherently negative. Chengyuan shook his head and continued. Elders often claim that if one is possessed or afflicted by malevolent entities, blood can cleanse them. Yet, I remain uncertain of its veracity. I suspect that the very concept of possession is an unfounded figment of imagination. Regardless, I shall not place my faith in such superstitions. Brother, you should not either. He cautioned his elder sibling against believing in such entities, though he himself had returned to life. How could he reconcile that? Understood, brother, Yu Ping'an nodded. Whatever this possession may entail, as long as you are well, even if you were a ghost, I would not fear you. Sometimes, humans can be far more terrifying than spirits. Chengyuan, why do they seek blood? Is it truly effective? It is absurd that third brother and his wife still meddle in this, even after separating from the family. It is utterly outrageous. Yu Daju expressed his frustration. The smile on his face vanished. Father, I believe blood serves no purpose. It merely sullies a person and disgusts others. They likely intend to use this method to rid me of whatever they think is afflicting me. Thus, I would revert to my former state of vulnerability and susceptibility. If melodrama were truly effective, then the Monkey King from Journey to the West would have no need to master spells. A mere bucket of melodrama could vanquish all demons and monsters in an instant. The trials and tribulations would be rendered unnecessary, resolved within a single day. Chengyuan, did your uncle not just mention that your grandmother was possessed? Might the melodrama be intended for her use? It seems your uncle has misunderstood. Believing the melodrama was meant to confront you. Yu Daju recalled the words of Yu Erzan. Father, old lady Wang is not possessed. She was merely startled and will soon recover. It is evident that Uncle San and Aunt San are exploiting the situation to exorcise old lady Wang, seeking an opportunity to settle matters with me under the guise of treating her. They dare not confront us directly, instead using the pretense of healing the elderly to find a chance to deal with us. Chengyuan, your family is being excessively unreasonable. I shall confront them at once. Upon hearing his younger son, Yu Daju could no longer remain seated. Father, do not be angry, nor should you attempt to reason with them. It would be futile. There is no evidence to support our claims, and arguing would be in vain. We need only wait to cooperate with them. They will surely come to us shortly. If I do not go out, how can they summon the shaman to exorcise me? Chengyuan restrained his father, urging him not to act impulsively. Chengyuan, look quickly. And San has brought a woman with her. Yu Ping'an pointed out the window. Chengyuan leaned closer to see, and indeed, it was true. Li Hua had brought a woman in her 40s, clad in a long black coat, carrying a white cloth bag, with a circular talisman of peach wood hanging from her neck. This individual must be the shaman summoned by the deity. Father, you and elder brother stay inside. I shall go and investigate. Chengyuan watched as Li Hua escorted the shaman into old lady Wang's room. The door was opened by Yu Sanju. Old lady Wang was undoubtedly in there. This was beyond question. Excellent. Chengyuan, do not let yourself be discovered. Chengyuan nodded and promptly exited the house. He crept along the wall until he reached the window of old lady Wang's room. He licked his finger and made a small hole in the paper-covered window. Peering inside, he confirmed that old lady Wang was indeed present, seated at the head of the bed. Yu Sanju and his wife stood beside her. The shaman sat at a small table, with a small dish of roasted peanuts, a plate of pumpkin seeds, and a cup of tea before her. The elderly lady was quite generous towards the shaman. Dear sister, are you possessed? Have you summoned me for an exorcism? The shaman inquired, casually cracking open seeds. Who told you I was possessed? Do not speak such nonsense. Wang Shi glared at the wife of the third son. Did you not clarify this matter with her? Mother. We were in too much of a hurry to explain when we arrived, the third son's wife replied. I only mentioned that someone in the household was possessed, but did not specify who. And who, it is not my mother-in-law who is possessed. It is my nephew, Li Hua quickly clarified. So, the shaman is known as Aunt Hu. Chengyuan pondered that there seemed to be no such person in their village, likely summoned from another. It appeared that this Aunt San had gone to great lengths to seek retribution. If it's not your grandmother, then the price will be different. It must be increased. Granny Hua shook her head and continued to munch on sunflower seeds. Increase the price? How can you be so unreasonable? You clearly stated 10 yuan on the way here. How can you suddenly raise it? Li Hua nearly sprang to her feet. Enough. It's your own fault for not clarifying. Yu Sanju firmly grasped his agitated wife's arm, whispering sharply, "What a disgrace. It was clearly agreed upon. How can you arbitrarily raise the price?" Wang Shi also felt that 10 yuan was exorbitant. However, to ensure that the troublesome young lad behaved somewhat normally, she had no choice but to concede. Of course, the price for the young differs from that of the elderly. You know that old women are not valued highly. However, young girls and lads are indeed worth more. Thus, the pricing is naturally different. The malevolent energy residing within the young is of a higher cultivation level. It is far more challenging to expel. I shall expend considerable spiritual power to drive it away. Granny Hua spoke with conviction, leaving them speechless. Wang Shi waved her hand and, with a twinge of regret, inquired, "Very well, Granny Hua, how much more are you asking? You charge 10 yuan for expelling evil, but for a young lad, it will be 20 yuan. If you find that excessive, then I am powerless to assist. I have many clients and am not reliant on this singular transaction." Chapter 42, The Ritual 20 Coins? You truly are asking for a king's ransom. Your demands are excessive. Wang exclaimed immediately, "Dear sister, the task I undertake is no ordinary endeavor. To exorcise malevolent spirits for individuals like yourselves costs me a portion of my own life force with each instance. In our profession, we earn our keep at the peril of our very existence. Do you truly find 20 coins to be too steep? It appears you are entirely oblivious to the nature of our trade. As I mentioned earlier, should you be unwilling, I shall not insist. I must take my leave as there are others awaiting my services." Grandma Hua rose from her seat, preparing to depart. "Please, Grandma Hua, do not take offense. My mother is unfamiliar with the customs of this profession. I kindly ask that you spare her your ire. Please, wait a moment. Have a bite to eat while I persuade my mother. I assure you it will not delay you for long." Yu Sanju hurriedly interjected, halting the shaman. Only then did Grandma Hua settle back into her chair, continuing to crack sunflower seeds. "Since your wife has personally come to request my presence, I shall grant you a brief respite." "Thank you, Grandma Hua." Yu Sanju approached his mother, urging, "Mother, one must spend to reap rewards. 20 coins is a small price to pay. Otherwise, that troublesome lad may return to cause mischief, and I have no desire to endure his wrath. You are no stranger to his temperament. Mother, I beseech you, for the sake of our family's harmony, please part with this 20 coins. In the future, Airbao will surely earn you abundant wealth." Yu Sanju intentionally stirred memories within his mother, knowing that without such provocation, she might hesitate to part with the funds. Ultimately, Wang relented with a nod. "Very well. I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Go and clarify matters with Grandma Hua. And then you and your husband shall proceed as you see fit. I shall not concern myself with the details." Li Hua began to speak, shortly. "We will summon my nephew and his family into the courtyard, and we shall inform my mother-in-law that we are performing an exorcism. Then, I understand. Have you prepared the necessary items?" Grandma Hua, wise to the ways of the world, immediately grasped their intentions. "All is ready. Excellent. Let us commence. We shall proceed to the courtyard. Ensure that the table, offerings, and wine are all set. The facing direction must be due south. And do not forget to light 3 sticks of incense." With that, Grandma Hua turned to leave, casually pouring the peanuts and seeds from her plate into her cloth bag. Wang frowned but remained silent. Taking advantage of the moment, Chengyuan slipped back into his elder brother's room. "They are on their way, brother. Quickly, lie down. Father. You too, take your seat." Upon hearing this, Yu Ping'an hastily reclined, covering himself with a blanket and feigning sleep. His father quickly positioned himself at the head of the bed, shielding his elder son from view. In less than 2 minutes, Yu Sanju and his wife entered, beaming with smiles. In unison, they called out, "Elder brother, what brings you two here?" Yu Dazhu inquired, his expression inscrutable. "Are we not here to see Ping'an? We had no time during the division of the family estate, and we feel quite guilty. Is he well?" Yu Sanju cast a furtive glance at his nephew sleeping on the bed and mused. "Is he truly asleep? Yu Sanju, Li Hua, do you possess such benevolence to visit my elder brother?" The thought lingered, akin to a weasel offering New Year greetings to a chicken, suggesting ulterior motives. "My elder brother is resting. You need not linger. Depart swiftly and do not disturb his repose. The doctor has advised tranquility." Yu Chengyuan wore an unmistakable expression of impatience. The couple exchanged awkward smiles. Yu Sanju nudged his wife with his arm, urging her to speak. "Chengyuan, how can you express such words? We are, after all, your uncle and Aunt Ping, and it pains us to see him in this state. He was such a fine young man, and now. Thus, We took it upon ourselves to check on Ping An's condition. You little rascal. You'll soon be in for it. Let you revel for a moment, Li Yihua muttered inwardly. Do you not know how Ping An fares? There is no need for this faint concern. Speak plainly. No need for circumlocution. Yu Dezhu directly peers through their facade. Elder brother. We should not have come at this hour, as you ought to be caring for Ping An, but we find ourselves compelled to involve you in this matter. This issue requires the collective effort of our family to resolve. Yu Sanju, striving to maintain his composure, suppressed his irritation. You of the second and third households think of my father only in times of need. Now that troubles arise, you recall him as your elder brother? Yu Chengyuan retorted with a sardonic expression. Chengyuan, your words leave your uncle at a loss for response. The young rascal thought. Were it not for the need to assist you, would I endure your vexations here? Elder brother, I genuinely have something of great importance to discuss. Our mother has been possessed. She speaks in riddles. Possessed? How is that possible? Such things have never occurred before. What is her state now? Yu Dezhu inquired. Concern etched upon his face. The son remarked that one must act convincingly. Mother has been rambling. At times she is lucid, at other times not. She keeps insisting that our father has returned and converses with her. We have been watching over her, yet the situation remains unchanged. Will she harm herself? Certainly not. Will she eat? Of course. Will she use the restroom? Yes, indeed. Will she sleep? Yes. She slept for over an hour this afternoon. Why do you ask these questions? Elder brother? Yu Sanju was left bewildered by the inquiries. She eats, sleeps, and uses the restroom without self-harm. Is that not satisfactory? What ailments could arise from occasional nonsensical utterances? Perhaps she simply longs for our father, who has been gone for so many years. It is only natural for one to miss their parent. You of the second and third households should spend more time conversing with her, lightening her spirits. We, as a family, shall refrain from intruding, lest our presence further displease her. If she becomes unhappy, we would bear the greater burden of guilt. Therefore, it is best for you to return. I must also care for my peace. To Sanju's astonishment, it was such a response from his elder brother. In his memory, the eldest among the three brothers was the most filial and industrious. Had he learned of their mother's delirium previously, he would have already carried her to the hospital. Elder brother, you simply must go. I have already invited Granny Hua from my maternal home to come and exorcise our mother. She just mentioned that we all need to be present. If you truly do not wish to attend, then let Chengyuan go instead. Granny Hua insisted that a grandson must be present. Otherwise, the ritual cannot be performed. How selfish you have become, Yu Dezhu. Nevertheless, your attendance is inconsequential. That rascal Chengyuan must go. Given that a grandson is required, and with De Qing, Heir Qing, De Bao, and Heir Bao all absent, and my elder brother being unable to move, I shall make the journey on behalf of my father. Yu Chengyuan did not hesitate to accept, much to the astonishment of Yu Sanju and his wife, who had anticipated a refusal. Oh dear, with such filial piety from Chengyuan. Your grandmother will surely be delighted to know. The couple from the third household joyfully turned to leave. Yu Chengyuan nodded at his father and followed suit. Upon reaching the courtyard, he saw the shaman holding several sheets of yellow paper alight, inscribed with incomprehensible incantations. Chanting softly, she recited, Heavenly spirits, earth spirits, little ghosts. Stay away, great ghosts, clear the way. One was kneeling on a mat of grass, eyes closed, hands clasped, murmuring a prayer, though its contents were unknown to him. Yu Chengyuan nearly burst into laughter at the sight. Chapter 43, The Ritual, Part 2, Flower Granny, my nephew has arrived. Please, see what needs to be done. Hurry and arrange it. Li Hua implored the shaman, subtly signaling her with her eyes. Yu Chengyuan pretended not to notice. Yet he had already observed the exchange between the two women. Are you the grandson of this elder sister? The shaman inquired theatrically. Indeed, you are the shaman, the one hired by Li Hua to exorcise evil spirits? Yu Chengyuan nodded, then asked in return. Yes, that is I. Your grandmother has been possessed by malevolent energy and requires immediate exorcism. Otherwise, if this continues, her time will soon be at an end. The shaman's expression was one of solemnity. Is it that grave? Her time is short? I wish to ask what we must do to save my grandmother. Yu Chengyuan directly questioned, eager to uncover their clandestine plans. He had not fully grasped their whispered conversation earlier, as the latter part had been too faint to discern. First, as her grandson, you must kneel beside your grandmother and endure 30 lashes on her behalf. The one wielding the whip must be a blood relative, such as an uncle or aunt. Let us proceed with the first step now. You will carry it out. The shaman gestured towards Yu Sanju, feigning concern. Yu Sanju remarked, Flower Granny, 30 lashes seem excessive. Could we not lessen the number? Absolutely not. To do so would be a grave disrespect to the divine, inciting their wrath and allowing the evil spirit to cling to your grandmother. I have already informed you. It is for you to decide. Flower Granny shook her head, her expression steeped in reverence as she addressed an unseen presence. Divine spirits, do not take offense. Divine spirits, do not take offense. Oh. The first step is that I must be beaten? What about those two, her son and daughter-in-law? Do they not need to be punished? Chengyuan pointed at the couple. They are exempt. Only the grandson must bear this burden. Flower Granny firmly shook her head. So, the arrangement is for me to be the one to suffer the blows. What a cruel scheme. It is blatantly a guise for revenge, a personal vendetta. On what grounds do you claim she is possessed? Where is your proof? If you can substantiate that she is indeed afflicted, I shall accept the beating. Chengyuan did not kneel but rather pointed at Wang, who was already on her knees. Did not your third uncle and aunt summon me to exorcise evil from her? This young man speaks too much, rambling on, making it seem as though he cannot be easily deceived. Will he really cause me to fall into his trap today? Flower Granny felt a vague sense of foreboding, uncertain if it was merely her imagination. Is it true that if my third uncle and aunt claim she is possessed, she must truly be so? Chengyuan asked with a half-smile. No. I have already examined her. Your grandmother is indeed possessed. Have you not seen her in a daze, speaking incoherently? It is evident that she is afflicted by malevolent spirits. Upon entering the courtyard, I immediately discerned its unkempt state. Your grandmother has been overtaken by malevolent forces. Hence I instructed her to kneel here in silent supplication. You must kneel beside her and endure lashes in her stead. This is the only way to expel the vile presence. You must hasten to kneel and accept punishment, lest we miss the opportune moment, the diviner urged, handing the whip to Yu Sanju. This insolent boy is resistant. Should the old lady falter in her kneeling, it would be most unfortunate. Why should I bear her punishment? Would it not be more fitting for Sanshu to do so? He is her own son. Their bond far surpasses mine. Moreover, they are closely related. Why must the grandson bear the brunt of her penance? What concern is it of mine whether this old woman thrives or perishes? If she were to meet her in this very instant, I would not spare her a glance. Chengyuan resolutely refused to kneel, dismissing the notion of enduring lashes. Chengyuan, she is your grandmother. How can you speak in such a manner? Yu Sanju admonished. Yu Sanju, cease addressing me with the tone of an elder. For you are unworthy, he retorted. Pray, proceed to the next step. After all, the first step involves kneeling and suffering punishment, something I cannot possibly do. If not, then Sanshu, perhaps you would like to take my place? Chengyuan shrugged indifferently, exuding a demeanor of nonchalance. He was acutely aware that the crux of the matter lay in that basin of dog-s blood. They firmly believed it to be the remedy for his affliction, and thus they would endure for the sake of that blood. Li Hua, your nephew is being uncooperative. What am I to do? It was all this woman's ill-conceived plan. How could one expect him to kneel and receive 30 lashes without protest? This young man clearly had a strained relationship with the old woman. Wang Shi, kneeling there, nearly rose, but was discreetly restrained by her daughter-in-law, who would not allow her to stand. Should she spring up, all would be for naught. Mother, please endure a little longer. Hearing her daughter-in-law's whisper, she could only acquiesce. Yu Sanju was not so foolish as to suffer lashes needlessly. He approached the diviner, subtly signaling her to utilize the prepared dog-s blood. Who could have predicted that his daughter-in-law would suggest, Sanju, why not take these 30 lashes for mother instead? It would be for her sake. If you do not endure this punishment, how can we proceed to use the dog-s blood effectively? Will my enduring lashes be of any use? Perhaps it is better to let Dagu take my place. He is not so foolish. The punishment was directed at him, not Li Hua. As she spoke so casually, Yu Sanju, do you truly wish to summon my father for this? Dream on. You think he would take your place? It is not like the old days. Chengyuan shot back, his eyes ablaze with indignation. At this moment, Wang Shi could no longer contain herself. She pushed aside the third daughter-in-law. You little rascal, you refuse to endure this modest punishment for me? I am your grandmother. How can you claim that if I were to depart this life, you would not spare me a glance? You ungrateful wretch. Sanju, take that whip and strike him harshly. Upon hearing the call, Yu Sanju swiftly lashed out with his whip. Chengyuan sidestepped and leaned forward, forcefully seizing Yu Sanju's arm and wrenching the whip from his grasp. He then shouted, Father, Mother, Yu Sanju and his accomplices are bullying me again. In no time, Yu Daju rushed out of the house. Yu Ping'an, not yet ready to reveal himself, crouched by the window to observe the commotion. Pan Shui Lian, hearing the ruckus, dashed out from the kitchen wielding a large spatula, exclaiming, Li Hihua, you Sanju, dare to bully my son? I shall confront you. The couple, Yu Sanju and his wife, fled in panic, pursued by their elder brother and sister-in-law, one brandishing a carrying pole and the other a spatula. Meanwhile, Yu Chengyuan chased after the shaman and Wan Shi, shouting, Old woman, spill the dog blood. Otherwise, you shall not lay claim to those 20 coins. Li Hihua cried out, pondering that her nephew must have been possessed, for how else could he behave so? Not even the elderly matriarch was spared from their wrath. The shaman too was forced to flee, her head covered in her arms. As the group circled the temple in the yard, suddenly she dove beneath the altar, emerging with half a basin of dog blood, which she poured out. Chapter 44. Old Lady Wang, are you possessed? Suddenly, Li Hua let out a piercing scream, followed by Wang's frantic cries. Damn it, I'm drenched in dog blood. Both Yu Sanju and the shaman were left dumbfounded. Yu Chengyuan burst into laughter, unable to contain himself, and his parents joined in the mirth. Yu Ping'an, peering through the window, also erupted into laughter. Grandma, are you out of your mind? What on earth is happening? How did I end up covered in dog blood? Li Hua shouted in exasperation. It's not my fault. I intended to pour it on your nephew. I have no idea how this happened. The shaman explained. She had clearly aimed at that young man, pouring the blood twice to ensure it was fully discharged. Everything transpired too swiftly for her to comprehend the unfolding events. Moreover, how was it that this elderly lady was also drenched in dog blood? Li Hua felt a shove just moments before and, without a second thought, angrily accused Chengyuan. Was it you who pushed me, causing this dog blood to spill all over me? Yes, you little rascal. Did you push me too? One echoed, having felt a similar shove before being splattered with the foul substance. How disgusting. Ha ha ha, Grandma, don't you know who pushed you? It was your dear husband. Yu Sanju. Pan Chui Lian laughed heartily. He appears so amiable, yet in critical moments he acts the same. Hypocrite. Yu Sanju, you scoundrel. How dare you push me? I'll knock you senseless. Li Hua picked up the whip that Yu Chengyuan had dropped and aimed it at Yu Sanju. Stop it, daughter-in-law. How can you strike your own husband? Wang exclaimed, her heart aching at the sight of her youngest son being hit by Li Hua. Wife, stop. It was an accident, just a reflex. That rascal Chengyuan pulled me, and I lost my balance, that's all. Yu Sanju explained while running away. I don't care about that. Just because he pulled you, why did you push me out? Look at what I've become. Am I possessed? Li Hua, in her fury, paid no heed to her husband's words and only struck harder. Yu Chengyuan stood by, amused, and casually remarked, Third uncle, my apologies. It was just a reflex, I didn't mean it. He had noticed the shaman's actions and instinctively pulled Yu Sanju, who was closest to him. You little brat. Don't be so pleased with yourself. I'll remember this. Yu Sanju, panting, didn't he forget to glare at his smug nephew? Where are the second son and his wife? Why aren't they coming out? Wang shouted towards the room of the second son. Seeing that Li Hua was unresponsive to her. Finally, the second couple emerged slowly, with the second son, being a man, feeling too embarrassed to pull his wife along. I can only stand there and watch. Mother, I dare not approach. That whip is unpredictable, and what if it strikes me? Furthermore, they are a couple, and their quarrels are of no consequence. They can bicker at the head or foot of the bed. I, however, am different. Should I inadvertently come into contact with the third brother, it would be inappropriate given the societal norms regarding male-female interactions. And it would not reflect well if word got out. She would never be foolish enough to intervene in the scuffles between the couple. Being struck is a minor issue. It would only lead to further reproach later on. You, second brother, you all. Mrs. Wang, in her fury, pointed a finger at the second brother and his companions, rendered speechless. Mother, do not be angry. I will fetch a basin of hot water for you to wash with. Yang Juhua sought to seize the opportunity to slip away. This place reeks with the stench of blood everywhere. She had no desire to remain here. They aimed to harm the second son of the main household, but instead, their plans backfired. Fine, go fetch the water. Second brother, you too, go prepare dinner. Mrs. Wang nodded. After all, they were two useless individuals who would be incapable of mediating any disputes. Besides, she felt a bit hungry. So she dispatched one to boil water and the other to cook. Yuerju acknowledged and then turned toward the kitchen. Yang Juhua intended to follow but was halted by Yu Chengyuan's call. Yang Juhua, you must not wash this dog's blood for old lady Wang, at least not now. Otherwise, it will not work later. What? Chengyuan, what do you mean by that? I do not understand. Second aunt. Yang Juhua feigned ignorance. though she comprehended well in her heart, hoping that the old woman would endure more suffering. They could not delay the main household any longer and had begun to employ the second household instead. She dared not rebel, nor could she vent her frustrations on those from the main family through this troublesome lad. You are still unaware, are you? It is said that old lady Wang is possessed. This dog's blood, when poured upon her, will expel the evil spirits from her. Do you understand now? Yu Chengyuan stated with utmost seriousness. Oh, I see. So you are performing an exorcism for Mother? Mother, you are undergoing an exorcism? How come Zhu and I were not aware? You did not inform us that you were possessed. Since Chengyuan has said that the blood cannot be washed off now, you should endure a little longer. Yang Juhua felt a surge of delight. This biased old woman deserved such treatment. An old hag like her should indeed be dealt with by someone like Chengyuan. However, this nephew seemed to harbor disdain for the second and third households, as well as for the old lady. Otherwise, why would he not address her as grandmother or uncle and aunt? He referred to her directly by name or as old lady. Thankfully, the second household had not been as egregious as the third and should not suffer too severely. Nonsense. When have I ever been possessed? It is you who is clearly afflicted. Second brother's wife, hurry and fetch the water. Do you wish to be punished? Are you going to heed my words or those of that wretched boy? Mrs. Wang immediately began to scold, reprimanding both her grandson and the second brother's wife. Mother, please do not be agitated. I shall certainly heed your words. With that, Yang Juhua dashed towards the kitchen. Elder Wang, are you not possessed? This is precisely what Yu Sanzhu and his wife have conveyed to me. My father has also heard it. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with him. Yu Dazhu nodded in agreement. Indeed, I too have heard this. It was spoken by the couple, the third one. They claim that you are possessed and that immediate exorcism is essential, lest your life be at stake. Yu Dazhu played along with his son's performance, while his wife, Pan Sulian, cast a look of approval in his direction. Nonsense. I have not heard anything of the sort. I am perfectly well. What possession are you talking about? This is sheer nonsense. You little rascal, are you saying this on purpose? Do you wish for me to never step outside again? Are you intent on tarnishing my reputation? Wang scolded loudly. Oh, am I spouting nonsense? You may also consult Granny Hua. She has remarked upon entering this courtyard that she sensed an unclean presence. However, prior to that, you were kneeling there, muttering incoherently, whether in prayer or some other form, I cannot say. With your eyes closed, who knows if you even heard anything? The old woman continued, the more incensed you become, the more delighted I am. Who told you to be so malicious, frequently tormenting our family? You little wretch. It is you who is possessed. If you continue to babble, I shall tear your mouth apart. I believe your entire family is unwell. Otherwise, why would you all have changed so drastically? Your father and grandmother are conspiring with you here. Just look at what has become of you. As elder brother and sister-in-law, you dare to bully your own younger brother and sister-in-law. And you, little wretch, even have the audacity to strike your own grandmother. I see that your entire family is abnormal. You are the ones most deserving of a dramatic turn of fate. Wang grew increasingly fervent in her tirade, unable to restrain herself. Oh dear, Granny Hua, please come and examine this old woman. Is it possible that the unclean presence still lingers? Look, she has begun to utter nonsense again. Hurry and exorcise her. Yu Chengyuan, with a look of fear, jumped to his parents' side, turning to make a face at Li Huahua. Infuriated, Li Huahua could only glare and give her husband a sharp tug. Ouch! Li Huahua, are you attempting to murder your own husband with such force? Yu Sanzhu yelped in pain, caught off guard. Chapter 45. A dog-eat-dog situation. How spectacular. Li Huahua scoffed. Who told you to push me? You deserved it. I already mentioned it was unintentional. Well, so was I. Li Huahua retorted sharply. Yu Sanzhu, realizing his fault, chose not to engage in further nonsense with her. He muttered, now that things have escalated like this, how do we resolve it? I have no idea. It's all that so-called shaman's fault. What a misnomer. I believe she is merely a charlatan. Li Huahua cast a reproachful glance at the dazed Huapopo, who appeared lost in thought. Wasn't she invited by you? Or was she from your maternal family? Why would you bring someone so unreliable? She even charged 20 yuan. What a scam. Yu Sanzhu grumbled. What are you complaining about? Didn't you ask your mother for the 20 yuan? At least she only gave half. The rest was withheld. We achieved nothing and got nothing in return. Exactly. The remainder was not returned. That little rascal gained nothing, while we, the San family, suffered. How did our elder brother and sister-in-law become so fierce and protective? In the past, mother would only scold them a bit, never daring to lay a hand on them. Today, it's as if we've encountered a ghost. How would I know? It truly seems like a ghost. Enough. I need to boil water for a bath. I smell absolutely foul. Liahua lowered her head to take a whiff, nearly retching at the foul odor. Yet, she was stopped in her tracks by Huapopo. With extensive experience, Huapopo had seen all kinds of people. This young man was cunning, playing the fool while deceiving others. His parents were skillful actors, seamlessly playing along truly. They were all shrewd individuals. It is indeed said that birds of a feather flock together. She could no longer linger here. It was imperative to take her leave with the money. If she stayed any longer, not only would she fail to secure her funds, but she might also find herself in a precarious situation. It was best to make a swift exit. Before departing, however, she needed to collect the remaining 10 yuan. Young man, my abilities are insufficient to discern which of you is truly afflicted. Your aunt insisted on inviting me, and now I must take my leave. Do not inquire further. If you have questions, direct them at that couple. Huapopo indicated Liahua and her companions. Huapopo, why are you blocking my way? Couldn't you have spoken up earlier? Well, since you couldn't figure it out, kindly return the 10 yuan I gave you earlier. Liahua winced at the thought of the 10 yuan and reached out for the money. Yes, Huapopo quickly returned the previous 10 yuan. You claim to be a shaman? Nonsense. If you do not return the money today, you shall not leave this place. Upon being reminded by the third sister-in-law, Wang Shi immediately began to shout. This is 10 yuan, enough to buy nearly 10 pounds of meat, providing sustenance for quite some time. How could we allow this ignorant village woman to benefit? This money would be better spent on my precious grandson, Bao, as pocket money. How preposterous. How dare you ask me for money? After everything that has happened today, I have already endured enough hardship. It's fortunate that I haven't requested medical expenses from you. I shall consider myself unfortunate. So kindly return the 10 yuan we previously agreed upon. The day is darkening, and I must return home. Today has truly been ill-fated, encountering your family. Such madness. The old woman, Granny Hua, brusquely swatted Liahua's hand aside and demanded money from her. Sister-in-law, you cannot give her any money. Reclaim what is rightfully yours. Wang Shi interjected once again. Liahua, we are from the same village. If you dare to come and snatch, I shall spread the word far and wide upon my return. You summoned me to harm your little brother-in-law, only to go back on your word about the payment, leaving your family in disarray. And you wretched old hack, beware, you heartless crone. You may find yourself with no place to rest in death. It was indeed you who compelled me to falsely claim that your grandson was possessed, seizing the opportunity to punish him. The promised 20 yuan is now not only withheld, but you even seek to reclaim the deposit. I have never encountered such shamelessness from anyone. The fortune teller, exasperated, revealed all her grievances. Even if I forfeit the remaining payment today, I must vent this fury. Upon hearing this, the faces of Yu Dazhu and his wife immediately changed. Yu Sanju, Liahua, is what Granny Hua said true? Did she come here to harm our Chengyuan? Pan Zuilian questioned sharply. Sister-in-law, let me explain. It is not as it seems. This fortune teller is spouting nonsense. We truly hired her to exorcise evil from our mother. Yu Sanju lied without a hint of shame. He could not admit the truth. Only a fool would do so. After all, with Granny Hua's single voice. They had several voices. Could they not counter her? Yes, indeed, Dazhu did plead for leniency. However, Granny Hua insisted that it would appear insincere otherwise. The gods must perceive our earnestness. Sister-in-law, do not heed this fortune teller's ramblings. We never uttered such words. We are family. You and your elder brother must trust us. Liahua quickly chimed in. Family? Nonsense. When have you two ever regarded our household as kin? I would sooner trust the dog at the village entrance than you. Pan Zuilian spat on the ground, cursing. Sister-in-law, how can you speak so harshly? Liahua grumbled, displeased. Did I insult anyone? I did not name names. If the shoe fits, do not blame me. After all these years living together, one can discern the malice lurking beneath your facade. The younger sister speaks the truth. You must not trust a word from them. They are deceitful. They invited me here under the pretext that your son was possessed, claiming he had completely transformed. They asked me to exorcise him, restoring him to his former self. Granny Hua, silence yourself. It is evident that your desire for profit has led you to deceive my daughter-in-law. Wang was immediately incensed. Young man, young lady, I assure you, I have not deceived you. Furthermore, the 30 lashes were indeed their idea, as well as the talismanic water intended for your son. The blood of a dog, meant to dispel malevolent spirits, was also procured by Li Heflower's husband. They claimed that the more miserable your son became, the better. While you celebrate the first day of the month, I will be reveling on the 15th. If you refuse to pay and instead slander me, I have lived for decades and not in vain. You Sanju and Li Heflower, your malicious intent toward my son demands that I teach you a lesson today. Lest I fail as a father. Daughter-in-law, step aside. Be careful not to get caught in the fray. Yu Daju, in a frenzy, seized a nearby wooden beam and swung it. Yu Sanju and his wife hastily fled. However, the confines of the courtyard left little room for escape. One pursued, while two fled, creating a most chaotic scene. Father, take it easy. Rest when you tire. Upon hearing this, Yu Sanju paused momentarily, only to receive a heavy blow. With a yelp, he resumed his flight. Mother, help. Please make my brother stop. Daju, cease at once. One shouted, but her words fell on deaf ears. Granny Hua wore a smug smile, arms crossed, reveling in the spectacle. Granny Hua, what are you grinning about? It is your fault that my son and daughter-in-law are being beaten. Hand over the money and be gone. You old hag are hardly innocent. I merely conduct business for a fee. I believe they were persistently bullying you, which is why I agreed to assist. I was mistaken and fell victim to your 3 deceitful schemes. I initially thought you pitiable, but it turns out you are the most despicable of all. What kind of person would degrade their own grandchild in such a manner? Money? Not a chance. Bah, you disrespectful, senile old fool. Granny Hua, infuriated, lashed out. You dare insult me, you old hag? Wang, flustered, was at a loss for words. Granny Hua, with a defiant expression, seemed to relish the confrontation. Listen, young man. I speak the truth. They are merely using this as a means to retaliate against you. I have no quarrel with you. Thus, I shall take my leave. The night draws near, and the roads become perilous. With that, Granny Hua attempted to depart. I do not trust what you say, nor should you portray yourself as innocent. Those who deceive and manipulate, like you, are hardly virtuous. You may leave, but leave the money behind. Yu Chengyuan said coldly. Chapter 46, The Master of Blame. It must be you. Upon hearing this, Wang felt relieved that this young man, in a moment of crisis, still recognized the importance of unity. Thankfully, he was not beyond redemption. Immediately, she chimed in. Diviner, did you hear that? My grandson insists that you leave the money behind. Bah, old hag, the money has already been given to me. Do you expect to reclaim it? Dream on. The diviner spat at Wang, and then turned to Yu Chengyuan with a smile. Young man, that money was not given to you, so it would be inappropriate to demand its return. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a twinge of apprehension in the presence of this young man. A sensation that did not arise with others. Diviner, do you have an issue with your hearing? Or perhaps your eyesight is failing you. This is my grandson. And he clearly stated that you may leave, but the money must remain. Chengyuan, don't be polite with this diviner. Simply take the money back yourself. It's in that cloth bag of hers. Wang seemed to have forgotten her previous harsh words and began to direct the situation. Yu Chengyuan, uninterested in Wang's commands, fixated on the diviner and reiterated, leave the money behind. You can leave now. I want to repeat myself. My patience is wearing thin. Did you hear that, diviner? Hurry up and hand over the money. Otherwise, my grandson will not spare you. Wang interjected again. Diviner, hurry and give the money back. Silence, old woman. Yu Chengyuan admonished. You talk too much. Watch your tongue. Wang, on the verge of retorting, was restrained by the daughter-in-law of the third son, who urged her to remain silent. But I made the effort to come here. Surely, I can't leave empty-handed? The old woman, reluctant to part with the money, protested. If you refuse to return the ill-gotten gains, I can easily take you to your village committee and inform them of your deceitful actions at my home. You decide how to proceed. Diviner, hand over the money now. Otherwise, my nephew truly will act on that threat. He is capable of anything at this point. Li Hua reminded, puzzled by Chengyuan's nephew's willingness to reclaim their money. It was indeed a rarity. Li Hua, who gave you permission to speak? Be quiet. Yu Chengyuan glared, noticing his father resting nearby, exhausted. With no other option, the diviner reluctantly produced 10 yuan. Here, consider this a fruitless endeavor. Now you may leave, and remember, do not engage in deceitful practices again, or you will face dire consequences. The heavens watch over us. Good deeds are rewarded, while evil deeds are punished. Yu Chengyuan took the money, waved his hand dismissively, and ordered her to leave. The diviner huffed, stamped her foot, and turned to exit, casting a glare at Li Hua as she did so. Li Hua, don't dare return to Hua village. Who is afraid of whom? Li Hua retorted defiantly. After the diviner's departure, Wang was pulled aside by the second daughter-in-law to take a bath and change clothes. In the courtyard, only 3 couples remained, along with Urge and Urju, and their family of 3. Eldest brother Pingan was still inside the house. Upon seeing his mother retire to bathe and change, Yu Sanju thought it prudent to slip back to his own quarters. He was wary of his nephew, who had a propensity for vengeance. This nephew was nothing like his elder brother, Udaju, who, despite being capable of violence, always exhibited restraint, considering their fraternal bond. This nephew, however, was hard-hearted and showed no mercy. After the spectacle they had just caused, how could this brat not seek retribution against them? I'm heading back to the house to prepare hot water for the bath. You stay here, Yu Sanju whispered to his wife. What are you going back for? Are you really willing to forego that 10 yuan? That's a significant amount. It could buy plenty of meat. Don't you want to eat meat? Li Hahua murmured. She could hardly bear the thought of letting that money slip away. Enough. I'm going back now, he retorted. What a foolish woman. Still thinking about that 10 yuan at such a moment. His mother would naturally inquire with the eldest family for funds. There was no need for them to venture out. How did he end up marrying such a simpleton? His younger brother's wife was far more astute. Moreover, his sister-in-law possessed fair skin and a lovely appearance. Particularly her enticingly full bosom. She was just a tad shorter than his wife. Thinking of his sister-in-law's alluring figure led his thoughts astray. Unlike his own wife, who, though tall, was dark and thin, he found the experience of intimacy painful. Her physique, especially after childbirth, had left him disinterested. He preferred to indulge himself instead. He couldn't help but wonder what it would feel like to have a curvaceous body beneath him. What was he thinking? He nearly drooled at the thought. Li Hahua snapped him out of his reverie with a light tap. I'm hungry. Hurry up and cook. Just then, Yu Sanju attempted to make his escape. Where do you think you're going, Yu Sanju? Don't you have anything to explain to me? And what about this mess in the yard? Aren't you going to tidy up? Why the rush to return home before nightfall? Yu Chengyuan blocked his path. After creating such a scene, he thought he could just walk away? Not a chance. Li Hahua sensed the tension and chuckled nervously. Sanju, just talk it out with eldest brother. Don't get worked up. We're all family. I just need to freshen up. The smell is unbearable, Li Hahua said, moving towards the kitchen, cautiously passing by Pan Suelian, hoping she wouldn't obstruct her. Thankfully, she merely shot her a glare. Pan Suelian observed Li Hahua's somewhat clumsy gait and muttered, You reek of blood. It's disgusting. I have no interest in stopping you. Her husband had already dealt with the couple, and she saw no reason to intervene further. Father, mother, please bring the food into eldest brother's room and accompany him for dinner. He must be quite hungry at this hour. I shall join you once I have finished my affairs, Yu Chengyuan instructed his parents. Udaju and his wife responded affirmatively and proceeded to the kitchen to fetch the meal, which had already been prepared by Pan Suelian. Eldest nephew, I acknowledge our faults. Yu Sanju said with a sycophantic smile, though his demeanor was undeniably irritating. However, eldest brother has already reprimanded us, which serves to alleviate your grievances. Let us not dwell on this. We are family after all. My father is merely defending his son. Thus he has taken it upon himself to confront the matter on my behalf. I, as the aggrieved party, have yet to express my displeasure. You too, with your callous hearts, have exploited the elderly lady to seek retribution against me. If I were to simply let you off the hook without any retaliation, would that not be utterly humiliating? I have previously warned you not to provoke me again. I am no longer the meek and submissive person I once was. Yu Chengyuan declared, shaking his fist, which was as large as a sandbag, before Yu Sanju. My apologies, eldest nephew. It is entirely your third aunt's fault. She insisted that you were possessed. Despite my protests, she refused to believe me. Then, your grandmother also became convinced of this possession. The two of them conspired together, and I could not dissuade them. Yu Sanju, feeling the pressure from Yu Chengyuan's relentless stance, attempted to shift the blame onto his mother and daughter-in-law, knowing they were absent. Yu Sanju, if you were to admit your faults openly, I would regard you as a man of honor. Yet, you choose to deflect blame onto your own mother and wife, revealing your true character. You are indeed the undisputed champion of blame-shifting. Enough of this prattle. Today, I present you with two choices. You may choose, or else. Yu Chengyuan declared, seizing an axe and effortlessly cleaving a thick piece of wood in two. Yu Sanju, taken aback, trembled and stammered. What are the two choices? This young man's audacity was undeniably unsettling, and Yu Sanju could not help but feel apprehensive. Chapter 47. 10 yuan for a bicycle. The first option is to apologize to me, then receive 30 lashes, and subsequently drink that bowl of murky talisman water. If you comply, I will consider this matter resolved and will not seek further retribution from Li Hahua. Do you agree to this? If you do, I need not present a second choice. Yu Chengyuan pointed to the bowl of dark talisman water on the altar. Upon hearing the mention of 30 lashes, Yu Sanju felt a chill run down his spine. At over 40 years of age and having just endured a few blows from his elder brother, receiving 30 lashes from this young man would likely render him bedridden for a fortnight. This lad would show no mercy, raising the whip high before bringing it down with force. Casting another glance at the murky liquid, he wondered if it were even safe to consume. Would drinking it result in poisoning? Merely contemplating it made his stomach churn, let alone the idea of actually drinking it. This nephew of his was indeed devious to concoct such a cruel scheme. He completely forgot that the plan to retaliate against his nephew had originally included the drinking of the black water. Was he no longer considered human when it came to his own fate? Chengyuan, dear nephew, 30 lashes is far too excessive, and that dark concoction is simply unpalatable. Perhaps you could share the second option instead. Very well, I shall present the second choice. You possess a bicycle, do you not? Since your cousin Erbao is currently away, the bicycle will only rust if left and used at home. Once it rusts, it could only fetch 2 yuan. You seldom ride it, so why not sell it to me? I want you to take it for free. I will pay you for it. Yu Chengyuan spoke in a remarkably calm tone, as if discussing a business transaction. A bicycle? You wish to purchase a bicycle? That is rather costly, isn't it? Furthermore, if I sell it to you and Erbao returns seeking to ride it, what then? If he discovers that I have sold his bicycle, he will surely be displeased. No, I cannot sell you the bicycle. Yu Sanju shook his head, resolutely declining. He recalled how his son had persistently pestered the elderly matriarch for a bicycle, and after much coaxing, she finally relented. It had cost several hundred yuan. By the time Erbao returns, the bicycle may be beyond repair, and then you would find no one willing to buy it. However, if you remain adamant about not selling the bicycle, I will not press the matter. You may simply endure the 30 lashes and drink that bowl of water. Let today's incident be forgotten. If you refuse both options, there is but one course of action. We shall approach the village secretary to discuss this matter. Foregoing any involvement of the village head, I shall accuse you and your spouse, along with the elderly Wang, of disseminating superstitions that endanger your own nephew and grandson. Perhaps you two do not care about your reputation, but I wonder how this might affect Erbao, who is currently in university, and whether it could hinder his future employment prospects. I have heard that the scrutiny in such matters is quite severe. Yu Chengyuan shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. He spoke partly in jest, intending to intimidate, as Yu Sanju was oblivious to such matters. Yu Sanju gazed at his nephew, torn between belief and skepticism. Was he truly serious? Could it be a mere ruse? Was the situation truly that dire? Would it truly impact the allocation of responsibilities for the second child? After a moment's hesitation, Yu Sanju inquired. Of course, it is rather serious. I heard it from my in-laws. Prestigious jobs demand impeccable credentials and a clear family background. Some even require an extensive genealogical check. Do you think that anyone can easily gain entry into esteemed institutions? Do you believe that merely excelling in studies ensures security? Yu Chengyuan continued his persuasion. During the division of assets, he had forgotten about a bicycle, and this time he seized the opportunity to retrieve it. This bicycle was originally purchased with a month's salary from his elder brother and the proceeds from selling a pig. His mother had tirelessly tended to the pig, even harvesting the fodder herself. It was nurtured day by day. Thus, reclaiming the bicycle does not seem unreasonable. Why should the third household benefit unduly? Very well. If you wish to buy it, then so be it. But do you possess the funds? Aren't you in debt to the hospital? Where will you find the money to buy the second child's bicycle? Yu Sanju feared that this rascal might disclose the matter, jeopardizing his younger son's future. That would be counterproductive. However, he quickly realized that this lad still needed to repay his debts. How could he possibly afford a bicycle? Isn't that money? Hand it over, and the bicycle shall be mine. And do not forget the key. Yu Chengyuan offered a large bill. Upon seeing the note his nephew presented, Yu Sanju's eyes widened in disbelief, resembling copper bells, his pupils nearly popping out. 10 yuan? Chengyuan, are you jesting with your third uncle? Can 10 yuan purchase a bicycle? You couldn't even buy a wheel for that. Isn't this absurd? Yu Sanju was infuriated, tempted to strike, yet hesitated. He could not match the vigor of youth. His own body would surely falter. To think that 10 yuan could buy their family's bicycle was an affront. Moreover, that 10 yuan was evidently the same note just retrieved from Granny Hua, not even their own money. This impudent lad truly aims to acquire the bicycle for a pittance. With schemes rattling in his mind, 10 yuan is not insignificant. It could buy nearly 10 jin of meat. Furthermore, their bicycle is old, over a year in age. How much could it possibly be worth? And considering how you and your spouse have schemed against me this time, shouldn't there be some form of compensation? If not, then you ought to provide me with the funds to purchase a new one, which I would prefer. Chengyuan remarked, a half-smile playing on his lips, leaning against the wall, arms crossed, awaiting a response. Even if we, as a couple, have wronged you and owe an apology, it shouldn't entail such a hefty price. The bicycle may have been bought over a year ago, yet it surely cannot be worth merely 10 yuan. Yu Sanju thought to himself. If his mother and wife were to discover this, wouldn't they create an uproar? This little rascal is truly ruthless. Attempting to acquire his bicycle for a mere 10 yuan. It is utterly outrageous. Aside from antique calligraphy and paintings, second-hand goods are hardly worth anything. Do you understand? Additionally, I am aware of a secret of yours. If you are willing to part with it for 10 yuan, I shall divulge it to you for free. If you are unwilling, I shall not assist you in safeguarding this secret. When the entire village is informed, it will no longer concern me. This Yu Sanju. Not only does he possess a repulsive appearance and a malevolent heart, cunning like a weasel, but there exists an even more deplorable facet to his character. Yu Sanju eyed Yu Chengyuan with suspicion, asserting, what secrets could I possibly harbor? Do not speak nonsense. Yet, a flicker of anxiety crept into his heart. If you do not believe me, then so be it. I shall seek out my second uncle, for I am certain he would be far more intrigued by my secret. It is exceedingly arduous to keep it bottled up each day. I must confide in someone. I am confident that soon enough, someone will take care of you. When that time comes, I shall add my 30 lashes. Whether you endure them or not, you shall receive them nonetheless. After Yu Chengyuan finished speaking, he turned and strode toward the second house. Yu Sanju, utterly bewildered, pondered whether his secret had any connection with the second uncle. Could this lad? With that thought, Yu Sanju was nearly paralyzed with fear, immediately pursuing him and kneeling before his nephew. Chengyuan, my good nephew, do not seek out your second uncle. I shall sell you my bicycle for merely 10 yuan. Chapter 48. The transaction. Are you truly willing to sell that bicycle to me for 10 yuan? Yu Chengyuan inquired, gazing at Yu Sanju, who knelt on the ground. I am. As long as you do not seek out your second uncle, Yu Sanju replied, nearly in tears from anxiety. It was evident that this young man was fully aware of the situation. Yu Sanju, it seems you possess some cleverness. However, words alone hold no weight. You may claim you are selling it to me now, but later, you could just as easily accuse me of stealing your bicycle, leaving me with no defense. How about this? Write a note stating that you willingly sell the bicycle to me for 10 yuan. Otherwise, I cannot be at ease. He was no fool. Mere verbal assurances were insufficient. Very well, I shall write a receipt. Good nephew, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Yu Sanju sprang up and hurried back to his room, reappearing in under 2 minutes, holding a sheet of letter paper, which he had purchased specifically to write to his son. Chengyuan, do you think my wording is acceptable? He asked, wiping the sweat from his brow as he handed over the paper. Yu Chengyuan took it and observed the clear writing, with both the name and date inscribed. However, the fingerprint was still absent. Fetch a pen and some ink. We must press our fingerprints to make it official. And remember to bring the bicycle key as well. Yu Sanju dashed back to retrieve the ink, pen, and key. Shortly thereafter, they completed the fingerprinting, and Yu Chengyuan tucked the note away. All right, here's your 10 yuan. We are now square. You should give this money to the old lady and know what to say, right? He wished to avoid having Wang Shi come demanding the 10 yuan back. The third uncle knows what to say, Yu Sanju replied. But you must promise me. Do not breathe a word of this to your second uncle. At that moment, Yu Sanju felt immense regret for having lost control of his legs and eyes. Now, he had lost a bicycle, and when his mother inquired, he would need an excuse. Fortunately, she would likely not notice immediately. Do not worry, since I have promised you. I will remain silent. Besides, we will be moving to the old house tomorrow. What is there to fear? Once they relocated, he would have no reason to return here. He wished to sever all ties with this place entirely. Ideally, he would wish for a complete disassociation, but that seemed improbable. Not only would the villagers gossip, but even his father would likely object. However, it was fortunate that they had already divided their household. They were soon to depart, which would alleviate many future troubles. A cause for celebration indeed. At least they would no longer have to endure such distressing days. Take this 10 yuan. I am off to eat, he declared. Remember to tidy this place. It looks utterly disgusting. Do you not feel ashamed? With a clap of his hands, Yu Chengyuan returned to his elder brother's home. Li Houhua and Yang Juhua emerged, supporting their grandmother as they stepped outside. At a glance, Yu Sanju noticed the 10 yuan in his hand. Wang Shi and Li Hihua inquired simultaneously. Third brother, has that little rascal returned the money to you? How generous of him to hand over the money. What do you mean by hand over? It is clearly our money. It should be said that he has returned it. At least this lad has a conscience for not keeping the 10 yuan for himself. Wan sure felt considerably uplifted, despite the day's earlier misfortunes. She had not spent a single cent. She had not allowed that fortune teller to take advantage of her. It was thanks to this little brat that retrieving the 10 yuan had become feasible. Li Yihua mused inwardly, has this little rascal truly changed for the better? Not only does he not hold a grudge against their schemes, but he also returned the money to them. This seems rather unusual. It does not align with his previously vindictive character. Is this money genuinely from Chengyuan? Li Yihua asked again, perplexed. Of course it's from him. Do you think I could wrest the money from his grasp? Do you believe I possess such capability? Enough of that. The money is back, and that's what matters. Have you finished preparing the meal? I am on the verge of starving. Yu Sanju quickly diverted the topic. Yes, you are right, their brother. Since the money has already been retrieved, there is no need for further inquiries. Third brother's wife, please hurry and bring the dishes over. I am hungry. Let us eat. The day is nearly over. After Wansher spoke, she turned to direct Yang Juhua, second brother's wife, go fetch second brother for dinner. The two daughters-in-law acknowledged and proceeded, one to the kitchen, the other to the room. Yu Sanju assisted his mother to the main room. Upon entering, Yang Juhua approached her husband. Zhu, did you know? Chengyuan just returned that 10 yuan to third brother. Do you think the sun has risen in the west? What do you mean by the sun rising in the west? Isn't this a good thing? It saves my mother from causing a scene. Why are you concerned about that? Zhu replied, finding nothing particularly surprising. Perhaps it was due to the elder brother reprimanding third brother and his wife, or perhaps it was because they were moving to the old residence tomorrow, leading Chengyuan to avoid further chaos at home. No. This does not align with your nephew's character. If it were Pingyuan, I might believe it, but Chengyuan is unlikely to act this way. Yang Juhua shook her head, feeling that something was amiss. Let us not dwell on that. How is mother? What is she doing now? Zhu inquired with concern, as the earlier incident had been quite distressing. Mother is quite well. She is oh. She asked me to call you for dinner. We should hurry, or third brother and his wife will finish all the food. Yang Juhua slapped her thigh, suddenly remembering the urgency of the meal. With that, she grabbed her husband and dashed out. Slow down. Yu Sanju nearly lost his shoes. Chengyuan, come quickly for dinner. The dishes are getting cold. When Pan Suelian saw her son enter the house, she promptly called out to him and removed the lid from the dishes. The food looked quite appetizing. A plate of spicy scrambled eggs with chili, a plate of eggplant, and a plate of stir-fried cucumber, each portion modestly reserved. Father, mother, brother, have you all finished your meals? Yu Chengyuan sat down and began to eat heartily. Feeling quite hungry. We have all eaten. Take your time, and your father and I will go count and tidy up some things. You can eat while chatting with your brother. Once you finish, leave the dishes here. Your mother will come to clean up afterward. With that, the couple ventured out to attend to their tasks. Once Yu Dazhu and his wife departed, Yu Pingyuan could no longer contain his curiosity. Chengyuan, I saw you give that 10 yuan to third uncle. Why did you do that? Also, he gave you a piece of paper, and you both pressed your fingerprints on it. What was written on it? He had caught a glimpse through the window but could not hear their conversation. Yu Pingyuan's face was filled with intrigue, knowing his younger brother could not possibly be that foolish. Brother, you saw that? That was our proof of transaction. Third uncle sold me his bicycle. The 10 yuan I gave him was the payment for it, Yu Chengyuan explained. Ah, no way. Is third uncle out of his mind? Selling you a bicycle for just 10 yuan? This is unbelievable, Yu Pingyuan exclaimed, digging into his ears as if to ensure he had not misheard. Because I have leverage over him, brother. Let me tell you. Yu Chengyuan whispered the secret to his elder sibling. My goodness. This third uncle dared to spy. He truly is a scoundrel. If second uncle finds out, heaven itself would crumble. What if second aunt learns of this? Would she even survive? Yu Pingyuan's face was a canvas of disbelief upon hearing this. Chapter 49. Catching blackfish. Before long, Yu Chengyuan had finished his meal and set down his utensils. He then admonished, Brother, please do not speak of what I just told you to our parents. He feared that if his father were to learn of it, he would inevitably divulge the information to Yu Erzhu. The latter, though not malicious, possessed a rather feeble disposition, and thus it was best to withhold such matters from him. Should he find out, it could be unbearable for him. After all, it was only out of goodwill that he had warned them about the potential disaster. Therefore, he sincerely hoped that his brother would not act impulsively and make a grave mistake. Understood. Rest assured, it's best that our parents remain oblivious to this, Yu Pingyuan replied. I won't mention it to uncle either. When do you plan to bring Sulan and my little niece back? Yu Pingyan nodded, shifting his concern toward his younger brother. Not so soon. Sulan had a cesarean section. She must take good care of herself to avoid any lingering ailments. It is preferable for her to stay with my in-laws for the time being, as their conditions are far superior to ours. Once she has regained her strength, I will bring her home, and then you shall meet your little niece. Whenever Chengyuan spoke of his wife and child, an involuntary smile graced his face. Well, it's good that you have your own thoughts. Indeed, the conditions at the old house leave much to be desired. I fear I won't be able to assist with the move tomorrow. You'll have to rely on our parents for that. A sense of guilt washed over Yu Pingyan, recognizing that it was his brother who had borne the brunt of their family's trials. It was this brother who had provided counsel during their recent tribulations. Brother, there's no need for such sentiments. You have contributed immensely to our family and still haven't taken a wife. It's now time for me to lend a hand. Rest assured, I will ensure you find a wife swiftly. Once I earn some money, I'll have a matchmaker propose a union by the year's end, so that your nights need not be so cold. Chengyuan understood his elder brother's intentions and chuckled heartily. Yu Pingyan's face flushed at the mention of marriage. When did you become a matchmaker? Haraha. Brother, you are blushing. It's as if you've had a couple of drinks. Chengyuan laughed heartily. Chengyuan, when did you become so adept at jesting? Is the move to the new house happening tomorrow? Yu Pingyan inquired earnestly. Yes. The house at the old site will be completely ready tomorrow. We just need to install 2 doors. I'll head to the county to purchase them. As for the items from the division of the household, there aren't many. You need not worry about tomorrow's move. The villagers who offered their assistance today will return to help, along with the village chief. Brother, I must take my leave. I have an errand to run. Chengyuan declared as he rose. It's already dark. Where are you going? Yu Pingyan asked, knowing well that his brother had toiled throughout the day, repairing the old house and contending with the 3rd branch, scarcely finding a moment to rest. I ventured to the irrigation canal, hoping to find some catfish and perhaps catch a few eels to deliver to my in-laws tomorrow. As dusk settled, around 7 o'clock, the timing seemed perfect. Brother, do rest early, I reminded him. Are you going to catch catfish? He inquired. There are plenty near the canal beneath the dam. And eels should be in the fields too. Bring a net and a flashlight. Better yet, wear my mining helmet. It has a lamp that shines brilliantly. Remember to be cautious, especially of your footing. There are still snakes about at this time of year. With a nod, I acknowledged my brother's concerns, chuckling at his familiar tendency to fuss over me as he had in our youth. I then headed to the kitchen to gather the net and bucket, donning my brother's helmet before stepping outside. Before I left, I exchanged pleasantries with my parents, receiving similar advice to stay safe and return early. I made no detours and proceeded directly to the location my brother had mentioned. The mining lamp illuminated the surroundings splendidly, allowing me to see clearly wherever I directed its beam. Along the embankment, I managed to catch a dozen or so eels, and after approximately half an hour, I arrived at my destination. In the distance, the gentle sound of flowing water reached my ears, a melodious and refreshing symphony. The country path was deserted, but being a grown man, I felt no fear. The only company I had was the occasional croaking of frogs and chirping of insects. As the sound of water grew nearer, I soon found myself at the edge of the canal. One side was a muddy path, while the other was lined with rice fields. The night breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming rice, and the seedlings were a vibrant green. I inhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility wash over me. It was time to begin my task. The canal measured about 1 meter in width and depth. Under the glow of the mining lamp, the aquatic life was clearly visible. The banks were thick with water plants, and scattered stones peppered the bottom. Small fish darted about, some strikingly beautiful with their flat bodies adorned in hues I could not name, while tiny loaches swiftly burrowed into the nearby vegetation. I also spotted several snails, some the size of my thumb, others merely the size of my pinky. Then, to my dismay, I encountered a long, slender leech. A shiver ran down my spine at the sight of it, for I had always harbored an aversion to such gelatinous creatures since childhood. Deciding to abandon that section of the canal, I sought a spot abundant with water plants yet free of leeches, carefully placing my bucket on the bank. The dense vegetation provided an ideal hiding place for catfish. With the net in hand, I plunged it into the foliage, stirring the water with my foot. Regrettably, my first attempt yielded no catfish, but I did manage to catch 2 loaches and a few small carp, each weighing around 2 taels. I cast them into the bucket without a second thought. Even though I had no success this time, I was undeterred. The canal was extensive, and I was confident there were fish to be found. My brother had assured me of their presence, and I resolved to continue my search. After several successful catches, Chengyuan finally netted a sizable black fish, weighing around 2 to 3 pounds. Ecstatic like a child, he burst into hearty laughter. He then placed the large black fish into a bucket, cheerfully exclaiming that his wife would enjoy some black fish soup. Such is the thrill of fishing. The capture of one invigorates the spirit. Following this, fortune favored Chengyuan abundantly as he continued to catch 2 or 3 more black fish, each weighing similarly. In addition to the black fish, he also netted a couple of palm-sized crucian carp and several others of varying sizes. Moreover, he caught a few small crayfish, totaling around 2 to 3 pounds. Initially, he hesitated to keep them, but upon considering that he would host the local villagers assisting him with his move the next day, he decided they could serve as an additional dish. The loach and small fish would also contribute to a delightful meal. Today, he managed to catch some eels and even captured a few from the fields, contemplating setting aside the smaller ones for another dish. The more he fished, the more exhilarating it became, yet upon noticing that his bucket was brimming, he refrained from further fishing. Observing the lengthy waterway, of which he had traversed less than a third, he resolved to return another day. Today's bounty was ample enough. As he made his way back to shore, Chengyuan carefully inspected his legs, finding them smooth and devoid of anything but hair, as he feared the leeches might have latched on unnoticed. Satisfied with the fruitful haul in his bucket, he hummed a quaint countryside tune as he headed home. Chapter 50. Sending fish to my wife for nourishment the following day. Chengyuan rose early. His parents were already up. His mother had prepared breakfast, but only for their immediate family. Having separated from the extended family, Pan Suolian was no longer responsible for cooking for a large group. She merely fed their own chickens and pigs, which now numbered 3 pigs, 2 geese, and 3 chickens, a relatively good situation. Dezhu, Chengzi, breakfast is ready. Today I've cooked some noodles and eggs for you. You'll need your strength for the work ahead, so eat well. Pan Suolian had indeed gone all out today, frying an egg for each family member. Mother, I'll be right there, Chengyuan called from the backyard. He had separated the fish and eels he caught the previous night, setting aside a larger eel for sizable wild fish and 4 half-pound crucian carp. These were all wild-caught, promising a delightful flavor if prepared properly. The eels could be used to make a nourishing congee for his in-laws, or even fried with dried chili for a delectable dish. Chengyuan glanced at the small crayfish in the wooden basin, estimating there to be about 4 to 5 pounds. He decided to set aside around 1.5 pounds, thinking it would make a great dish for his father-in-law to enjoy with a drink. He specifically selected female crayfish, as they had smaller heads and more meat, unlike the males. Having completed his preparations, he made his way to the kitchen for breakfast. There was no need to carry the food to his elder brother's room, as the soup and noodles were cumbersome. They had much to accomplish that day, necessitating an early start. Pan Suolian had prepared 3 generous bowls of noodles and placed them on the kitchen table. The back kitchen was spacious enough to accommodate an older table. At that moment, the second sister-in-law, Yang Juhua, rose to make breakfast. Even before entering the kitchen, she caught the enticing aroma of noodles and eggs wafting through the air. Taking a deep breath, she thought to herself, "What has my sister-in-law prepared that smells so delightful so early in the morning?" Upon entering the kitchen, she was greeted by the sight of 3 large bowls of noodles and golden fried eggs. Envy and admiration stirred within her. "Sister-in-law, you are truly fortunate. Now that you've separated, you can cook whatever you like. Unlike us, we have to wait for the new year for a special meal. But really, just after separating, indulging in noodles and eggs seems rather extravagant. Aren't you usually quite frugal? Let me remind you, how I manage my household is my own affair. You needn't worry, though I appreciate your concern. In the past, we in the main house often lacked food. Now that we've separated, I won't continue to deprive myself, will I? Don't you agree, second sister-in-law?" Pan Suolian interjected, her tone unyielding. At that moment, Chengyuan and his father entered the kitchen, one after the other. Yang Juhua, taken aback by the retort, felt her face flush with discomfort and thought, "This usually gentle sister-in-law has learned to stand her ground." She then mumbled, "You're right, sister-in-law. I'll get back to making breakfast." A family of 3 could not help but laugh. "You two should eat quickly. I will take a bowl to Ping'an. He has just gotten up," said Pan Suolian as she picked up a bowl of noodles and departed. The father and son settled down and began to savor their noodles while engaging in conversation. "Father, later you should accompany me to the county town. I intend to purchase 2 doors, and the proprietor will send someone with a cart to deliver them. You can return with him. Then, we can work together with the village chief and others to install the doors and windows, and subsequently move our belongings over with the villagers. I estimate that we will have enough time in the morning. Chengyuan, aren't you returning with your father? Yu Daju inquired in surprise. I believe you will finish lunch at my wife's place. Last night, I caught some eel, crucian carp, and loach, and today I plan to deliver them to my wife to help her regain her strength. Thus, I cannot return with you, Yu Chengyuan explained. Oh, I see. Very well. Then father will return first. I will handle the moving affairs at home. You should spend more time with Sulan and her daughter. Once everything is settled here, we can bring them back. It is indeed our responsibility to care for them during the confinement period. The in-laws are truly kind-hearted. Had it been another family, there would have been endless gossip. Yu Daju always felt a sense of indebtedness toward his in-laws. He also longed to see how his granddaughter had grown. All right. Once everything is arranged here and my wife recovers, I will go to my in-laws and bring Sulan and Tang Ang back. Yu Chengyuan nodded. Then remembered there was still an important matter to discuss. By the way, father, there is something I need to tell you. Those villagers who have lent a hand have also worked hard. Moreover, I mentioned yesterday that I wanted to treat them to a meal, not as a jest, but sincerely. This matter is indeed necessary, and I agree with you, father. However, lunchtime might be a bit rushed, don't you think? Yu Daju pondered that inviting them for lunch would be too hasty. Let us instead invite the villagers for dinner. You and mother should prepare some vegetables from the field, and let mother find a couple of helpers to whip up several delightful dishes for the evening. As for the meat dishes, we have some crucian carp, loach, small eels, and shrimp in the backyard, which can be used to prepare 3 or 4 meat dishes. We can also buy some pork and bones today, and that should suffice. Besides rice, I will have mother steam 2 large buns. Those sturdy gentlemen will likely need more to eat. Yu Chengyuan thought that adding a bit more meat would be a good idea, as the meal was already quite lavish. Indeed, Chengyuan, your arrangements are excellent. Let us set out now. We still have quite a distance to travel. The journey on foot to the county town would take quite some time, and he feared it would become too late. Well then, let us head out, but we will ride bicycles, not walk. Yu Chengyuan smiled as he spoke. The two of them rode their bicycles out. Chengyuan, isn't this your third uncle's bicycle? Is he really so generous as to lend it to you? Earlier at home, he dared not inquire, fearing that his mother, Wang, might overhear and cause an uproar. Father, it is not merely a loan. It has been sold to me. This matter is of no concern to you. Henceforth, this bicycle shall be mine. Hold on tight, for I shall accelerate now. Yu Chengyuan quickened his pace. Yu Daju was left bewildered but refrained from asking further questions. Surely, his son could not have pilfered his uncle's bicycle, could he? An hour later, they finally arrived at the county town. Yu Chengyuan escorted his father to their destination, where they procured 2 doors. Once their business was concluded, he took his father to purchase 4 yuan worth of pork, all of which was fatty cuts. A couple of bowls of braised pork would be delightful for dinner. Given that most people have little oil in their bellies, indulging in some fatty pork is quite agreeable. Subsequently, they acquired some pork bones, perfect for simmering a radish soup. After completing their purchases, Yu Chengyuan parted ways with his father, who followed the delivery man to bring the doors home. However, it was not by cart, but rather by tractor. Once again, Yu Chengyuan arrived at his father-in-law's residence. This time, it was his mother-in-law who opened the door. Noticing the water bucket in his hand, she promptly took it from him and handed him a pair of slippers. Change into these. Chengyuan, please have a seat and enjoy some tea. Sulan and the others have yet to awaken. Thank you, mother-in-law. Yu Chengyuan replied with a nod, courteously accepting the slippers she offered. Observing the floor, bright and polished, in the neat and elegant living room, he discerned that his mother-in-law had recently tidied up. It was evident that she was a person who cherished cleanliness. Her lack of disdain towards him suggested she was not a woman of superficial values. Chapter 51. Oh dear. What an awkward encounter. Have you had breakfast already? If not, I have just prepared some lean meat porridge that we could share. Wang Hong glanced at the clock on the wall. It was only 8 o'clock. Riding his bicycle from home would take at least an hour, which meant he must have left around 7. She was uncertain if he had eaten, prompting her inquiry. The porridge she had simmered was perfectly ready, awaiting her daughter's awakening. No, mother-in-law, I have already eaten at home. My father and I came out today to buy a door and to bring some mullet for Sulan to restore her health. I heard that mullet soup is beneficial for those undergoing surgery, so I specifically went to catch some last night. The eels and crayfish are for you and father-in-law. These are all wild. They are hard to find in the market. Our village is relatively close to the county town, but others are much farther away. Generally, people do not bring fish here to sell, especially wild varieties. They either lack the leisure to catch them or believe it is not worth the trouble. opting instead to work on the farm. At most, during market days. They might trade the eggs they have accumulated or some small game they have hunted for a bit of money. Very few would venture to the county town. It is too far and inconvenient. Indeed, mullet soup does aid in recovery for those who have undergone surgery. These you brought are quite sizable. Today, we can certainly prepare some soup for Sulan. You mentioned you came with your father? Where is he? Why did you not bring him along? Regardless, there is no need to rush back. You could return after lunch, although she had previously harbored reservations about her in-laws. Stemming from her refusal to acknowledge her daughter's marriage to their family, now that they had come, it was only polite to invite them for a meal. My father went back earlier. He left with the delivery man on a tractor. We are moving today, so we must take the door back to install it. The village chief and the villagers are waiting for my father to return. Therefore, he cannot visit today. He mentioned he would come back with my mother next time. Chengyuan explained with a smile. He was somewhat surprised that his mother-in-law wished to keep his father for lunch. Ah, I see. We shall wait for the next occasion then. But what do you mean by moving? Are you planning to leave Zizhu village? Or is that biased old woman forcing you out? Mother-in-law, our family is moving to the old house because we have separated from my grandmother. She now lives with the second and third branches, while our family occupies the old house. It is a bit distant from our current residence and somewhat isolated from the village, but it has everything we need. The old house has been inhabited for some time, so we had to ask the villagers for assistance in repairing it yesterday. However, rest assured, we will not remain in that old house indefinitely. When the time is right, I will construct a new home, Chengyuan explained in detail, assuring her that a new house would indeed be built in the future. He harbored an inexplicable trepidation towards his mother-in-law. Had they divided their household? They no longer resided together, which was indeed a relief. The old house may have shown signs of age, yet it was still habitable with a little repair. Constructing a new home was not a task to be accomplished in a mere day or two, so there was no need for haste. A smile of uncontainable joy graced Wang Hong's face. She had not anticipated that this young man would act with such swiftness, severing ties so rapidly. She had expected it to take at least a fortnight or a month, especially given the formidable reputation of that elderly matriarch, a woman managing nearly 10 grown men. Now that they did not live under the same roof, being distanced from that biased old woman was certainly for the best. Sparing her daughter from the vexations of encountering such a morally deficient matriarch. The couple, her in-laws, were honest and kind-hearted individuals. She had no concerns about her daughter being mistreated. At that moment, the sound of her daughter's cries echoed from within the house. Wah, the little one had awakened. Mother-in-law, I shall go check on Tang Tang. Chengyuan had long wished to enter and see his wife and child. Yet he hesitated, fearing he might disturb their slumber. Go ahead. The door is unlocked. I will prepare a bowl of porridge for Sulan in the kitchen. Her grandfather will return shortly. You can have a chat with him then. Wang Hong waved her hand dismissively, not waiting for her son-in-law's response before turning towards the kitchen. Understanding his longing for his wife and child, she urged him to enter without delay. Chengyuan hurriedly pushed the door open and stepped inside. By the time he entered, the little one had ceased her cries as she was relishing her delightful breakfast. However, upon hearing the door open, she turned her head, gazing curiously for a moment. Then, a smile broke across her face before she resumed her meal. Wife, you are awake. Chengyuan called out, subsequently pulling a small chair to sit by the bedside. Chengyuan, how long have you been here? Did you arrive early? Lu Sulan inquired with a smile, lifting her gaze. I've been here for a while. I arrived around 8 o'clock. Chengyuan noted the improvement in his wife's complexion, realizing that his mother-in-law had taken excellent care of her. He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards her for looking after his wife. Even if she occasionally displayed a stern demeanor, he was content. Moreover, it seemed his mother-in-law had softened her views of him, even advising him not to be overly anxious today. Chengyuan, you need not constantly run back and forth to me, lest grandma scold you again. Lu Sulan wished to spare her husband from undue stress, not wanting him to labor so hard. Wife, rest assured. She cannot dictate my actions. We have severed ties. From now on, the Wang family will coexist harmoniously with the second and third branches. However, we will be moving to the old house. That is indeed beneficial, as we will no longer have to face those contemptible faces daily. Are you happy, my dear? We shall no longer live or eat with them. You can wear whatever you desire and do as you please. He believed his wife would surely share in his happiness. Yes, I am so happy. We can live freely from now on. Chengyuan, you are truly remarkable. I am genuinely overjoyed. My parents will no longer suffer under grandma's oppression, nor endure the marginalization from the second and third aunts. Lu Sulan's admiring gaze lingered on her husband. She had never imagined that her husband could so swiftly divide their household. It is worth noting that Chengyuan's grandmother was notoriously difficult in the entire Zizhu village. Shouldn't I receive some form of reward? Chengyuan inquired with a cheeky grin. What kind of reward do you seek? Lu Sulan asked softly, her beautiful eyes blinking innocently. Chengyuan leaned closer, pointing to his cheek with his finger. Is that appropriate? What if my mother sees us? How embarrassing that would be. Lu Sulan glanced towards the doorway, pondering whether her mother might enter. It's all right, my dear. Your mother won't come in that quickly. Just give me a quick kiss, Chengyuan urged playfully. At that moment, their little one suddenly stopped nursing, seemingly satisfied, and made a delightful sound. With her rosy little face tilted back and her bright eyes gazing at them, she waved her tiny hands as if to inquire what her parents were up to. Look, our daughter is watching us, Lu Sulan said with a teasing smile, addressing her adorable child. Sweetheart, Tang is still so young. It's no issue. Chengyuan continued, unabashedly requesting his earlier reward. Lu Sulan bit her lower lip and quickly planted a kiss on him. Just then, the door swung open, revealing her mother standing at the threshold, holding a bowl of congee. Sulan, the lean meat porridge is ready. It's at just the right temperature. Chengyuan and Lu Sulan exchanged an awkward glance and hurriedly separated. Particularly flustered, Chengyuan quickly asked, Mother-in-law, has my father-in-law returned? Oh. He has returned and is waiting for you in the living room. Wang Hong, sensing her son-in-law's embarrassment, hastily provided an opportunity for him to escape the awkward situation. Mother-in-law. Dear wife, I shall head to the living room now. He had initially intended to personally feed his wife and embrace their little darling Tang once more. However, he decided to postpone those intentions, as his father-in-law awaited him outside. Chapter 52. I want to do business. Xiaoyu, come sit over here. Lu Jiangwo eagerly waved at his son-in-law as he saw him emerge. He felt that calling him Xiaoyu was more endearing, given his role as an elder. Henceforth, he decided to address him as such. All right, father-in-law, Chengyuan responded cheerfully, oblivious to the detail of his father-in-law's choice of address, and promptly sat down beside him on the sofa. Had I known you were coming, I would have returned sooner. He had been engaged in a game of chess with an old friend in the park after finishing his grocery shopping. Otherwise, he would have arrived half an hour earlier. No need to worry, my son, Chengyuan replied politely. I heard from Ahong that you have divided the family? Just moments ago, his wife had mentioned this matter, praising this young man. Yes, indeed. Chengyuan nodded. It is for the best. The more people there are together, the more complications arise. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to let us know. We are all family, so there is no need to feel shy about asking. Lu Jiangwo contemplated the strong-willed nature of his mother-in-law, suspecting that even if they agreed to the division, the main family would likely end up with nothing. He thought of how they probably had little now and wished to offer assistance. Thank you, father-in-law. Currently, we are not facing any difficulties. During the division, the main family did not suffer any losses. We received our fair share in full, and my grandmother even gave me 200 yuan. The bicycle park downstairs also belongs to us. So, please do not worry. In fact, we profited from this division. We have not been wronged at all. The only one who might feel wronged is my elder brother, who is currently bedridden. My elder brother is usually quite active, but this time he must lie down and pretend to be disabled, unable to go out. For him, this is not a vacation, but rather a torment. What happened? Did your elder brother get injured? Lu Jiangwo immediately inquired with concern, assuming something had transpired at the coal mine, where his son-in-law's brother worked. After all, working underground is fraught with risks and accidents are not uncommon. Father-in-law, do not worry. My elder brother is fine. He is merely feigning illness, pretending to be disabled. He is not truly injured. Here is what happened. Chengyuan briefly recounted the events to his father-in-law, who quickly grasped the situation. Haha, is that so? Whose idea was this? Yours or your elder brother's? Lu Jiangwo chuckled heartily, then asked. Such a scheme could only have originated from the two brothers. It was unlikely to have been conceived by the in-laws. It was my idea. After leaving your place that day, I went to the coal mine to discuss it with my elder brother. We made arrangements, and the next day, I did not intend to deceive anyone. It is just that my grandmother is one who does not shed tears until faced with a grave situation. If my elder brother had kept that job, earning over 100 yuan a month, my grandmother would never have agreed to the division. Thus, I find myself resorting to this rather desperate measure. Father-in-law, surely you do not look down upon me for employing such tactics against my elders? Chengyuan, apprehensive that his father-in-law might deem him lacking in character, hastily offered an explanation. How could I? Young Yu, do not entertain such thoughts. My father-in-law is not a relic of the past. If your grandmother were a sensible elder, such actions would be inappropriate. However, given her lack of traditional demeanor, you need not adhere to antiquated customs. What you have done is not only correct, but commendable. You have exhibited both courage and wisdom. Lu Zhengwo exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in praise. Yu Chengyuan, feeling a tad embarrassed by the compliment, ruffled his thick, short hair and chuckled. Hee, thank you for your kind words, father-in-law. I was rather compelled into this situation, to be honest. It's nothing grand, merely a clever ruse. Young Yu, there is no need for false modesty. You possess a sharp mind. As long as you do not stray onto the wrong path, success will surely follow. The current predicament is but a fleeting moment. Brighter days await. Lu Zhengwo sincerely praised. This young man indeed displayed a keen intelligence, adept at identifying vulnerabilities and striking precisely at the heart of his adversaries. Yu Chengyuan was pleasantly surprised by his father-in-law's high regard, when suddenly, his mother-in-law emerged from his wife's room. Old Lu, what joyous matter has you so engaged, laughing so heartily? Have you forgotten your precious granddaughter needs to sleep? Home. My apologies. In my excitement, I lost track of time. I shall be more mindful in the future, Lu Zhengwo immediately conceded. Dear mother-in-law, it was merely that father-in-law was overly joyful. Please do not hold it against him. The fault lies with me. Yu Chengyuan, concerned about any potential quarrel between the couple, swiftly took responsibility upon himself. Enough, you need not shoulder the blame alone. Now that your family is separated from your grandmother's, what plans do you have moving forward? Su Lan, do not rush to take her back. Let her recuperate for a few more days. Wang Hong was not truly upset with her husband, so her previous remarks were made in passing. Her current focus was on understanding her son-in-law's perspective regarding the future. I intend to venture into business, however. I cannot completely neglect the family fields. During the busy farming season, I will still need to lend a helping hand. I plan to conduct business in the county town, but currently I lack sufficient capital and experience. I do not aim to embark on a grand enterprise. Rather, I wish to start with small ventures. Yu Chengyuan articulated his aspirations. The year 1986 marked the nascent stage of economic reform, a time ripe for profit. Business? Do you not wish to seek employment instead? A stable job with a fixed salary? Wang Hong queried in astonishment. Having initially contemplated potential avenues to secure a factory job for her son-in-law or a more relaxed position for her husband at school, she hoped this would ease the future lives of her daughter and granddaughter, allowing the latter to pursue her education in the city. Perhaps after a few more years of mingling, the organization might allocate a set of housing. This way, the couple could frequently visit their daughter and granddaughter. However, there lies a challenge as their son-in-law possesses a rural household registration. Nonetheless, with some connections, it may be possible to transfer their household registration to the city. This was her thought, yet she never anticipated that her son-in-law harbored ambitions of venturing into business. Chapter 53, Letting My Father-in-Law Assist Me. My mother-in-law, working diligently for a stable salary, faces considerable challenges. Such opportunities typically require an urban household registration or special circumstances for recruitment. For someone in my position, if fortune smiles upon me, the best I can hope for is a temporary job. Thus, I have no intentions of pursuing that path. However, rest assured, even without formal employment, I shall ensure that Su Lan and her mother lead a comfortable life. Yu Chengyuan refrained from expressing that becoming a worker was not the most favorable route, as it would be challenging to elucidate, and his mother-in-law might not believe him. In this era, securing a stable salary as a worker is still quite appealing. Numerous young women from rural areas strive to marry city dwellers, aspiring to become urbanites. Marrying a city worker facilitates the transfer of household registration, granting them urban status. With an urban household registration, gaining employment in factories becomes considerably easier. At worst, one might begin as a temporary worker. Although the pay is modest, there is always the prospect of permanent employment. Wang Hong assumed her son-in-law was preoccupied with the household registration issue and quickly interjected, "Are you worried about the household registration? You need not be concerned. I know many people through Lao Lu. Obtaining an urban household registration is not difficult. I can have Lao Lu use his connections to help you secure a position at a school. Start as a temporary worker for a while, and when the opportunity arises, we will assist you in transitioning to a permanent role. In due course, you and Su Lan will be able to establish yourselves in the city." During this period, people regarded becoming an urban resident and securing a formal job, often referred to as an iron rice bowl, as a highly enviable achievement. My mother-in-law's perspective was not misguided. She expressed these thoughts with the intention of benefiting both him and Sulan. Chengyuan felt grateful that his mother-in-law felt comfortable discussing such matters with him, as it indicated her acceptance of him as her son-in-law. Contemplating how to respond, he realized he could not outrightly refuse, for it would undermine the goodwill of an elder, which would be inappropriate. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Mother-in-law, your suggestion is quite reasonable. However, it is not feasible to implement it all at once. These matters require time. Perhaps I should first utilize this time to explore some small business ventures. It would serve as a way to pass the time and earn a little money. What do you think?" Upon hearing her son-in-law's words, Wang Hong found merit in his reasoning, recognizing that such endeavors could not be accomplished overnight. Positions in reputable institutions like hospitals and schools are limited. Transferring household registration entails not only time and connections, but also considerable financial resources. Even with connections, funds are needed. One cannot expect others to assist without compensation. Relationships are important, yet one must also adhere to the rules. Otherwise, who would help you in the future? It appeared that her son-in-law possessed a good understanding of these matters. Regardless, since he had the time to experiment with small business ventures, it could potentially yield some profit, which was not a bad idea. Nodding in agreement, she said, "Very well, go ahead and give it a try." Lu Jiangwo had remained silent. Discerning that this young man had not revealed his true thoughts and likely harbored his own insights, he resolved to inquire further when he had the chance. Once his wife was not present, "Old Lu, why are you silent? You usually talk the most, and now you've turned into a mute. I must tell you. Don't be too rigid this time, and set aside your principal's demeanor. This is your son-in-law, and it is quite different. You need to pay some attention to this matter." Wang Hong addressed her husband. Lu Jiangwo nodded with a smile, acknowledging, "I understand, and I shall indeed pay attention. Tomorrow at work, I will keep an eye out and inquire. After all, whether he has done it or not, my wife remains unaware. I will just appease her to keep her happy." Satisfied with her husband's response, Wang Hong nodded approvingly. "Now that's more like it. All right, you two gentlemen continue your conversation. I will go prepare dinner." With that, Wang Hong implied that she was inviting her son-in-law for a meal. However, she returned from the kitchen in less than 2 minutes. "Xiaoyu, how do we handle the loach and the yellow eel you brought? And what about that large red shrimp? The eel and loach are so slippery that I can barely hold them, and those shrimp pincers are quite formidable. I got pinched just a moment ago." After saying this, Wang Hong turned to old Yu and added, "You should handle it. I can't manage. Father-in-law, please help mother-in-law attend to her injury first. I'll take care of the loach and shrimp." Chengyuan noticed that his mother-in-law's finger was bleeding from being pinched by the shrimp and quickly said, before he could finish, the father-in-law had already dashed into their room to fetch a first aid kit. While swiftly attending to the wound, he admonished, "How could you be so careless? What if you caught tetanus?" Chengyuan could see that their relationship was truly affectionate. Though the father-in-law scolded her, his eyes reflected concern. "Father-in-law, this is all my fault. I didn't anticipate that mother-in-law wouldn't know how to handle those things." He should have realized that they probably had never eaten such creatures before. In the countryside, many things are available, but most are not consumed as they do not know how to prepare them. Some that have been attempted to cook turned out unpalatable, and they are less appealing than fatty meat, particularly as they require more oil. They would prefer to stir-fry tiny shrimp with chili, chewing the shells and swallowing them whole. At this moment, the little shrimp were not very popular, primarily because no one knew how to prepare them. "It's nothing, Xiaoyu, just a minor injury. My old Lu tends to make a fuss over trivial matters. You tell us how to prepare those little shrimp, and we shall have old Lu do it. It's not right to turn away what was kindly given to us. Xiaoyu, tell me how to handle it, and I will follow your instructions. To be honest, this is my first time encountering such a creature. I've never seen them at the market. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, this is quite tricky and bothersome to prepare. Let me handle it. I shall make lunch for you today, so you can also taste my culinary skills." He had already planned to cook lunch for his in-laws when he arrived today. "You cook? Can you even cook?" Wang Hong asked in disbelief. She trusted that he could handle farm work, but cooking was a different matter altogether. In many rural areas, the majority of the older gentlemen are not adept at cooking. While they are certainly skilled in agricultural labor, many of them still possess conservative and traditional mindsets, typically avoiding the kitchen, leaving the culinary duties to the women. "Rest assured, mother-in-law, I can cook," explained Chengyuan with a smile. "The men in my family are all capable in the kitchen. My father cooks less frequently, but he does lend a hand when my mother is overwhelmed. The second and third branches of the family, Yu Erju and Yu Sanju, along with their sons, are not familiar with cooking, embodying the type who simply wait for their meals. Ahong, your inquiry is amusing. I am a man too. And I can cook just the same. Today, let us allow the son-in-law to showcase his culinary skills. He might just surprise us with his dishes. Upon learning that his son-in-law could cook, Lu Jiangwo, the father-in-law, felt increasingly pleased. Let him give it a try. By the way, won't there be too many eels? Sulan won't be able to finish them in 2 or 3 days. I fear they might perish if kept for too long. 2 should suffice, especially with the crucian carp as well. Take 1 back with you to enjoy. Moreover, old Lu has purchased 2 pounds of meat. You can take half of it back. We can hardly consume that much. Considering the abundance of vegetables, Wang Hong thought it best to let her son-in-law take the meat home. Thank you, mother-in-law. But I want need the meat. My father bought some today, as we are inviting our neighbors for dinner. As for the eels, I'll prepare a delectable dish to accompany your meals. Do we have sauerkraut and beer at home? The sauerkraut can be used for a spicy fish dish, and the beer for the crayfish. Yes, indeed. Just yesterday, the cleaning lady at the hospital gifted me some homemade sauerkraut. There should be 3 or 4 bottles of beer left. That sounds perfect. However, I might struggle to manage everything on my own. Would you be able to assist me? Father-in-law? Yu Chengyuan inquired with a smile. You rascal. Haha. So what are we waiting for? It's getting late. Let us begin. Only you would dare to ask your old father-in-law for help. Yu Chengyuan chuckled alongside him. Thank you for your assistance, father-in-law. Chapter 54. Life is full of little tips. Father-in-law, do you know how to prepare eels? Yu Chengyuan inquired, uncertain if his father-in-law possessed that particular skill. If he did not, you would have to undertake the task himself. Conversely, if he did, he would delegate the eel preparation to his father-in-law while he focused on procuring crayfish. Lu Jiangwo shook his head, expressing, this slippery creature is beyond my expertise. Perhaps you could teach me how to handle it. Their household had rarely purchased such ingredients for cooking, leading him to believe it might not be palatable. The eel's resemblance to a snake was somewhat intimidating. Since you are not familiar with it, allow me to handle it, you suggested. Please fetch me a small wooden board, a nail, and a hammer. He added, you can prepare fish, but ensure it is sliced thinly rather than in large chunks, and remember to remove the central bones. You can manage that, can't you? You thought it improbable that his father-in-law could be entirely inept at fish preparation. I can handle fish, Lu affirmed. Let me retrieve the nail, hammer, and board first. I will assist with the fish shortly. Nodding, Lu acknowledged that he usually took care of the fish at home. Very well, I shall wait here, you replied. In the meantime, he took out the pickled vegetables prepared by his mother-in-law and rinsed them in clean water to temper their sourness. He noticed it was mustard greens, the most delectable variety of pickled vegetables. Before long, Lu returned with the requested items. You cleaned the wooden board and then proceeded to drive a nail into one end with the hammer, leaving part of the nail protruding for a specific purpose. Lu, puzzled by his son-in-law's actions, could not contain his curiosity. Son-in-law, what is the purpose of this wooden board with a single nail? It appears quite enigmatic to me. This is for preparing eels, you explained with a smile. However, we still require one more item. What else do we need? Just tell me, and I will fetch it. If it is unavailable, I will buy it, Lu inquired eagerly. A sharp knife, you replied. I believe we might have one. Just a moment, I will retrieve it. Lu dashed off and soon returned, holding a small knife. What do you think of this knife? Let me test its sharpness. You reached into the bucket and swiftly grasped a yellow eel. He pinched the head firmly with his fingers, pressing it against the nail, and with a swift motion, he sliced open the belly, deftly removing the entire backbone. He then cut the eel into segments and placed them into a dish, discarding the head into the trash. Following the same method, he captured another eel and repeated the process. It became evident that this contraption was indeed effective for preparing eels. Its unassuming appearance belied its practicality, proving to be surprisingly useful. I am uncertain who invented this simple yet remarkably useful tool. I had never encountered it before, and to my surprise, you seem to possess considerable knowledge. Lu Jiangwo observed in sheer wonder, brimming with eagerness to give it a try. However, recalling that he had yet to prepare the eel, he abandoned the idea. Thus, he commenced the task of scaling the eel. I too do not know the origins of this method. It is simply how we have always prepared eels in our countryside. Perhaps it has been passed down through generations. The process is quite straightforward, and even the older children in the village are adept at it. Hence, nearly every household possesses one of these tools. I presume there are markets where fish are sold, albeit perhaps not in this manner. Yet, he remains unaware of the specifics, as he has never ventured to the market to purchase such eels. Is this how it is done? Should I slice the eel very thinly? Lu Jiangwo had already removed the scales and cleansed the internal organs. Typically, our family consumes grass carp, which are cut into chunks rather than sliced, prompting him to inquire of his son-in-law. About as thin as a piece of paper. Chengyuan, engrossed in his task of preparing the eel, responded, "What? As thin as a piece of paper? I cannot manage that." "Well, never mind then. I shall wash these and leave them here for you to handle later. I will return to washing the vegetables." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangwo immediately set down his knife, nearly nicking his foot, but fortunately he leaped away in time. He lacked the finesse for such delicate work. After all, he is not a chef. "Haha, father-in-law. Why don't you assist me in cleaning the crayfish? I will teach you how to catch them so their pincers won't pinch your hands." Chengyuan erupted in laughter. His father-in-law's earlier demeanor had been utterly amusing. "All right, you instruct me, and I shall learn. Having lived half a lifetime, I still need to learn this." Indeed, one never stops learning. Life is replete with little tricks. No wonder people say that living is an art in itself. Lu Jiangwo chuckled as well. "Father-in-law, please fetch an old toothbrush. I will show you how to proceed. We must clean the surface of the crayfish thoroughly before addressing the insides." Chengyuan urged his father-in-law to find an old toothbrush. "All right, I shall retrieve a toothbrush now." Shortly thereafter, Lu Jiangwo returned, holding a brand new toothbrush, whispering, "We mustn't let your mother-in-law see this, or she will fuss for the entire afternoon." "Very well. Let us begin. Father-in-law, observe closely. Using your thumb and forefinger, pinch just beneath the head of the crayfish, then brush it up and down, side to side. Repeat this twice, and it will be clean. Watch me as I brush a couple, and you will understand." Chengyuan diligently brushed several before pausing. "I see now. I hadn't realized this process was so cumbersome, and there seems to be little flesh. Will it even taste good?" Lu Jiangwo pondered that if this dish was unpalatable and so troublesome to prepare, it might not be worth the effort. "It is delicious, I assure you, and you will crave more once you have tasted it," Chengyuan replied with a smile. "Next, I shall instruct you on how to handle the innards of crayfish. As before, seize it firmly, then remove its head. Discard everything within, save for the yellow substance, which can be retained. This is the roe, delectable and edible. Understood? Let us commence. Inspired by your words of indulgence, I shall conquer these crayfish today." Lu Jiangwo practiced diligently, managing to avoid being pinched even once. After more than an hour of earnest effort, the father-in-law and son-in-law united to create several exquisite dishes: a piquant and sour poached fish fillet, spicy crayfish, fried eel segments, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a comforting tomato and egg soup. Additionally, there was a black fish soup prepared for the wife. The enticing aroma assured the promise of deliciousness. Lu Jiangwo leaned in to savor the scent. However, a gentle bump to his head reminded him to be cautious of his drooling. He must not let it fall into the bowl. Ha. Surely not. Soon, Lu Jiangwo retrieved the unfinished amount of liquor from last time. The two clinked their glasses in camaraderie. "Xiaoyu, your culinary skills are worthy of a restaurant, far superior to those of state-run establishments. This unappealing creature may be difficult to prepare, yet the flavor is delightful, spicy and aromatic. The sauerkraut fish fillet is tender and devoid of any fishy scent. Absolutely splendid. A true appetite enhancer. The eel segments are equally delectable. In the future, when you come here, the cooking duty shall be entrusted to you. I shall gladly assist." Ha. Lu Jiangwo savored his meal with unrestrained delight. Indeed, he was genuinely pleased. "Very well, father-in-law, I assure you it shall be done. As long as you and mother-in-law enjoy it." Chengyuan nodded vigorously in agreement. "Xiaoyu, do not heed old Lu. He merely wishes to shirk his responsibilities. Nevertheless, your cooking skills are commendable, and I find the dishes quite enjoyable," said Wang Hong, increasingly fond of her son-in-law. She had not anticipated this rascal possessed such culinary talent. Her daughter had truly found a gem. As long as the mother-in-law is pleased, that is what matters. To bring joy to the mother-in-law through a meal makes all the effort worthwhile. Chapter 55. A promise to my wife, father-in-law, mother-in-law. I am satiated. Please enjoy your meal at your leisure. I shall go check on Su Lan and Tang Tang. I have been preoccupied and have scarcely had the chance to embrace my daughter or converse with my wife. Go ahead, just in time. Su Lan and the others have just finished their meal and have yet to take their afternoon nap. Wang Hong nodded in agreement. Chengyuan sighed and turned toward his wife's room. This child is exceedingly joyful, Lu Jiangwo remarked with a smile. Of course. It is natural to feel elated when becoming a father for the first time, he replied. Remember when you were not so different? Back in the day. When Sulan was little, you would often let her ride on your back and buy her beloved candied hawthorn. Eventually, she indulged so much that she became quite spoiled. The way she is now is a direct result of your indulgence. Wang Hong seemed to reminisce about the past, a blissful smile illuminating her face. Daughters are a father's little treasure. Typically, fathers have a soft spot for their daughters. Indeed, that is true, Lu Jiangwo conceded. However, I have noticed your attitude towards you has improved significantly. It seems you are increasingly satisfied with this son-in-law. By the way, do you not find his culinary skills to be quite commendable? Indeed, the dishes he prepares are quite delightful. Yet, why has our daughter not mentioned this to us? Or perhaps this young man has been concealing his true talents. His culinary prowess is such that he could easily serve as a head chef in a restaurant. Old Lu. A thought has just occurred to me. Wang Hong genuinely acknowledged her son-in-law's culinary skills. What idea do you have now? Women differ from men in that they possess a greater propensity for conversation. Given his excellent cooking, why not inquire with the logistics supervisor at your school to see if the cafeteria is in need of a chef? I shall also check with the logistics head at our hospital to determine if they require a cook. This way, we can introduce our son-in-law into the position. What do you think? The more Wang Hong considered it, the more she believed this was an excellent proposition. You need not be so anxious. Did not your little you mention that he wishes to start a small business first? Why the rush? Moreover, Sulan is still in her confinement period and the child is quite young. If he were to start working now, he would surely feel unsettled. It would be better to wait until Sulan completes her confinement and can adequately care for the child. If his business does not succeed, we could then recommend him for a chef's position, which would also be quite good. Lu Jiangwo felt that his wife was being overly hasty. Engaging in business is merely a temporary measure to earn some living expenses. It cannot compare to the security of a stable job. A stable job ensures a reliable income, which will enable Sulan and Tang Tang to live better lives and provide him with greater opportunities for the future. Is that not preferable? I wonder why you are so intent on encouraging him to pursue business ventures. The world of business is inherently unstable. What if he incurs losses? Have you overexerted your mind while teaching every day? Am I not doing this for the well-being of that young couple? Would I ever wish them harm? His culinary skills are exceptional. He possesses a valuable craft that he can pursue indefinitely without the fear of being laid off or anything of the sort. Wang Hong exclaimed indignantly as she firmly believed that having a stable job surpasses all else. Hong, that is not my intention. I fully comprehend that you are acting in their best interests. However, the stable job you envision may not necessarily remain favorable in the future. It can only be considered advantageous for the present. What lies ahead is uncertain. We are oblivious to how society will evolve. I have been closely following the news, and it appears there are initiatives aimed at revitalizing the economy, promoting the development of individual enterprises. I believe the son-in-law's aspiration to start a small business is commendable. Why not allow him to give it a try? As for any potential losses, they would likely be minimal given the scale of a small business. What you mentioned regarding economic reform and the encouragement of individual ventures is beyond my comprehension. You should consult the logistics supervisor at your school. There is no harm in doing so. As for his desire to engage in business, let him pursue it if he wishes. Wang Hong waved her hand dismissively, a hint of impatience in her tone. All right, I shall inquire tomorrow. Is that satisfactory? Have a piece of fish to calm your nerves. Your fiery temper hasn't changed in decades. Even with the passage of time, you remain the same. Lu Jiangwo nodded, chuckling. That sounds reasonable. I will also take some time to visit the hospital tomorrow to ask the logistics department, Wang Hong replied, taking small bites of fish and nodding in satisfaction. Meanwhile, the young couple inside the house remained blissfully unaware of the discussions outside. At that moment, Chengyuan was cautiously cradling his little cotton-padded jacket, occasionally eliciting laughter from her. Lu Sulan observed this heartwarming scene between father and daughter, a radiant smile gracing her face. Chengyuan, I heard from your mother that you prepared today's meal. And the black fish soup I drank was also made by you? Yes, indeed. Was the soup enjoyable? Chengyuan inquired, gently kissing his daughter's delicate hand. It was delicious. Mother praised your cooking today, stating that your dishes are exceptionally tasty. She even chided me for not mentioning it to her. Chengyuan, how is it that your cooking is so delightful? I was completely unaware of your talent. Lu Sulan expressed her curiosity, pondering that perhaps she had simply been oblivious. As most cooking at home was done by her mother-in-law, and the other two aunts would occasionally pitch in, Chengyuan had never witnessed him cooking. Oh, I previously had no opportunity to cook. You know that my mother never allowed me in the kitchen. However, I was once quite naive. In the future, I shall take the initiative to prepare meals for you. I learned during my visit to the coal mine when I observed their cook, to my surprise. I picked it up quite well, Chengyuan casually remarked, brushing off the matter. Oh, so that is the case. Additionally, I heard from Mother that you wish to pursue a business venture. What kind of business do you intend to start? Lu Sulan inquired with genuine concern. I have yet to reach a decision. Allow me 2 days to contemplate, and I shall inform you once I have concluded. He intends to stroll through the market before determining his course of action. Very well. Regardless of what you choose, I shall support you. Lu Sulan nodded in agreement. Thank you, my perceptive daughter-in-law Sulan. Rest assured, I will ensure that you enjoy a life of abundance, surpassing that of any other young wife in the village. You shall don gold and silver, and never have to worry about your needs. Our darling Tang Dang will attend an esteemed school, dressed in lovely little dresses. Chengyuan spoke these words not to placate his wife, but from the depths of his sincere heart. Very well, Tang Tang, and I shall await our blessings. Regardless of whether her future partner can fulfill these promises, she remains joyful and content. Chapter 56. My mother-in-law wants me to become a cafeteria chef, my dear wife. Look, our little treasure is sound asleep. Chengyuan gazed at his peacefully slumbering daughter, his eyes brimming with profound paternal love. He was reluctant to divert his gaze from the cherubic face of the small child. Tang Tang is asleep. You must swiftly place her in bed. You cannot keep holding her constantly, for if you do, she will come to expect it even in her sleep, Lu Sulan urged. These were the words imparted to her by her mother. Oh, right. Chengyuan hurriedly lifted the little one and gently laid her beside his wife's pillow. There was a small infant pillow, slightly indented in the center. The moment the child touched the bed, it seemed she sensed it. She stirred slightly and emitted a faint sound, but soon fell back into slumber. The little one was growing so quickly, just a day apart, and it felt as though she had matured a little more. After placing the baby down, Chengyuan resumed his position at the head of his wife's bed. Is that so? I hadn't noticed. Perhaps it's because I see her every day. However, my mother mentioned that babies grow the fastest during the confinement period. Their sleep duration is also the longest, and they enjoy sleeping throughout the day. They only cry when hungry or when they need to relieve themselves. You see. Despite her small size, she often shows awareness, Lu Sulan remarked with a smile. Indeed, although Tang Tang has yet to reach her first month, she exhibits emotions of joy and sorrow. When she is happy, she smiles at us, and when she is displeased, she cries. Yet, she lacks the complex thoughts of adults. Her experiences are purely sensory. I hope our daughter grows to resemble you, for I wish for her to possess your beauty and gentleness. But I also desire her to inherit some of my traits. Oh, which of your traits would you like her to inherit? Lu Sulan inquired with curiosity. At this age, it is difficult to discern whom she resembles. Some say a child's appearance can evolve as they grow. Yet, in her brows and eyes, there is a hint of my likeness, while her nose resembles yours. As for her mouth, it is too early to tell, but it likely bears some resemblance to mine. I hope Tang Tang's character mirrors my own, assertive enough to stand her ground, so she will not be easily bullied as she matures. My precious child is the jewel of our family. She must never be subject to mistreatment. Any scoundrel who dares to cause her tears shall face my wrath. Chengyuan did not wish for his daughter to be overly fragile, fearing she might be taken advantage of in the future. Observing her husband's deep concern for their daughter filled Lu Sulan with joy. Tentatively, she asked, Chengyuan, do you not mind that Tang Tang is not a boy? Or is it that you prefer sons? I know grandmother has a preference against girls. Will she blame me when we return? Or you? Foolish girl, to me. A boy or a girl holds the same value. As for grandmother, her opinions do not concern us. Her behavior toward us does not define her as our grandmother. Since that incident, I have ceased to address her as such. In the future, you need not concern yourself with her opinions nor fear her. When she speaks to you, feel free to respond if you wish, or simply ignore her if you do not. Such a grandmother does not deserve the title. Her thoughts are of no consequence to us. You need not pay heed to others, especially her. Your focus should solely be on my perspective. You need not even consider the opinions of your parents. Rest assured, they do not harbor any biases towards gender. The child is ours, and as long as we both cherish them, that is sufficient. My dear wife, do not burden yourself with heavy thoughts. Your foremost priority is to nurture your own health and care for our baby. I have heard that postpartum depression can arise from excessive worrying. So you need not dwell on anything, just rest well. Do not overthink. Chengyuan is genuinely concerned about his wife potentially suffering from postpartum depression, as many women experience this condition. All right, I will not indulge in such thoughts. I will ensure I rest properly. She acknowledged her husband's concern. What exactly is this depression you speak of? I have never heard of it. With his words, she felt a sense of reassurance. Depression is akin to a mental disorder. It manifests as a poor mental state, leading one to entertain delusions, specifically, negative fantasies about oneself, believing in occurrences that have not transpired. You may feel as if others wish to harm you. It is somewhat similar. In truth, there is no need for you to understand too much. Simply focus on relaxing and caring for your health. Nothing else should weigh on your mind. After contemplating for a moment, Chengyuan believed this explanation would be comprehensible to his wife. Oh, I see. I did not realize that having a child could lead to such an affliction. My dear wife, I must return soon, but I will visit you in Tangdang when I have the opportunity. Take good care of yourself and eat well. Once you feel better, I will bring you and Tangdang home. This time, I did not arrange a Zhuazhou ceremony for Tangdang. You do not hold that against me, do you? His wife was aware of the customary Zhuazhou ceremonies in rural areas. Concerned that she might harbor any dissatisfaction over this matter, he felt it necessary to address it. Chengyuan, I will not blame you. Why would I? At that time, I had just been discharged from the hospital and had not returned to the countryside, so how could I have organized any ceremony? Furthermore, I incurred considerable expenses for this childbirth. Not holding the Zhuazhou ceremony is of no consequence to me. I do not mind. Fortunately, they are now separated from the family. Otherwise, she would have worried about returning home to her grandmother's harsh reprimands. My dear wife, your understanding nature leaves me at a loss for words. The time for the Zhuazhou ceremony has passed. It would be inappropriate to hold it now. I believe we have missed that opportunity, but I will arrange a first birthday celebration for our daughter, inviting the villagers to join in the festivities. What do you think? Regardless, we must not let our Tangdang feel any sense of injustice. Very well, I will defer to your wishes. Lu Sulan, without a moment's hesitation, readily agreed. All right. We shall settle it this way. I must return home now. We are moving today, and I cannot linger here indefinitely. You should accompany the baby while she sleeps. Once she awakens, you will have no chance to rest. Though she had never personally experienced the trials of parenthood, she had gleaned insights from various sources. Very well. I shall rest for a while. Please ride slowly on your way back, and take care. Lu Sulan nodded, reminding her partner to be cautious. Rest well. I shall take my leave. Chengyuan rose, cradling his beloved's delicate face and planting a gentle kiss on her vibrant lips before reluctantly exiting the room and closing the door behind him. Upon stepping out, he beheld his in-laws seated on the sofa, one perusing a newspaper and the other engaged in knitting, evidently crafting garments for a child in anticipation of the impending cold months. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I am heading home. I shall visit again soon. Chengyuan intended merely to bid farewell to his in-laws. Wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Wang Hong paused her task, setting the yarn aside on the vacant space of the sofa. She then turned to her husband. Lao Lu, please fetch the items I prepared for our son-in-law to take home. Lu Jiangwo nodded, retrieving a handcrafted double-handled basket from the kitchen and placing it on the coffee table. All right, please proceed. Chengyuan settled on the side, curious about what his mother-in-law wished to discuss, wondering if it pertained once again to employment matters. Today, the dish you prepared was truly delightful. I have an idea and would like to hear your thoughts. She had conferred with her husband and deemed it prudent to solicit her son-in-law's opinions, as it reflected greater respect. Mother-in-law, please speak. Your son-in-law is all ears. Chengyuan replied respectfully. Your cooking is so exquisite. Would you consider working in a cafeteria? Specifically, either at the school's cafeteria or at our hospital's cafeteria, both options are viable. The salary may not be as high as that of the officials or permanent staff. Initially, it might only be a temporary position, but if you excel, I, along with Lao Lu, could advocate for you, and within 3 months, you could transition to a permanent role. The salary for a temporary worker is 60 a month, and upon becoming a permanent employee, it would rise to 70 monthly. If you stay longer, there may even be prospects for housing allocation. Wang Hong contemplated securing her son-in-law a position first, and once Tang began kindergarten, she would seek employment for her daughter as well. Together, their incomes could exceed 100, facilitating a more comfortable life. Upon hearing this once more about work, Chengyuan felt overwhelmed. Was his mother-in-law not being a tad too hasty? He had no desire to take up employment for such a meager salary. It was 1986, not 1976. If it were 1976, workers were indeed in high demand, and a modest income could support an entire family. In a few years, it will be the 1990s, and prices will have soared significantly. The meager wages of workers are truly insufficient. It can only be said that their needs for basic sustenance are barely met, which is far from what he desires. Chengyuan looked at his father-in-law with a troubled expression. Lu Jiangwo immediately stepped in to alleviate the situation, saying, "Ahong. Today is the day your son-in-law moves. It would be best to let him return home early. We can discuss this matter another time. What do you think?" "How can that be? He's right here," she retorted. "If he agrees, you could inquire at the school. If you encounter any difficulties, I shall check at the hospital. Isn't that reasonable? After all, your son-in-law has already separated from his two uncles, and any earnings from now on will be for their small family." Wang Hong believed that the sooner this was resolved, the better, for her son-in-law's culinary skills surpassed those of the hospital's chefs. Noticing her son-in-law's silence as he gazed at her husband, Wang Hong quickly added, "Xiaoyu, your skills are exceptional. It would be no trouble for you to serve as the head chef. The salary for a head chef is slightly higher, and there are additional benefits that others do not receive. Although the salary may not surpass that of others, the assorted benefits, particularly in terms of meat and vegetables, only add to the total. Furthermore, when higher-ups come for inspections, if you provide excellent hospitality, the hospital offers rewards. This is a public hospital, so there is no need to worry about job security. You can continue until your retirement age." Wang Hong began to entice her oblivious son-in-law with the allure of benefits. Listening to his mother-in-law's incessant chatter, Chengyuan suddenly had a brilliant idea for a lucrative venture. With a cheerful demeanor, he responded with a question, "Mother-in-law, may I ask how many people dine at the county hospital each day?" Chapter 57. The in-laws agreed to recommend. Wang Hong paused for a moment, then inquired with a hint of confusion, "Our hospital has around 200 doctors and nurses combined, correct? What is your interest in this? Do you believe being a chef is particularly arduous? Do not assume that a larger number of staff equates to greater hardship. In fact, it is not excessively demanding. As the head chef, your responsibility lies primarily in cooking, while tasks such as ingredient preparation, chopping, and washing are delegated to other kitchen personnel. You need not fret about that. Currently, there are 5 or 6 individuals working in the hospital kitchen. Many medical staff have been expressing dissatisfaction with the food served at the hospital, prompting the administration to consider hiring another skilled chef. Hence, she contemplated recommending her son-in-law to the hospital director, hoping he could be positioned as the head chef in the cafeteria, which would enhance her standing within the institution. Although she was already a highly skilled chief surgeon, she still aspired to ascend further in her career, perhaps to the role of vice president. "Mother-in-law, do the medical staff at your hospital generally dine within the premises during lunch, or do some return home? Are the family members of hospitalized patients also eating at the hospital?" Chengyuan continued to inquire. "Well, most of them have their lunch in the cafeteria. It is uncommon for them to go home for a meal. The dinner crowd mainly consists of family members of patients and those who stay late to work," she replied. "What is this young man's fascination with the cafeteria's dining numbers? Is he truly apprehensive about the workload? If he cannot endure this minor inconvenience, how can he expect to achieve anything substantial in the future?" Wang Hong pondered, her mind racing with speculation. "Mother-in-law, I am not afraid of hard work. There is a reason for my inquiries, and you will understand shortly. It relates to my forthcoming plans. Please hold on a moment while I pose a few questions to my father-in-law," Chengyuan patiently explained. "Father-in-law, how many teachers dine in your school cafeteria? Is it exclusively teachers, or do students also partake?" He continued, "Our school cafeteria serves not only teachers, but also many students. Since quite a few live far from school, many boarders only return home on weekends. Some teachers also reside on campus, and certain students are assigned from distant locales, sometimes returning home only once a month." Lu Jiangwo began to grasp his son-in-law's intentions. If he was not mistaken, this young man did not genuinely aspire to be a chef. He likely had ambitions for the cafeteria itself, aiming to establish a long-term venture. "That suffices, I comprehend now. Father and mother-in-law, may I inquire who typically handles procurement for the cafeteria? Is it the chef, or the supervisor, or head of the logistics department?" Chengyuan pressed on, considering that his father-in-law, as the principal of the school, could potentially facilitate a recommendation for him. Although his mother-in-law was not the director, she was nonetheless a respected chief surgeon. After all, everyone is susceptible to illness and unforeseen circumstances. Thus, granting a favor would be a willingly given gesture. I have not delved deeply into this matter. It seems that he is the head of the logistics department. I recall that last month, his wife underwent an appendectomy, a procedure I performed. At that time, he mentioned his position, and we exchanged pleasantries. He even gifted me a crystal pig trotter. "Xiaoyu, what are you inquiring about?" Wang Hong grew increasingly perplexed, unaware of the connection between her son-in-law's questions and his aspiration to become a chef. Upon hearing this, Chengyuan's spirits soared. With this connection, his business would surely flourish. Our school has designated procurement officers, typically accompanied by the logistics head when making purchases. However, to my knowledge, they generally procure supplies from state-run markets, as they tend to offer lower prices than free markets. Xiaoyu, are you suggesting that I introduce you to the head of the logistics department? Lu Jiangwo asked with a smile. Indeed, you are correct, father-in-law. That is precisely my intention. I wish to become acquainted with the logistics head, the individual responsible for procurement, as I aspire to enter the business realm. I have previously hinted at my desire to engage in commerce, for it yields greater profits and swifter returns. With the current policy shifts, if I can take the initiative, I am certain to reap the rewards ahead of others and secure my financial prosperity. Chengyuan articulated his thoughts in one breath. Feeling parched? He sipped a cup of tea before continuing. I calculated that, based on the population of your school and the hospital, they require several hundred pounds of vegetables daily. The consumption of eggs must also amount to dozens of pounds each day. Although my profit per pound is minimal, the volume makes a significant difference. Xiaoyu, your perspective indeed holds merit. I find your idea quite commendable. Thank you for your support, father-in-law. I've estimated that if the hospital and school each require 200 pounds of cabbage, earning 2 cents per pound would yield $4 just from that. Not to mention other vegetables. This would certainly surpass $10 daily. It's more lucrative than a regular job. Eggs can also generate income, along with the loaches, grass carp, and crucian carp I catch in the village, which can all be sold for profit. All these combined could easily amount to several dozen dollars each day. Chengyuan spoke animatedly. Xiaoyu, your idea is quite promising, but where will you source such an abundance of vegetables? What if? Wang Hong expressed her concern about the potential inability to supply the required produce, which would be unacceptable. Fear not, dear mother-in-law, in our several villages. While we may lack some items, every household grows ample vegetables. Moreover, the taste of our homegrown produce is refreshingly sweet and crisp, even when boiled in plain water. I want to impose on you. I only ask for your introduction, and I will handle the negotiations myself, if that is agreeable. Should I fail? I will simply return to the kitchen as a chef, Chengyuan declared confidently. Ahong, let us grant Xiaoyu a chance to try. The current policies indeed encourage individual entrepreneurship. Even in the face of failure, it is inconsequential. After all, youth is on one's side. Lu Jiangwo interjected supportively. Wang Hong nodded. Very well, come by tomorrow morning, and I shall introduce you to Minister Wang. I will also take you to meet Minister Qian from our logistics department. The rest is up to you. If it works out, make sure to give it your all. Lu Jiangwo clapped his son-in-law on the shoulder, beaming with approval reflected in his eyes. Thank you, father-in-law and mother-in-law. I will certainly come tomorrow. I shall take my leave now, Chengyuan said, his voice trembling with excitement. You should head back. Moving is a significant task. Carry these things home, Wang Hong said, handing her son-in-law a woven basket from the coffee table. Thank you, mother-in-law and father-in-law. I'm off now. Chengyuan didn't decline the offer, for he sensed their displeasure would arise from such a refusal. The basket felt heavy, though he was unsure of its contents, and he felt hesitant to open it in their presence. Just as he was about to leave, it suddenly struck him that they had yet to name his daughter. While he had whimsically chosen the nickname Tang Tang, he was at a loss for a formal name. His father-in-law, being a principal and undoubtedly an intellectual, would surely excel at naming. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, Tang Tang only has a nickname at present. We have yet to decide on a formal name, and we are unsure how to proceed. If it were a boy, a rough name might suffice, but since Tang Tang is a girl, she deserves a name that is both beautiful and elegant. When I return home, please consult with my parents. Chengyuan settled back onto the sofa, pondering that naming a child would not consume much time. When he returned, he would inform his parents, who would surely be delighted. He had also brought the household registration book, as they needed to separate it. Now that they had split from the Wang family, it was imperative that their registrations no longer remain together. It was fortuitous, as they could register Tang Tang's name simultaneously. Naming? Are you in such a hurry? We have not yet contemplated it, Lu Jiangwo inquired. Indeed, the couple had not given the matter much thought. I also need to separate the household registration. Given that we parted ways, our registrations cannot be with my grandmother's family anymore. It would be prudent to register Tang Tang at the same time to avoid an additional trip, Chengyuan explained. Rather than just the two of us coming up with names, Why not the three of us brainstorm together? We can collectively determine whose name sounds best, and then select that one. Lu Jiangwo spoke with honesty, admitting that he was not particularly adept at naming. What old Lu says is true. I named my daughter Sulan. Let us brainstorm together. Here's the plan. Each of us can propose 1 or 2 names, and we'll choose the best among them. Wang Hong suggested an idea. The 2 men nodded in agreement. All right, allow me to propose a couple of names first. Yu Qingwan and Yu Siyu. What do you think? Mr. Wang was the first to speak, offering 2 names. They are melodious, indeed, but they seem rather antiquated, lacking the modern essence one would expect for a young girl. Let me suggest a couple as well. You recall our granddaughter's nickname, Tang Tang, don't you? For her formal name, how about we call her Yu Lele or Yu Tian Tian? Do you find these names appealing? Lu Jiangwo inquired with a smile. Mr. Wang shook his head. These seem rather simplistic, and perhaps a touch too cliché. Let's ponder further. Xiaoyu, you have yet to share your thoughts. Have you come up with any delightful names? I have thought of 2, Yu Baixue and Yu Mengmeng, father-in-law and mother-in-law. Do you find these names pleasing? Yu Chengyuan strained his mind to suggest 2 names. Yu Mengmeng, that is charming and not at all trite. Lu Jiangwo and Mr. Wang echoed in unison. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, we shall defer to your choice, and name her Yu Mengmeng. Yu Chengyuan was quite fond of this latter name as well. He had not anticipated that the name ultimately chosen for his daughter would be one he had proposed himself. After finalizing his daughter's name, Yu Qingyuan departed to the police station to separate the household registration. Chapter 58. My mother-in-law is truly generous. By the time Yu Qingyuan returned home, it was already 3 in the afternoon. He went directly to the old house, bypassing the place he had previously resided in. The old house, while not entirely transformed, appeared significantly improved compared to his last visit. The most striking features were the 2 brand new doors. The front and back yards were enclosed with a combination of bamboo and wood, creating a spacious courtyard, where all the weeds had been meticulously cleared away. In due course, one side would serve for drying clothes, while the other could be used for growing vegetables. The left half of the old house remained untouched and unrenovated, intentionally preserved by Yu Chengyuan. He had plans for a new house, but at present, he lacked the funds and was not in a hurry. The backyard boasted a well, conveniently located next to a garden. This well was primarily used for watering the vegetables, making it quite practical. The vegetable patch was still tended by his mother, who felt it a shame to let such a large area go to waste. Furthermore, if the well remained and used for an extended period, it could lead to deterioration. As the water was sourced from a mountain spring, an aspect that his mother was reluctant to forsake. The vegetables grown there were mostly for feeding pigs, including leafy greens and pumpkins, which sprawled across the backyard. Although the pumpkins had matured, lacking the tenderness of younger specimens, they were nonetheless sweet and starchy, suitable for stir-frying or making pumpkin soup. Since they had moved into the old house, the second and third rooms no longer required the vegetable patch, as it was too distant for them to tend. However, plans were in place for planting in the front yard, while the backyard was designated for raising chickens and geese. The pigsty and the toilet were located at the back as well, with the pigsty and toilet sharing a section, flanked on either side by pig pens, with the latrine situated in the middle. The well was positioned in the opposite direction, ensuring that the waste from the pigsty flowed directly into the latrine, preventing any unsightly overflow. The considerable distance between them ensured no adverse effects. Yu Qingyuan then inspected the room, noting that the walls had been papered and the floor was spotless. Everything had been moved in. Chengyuan, you're back. Why so late? Oh, I understand now. You couldn't T-bear apart with your wife and my little niece? Upon hearing the voice, Yu Qingyuan turned to see his elder brother standing behind him, beaming with a smile. Brother, I was chatting with my in-laws for a while, which is why I returned later than expected. I didn't anticipate that the house would be arranged so well. What about you? Why are you up? Aren't you afraid of being seen? It's just us here. There's nothing to fear. The neighbors have all gone home. They'll return around for this afternoon to help out. Only Aunt Zhou and a few others are coming to assist. However, Father mentioned that those who come to help tonight will also stay for dinner. If I don't get up and move around soon, I'll surely become stiff from lying around for 2 days, he replied, feeling the discomfort in his bones. Well then, you should stretch a bit. When they arrive, you can retreat to your room. Brother, for the sake of appearances, it would be wise for you to maintain a facade for the next few days. When the time comes, I will take you to the county hospital for a visit. On our return, you need not feign any longer. I shall simply say that it was an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner introduced by my mother-in-law. who performed acupuncture and healed your leg. Chengyuan was aware that his elder brother was not one to remain idle, yet for the moment, he could only bear with him for a few days. Indeed, this plan seems quite promising. Upon hearing this, Pingyan nodded in agreement, deciding to follow his brother's arrangements. Where are our parents? Why have I not seen them? Chengyuan inquired as he turned around, unable to spot them. Father must have gone to borrow some tables and chairs, and mother is likely busy in the kitchen. Oh, what delightful items have you acquired? Pingyan's eyes fell upon the woven basket on the table. It is not my purchase, it was given by my mother-in-law. I have yet to inspect its contents, so I am uncertain what it holds. However, it is rather heavy, Chengyuan recalled. Wow, Chengyuan, your mother-in-law has brought you gifts? Congratulations. This indicates that she has accepted you. Quickly, let us see what treasures lie within. I am positively eager. Pingyan exclaimed with delight, reminiscing about the past when his brother would bring gifts during festivals, only to return with everything untouched. Chengyuan nodded and began to unpack the items one by one. Inside the basket were 2 jars of malt extract, a pound of meat, a bag of dried tofu, 4 apples weighing approximately a pound, a jar of canned snow pears, and a package of white rabbit milk candy. Chengyuan was astonished by the abundance his mother-in-law had prepared. No wonder it was so heavy. Your mother-in-law is exceedingly generous. She has gifted you such a bounty, and all fine items too. Pingyan exclaimed in astonishment. What are you 2 brothers up to? At that moment, Pan Suolian entered and immediately began to scold. Chengyuan, why have you purchased so many items? This must have cost a fortune. Not to mention, that malt extract is rather pricey on its own, and you bought 2 jars. Mother, it is not my purchase. It is what my mother-in-law insisted I bring back. Chengyuan explained. Ah, this is far too extravagant. Pan Suolian exclaimed, realizing the generosity of her future in-law. Chengyuan, there is also a piece of paper inside. Pingyan observed, noticing something else in the basket. Chengyuan took the note, glanced at it, and smiled as he said, Mother, those 2 jars of malt extract are for you, as it is said to be beneficial for women. The canned fruit is for Father. The apples are for our family. And the dried tofu will be used to stir-fry with meat to entertain our neighbors. The milk candy is also for sharing. A large bag contains a pound. So each person receives 2 pieces. The remainder is for us. His mother-in-law truly has a thoughtful disposition. Next time, you should also take 2 hens for your wife, along with some goose eggs, chicken eggs, and some vegetables from our garden. Pan Suolian mused, considering that their home had little else of value to offer, and anything remaining would have to wait until the new year to be exchanged for some cured sausages and preserved meats for their in-laws. Furthermore, I shall send some fresh meat over. After all, my daughter-in-law cannot consume so much. Surely, 2 tails will suffice. Very well, I shall be going tomorrow. Mother, this evening. I shall take charge of the cooking, and you need only tend to the fire, Chengyuan said with a smile. Today, both father and mother have worked hard. So it is only fitting that I prepare the meal. No, you have never cooked before. How can you manage? Besides, Sister Zhou will soon arrive with a few helpers for the kitchen. Your assistance is unnecessary. Pan Suolian waved her hand, determined to keep him from interfering. Generally, her son had never cooked, and his culinary skills were undoubtedly lacking. And you, Pingyan, hurry back to your room. People will be arriving soon, and it would be inappropriate for them to see you here. With that, Pan Suolian urged her eldest son to retreat to his quarters. Pingyan, sensing his mother's insistence, quickly slipped back into his room. Mother, trust me, I prepared the lunch for my in-laws all by myself today. They even praised my cooking. That small crayfish and the black fish are not dishes you can prepare. And the loach and small eel, you wouldn't know how to handle either. Is that true? You did that. Of course it is true. Why would I deceive you? Very well then. Let us see what you can do. Pan Suolian nodded, albeit with a hint of skepticism. Chapter 59. Inviting the villagers for dinner. Mother, please soak this dried tofu in hot water first and remember to cover it. This will expedite its softening. It will be ready for cooking later. Chengyuan entered the kitchen alongside his mother, simultaneously washing the meat as he spoke to her. So this is what they call dried tofu. It has a delightful aroma reminiscent of beans. Is it made from beans? It must be rather expensive, right? It should taste quite delicious, I presume. Pan Suolian had never tasted this delicacy on occasions like the New Year. She was fortunate to have a piece or 2 of meat. Her family had always been impoverished, and she rarely returned home. Throughout her years of marriage, she had only made a few visits, often deterred by her mother-in-law's scolding, accusing her of going home merely to shirk her responsibilities. This sentiment was not unique to her. Even her younger sister-in-law seldom returned to her family, while the youngest sister-in-law visited most frequently, at least once a year, due to her beloved second child, who could always charm their grandmother into compliance. Curiously, she inquired, "Isn't it about 2 or 3 yuan per pack? This must have been sent by my mother-in-law for the festival. She knows we are hosting the villagers for dinner today and gifted me this bag of dried tofu." In this era, such a product was rare in small counties, especially this exquisitely packaged variety, which was certainly not inexpensive. A pack weighing 500 grams would cost around 5 yuan, although in the market, a pound of dried tofu typically went for about 3 yuan. What? 5 yuan a pack? How exorbitant. Chengyuan, we really shouldn't indulge in this. You should take it back to your mother-in-law tomorrow. This is far too pricey. 5 yuan a pack? That's astonishing. It could equal several pounds of meat. Pan Suelian found it incomprehensible that dried tofu could command such a high price. Mother, I've already brought it home. How can I return it? Besides, my mother-in-law would surely be displeased. She might think we disdain her offerings. Mother, please hurry and soak it. We won't have enough time later. Yu Chengyuan said with a smile while sharpening the kitchen knife. That's not my intention. I just feel that such a precious item would be a waste for us to consume. Your mother-in-law is quite generous, providing both meat and apples along with this dried tofu. Remember to honor your in-laws well. They have no children of their own, and you will be like their son. Pan Suelian said, her heart warming at the thought. It seemed her mother-in-law had a sharp tongue but a kind heart. I understand, mother. I married such a wonderful wife like Sulan. I will surely honor her parents. You can rest assured, Yu Chengyuan replied, having finished sharpening the knife. That's good, that's good, Pan Suelian said while soaking the dried tofu, her gaze still revealing reluctance. However, she did not soak all of it, only half. As she could not bear to use it all, she decided to save some for the 2 children to enjoy later. Yu Chengyuan was oblivious to his mother's subtle intentions, fully engrossed in slicing the meat. It was a piece of pork belly, particularly rich in fat, promising a delightful meal for the villagers assisting today. Sought ing the pork belly to render its fat and stir-fry with dried tofu would be utterly delectable. Mother, if you enjoy this, I shall procure some for you at the free market another day, Yu Cheng pondered. Now that they had separated households, their culinary prospects had greatly improved. Free from excessive considerations. No, no, please do not buy it. It is far too expensive. 5 yuan for a pack. Your elder brother would have to toil nearly an entire day in the coal mines to earn that much. Pan Suelian shook her head, then muttered to herself. If only I could make it myself, then there would be no need to spend money. Unbeknownst to her, Yu Cheng's mind sparked with a bold idea. He recalled that in his past life, the dried tofu from Gaoan was quite renowned. Currently, this delicacy was not mass-produced nor aided by machinery, relying solely on manual craftsmanship. If he could create it himself, would it not present a significant business opportunity? With this thought, Yu Cheng exclaimed, Mother, thank you. Your reminder has been invaluable. In his previous life, he had drifted aimlessly, achieving little. He was no entrepreneur, and he vowed not to repeat that fate. Pan Suelian, puzzled by her son's inexplicable gratitude, inquired, Chengyuan, what are you thanking me for? I do not comprehend. Nothing much, you will understand in due time, he replied, for he could not disclose his plans yet, as he needed to conduct experiments. Should his experiments prove successful, he would be poised to sell his creation. Currently, the dried tofu contained no additives, made solely from pure soybeans. Approximately 5 to 6 pounds of soybeans yielded a pound of dried tofu, with soybean prices hovering around 30 cents, and in some areas, 40 cents. This meant the cost of 1 pound of dried tofu was about 2 yuan, or slightly above. Thus, retailing it would require at least 3 to 3.5 yuan, which explained its greater expense compared to pork. However, the subsequent dried tofu varieties included various additives, allowing 1.5 pounds of soybeans to produce a pound of dried tofu, significantly reducing production costs. Yet, this was still a matter for at least 5 or 6 years hence. Oh dear, is Chengyuan busy in the kitchen? Are you set to play the role of chef today? In walked the village chief's wife, Hao Qiumei, accompanied by 3 aunts. The kitchen suddenly felt a bit cramped. Qiumei, you were spot on. Today, our second son has declared he will take charge of the cooking. Pan Suelian stood up, chuckling. Chengyuan, is it true what your mother says? Are you to showcase your culinary skills today? We eagerly await to savor your creations. Suelian, I have yet to witness your son in the kitchen. I have tasted the dishes prepared by your eldest, Pingyuan, but never those of your second son. Let us judge his cooking together. The women chattered animatedly, exchanging quips. Yet their hands were already in motion, washing vegetables, tending to the fire, and cleaning dishes. Well then, esteemed aunts and mothers, please do await with bated breath, Chengyuan cheerfully remarked as he busied himself with preparing crayfish. After finishing with the crayfish, he proceeded to handle 2 black fish. With 2 more black fish at home, he planned to prepare 2 servings of spicy boiled fish for dinner. Since they had 2 tables of guests, it was necessary to prepare double portions of each dish. However, they could be cooked together and divided into 2 servings when plating. The small eels were soon ready as well. Mother, please fetch some pickled cabbage for me. Wash it clean and chop it up for later. All right, I will get the pickled cabbage right away. Chengyuan rose to retrieve 2 heads of pickled cabbage. Half an hour later, everything was prepared, and they began to stir-fry the dishes. The fragrant aroma wafted far and wide, enticing the village head and others who caught a whiff. Once the dishes were all served, everyone was nearly drooling. There was a plate of spicy stir-fried eel, a large basin of vegetable boiled fish slices, a plate of chives stir-fried with shrimp, a plate of spicy stir-fried eggs, a plate of tofu skin stir-fried with meat, a plate of cold cucumber salad, and a pumpkin soup. Chengyuan, your culinary skills surpass even those of chefs in the county, the village head exclaimed, savoring his meal and sipping on a little wine. Chengyuan, what is this meat in the stir-fry? It's delicious. Auntie, that's tofu skin. I had it once at my sister-in-law's home after marrying into the city. I heard it costs quite a few dollars per pound. Someone chimed in on Chengyuan's behalf. The crowd gasped, realizing how generous he was to treat them with such expensive ingredients. He even spent $3. We should get closer to him in the future, many thought. They all remarked, Daju, Suilian, you've gone overboard. This was brought back by my son-in-law. It wasn't bought. I couldn't possibly afford such expensive items. Even half of this pork was gifted by my mother-in-law. She even sent 2 bottles of malt milk, Chengyuan stated, aiming to dispel any misconceptions about their wealth following the family division, while also praising her son-in-law's family, giving her son a moment to shine. As everyone knew the in-laws had never had dealings with them before. Everyone, please eat. The dishes will get cold, she urged. Chengyuan's skills are so remarkable that even I, as a father, was unaware. Daju quickly shifted the topic, fearing his son might feel disheartened. Chengyuan, the next time my son gets married, you must come and cook for us. And when my daughter Chuanxi gets married, you should cook for us then as well. And for my family. And for Chengyuan could only laugh cheerfully, certainly, but there will be a fee. The crowd burst into laughter. Meanwhile, lurking at the courtyard entrance, someone was salivating at the enticing aroma, licking their lips in disdain, thinking, they're eating so lavishly just for some outsiders, while their own brothers aren't invited. I can't do anything to you, but there are always others who can. Third Aunt Li Hua rolled her eyes and hurried back inside, panting as she exclaimed, Mother, come quickly with me. Chapter 60. You are unworthy of consuming my culinary creations. Where are you going? Look at you, acting quite mad. Resembling an eccentric woman with your hair in disarray. You ought to tidy yourself up. Just glance at the second son's wife, always impeccably groomed. Do you not fear the disdain of the third son? When he eventually tires of you, you shall have much to lament. Wang quietly added to her thoughts, Mother, I was merely tending to the chickens and pigs. My hair may be a bit unkempt, as I had yet to comb it upon rising. But never mind that now. My daughter-in-law will take you to enjoy some delicious food, with meat and fish, and an abundance of delectable dishes. Li Hua glanced around the courtyard, noting the absence of others, and lowered her voice. As for her mother-in-law's remarks about her being dirty, she paid them no mind. Now that they had split the household, the second and third families took turns managing the chores. One day would be designated for cooking, while the other would involve tending to the livestock. Previously, the eldest sister-in-law had shouldered all the responsibilities. Regrettably, the second son's wife was not as self-sacrificing as the eldest. She insisted on dividing the work. The mother-in-law remained silent, tacitly accepting this arrangement, which left Li Hua somewhat nostalgic for the times when the eldest sister-in-law had been present. Delicious food? Where? Let us hurry, Wang exclaimed, her spirits lifting immediately. The household had been drained of funds by that little rascal. For the upcoming months, they would be deprived of meat until the return of her grandson, Erbao, or until the festive season when pigs would be slaughtered. After they had walked a few paces, Wang suddenly halted. Mother, why have you stopped again? Li Hua asked anxiously. If they delayed further, the delectable dishes might vanish without a trace. Those sycophants were akin to starving ghosts, eager to devour every morsel. Who would be so benevolent as to invite the two of them to partake in the feast? If there were truly good food, they would have begun feasting already and would not have returned to summon her. Wang finally demonstrated some discernment. The third daughter-in-law was undoubtedly the laziest among all the daughters-in-law. She knew her well. It was inconceivable that she would overlook a sumptuous meal in favor of thinking of her elderly mother-in-law. Furthermore, no one in the village wished to befriend her. Nor did she desire to forge connections, fearing others would take advantage of her, especially with her 3 sons ensuring her future comfort. Mother, how can you say that? I would certainly think of you first. You are my mother-in-law, whom else would I honor? Li Hua retorted. Moreover, it is your eldest son's family hosting the gathering. Naturally, you must be invited as the esteemed guest. You have no idea. There were 2 full tables, brimming with an abundance of dishes, the aroma wafting far and wide. Had she not overheard the villagers discussing the evening feast at Yudaju's home, she would have remained oblivious. Driven by curiosity, she ventured over and was astonished by the array of exquisite dishes. She had never encountered such a wealth of culinary delights before. While Li Hua wore a smiling facade, internally she berated the old woman several times. That old hag, dawdling about. Soon, there will be nothing left but scraps. The incessant questions are truly infuriating. It's as though one cannot even enjoy a hot meal. Sister-in-law, you mean to say the eldest is treating the villagers to a feast? Wang's brow furrowed. Her face a mask of disbelief. How could they afford such extravagance when they are burdened with such debt? It is utterly wasteful. Treating outsiders while neglecting her as the matriarch is simply outrageous, a blatant act of ingratitude. Had I known better from the start? Observing her mother-in-law's expression darkening with anger, Li Hua recognized that the elder was indeed furious. Yes, it is indeed the eldest brother's household that is hosting a gathering. I heard that the scoundrel Chengyuan even gifted 3 coins to each guest. Look at him. So willing to squander money on outsiders yet unwilling to show reverence to you, his grandmother. Isn't that excessive? Li Hua added fuel to the fire, relishing the turmoil. It was satisfying to see the old woman riled up. After all, she and her husband had suffered enough at the hands of the eldest family. With such merriment and celebration surrounding the division of the household, she was determined to disrupt their joy. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry. Wang wished fervently for wings to soar back to the old home, but the distance was far. Exhausted from labor, Yusanju caught sight of his mother and wife hastily moving ahead. He called out, Mother, Hua, where are you going? Upon hearing her youngest son's voice, Wang turned, replying, San, hurry up and follow us. There is something delicious. At the mention of food, Yusanju's fatigue vanished, and he quickly rushed to join them. The trio arrived at the old house, panting from their exertion. At that moment, Chengyuan was toasting with the village head and several uncles, while Pan Shui Lian distributed large white rabbit candies, 2 for each person. Without a second thought, Li Hua seized 2 candies from her sister-in-law's hand, unwrapped them, and stuffed them into her mouth. Once they were in her possession, there was no way they could be taken back. Pan Shui Lian was startled by Li Hua's sudden action, gazing incredulously at her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, what is going on? They are treated with fine food and candy. Yet you want to share with us? We are sisters-in-law, and our husbands are brothers. Li Hua shamelessly retorted. Meanwhile, Wang had already pulled her son to sit at the table with Dezhu, and the village head, immediately commanding, Dezhu, quickly bring bowls and chopsticks for your mother and your third brother. As she spoke, she began to pick at the plate of stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat before her. Though there was not much left, perhaps 1/3 remained. The others regarded her with disdain. Oh, mother, third brother, please wait a moment. I shall fetch the bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen. Dezhu had initially thought it appropriate to invite his mother to the feast. However, with his wife and 2 sons opposed to the idea, he had relented. Father, don't go. We did not invite them. Besides, we have already divided the household, and there are no rules mandating that we must invite them. Moreover, the meals I prepare are unworthy of their consumption. The food they have tasted is fit only for swine. Chengyuan directly disposed of the vegetables that Wang had previously handled into the kitchen slop bucket. Little wretch. You. This is a desecration of food, a sin. That was meat. How could our family, the Yu clan, raise such a little wretch like you? Wang was infuriated, pounding her chest in frustration. Yusanju, seated nearby, immediately withdrew his hand. Chapter 61. A mother or a daughter-in-law, these dishes are mine. The moment you touch them with your hands, I deem them unclean. Thus I shall dispose of them for the pigs. I shall discard them as I please, and you shall not partake. Chengyuan placed the dish upon the table, crossing his arms defiantly, exuding an air of invincibility. Villagers, indulge as you wish. Do not let the actions of others sway you. You wretched creature. You would rather invite these unrelated individuals to dine than extend an invitation to me, your own grandmother. And what of your second uncle and aunt? Your third uncle and aunt? All of them are your elders, yet you have neglected to invite a single one. What is your intent? Village head Zhou Jiangwo and the villagers stood still, their chopsticks resting, faces devoid of smiles. What had started as a joyful gathering was now marred by the Wang family's intrusion. Truly, a single rotten apple spoils the barrel. What do I mean? Must you inquire? It is quite literal. Why should I extend an invitation to you? Pray, provide a reason. After a brief pause, Wang continued, asserting her claim as your grandmother while dismissing the presence of your third uncle and aunt. You ought to invite us to dine rather than these unrelated outsiders. Upon hearing the elder's words, the faces of the onlookers paled. What constitutes an unrelated outsider? They are individuals I invited to assist me after their labor. I offered them a meal. What is wrong with that? Yet you, uninvited, exhibit a shamelessness thicker than city walls. Did you assist in clearing the fields? Or in repairing my home? Or in any other capacity? You have contributed nothing yet seek to feast at my table. I am not like my parents, who are easily taken advantage of. As for relatives, I refuse to acknowledge a grandmother who coldly watches her granddaughter-in-law and great-grandchildren suffer, nor a malicious aunt. Such kinship is one I shall not recognize. Chengyuan knew he could never forgive these people. Chengyuan, during the renovations and the move, did your parents summon us? If they had, your third uncle and I would undoubtedly have come to assist. Now that we are here, and considering she is your grandmother, why not allow us to sit and dine? Otherwise, the food will grow cold and unappetizing. Li Haohua gazed longingly at the dishes, nearly drooling. Haraha. What a joke. My parents did not call upon you. Most of the farm work is handled by my father and brother, later. When my brother went underground to mine coal, it was just my father and me. My mother tends to household chores. Li Haohua, what have you contributed? We are already separated. Will you still come to help? Ask anyone here, who would believe your words? Chengyuan laughed heartily, a look of derision upon his face. Of course, we would help, surely. If you had asked, we would have obliged. You did not mention payment for labor. If you had offered, we from the second and third households would have gladly come to assist. This little rascal, possessing wealth yet unwilling to allow his own kin to earn it, has the audacity to blame them for their lack of support. The villagers are not particularly virtuous either. When they lack money, they refuse to offer assistance. Was it truly for those 3 coins? The money belongs to me, and I have the right to hire whomever I wish. What concern is it of yours? Chengyuan let out a cold laugh, realizing that the Wang family and Yu Laosan were indeed brought here by Li Haohua to cause trouble, likely hoping to partake in free food and drink. Indeed, you people are quite shameless, having taken 3 coins from my grandson and still expecting to enjoy lavish hospitality here. Dazhu quickly retrieved the money. Upon hearing about the 3 coins, old lady Wang became animated. With nearly 10 individuals present, that amounts to 30 coins. The eldest son should reclaim the money. Later, she could ask him to return half. It is far better than giving outsiders a discount. These villagers are truly unreasonable, demanding 3 coins for a day's labor. Such blatant robbery. The villagers' faces darkened as they listened to Wang's words. Even the village chief and his family appeared quite displeased. Wang was simply outrageous. Mother, the 3 coins were paid to Chengyuan for assistance. How can we demand them back? Dazhu said, his face filled with shame. How could his mother utter such words? Mother, that is excessive. The villagers kindly helped our family, and offering them compensation is only right. Chengyuan clearly stated the payment for labor from the outset. How can we renege on that now? Mother, why not sit down for a meal? We can discuss this later after we are full, Pan Sulian quietly advised from the side. This old woman was truly embarrassing. Oh, we have already invited them for dinner. Why should we offer any further compensation? Such a splendid meal could not be found in a grand restaurant in the city. Why should we pay for it? You foolish woman. Cannot you save a bit for your husband? Spendthrift. Do you dare believe I will have Dazhu divorce you? Wang hurled a barrage of insults at Laosan's wife. Pan Sulian felt her face burn from the scolding but retorted defiantly. Mother, times have changed. There is no longer a notion of divorce in the traditional sense, only separation. Moreover, Dazhu would never divorce me. Do you believe it? Chengyuan had initially thought his mother would be weak and fearful, but he was taken aback by her spirited rebuttal. Dazhu, with such a spendthrift wife, what purpose does it serve to keep her? Hurry and divorce her. Let her leave with nothing. I will find a virtuous woman to be your wife. Wang glared viciously at Laosan's wife, awaiting the eldest son's response. The crowd began to criticize Wang. Aunt Wang, your demands are truly excessive. Dazhu is already a grandfather. What divorce are you talking about? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Is Aunt Wang unwell? Suelian is so wonderful. How can you find fault with her? It's simply a matter of having a few screws loose. Having already divided the household, why should she meddle in the eldest son's life? Mother, I will not divorce Cueping. She has stood by me for over 20 years, working tirelessly and selflessly. If I were to divorce her, would I not be worse than a pig or a dog? Mother, please do not press your son. Perhaps you should return with your younger siblings, Yu Daju stated decisively. The tension among the onlookers began to ease. Eldest brother, if you do not divorce this wasteful woman, then do not acknowledge me as your mother. Choose between your wife and your mother. The decision is yours. Wang was taken aback by the resolute refusal of her usually obedient eldest son to entertain her suggestion for the sake of his wife. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. This old woman truly was incorrigible. Forcing her son to divorce his wife, was that not the epitome of cruelty? Chengyuan remained silent, eager to witness his father's response. The old matriarch wore a smug expression, convinced that her eldest son had always been the most compliant. She could not fathom that he would forsake her. Even Yu Sanju and his wife were fixated on Yu Daju, curious to see how he would navigate this dilemma. One was a mother, the other a wife. Indeed, it was a most perplexing conundrum. Chapter 62. Severing ties. Yu Daju sat there like a stone statue, gazing at his mother, perplexed as to why, despite the family division, she continued to impose such difficulties upon him. His mother, Wang, stood defiantly in the courtyard with her hands on her hips, her voice rising in anger. Eldest, this marriage must end. There is no room for negotiation. Why are you silent? Have you lost your voice? You used to heed my words above all. How have you transformed into this? Previously, when you shielded Chengyuan and struck your third brother, I did not hold it against you. Now, are you opposing me for this spendthrift woman? I believe you have been bewitched by her, and if you continue to let her incite you, your life will be irreparably ruined. Wang increasingly suspected that her son was neglecting her in favor of his wife, whom she believed was the source of his disobedience. Thus, she resolved to send this woman back to her family. Yu Daju's face contorted in anguish, his brows knitted tightly together as though he could crush a fly. He looked at his furious mother and then at his aggrieved wife, his heart a tangled mass of confusion that he could not unravel. Mother, I truly do not wish for a divorce. Please do not pressure me further. I beg you as your son, he implored, his voice tinged with tears. The 7-foot-tall man appeared as helpless as a child, evoking pity in those who beheld him. Wang's fury escalated upon hearing his plea. You worthless creature. I am doing this for your own good. This wife of yours is unacceptable. She squanders money recklessly, giving away 3 coins a day without a second thought. And these meals? I wager she arranged them, spending our family's hard-earned money. Pan Suelian stood beside them, tears welling in her eyes. Yet she fought to keep them at bay. Li Hehua, observing the scene, felt a sense of satisfaction. Wang was formidable. She had compelled Yu Daju into such a state. Yet it remained uncertain how he would choose to respond. The villagers, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, began to murmur among themselves. This mother-in-law is far too domineering. How can she tear apart this young couple? One whispered. Indeed, they were living harmoniously until she interfered, another echoed. The village chief's wife, unable to restrain herself, spoke up. Aunt Wang, what benefit do you gain from forcing Daju and his wife apart? It seems your years of solitude have led you to wish for Daju to share in your plight. Why not advocate for the separation of San and his wife instead? Laughter erupted among the crowd, yet to Wang's ears, it rang harshly. She whirled around, glaring at the gathering. What are you laughing at? What is amusing about this? This is a matter of our family, and you all need to leave. If you're well fed, then depart. And before you go, hand over the money. You're all just loafing about. She is merely a daughter-in-law. Not a daughter. What is so precious about her? Wang, oblivious to her own folly, continued to assert her authority. Mother, there is no need for such behavior. The villagers are my guests, and you have no right to expel them. I must now convey to you that if you compel me to divorce Cui Lian, I shall have no choice but to relinquish you. You leave me no alternative. Yu Daju lowered his head in silence for a moment before raising it again. His eyes filled with unwavering determination. Yu Chengyuan nodded inwardly. If his father abandoned his mother for Wang, he would ensure that his father lived with Wang and her family. After all, he could do without such a father, one who forsakes his loyal wife at a crucial moment. Better to be without him. Zhou Jiangwo initially intended to offer some words of counsel, but upon witnessing Wang's grotesque demeanor, he fell silent. Yu Daju, you ungrateful wretch. Forsaking your mother for this woman? Wang shrieked. Today, I will deal with you. I shall strike you down, you rebellious son. Enraged, Wang attempted to strike him. only to be seized by her grandson, who hurled her to the ground. You vile old hag, you have humiliated my mother and now seek to strike my father. Do you truly believe that the first family is without defenders? Yudaju's parents, fearing his impulsiveness, quickly restrained him. Chengyuan, do not act rashly. Pan Suelian choked back tears. This matron had always held a disdain for her, favoring the wives of the second and third sons. She was at a loss as to where she had erred. Despite her contributions, she received the least, and when the old lady fell ill, it was she who cared for her. Mother, do not pressure Diju. We are resolute in our union. I could never leave him, nor he me. Pan Suelian wiped her tears, her tone resolute and commanding. Uncle Zhou, since my father has made his choice, let him sever ties with old lady Wang. She has never regarded him as her son. Whether or not he has a son makes no difference to her. This is the perfect opportunity to cut ties, especially since it was she who initiated the suggestion. If they propose it, it could be construed as unfilial, abandoning their own mother. However, if Wang proposes it, it is she who rejects her son, not the other way around. Zhou Jiangwo glanced at Yudaju and then at Wang, inquiring, Aunt Wang, what is your stance? Sever ties, then. Such an unfilial son, whether he exists or not, is of no consequence. Wang replied without much thought. Although Yudaju had mentally prepared himself, his heart was still pierced by his mother's merciless words. Eldest brother, do not take mother's anger to heart. She is upset primarily because you did not invite her to your housewarming. Liu Hua quickly interjected with a smile. Yudaju could consider a divorce from Pan Suelian, but severing ties with his mother was unthinkable. If ties were cut, the family's offerings to the elderly lady on the 3 major festivals, along with their financial support and provisions, would cease. Such a loss would be monumental. Yu Sanju was not oblivious. He immediately grasped his wife's underlying thoughts. With a forced smile, he said, Dear brother and sister-in-law, mother is simply upset. Please do not take it to heart. We shall escort her home now. Enjoy your meal at your leisure. Why are you two leaving? Wang shouted insistently. The matter is not yet resolved. Put me down. Reluctantly, Yu San and his wife dragged Wang away. Upon noticing that the 3 had departed, Yu Chengyuan resumed his hospitality, inviting the villagers to eat and drink. With these 2 troublemakers gone, the family rift had not been severed. He even perceived a sense of relief from his father. Let it be. If it doesn't work this time, perhaps next. A few more disturbances will prepare father for what lies ahead. Everyone continued to feast as if the earlier commotion had never occurred. Why did you pull me back? Wang scolded the couple, that ungrateful wretch. If the family ties are severed, let them be. By bringing me back like this, they will think I am afraid. Frustrated and having missed out on the meal and the monetary rewards, she lamented, Mother, if you cut ties with the main household, you will forfeit your yearly provisions and gifts for the festivals. Have you lost your senses and forgotten this? Li Hua replied, forcing a smile. That wretched old woman. If she hadn't caused such a scene, I might have been able to save her a bit of meat. Chapter 63 Negotiation. At the break of dawn the following day, Yu Chengyuan arrived at his in-law's residence, carrying the provisions prepared by his mother. Why are you bringing more chickens after delivering 2 just the other day? We haven't even finished the ones you brought last time, exclaimed Wang Hong. Observing the items her son-in-law had brought, having just separated the households, it seems he has brought everything over. Clearly, my son-in-law cares deeply for Sulan. A good mother-in-law is indeed a woman's fortune. In this regard, my daughter is fortunate, having avoided the fate of encountering a wicked mother-in-law. Although that grandmother is not the best, she has been shielded from significant grievances thanks to them. These are all prepared by my mother, he stated with a smile. She mentioned that Sulan needs to nourish her body. It will help her recover more swiftly. Yu Chengyuan's words also conveyed a desire for harmonious relations among the elders back home. Oh, what's this? A turtle. It looks like it weighs several pounds. The smaller ones must be around 2 pounds. Little you, did you catch these yourself? Lu Jiangwo, nearby, marveled at the wriggling creatures in the basket. I did not catch them myself. My father went out last night specifically to catch them. To his surprise, he was lucky enough to bring back 3. He asked me to deliver them to you all, saying that even if we can't eat them all, they'll survive for a while. Yu Chengyuan explained with a chuckle. Your father is quite thoughtful. Little you, please convey our thanks to him. He didn't keep a single one for himself. He sent them all over. Such genuine kindness. We can't possibly consume so many. How about this? Today, you are supposed to meet Director Wang from the logistics department, right? Take 1 turtle along and claim you caught it yourself. With such a gift in hand, combined with your own modest reputation, it will surely facilitate your discussions. Your mother-in-law has a good idea. Bringing this fellow along will make any conversation more agreeable, Lu Jiangwo concurred with his wife's suggestion. I shall take you there at once. Director Wang is likely at work by now. Chengyuan, with the basket on his back, followed his mother-in-law out the door. Before long, they arrived at the county hospital. The sunlight streamed through the corridors, and Chengyuan, dressed in a somewhat faded but clean and tidy coarse cloth garment, appeared spirited and vibrant. Under his mother-in-law's guidance, he approached the office of the logistics department head with a composed demeanor. Wang Hong knocked on the door, and a rich, steady voice from within invited, "Come in. Don't be nervous, just follow my lead." Wang Hong reassured her son-in-law, noticing a hint of tension. "I'm not nervous," Chengyuan replied, taking a deep breath as he stepped inside behind her. As he opened the door, he saw Director Wang Dehai seated behind his desk, wearing thick glasses and engrossed in what appeared to be a menu or similar document. "Director Wang, good day." Wang Hong greeted him with a smile. Wang Yuanchao lifted his head and, upon seeing his mother-in-law, immediately stood up, smiling respectfully as he extended his hand. "Ah, Director Wang, what brings you here?" He felt immense gratitude for her previous assistance in performing surgery on his wife, which had resulted in a swift recovery. "Allow me to introduce someone, the young man behind me. He is my son-in-law. You may call him Xiaoyu. He mentioned he has a business matter to discuss with you, so I brought him along. I hope you do not mind." Wang Hong deliberately emphasized that this was her son-in-law, knowing that Minister Wang would not dare to dismiss her request lightly. "Minister Wang, greetings." Chengyuan promptly stepped forward to offer his polite salutation. Not at all, not at all," Minister Wang replied courteously, though inwardly he mused that he was not in the business sector, so why would this young man seek him out for business? "Minister Wang, I shall leave the rest of the conversation to you. I must return to care for my daughter. When you have time, please join me and my wife for a meal. You both must come." Wang Hong smiled as she spoke. Certainly, certainly," Wang Yuanchao responded graciously, even escorting her to the door. The position of a hospital director, particularly that of a surgical chief, was one many desired to cultivate relationships with. And Minister Wang was no exception. "Young man, why do you stand there? Please, take a seat. What business do you wish to discuss with me?" Wang Yuanchao inquired with a smile. "I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I am merely responsible for logistics, not business dealings," Chengyuan replied. However, since Director Lu had personally come to seek him out, he could not afford to appear ungracious, and after all, spending a little time was no burden. Chengyuan sat down confidently, straightening his posture as he began. "Minister Wang, I came today to discuss the supply of vegetables." Wang Yuanchao crossed his hands on the table and nodded. "Go on." Clearing his throat, Chengyuan continued. "I heard from my mother-in-law that our hospital cafeteria serves meals for hundreds of people daily. This indicates a significant demand for vegetables. Am I correct?" "Indeed. The daily demand is quite substantial," Wang Yuanchao affirmed. And then, he probed, "What are you trying to convey?" The young man could not possibly have the capacity to supply such a large volume of vegetables. Wang Yuanchao surmised that the cafeteria likely procured its vegetables from the state-run market. "If I am not mistaken, your cafeteria sources its vegetables from the state-run market, correct?" Chengyuan stated directly without beating around the bush. "You are indeed correct. It is true. If we were to go to the free market, we would not find sufficient quantities, and the prices there are significantly higher. Surely, you would choose the state-run market as well." Wang Yuanchao was nearly certain that the young man was there to discuss vegetable supply. However, he doubted that any arrangement for such a supply could materialize, given that the young man likely could not meet the hospital's considerable needs. "Minister Wang, if I could guarantee daily supplies to meet your hospital's demands, and at a price lower than that of the state-run market, would you be willing to collaborate with me?" Sitting in this lucrative position, Minister Wang would undoubtedly seek some form of kickback, whether in pricing or in weight. Although public hospitals are not abundant, every little bit adds up to an unexpected fortune. "Young man, while it is admirable to be ambitious, one must avoid overreaching and exhibiting arrogance. Our hospital cafeteria requires several hundred pounds of vegetables daily. Where do you intend to procure such a quantity?" Wang Yuanchao harbored skepticism towards this young individual. Youth lacks experience, and this young man, though possessing commendable attributes, seems prone to boasting. "Director Wang, if you believe in my capabilities, we can formalize our agreement. Should I fail to deliver, I shall compensate you threefold. Moreover, I can offer you vegetables at a price 3 yuan lower than the state-run market. This 3 yuan difference is..." Chengyuan smiled, leaving the rest unsaid. "This turtle stew is highly nourishing. I heard your wife has just undergone surgery, so it is perfectly timed for her recovery. This bottle of wine is also for you." And here is a packet of red plums to brighten your spirits. Chengyuan retrieved these items from his basket and placed them on the desk. Wang Yuanshao's eyes lit up. This young man indeed displayed remarkable generosity. Such willingness to invest. Moreover, a daily rebate of 3 yuan amounts to 90 yuan a month, nearly equivalent to his salary. Young man, you are too kind. I shall express my gratitude on behalf of my wife. However, you must disclose the source of your supplies. Otherwise, I shall remain uneasy. Wang Yuanshao remained cautious. I shall not keep you in the dark. The vegetables I provide are harvested from our own family farm, freshly picked in the morning. Of course, we are not the sole contributors. Other families are involved as well. Wang Dehai furrowed his brow slightly. Mere freshness was insufficient. Both price and quality must be assured. Upon hearing this, Chengyuan confidently patted his chest, assuring, Director Wang, rest assured. Did I not mention? The price I quoted reflects a 3 yuan profit margin below the state-run market. This is significant. You can instruct the accountant to record the transactions at the market price. No one will be the wiser. Young man, let me contemplate this further. I need time to think. Wang Yuanshao perceived the gravity of the situation and decided to deliberate carefully. As Wang Yuanshao gazed at the young man before him, barely in his 20s, he found himself convinced to a great extent. However, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him. Should this venture falter, the position of his logistics minister would be jeopardized. Such significant matters warranted careful consideration. I understand your concerns, the young man assured him. You are merely apprehensive about my ability to supply a substantial quantity of vegetables. Rest assured, every household in our village cultivates a considerable amount of produce. Our village is quite large, comprising several hundred families. Additionally, there are several neighboring villages from which I can procure more. You need not worry about any supply disruptions. To take a worst-case scenario, if I am unable to deliver today, I will personally purchase the vegetables at premium prices from the state-run market. Does that ease your mind? Furthermore, he continued, my father-in-law is the principal of a 5-star high school, and I am responsible for supplying their cafeteria as well. Is there anything else you find concerning? Chengyuan, keenly perceptive of Wang's apprehensions, intentionally spoke these words to bolster the minister's confidence. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yuanshao broke into a smile, saying, Young Yu, your sincerity is evident. What further hesitation could I possibly have? However, you must not raise your prices indiscriminately. He added, I will still procure some other goods from the state-run market, and I am well aware of the pricing there. The prices in the state-run market are transparent. Everyone knows them. Therefore, you need not worry about that at all. Moreover, he continued, I can occasionally provide you with some game, as well as wild fish such as crucian carp, grass carp, and turtles, along with wild mushrooms, chicken eggs, and duck eggs. These items are not available in the state-run market and are subject to luck in the free market. This creates a significant margin for profit. Would you not agree? Wang Yuanshao was no fool. He was astute and understood the profit margins involved better than anyone else. Upon hearing this, he readily agreed. Since you have stated it so clearly, let us commence with a trial period of 1 week. If you can meet my expectations, we shall formalize a contract, and the prices will be determined in real time. Tomorrow, deliver 100 pounds of cucumbers, 100 pounds of eggplants, 30 pounds of tomatoes, and 50 pounds of eggs. The prices are all specified, and you can rest assured that they will remain stable over the week. Upon hearing this, Chengyuan was elated. Sensing that the deal was sealed, he glanced down at the list in his hand, smiling as he replied, Minister Wang, you can trust me. I assure you will be satisfied. As he exited the office, Chengyuan felt as if the sun shone more brilliantly than ever, as if a promising future beckoned him. He had successfully secured a substantial contract for supplying vegetables to the hospital cafeteria. This news was like a beam of light piercing through the darkness, illuminating his path forward. In his previous life, he had wandered aimlessly, leading a dismal existence. To be candid, he possessed no prior experience in commerce. And this success marked the first step of his entrepreneurial journey. It was now past 9 in the morning, and the sunlight was perfect, mirroring the beauty of his mood. With a heart brimming with joy and anticipation, Chengyuan eagerly cycled back to his in-law's home. He had purchased an entire box of large apples for his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and wife. Though his wife was in her confinement period and could not eat many fruits, apples were permissible. These apples were particularly special, suitable for nearly every demographic, including those with diabetes, which is why he had chosen them. The moment he stepped through the door of his in-law's home, his excitement was palpable. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I have returned. I brought you a box of red apples. Please taste them and let me know if they are to your liking. If so, I shall buy more next time. His father-in-law, seated on the living room sofa reading a newspaper, looked up at the sound of Chengyuan's voice and saw his son-in-law entering with a cardboard box. "Ah, little you, you're back. Why did you buy apples again? That's an enormous box. How could we possibly finish it? You must be exhausted. Come in and take a seat. By the way, how did the negotiations for the hospital cafeteria go?" Lu Jiangwo inquired while offering Chengyuan a cup of tea. Setting down the box of apples, Chengyuan took a seat on the sofa and gulped down a glass of water. With a smile, he replied, "Father-in-law, I succeeded. I secured the supply of vegetables for the hospital cafeteria, but it will be on a trial basis for 1 week." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangwo's face lit up with a joyful smile as he put down his newspaper. Rising from his seat, he patted his son-in-law's shoulder and praised, "Well done. My boy, I knew you could do it. A trial week is acceptable. After all, this is their first collaboration with you." Wang Hong, busy in the kitchen, emerged upon hearing the commotion. While she had often harbored a sense of scrutiny and dissatisfaction towards Chengyuan, this news elicited a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. "I didn't expect you to have such capabilities. You've certainly impressed me this time. You must know that Minister Wang is quite conservative in his dealings and rather formidable, though I've only heard about him." Regardless, it was evident that her son-in-law's achievement in securing this business required a degree of skill. Filled with warmth and pride at his in-law's compliments, Chengyuan felt a surge of happiness and satisfaction. He knew this was merely the beginning, with many more challenges ahead, but in that moment, he was enveloped in bliss. "Mother-in-law, I've heard that women should eat more fruit, especially apples. I chose the finest ones and bought an entire box. This Sulan can also be eaten. I confirmed it with the fruit vendor. Since you gave me the apples from your home yesterday, it's perfect to replenish your supply today." He suspected that his mother-in-law had indeed given him all the apples from their home. "Why are you spending money before you've even started earning? Why buy so many? There must be 10 pounds here. Just take half back with you and leave the other half here. If you don't take it, I want to accept anything you buy next time." "All right, I shall heed your advice, mother-in-law. And I must thank you for your recommendation. Minister Wang surely considers your reputation. I shall seize this opportunity and ensure that I do not bring you disgrace. As for my in-laws, I will now go to check on Sulan and Tangang." Chengyuan's words brought great satisfaction to Lu Jiangwo and his wife. "This child is humble, devoid of arrogance or complacency. I have no merits to claim. It is all your own endeavor. Since you enjoy commerce, then strive with all your might. It may indeed serve as a viable path." Wang Hong's attitude has shifted slightly, as have her thoughts. After all, they are still young. Should they falter, their elders will support them. "Go on. Missing your wife, are you? Haha. It was the same when we were young. Hurry and share this delightful news with your wife. She will undoubtedly be overjoyed." Lu Jiangwo waved his hand with a smile, playfully teasing his son-in-law, only to receive an eye roll from his wife. "Oh, you incorrigible man." Upon entering his wife's room, Chengyuan's first act was to plant a tender kiss on her forehead, followed by a gentle kiss for their beloved daughter. He then lifted little Tangang and animatedly recounted the day's business dealings. Hearing this news, Lu Sulan was overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears of happiness. Even their daughter, Tangang, seemed to sense her parents' elation, smiling intermittently, her big, dark eyes sparkling with delight. At lunchtime, the family gathered around the dining table, the atmosphere particularly harmonious. Chengyuan silently vowed to work even harder, striving to provide a better life for his wife and instill confidence in his in-laws. He had no prior experience nor any miraculous abilities. He could only rely on his own efforts. Much like Forrest Gump, he resolved to run steadfastly towards his dreams, regardless of the obstacles that lay ahead, forging his own destiny. After their meal, his father-in-law took him to 5-star middle school. Chapter 65. Conquering the school canteen. After finishing his lunch, Chengyuan took a brief respite before stepping out with his father-in-law. His mother-in-law remained at home to keep company with Su Lan and Xiao Tangtang. Carrying a bottle of cherished aged wine, a gift from his father-in-law, he followed closely behind as they made their way towards 5-star middle school. Given the proximity of their residence to the school, they chose to walk instead of cycling. After all, they lived in the staff dormitory of the school, which was conveniently located near the administrative building, where the logistics department was also situated. The midday sun was somewhat blinding, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. During their walk, his father-in-law spoke seriously about Minister Qian. "Xiao Yu, Minister Qian is a shrewd individual and not easily trusting of others. You must engage him thoughtfully." There was a hint of concern and expectation in his father-in-law's tone. Chengyuan nodded but then voiced his curiosity. "Father-in-law, Why did you object to mother-in-law sending the soft-shelled turtle to Minister Qian? It is quite nourishing, especially the larger ones, which are rare to come by. I fail to understand your reasoning. Lu Jiangwo paused at his son-in-law's inquiry, then explained, Minister Qian's wife left him a decade ago for a nouveau riche. Presenting him with a soft-shelled turtle could evoke painful memories. Upon seeing it, he might be reminded of his wife's departure. Do you think he'd be in a favorable mood towards you? It would be a miracle if he didn't scold you. Business discussions would be out of the question. Chengyuan suddenly comprehended and felt grateful for having been informed of these nuances beforehand. Had he approached Minister Qian alone, he might have returned empty-handed. But will I appear too modest with just a bottle of wine? Perhaps I should procure something else, he pondered. Father-in-law, you mentioned that Minister Qian enjoys tea. Perhaps I should buy some tea leaves to present more formally. Indeed, your thoughtfulness is commendable. Let us go outside the school to purchase some tea leaves. The school shop does not carry any, his father-in-law replied. The two then ventured to a nearby store where they secured a box of Tiguanyin tea. Following this, his father-in-law brought him to the school and briefly introduced him to Minister Qian without disclosing that Chengyuan was his son-in-law. Chengyuan understood that his father-in-law wished for Minister Qian to not treat him with favoritism due to their relationship, merely facilitating an introduction. Although supportive of Chengyuan's aspirations, Lu Jiangwo was a man of principle. He recognized that the thought processes of men and women differed greatly, as did their approaches to managing situations. Women tend to be nurturing towards their offspring, while men often encourage independence and self-reliance. Xiaoyu, I will be in the gazebo outside playing chess with others. Once you complete your business, come find me there, Lu Jiangwo said as he departed. Understood, father-in-law, Chengyuan replied. Chengyuan nodded at his father-in-law, who responded with an encouraging glance. Lu Jiangwo understood clearly that he did not wish for Minister Qian to perceive any preferential treatment in this matter. He hoped that his son-in-law would secure the deal through his own genuine capabilities. Minister Qian scrutinized the young man before him, nodding slightly. Xiaoyu, please take a seat. He pondered the young man's background, considering the significance of being personally introduced by Principal Lu. It was likely that he was not a mere relative of Principal Lu, but perhaps connected to the principal's wife's family. Thus, Minister Qian had been rather courteous in his initial remarks. Thank you, Minister Qian, Chengyuan replied, settling himself with composure onto the wooden chair opposite. With just a glance, he had discerned the serious countenance of Minister Qian, whose eyes reflected sharpness and decisiveness. Initially, you felt a twinge of nervousness, but he swiftly regained his composure. Smiling as he engaged in conversation with Minister Qian, he sincerely articulated the freshness of the vegetables, their quality, and their reasonable pricing, elaborating in detail on the profit margins, much like he had done in his discussion with Minister Wang. At first, Minister Qian listened quietly, his expression neutral. However, as the conversation progressed, his demeanor began to shift, ultimately transforming into one of surprise when the discussion turned to fish and wild mushrooms. The school had a small cafeteria specifically for hosting city leaders during inspections, and often, school leaders and teachers frequented it for a more appetizing meal than what the larger cafeteria offered. After all, the dishes prepared in smaller batches were undoubtedly superior to the mass-cooked fare. Not to mention, the oil and seasonings in smaller servings were far more generous. Observing Minister Qian's expression, Chengyuan sensed that he would not let such a collaboration slip away. Xiaoyu, I have listened attentively to what you've just articulated. Your ideas are indeed commendable. However, you must ensure a consistent supply, and the vegetables must be fresh. Minister Qian was primarily concerned about these two issues. Rest assured, Minister Qian, those concerns are not an issue. We harvest the vegetables fresh each morning, Chengyuan assured him with a smile. Furthermore, if anyone inquires about the pricing, you are a clever man and know how to respond, correct? This is a formal position, and we cannot afford any slip-ups. Do not worry, Minister Qian. I am aware that your purchases are from the state-run market, where prices are publicly transparent. Should anyone question me, I shall simply state that our prices align with those of the state-run market. When you report the prices, just cite the state-run market rates. You can trust that there will be no issues. My lips are sealed, Chengyuan said with a smile. May I also inquire, if it's not too presumptuous, what is your relationship with Principal Lu? Minister Qian asked. Rest assured, I will keep that confidential, Chengyuan replied. Now that we have reached an agreement, I feel no hesitation in speaking. Minister Qian inquired with curiosity. Haha, Minister Qian, since you are so forthright, I have nothing to conceal. I am the son-in-law of Principal Lu. My father-in-law is an exceedingly modest individual, which is why he has kept our relationship under wraps. Yu Chengyuan thought it was of no consequence to reveal this, given that the business deal was secured. Indeed, Principal Liu is a very unassuming person. I merely asked out of curiosity. Let us proceed to sign the contract. Let us commence with a one-year agreement. What do you think? It was evident that this young man was not to be underestimated, and he was relieved that he had not declined this business opportunity. Here is tomorrow's vegetable list and pricing. These rates will be fixed for 10 days. Be cautious with your purchasing in the village, ensuring you do not incur losses, for that would be counterproductive. Minister Qian presented a list to Yu Chengyuan. This was wonderful. He no longer had to frequent the state-run market. Relishing the ease of the situation, allowing him to earn an additional 100 or 80 a month, truly a win-win scenario. No problem, no problem. Let us sign for 1 year. Thank you for the reminder, Minister Qian. I shall ensure I do not incur losses. After all, one can have their fill without suffering a loss. Once Minister Qian experiences the true benefits of this arrangement, he will undoubtedly be eager to extend the contract for several more years. Yu Chengyuan was not at all concerned about this. Ultimately, Yu Chengyuan successfully secured the contract for supplying vegetables to the school cafeteria. Ha ha ha, Xiaoyu, I admire your character. I, too, believe in having everything while avoiding loss. Minister Qian laughed heartily. Their conversation was thoroughly enjoyable. Shortly thereafter, Yu Chengyuan rose to take his leave. As he exited the office, sunlight cascaded upon him, as if draping him in a luminous cloak of victory. He could hardly contain his excitement to share this splendid news with his father-in-law, and with the contract in hand, he strode eagerly towards the pavilion. Chapter 66. This is just the beginning. As Yu Chengyuan strolled along the path, he arrived at an elegant pavilion, where he found his father-in-law deeply engrossed in a game of chess with an elderly gentleman sporting white hair. The black and white pieces danced across the board, reminiscent of a silent yet fierce battle. Neither of them uttered a word, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Those who have engaged in chess understand that one becomes utterly absorbed in the game, rendering the world around them irrelevant. Yu Chengyuan recognized the inappropriateness of interrupting their concentration and chose to quietly observe, his gaze irresistibly drawn to the unfolding game. He mentally assessed the situation, confident in his own chess skills yet adhering to the principle of silence while spectating. It was evident to him that the elderly gentleman's abilities were slightly inferior. His father-in-law held a slight advantage. Time slipped away unnoticed amidst the rise and fall of the pieces, and ultimately, the game concluded with his father-in-law's victory. Principal Liu, you have triumphed once again. Alas, I can never best you. The elderly man exclaimed, laughter in his voice, showing no signs of disappointment from his defeat. I graciously accept your defeat. I was fortunate to win by 3 pieces. Come, let us engage in another match. His father-in-law replied jovially. Father-in-law, the matters are settled. We should take our leave, Yu Chengyuan interjected, noting his father-in-law's immersion in the game, still unaware of his presence. It appeared that his father-in-law was indeed an avid chess enthusiast. Perhaps in his spare time, he could also enjoy a few games with him. He had often observed others play, naturally acquiring some knowledge of the game. Only then did Liu Jiangwo raise his eyes to notice Yu Chengyuan beside him, offering an apologetic smile as he set down the chess pieces. Brother Chen, I must attend to other matters. We shall continue our game another time. Yu Chengyuan politely addressed the elder as Grandpa Chun before following his father-in-law out. On the journey home, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon them. The two men engaged in light conversation. Xiaoyu, how did your discussion with Minister Qian go? Did he agree to your proposal for collaboration? His father-in-law inquired with genuine concern. Yu Chengyuan smiled slightly and replied, it went rather smoothly. The contract has been signed. It's a 1-year agreement. Here are the contract and tomorrow's list. He handed the documents to his father-in-law. Liu Jiangwo took them, reviewing the contents with keen attention, a look of approval crossing his face. Xiaoyu, quite impressive. Congratulations on securing 2 significant orders. Although the profits may not seem substantial at first glance, the volume is considerable. The demand for vegetables alone is 200 to 300 pounds, not to mention other items. Thank you, father-in-law. I will certainly put forth my best effort, Yu Chengyuan responded. However, supplying such quantities daily raises a concern. Where will I source that much produce? Liu Jiangwo asked. Worry etched on his face. Breaking a contract entails financial penalties. It is no trivial matter. Father-in-law, you needn't worry. I will manage the procurement, and I have an idea. I plan to encourage the villagers to cultivate vegetables on a large scale, and I will oversee the purchasing. However, the villagers may be reluctant at first, as most of them still prefer to cultivate grain. Nonetheless, I shall begin by planting alongside my family, and when others observe the results, they will surely follow suit. In this manner, I will not only earn a profit but also assist my fellow townsfolk in doing so. What do you think of my idea? Indeed, Xiaoyu. Your concept is truly commendable. It benefits the community and is a significant endeavor. I wholeheartedly support you. Lu Jingwo was taken aback by his young son-in-law's foresight and vision, coupled with remarkable courage. How many young individuals possess such audacity these days? His refusal of a comfortable and stable job opportunity reveals his strong convictions and boldness. Yu Chengyuan remained unaware that his recent remarks had garnered his father-in-law's admiration and approval. Lu Jingwo reflected on the years during which they had kept their son-in-law at arm's length, avoiding encounters, and felt a twinge of regret. He recalled how reluctant they had been for their daughter to marry this young man from the countryside, believing he had no future and was burdened by a complicated family background. They feared he would not provide happiness or security for their only daughter. Fortunately, their daughter had her own opinions and did not heed her parents' wishes. In hindsight, her judgment proved astute, as she did not miss out on this ambitious and responsible young man. Thank you for your kind words, father-in-law. Let us hurry back to share this wonderful news with mother-in-law in Sulan. Yu Chengyuan exclaimed with a smile, thinking that once he succeeded, his mother-in-law would cease her relentless attempts to find him a job. All right, let us quicken our pace and return promptly. Lu Jingwo nodded in agreement. The two walked in unison, and before long, they arrived home. Upon entering, Lu Jingwo called out, "Oh, I have splendid news. Our son-in-law has signed the contract and secured the supply of vegetables for the school canteen. Come out and see." "Father-in-law, must you be so dramatic? It is not such a grand affair. This is merely the beginning." Yu Chengyuan felt slightly embarrassed by his father-in-law's boisterous announcement. It was not akin to achieving the highest honor in ancient times. It was simply a small matter. Hearing the commotion, Wang Hong emerged from her daughter's room, gently closing the door behind her. Lao Lu, why are you shouting so loudly? Tang Ang has just fallen asleep, and Sulan is also resting. At your age, you should still be more composed. It is not as if the house is on fire. Wang Hong scolded her husband lightly upon her arrival, having heard the noise but not the content. All right, I shall lower my voice. My apologies, I forgot we have a little treasure at home. I shall be more mindful next time, hee. Come, Ahong, take a look at this, Lu Jingwo said with a smile, pointing to the contract placed on the coffee table. Wang Hong picked it up and, to her surprise, found it was indeed a contract, and the quantity was quite substantial. 100 pounds of green beans, 100 pounds of pumpkins, 50 pounds of green peppers, and 50 pounds of red peppers. Son-in-law, you have signed a 1-year contract. Does that mean you will be? It seems that from the very beginning, the son-in-law had no intention of working at the school cafeteria. He was merely deceiving himself. I wonder how much he can earn in a day. Indeed, mother-in-law, it is a temporary 1-year agreement. Yu Chengyuan nodded. This 5-star middle school has always been here. It simply underwent reconstruction after a decade and was given a new name. As for the county hospital, it too was slated for reconstruction after 15 years, yet it has remained in operation. This county will evolve into a prefecture-level city in 15 years. No longer just a county. Thus, his business will remain stable within the next decade. Once it scales up, he aims to secure contracts from the textile and steel factories. However, securing these significant contracts may not be so simple. He will take his time. One cannot expect to achieve everything at once. He is not anxious. Since he has signed the contract, he will give his best effort. Given that the son-in-law has decided to proceed this way, she cannot douse his enthusiasm with cold water. A word of encouragement is warranted. Very well, mother-in-law, but I may be quite busy moving forward and won't be able to visit Sulan as frequently as before. However, I shall come by whenever I can. Once Sulan feels better, I will come to take her home. As I become busier, my time will be more limited. You focus on your tasks. We will take care of Sulan and Tang Tang. This lad still possesses a semblance of conscience, not forgetting his wife and daughter. Since he had to return to his duties, Yu Chengyuan stayed for a while before bidding farewell. As he departed, his mother-in-law insisted on giving him a large bag of apples, weighing approximately 4 to 5 pounds. Chapter 67. Persuading the elder brother. Yu Chengyuan hummed a cheerful tune, his feet seemingly dancing upon the pedals as if propelled by the very wheels of the wind. The bicycle's 2 wheels spun rapidly, powered by the reliable strength of the classic model. This bicycle, robust and resilient, could bear heavy loads and withstand the rigors of time, a testament to its enduring quality that rivaled that of bicycles made years later. Its only shortcoming lay in its slight bulkiness, yet for a man of stature, that was hardly a concern. This type of bicycle was not particularly suited for women. However, in this era, women rode bicycles with remarkable grace, matching men in skill and vigor. As Chengyuan rode along, he sang sweet melodies, filling the air with his joy. The setting sun cast a golden hue upon his figure, as if he were a jubilant messenger from a fairy tale. The wildflowers along the roadside swayed gently in the breeze, seemingly dancing to celebrate his buoyant spirits. Occasionally glancing at the vibrant blossoms, he found them charming and exquisite. The red hues resembled flames, the pinks akin to dawn, and the whites reminiscent of snow, all vying for attention with their beauty. As if proclaiming, "Look at this joyful fellow." The grass by the roadside was equally assertive, its tender green blades forming a soft carpet upon the earth. Chengyuan inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrance of flowers and the fresh scent of grass that filled the air. A row of trees lined the path, their species unknown to him. Birds chirped merrily atop the branches, seemingly applauding his happiness. They flitted about in the air, then perched curiously on the limbs, tilting their heads to observe the grinning man, unafraid of human presence. Perhaps they sensed his benign nature, with a heart full of springtime warmth. Even the gentle breeze seemed particularly tender, caressing his face with a cool kiss. At this moment, Chengyuan's heart felt as expansive as the blue sky and white clouds above, as carefree as the breeze that danced around him. The journey home had never felt as delightful as it did today, with every step brimming with joy and anticipation. The recent days spent contending with the Wang family had been arduous, but today he truly felt at ease. It was time to let loose and embrace the moment. Upon returning home, Chengyuan wheeled his bicycle into the house and secured it with a lock. Carrying an apple, he stealthily entered his elder brother's room. At this hour, their parents were surely out working. He found his brother seated on the bed, weaving a basket from braided rope. "Brother, you finally have a chance to rest for a couple of days, yet here you are, weaving baskets. Put it down and take a proper break. There will be plenty of work for you later," Chengyuan remarked with a hint of meaning, moving closer to take the unfinished basket from his brother's hands and placing it on a nearby shelf. "I'm not idling away. I've been cooped up at home and felt stifled. Since I can't go out, I thought I might as well do something productive for the household. Although this basket may not fetch much, it can at least bring in a little money," Yudaju explained. "Brother, this exhausting work barely earns a few coins. Allow me to show you something that will surely lift your spirits." Chengyuan produced the contract and the menu, presenting them to his elder brother. Yu Pingyan's eyes sparkled as he examined the documents, eagerly inquiring, "Chengyuan, is this a contract for supplying vegetables to the school cafeteria? How on earth did you manage that? And are all these demands on the menu genuine? It seems rather excessive, doesn't it? 100 pounds of cucumbers, 100 pounds of eggplants, 100 pounds of pumpkins, 100 pounds of chili peppers, and so forth. This totals several hundred pounds. Indeed, it is all authentic, as clearly stated in black and white. As for how I accomplished this, I owe it all to my in-laws. Without their introduction, I would never have secured these two contracts. Moreover, they are long-term." Chengyuan smiled, gesturing toward the menu. "Chengyuan, you are truly remarkable. I am in awe as your elder brother," Yu Pingyan exclaimed in disbelief, genuinely impressed. "Brother, tomorrow you must accompany me to the county town, but we must leave early, otherwise we will be pressed for time. Also on our return, you needn't wear that leg brace. I'll simply say I found an old Chinese doctor who treated you with acupuncture. Whether others believe it or not, we have already split our household. All right, I will join you. However, in a few days, I must return to work at the coal mine. Who will assist you then?" Yu Pingyan pondered how his younger brother would manage to deliver such a massive load alone. "Do not worry about that. Father can help me. However, brother, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Do you find coal mining to be arduous?" He did not want his elder brother to return to the coal mine, as it entailed descending into the depths of danger. "Of course, mining coal is indeed hard work. I've endured it for over a year and have grown accustomed to it." "You need not worry about your elder brother," Yu Pingyan reassured him, aware of his younger brother's concern for his well-being. "Brother, while mining coal is certainly laborious, that is not my primary concern. The most critical issue is that it is an exceedingly perilous job. Previously, Grandma compelled you to go, and we had no choice. She was the head of the household, and we had to obey her. Now that we have separated our households, you need not return to coal mining. I sincerely hope you will abandon this dangerous profession. I believe our parents share my sentiment. Please, do not mine coal any longer, all right?" Chengyuan's lifelong aspiration was for the family to remain together in peace, without any misfortunes befalling them. "Pingyan, your younger brother Chengyuan speaks wisely. It would be best to refrain from that coal mining job. You can manage some odd jobs around the house, or tend to the farm, which will suffice for your livelihood. Once you save enough money, I and your father can arrange for you to marry and live a stable life." Just then, Chengyuan, who had recently returned, overheard their conversation and concurred with the second son's opinion. "Mother, Chengyuan, the wages for underground work are indeed quite high. If I were not working there, my income would undoubtedly be significantly lower. I aspire to earn my own living and marry. Currently, we are not living together with the second and third households, which allows us to save our future wages. In the past, no matter how much I earned, I could not save a penny. Now, the situation has changed, and most of his salary can be set aside. Brother, working underground is both exhausting and filthy. Not to mention that it is a life-risking endeavor for monetary gain. The absence of incidents thus far is merely a stroke of luck. Should an accident occur in the future, it would be too late for regrets. While the mine remains incident-free, I urge you to resign and return." Chengyuan has perceived that his elder brother is now reluctant to part with that substantial salary. "Ping'an, your brother speaks the truth. Working underground to extract coal is indeed a gamble with one's life. Money is inexhaustible, but human life is singular. Now that our family is separated, the profits from our harvest rightfully belong to us. Ping'an, heed our counsel and resign from the coal mine job. You need not worry about marrying. Your father and I will take that to heart." Chengyuan contemplated that it was indeed time for the eldest to wed. "Brother, united as a family. Even without delving into coal mining, we can lead prosperous lives. Extracting coal underground is not our sole avenue to success." Chengyuan understands that his elder brother is reluctant to forego the enticing salary of 120 yuan from working underground. As of now, there have been no incidents at their coal mine, which likely fosters a sense of complacency. "Mother, Chengyuan, our family is currently in financial straits. Listen to me. If I work for one more year, I will quit. How does that sound?" Ping'an wishes to save a bit of money to build a new home for the family, as the current residence is far too dilapidated. As the eldest son, he seeks to shoulder his responsibilities and provide a better life for his family. Chapter 68. The eldest brother agreed Ping'an was contemplating how to earn some capital for his younger brother, as several £100 of supplies would undoubtedly necessitate an investment for procurement. Last time, their grandmother had given 200 for the division of family assets. However, moving expenses had consumed a good portion of that sum, leaving him with scant funds. Moreover, it was evident that his brother had also likely presented gifts in the course of his business negotiations. Without such gestures, securing such a substantial order would have been improbable. His brother must be running low on money as well. With their father's assistance, they could generate income from both sides, thereby enabling the family to construct a new house sooner than anticipated. Eldest brother, in the past, there was no division of the family, and your work in the coal mine was unavoidable. Why is it now possible to refrain from going? Why cling to such stubbornness? Why wait an entire year? Chengyuan could not comprehend why his elder brother insisted on postponing his decision for another year. "Chengyuan, you have our father's support here, which is a great blessing. I also have an income on my side. Isn't that a double safeguard? Once I earn money for a year and build the house, I will no longer work in the coal mine. What do you think?" Ping'an expressed his genuine thoughts. "Our father has to manage the household. I have other plans. These matters are not the most critical. The foremost concern is that mining underground is truly perilous. Do you understand?" Chengyuan felt a surge of frustration. Why was it so difficult for his elder brother to comprehend? "Ping'an, your brother is correct. Mining underground is not only arduous but also exceedingly dangerous. You should heed your brother's advice. The greatest happiness for our family lies in being together safely. You must realize that while you work a shift in the coal mine, both your father and I worry throughout the day. When our eldest son worked in the mine, his parents lived in constant fear. What are you three arguing about?" Upon returning home, Yudaju overheard voices emanating from the eldest son's room. "You're back. Quickly persuade the eldest to reconsider. Both the second brother and I have been urging him not to return to that job, but he insists on working for another year." Chengyuan exclaimed as her husband entered, hoping their eldest son would heed his father's counsel. "Father, you must persuade the eldest brother to abandon the coal mine job. Mining is an extremely hazardous endeavor where one could lose their life at any moment. Gas explosions, water leaks, and collapses can occur. Any one of these disasters can claim a life. This is no trivial matter. One cannot afford to be complacent." Chengyuan reflected that his elder brother, aside from being unable to defy their grandmother, had always been the most obedient to their father at home. "Eldest brother, listen to Chengyuan. Do not return to the coal mine. We do not need to earn a living at such a perilous cost. As the head of the family, I have the final say. All of us have the ability to work. Even farming at home will suffice to stave off hunger. Why risk our lives for that dangerous money? Eldest brother, the most important thing is for our family to be together, happy and healthy. That alone is a true fortune. Besides, you want to just be farming at home, as I just mentioned. Selling vegetables can be profitable, and you too can earn money. You only need to accompany me daily to deliver the produce. You earn a mere 120 yuan a month digging coal underground. I can offer you the same wage. Would you still refuse my request? Would you not wish to assist your dear brother? Chengyuan would never allow his elder brother to labor without compensation. A reward is certainly due. No. Chengyuan, I cannot accept your wages. We are family. What need is there for payment? I shall no longer work in the coal mine. I will heed your words. Please refrain from surrounding me with your discussions. How could he accept a salary from his younger brother? Wages must indeed be provided. After all, we are blood relatives, and accounts must be clear. If you forego wages, will you still desire to marry in the future? Chengyuan jested. Chengyuan, it remains uncertain whether your business will yield profit. Perhaps once you have earned money, you may then compensate your brother. At that time, I shall not refuse. Does that sound agreeable? Pingon contemplated. If the younger brother does not earn money, how could he possibly accept a salary from him? Thus, it is best to wait and see. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. Father and mother, I have news to share. I have secured 2 contracts to supply vegetables to the hospital canteen and the school canteen in the county. Each day, we must deliver several hundred pounds. Now, consider how many vegetables we have at home. Please take a look at these 2 lists and see what we can provide. Chengyuan presented the 2 lists to his parents. Dazhu and his wife leaned in to examine them, simultaneously inhaling sharply. Goodness, so much. Hospital canteen list: 100 pounds of cucumbers, 100 pounds of eggplants, 50 pounds of tomatoes, and 50 pounds of eggs. School canteen list: 100 pounds of green beans, 100 pounds of pumpkins, and 50 pounds each of green and red peppers. Father and mother, how much can our family supply from these lists? Chengyuan inquired, as he was uncertain about this matter. Chengyuan, our family has just separated, and your grandmother did not allocate the good farmland to us. Aside from the pumpkins grown by the old house, there are only the winter melons cultivated on the slope to the west. The remaining land is the plot previously planted by your mother near the river, but that will suffice only for our own consumption. Pan Suolian thought it apparent that they would need to clear land for farming. However, they were fortunate that, although they lived as separate households, their space was ample enough for cultivation. Mother, our uncle and second uncle must have grown a good number of vegetables. We can ask them to supply us. The price for all vegetables is set at 10 cents per pound, 15 cents for tomatoes, and 90 cents per pound for eggs. However, they must deliver them in the morning to ensure freshness. After all, their village is only a 40-minute walk from ours. Uncle Pan Dachui and second Uncle Pan Akui are decent fellows. They are honest and straightforward, and every time they come over, they secretly slip 2 yuan to their sister. Chengyuan was willing to lend them a hand. That is splendid. I shall make a trip to Shirtu village. Pan Suolian was elated. She could finally assist her maternal family. She felt a deep sense of guilt towards her family. Very well, father, you should accompany mother. I do not feel at ease with her going alone. This is the price. Why not inquire if Uncle Da and Uncle Er agree? If they consent, let them deliver it. If not, then so be it. Consider it a mere visit to relatives. Chengyuan remarked to his father, who was still in a daze, handing him the folded paper inscribed with the price. Very well, I shall accompany your mother, Dazhu finally responded, nodding in realization. The couple promptly turned to leave. Mother, take 2 pounds of apples with you, 1 for each family, and don't forget some white rabbit candy. The children will surely delight in it, Chengyuan added. Ah, all right. Pan Suolian replied, her tone tinged with excitement. Conscious of her son's potential discovery, she hastily packed the items into a basket and stepped out. It was still early. They could return before dusk. Pingon felt a sense of satisfaction seeing his brother think of their uncles when there was a benefit at hand. Previously, Uncle Da and Uncle Er had discreetly assisted them, so it was reassuring to know they could reciprocate now. In the countryside, many grow vegetables. Any surplus can be fed to pigs without incurring losses. Thus, the 2 brothers were convinced that their uncles surely had an abundance of vegetables. Earning money was preferable to feeding pigs. After all, pigs could subsist on pig feed. Chapter 69. A wonderful occasion. Chengyuan, you appear to have matured significantly. I never anticipated that upon encountering such good fortune, you would consider assisting our uncles right away. Pingon gazed at his younger brother with a smile. his eyes brimming with contentment and surprise. He couldn't help but reminisce about the somewhat naive and oblivious brother who once required the family's care and guidance, contrasting sharply with the grateful and responsible young man before him. "Brother, there is truly nothing praiseworthy about this," Chengyuan replied modestly. "Our uncles have supported our family countless times in the past. I remember every little gesture. Do you think I would simply disregard such kindness? That is not in my nature. Moreover, one inevitably grows. I am now married and cannot behave as I once did." Chengyuan scratched his head, a simple smile gracing his face. "Furthermore, I have already signed a 1-year work contract. Regardless, our uncles are family, and since I have the means to help, I shall lend a hand. After all, the living conditions of our 2 uncles are quite challenging, with so many children and substantial daily expenses. They also must care for our elderly great-uncle, leaving them little opportunity to work and earn supplementary income. Relying solely on the meager crops they sell yields very little." At this point, Chengyuan let out a gentle sigh. In any case, money earned will be earned by someone. Why not extend this opportunity to our own kin? After all, one should not let the fruits of their labor flow to outsiders. However, those relatives from the 2nd and 3rd households, who only seek to take advantage without contributing anything substantial, should not expect any benefits from me. Indeed, you are absolutely right. Life is quite tough for our uncles, and any assistance we can provide is worthwhile. Yupingan concurred, nodding vigorously in agreement with his brother's sentiments. "All right, brother, I won't keep you any longer. You should rest well. I must hurry to the village chief's house to assess what specific supplies are still needed." Chengyuan continued, "Currently, our family can only provide a limited amount of vegetables, primarily the pumpkins grown in our yard. As for eggs, we do not have any surplus. Even if we did, they would be reserved for our own consumption." After speaking, Chengyuan rose, took a prepared bag containing a pound of apples and a pound of brown sugar, and hurriedly exited. "Come back soon. Remember to prepare dinner. Our parents will likely be delayed," Yupingan called out. "Rest assured, I shall prepare dinner. Just return to eat." Chengyuan responded cheerfully. With a bag in hand, he strided confidently into the spacious yard of the village chief. Upon entering, he spotted the chief leisurely enjoying the coolness of the courtyard. The village chief reclined comfortably in an old bamboo rocking chair, gently swaying with closed eyes, softly humming a tune from Peking opera. Most of the men in the village over the age of 40 or 50 could hum a few lines of this traditional art form, a legacy passed down from the older generation. In his right hand, he held a fan woven from aged bamboo leaves, rhythmically fanning himself, bringing a refreshing breeze. Beside the chief stood a sturdy wooden stump, upon which rested a somewhat antiquated yet still exquisite white porcelain teapot adorned with blue floral patterns. Neatly arranged around the teapot were 2 well-preserved enamel cups. "Uncle Zhou," Chengyuan called softly. Zhou Jiangwo, who was relishing the tranquil moment, halted the rocking of his chair, straightened up, and his gaze was instantly captivated by the bag that Chengyuan held. Through the transparent plastic, he caught sight of vibrant, large apples within. The apples, with their glossy red skins, emitted an alluring fragrance, making one drool at just the sight of them. Zhou Jiangwo mused inwardly. Such fine apples must not come cheap. Recalling the delectable dishes from the last meal Chengyuan hosted, he still savored the memory, whenever he tasted his own cooking thereafter. It seemed bland, as if he were gnawing on unpalatable pig feed. And that brown sugar, too, was not inexpensive. This lad has become increasingly generous. I wonder what good fortune has brought him to me this time. Chengyuan has arrived. Please, have a seat. Zhou Jiangwo warmly welcomed, then called out, "Xiaomei, Chengyuan is here. Quickly brew another pot of tea." Soon, Hao Xiaomei emerged from the house, carrying a plate of her homemade sweet potato chips. "Chengyuan, try these fried sweet potato chips while I prepare the tea," she said, her face radiant with a smile. "And Zhou, please take this apple and brown sugar inside and enjoy them at your leisure," Chengyuan offered as he handed over the items. "Oh dear, Chengyuan, you are being too extravagant. Next time you come, please don't bring anything, or Auntie will get upset," Hao Xiaomei replied cheerfully while secretly pleased, her heart brimming with joy. This lad truly is generous, offering them such splendid apples. "Very well, I shall heed Auntie's advice. No need to brew tea. There is already some ready. I need to discuss a few matters with Uncle Zhou, so please do not mind us." Chengyuan nodded in agreement. It was all just polite conversation. No one truly resented receiving gifts. "All right, you 2 converse. I shall attend to my tasks." Hao Xiaomei understood they had important matters to discuss and discreetly stepped away. Subsequently, Chengyuan delved into serious discussions with the village chief. Upon hearing the details, Zhou Jiangwo's smile never faded. A year's supply, and we need that much every day. How splendid. Chengyuan, thank you so much. On behalf of the villagers, I extend my gratitude to you. You truly are a blessing. The village chief, Zhou Jiangwo, was filled with excitement. This was indeed wonderful news. Not only can one earn a living, but also assist a small number of individuals in leading a life of abundance and comfort. The village chief deserves recognition for his efforts. Cucumbers, eggplants, cabbages, green beans, and pumpkins are all purchased at the modest rate of 10 cents per pound. Tomatoes are priced at 15 cents per pound, while green peppers are 10 cents and red peppers are 15 cents per pound. Eggs are sold at 1 yuan per pound. This pricing will remain consistent throughout the week. The quality must be assured to be fresh, including the eggs, which must be free from any rotten or foul specimens. You can rest assured, I will oversee this matter diligently, as promised by Zhou Jiangwo. Please identify a few reliable and trustworthy villagers, selecting those who cultivate these crops abundantly. Additionally, you might encourage your aunt to plant more vegetables. All these crops will be in demand within the year. Yu Chengyuan reminded him. Very well. I shall discuss this with my aunt shortly. I will take my leave now. Please keep track of how many households are available, preferably those with beautiful vegetable gardens. After Yu Chengyuan concluded his business, he rose to take his leave. Certainly, Chengyuan, you return to your tasks. I shall treat you to a meal another day. The village chief replied, his delight evident as his mustache seemed to lift with joy. Just as Yu Chengyuan stepped out of the village chief's courtyard, he heard the chief exclaim loudly, Xiaomei, wonderful news, splendid news. Chapter 70. Settling in as Yu Chengyuan entered his home with a buoyant stride. He happened upon his elder brother, Yu Pingyan, donned in an apron and busily preparing dinner in the kitchen. Brother, I'm back. Yu Chengyuan called out cheerfully while setting down what he carried. On his way home, he had spotted some wild scallions by the roadside and had plucked a few. Wild scallion scrambled eggs are simply delightful. Upon hearing his brother's voice, Yu Pingyan peeked out from the kitchen, his face alight with surprise. Oh, you're back so soon. I've just put the rice on to cook, and it's already steaming away. Just a little longer, and we'll be ready to eat. Yu Pingyan had not anticipated that his brother would return so quickly. It didn't take much effort. Uncle Zhou is exceptionally easy to talk to. The moment I mentioned it, he agreed without a second thought. Yu Chengyuan replied with a grin. Now that the matter is settled, I can relax at home and await news. Indeed, it's not merely because Uncle Zhou is amiable. Dear brother, this endeavor benefits both the village and its people. Yu Pingyan remarked. Uncle Zhou stands to gain financially while also enhancing his reputation. Naturally, he is inclined to assist. To be fair, he has always conducted his affairs with great integrity in our village, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to every matter. Yu Pingyan had a clear understanding of the village head's character and capabilities. Reflecting on the time of their family division, he remembered vividly how the village head had resolutely sided with their household. Yes, brother, your analysis is spot on. What delectable dish shall we prepare tonight? How about I take the lead in the kitchen while you lend a hand? I brought back some wild scallions, perfect for a wild scallion and egg stir-fry. You can start by washing those vegetables, Yu Chengyuan suggested enthusiastically, rolling up his sleeves as he headed toward the kitchen. We can't just wait idly for dinner. Absolutely. Your culinary skills are simply extraordinary. The dishes you create are nothing short of exquisite. Just thinking about the flavors makes my mouth water uncontrollably. Yu Pingyan exclaimed, eagerly rushing to the kitchen to begin washing the vegetables. Oh brother, you flatter me. Your cooking is quite good as well. Yu Chengyuan chuckled. Shall we prepare wild scallion scrambled eggs and stir-fried small dried fish? Sounds great. The small fish we caught last time were far too plentiful for a single meal. Thankfully, our mother was wise enough to fry and preserve the leftovers in oil. This way we can enjoy them anytime without worrying about spoilage. Yu Pingyan continued as he washed the vegetables. But if our parents return unexpectedly for dinner, I fear that these 2 dishes may not suffice. Yu Pingyan pondered to himself. Considering their family of 4. Brother, why are you being so foolish? Look at yourself. Aren't you washing vegetables? With a laugh, Yu Chengyuan pointed at Yu Pingyan, who was busy rinsing greens. And if we add a dish of stir-fried greens, wouldn't that perfectly resolve the issue? The room erupted in laughter. Indeed. I completely forgot about the greens I was washing. How foolish of me. Yu Pingyan chuckled along with his younger brother, their laughter filling the kitchen with a joyous atmosphere. Suddenly, voices calling Chengyuan, Chengyuan, echoed from afar, imbued with urgency and concern. The 2 brothers, caught in their merriment, remained oblivious to the commotion outside. However, as the calls grew clearer, their laughter ceased abruptly. Brother, you should return to the house. The village chief is here, Chengyuan whispered to his elder brother, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Although the village chief had always been on their side, Chengyuan understood that it was imperative to keep the ruse of his brother's feigned lameness hidden. After all, if the village chief were to discover this, it could tarnish their family's reputation. Pingyan nodded in understanding, quickly rising and hastening towards another door. All right, I'll head back inside. Wait until Uncle Zhou leaves before cooking, he advised, glancing back. Yes, all right, brother, Chengyuan responded, watching his brother depart. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and then made his way to the front door of the kitchen. Uncle Zhou, I'm here, he called as he stepped outside, immediately spotting the village chief standing in the courtyard, holding a jar of canned snow pears. The glass jar allowed a clear view of the pears within. The afternoon sunlight cast a warm glow upon the village chief, illuminating his amiable features. Oh, I thought you weren't home. The village chief chuckled, extending the jar towards Chengyuan. This is for Pingyan, brought by your aunt. She forgot it when you rushed out earlier. Zhou Jiangwo, the village chief, said cheerfully. He had brought them so many things and even opportunities for income. It was only right to show his appreciation. Please, come inside, Chengyuan said politely as he accepted the jar and welcomed the chief into their home. I mainly came to discuss the matter you asked me to handle, he continued. I've contacted a few families, Li the carpenter, my own family, Zhu Fugui's family, and Wang Dania's family. All 4 households have a considerable yield of vegetables, and their wives are diligent and reliable, not the cunning sort. The Li family has an abundance of cucumbers. My family has plenty of tomatoes and peppers. Zhu Fugui's family grows a lot of beans, and Wang Dania's family has plenty of eggplants. Each family can contribute about 10 pounds of eggs, which should suffice when combined. He detailed each family's contributions, noting their willingness to help without exception. Uncle Zhou, since they're all willing, let them deliver the vegetables to me before 6 in the morning. I shall inspect the produce upon arrival. Payment shall be exchanged upon delivery, and the accounts for the day must be settled on the same day. It is imperative to state this clearly from the outset. He must ensure the freshness of the vegetables. Indeed, that is a necessity. If they are unsatisfactory, I will refuse to accept them. Zhou Jiangwo nodded, acknowledging that if the quality is poor, refusal is only natural. Well, Uncle Zhou, I appreciate your efforts in making this trip. Do join us for dinner at my home this evening. Chengyuan expressed his polite invitation to the village chief. No. Your aunt has already prepared for the disaster at home. Perhaps next time. Zhou Jiangwo courteously declined and soon took his leave. Chapter 71. The eldest uncle and second uncle. After the village chief departed, the eldest brother emerged from the house and proceeded to the kitchen. The 2 brothers busied themselves, one stirring a dish while the other tended to the fire, when unexpectedly, their parents returned, accompanied by 2 long-absent uncles. For Chengyuan, it had been decades since he last saw his uncles. Both men were now in their 50s, with sun-kissed faces, robust physiques, and good-natured smiles, reminiscent of the figures he recalled from his childhood. The eldest uncle was slightly shorter yet sturdy, while the second uncle was taller but leaner. Upon seeing them, Chengyuan felt a flutter of excitement within him. As he gazed at the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar faces of his uncles, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Eldest uncle. Second uncle. Chengyuan called out, his voice trembling slightly. The eldest uncle broke into a wide grin, revealing slightly yellowed teeth, and, after wiping his rough hands on his clothing, stepped forward to pat Chengyuan heavily on the shoulder. Chengyuan, so much has happened. Why didn't you send us a word? Had we known what Wang and her family were like, we would have come sooner. With us around, they wouldn't have been so audacious. If it weren't for your sister mentioning the division of the family, they wouldn't have stopped pestering her for the reasons. The second uncle joined in, his eyes brimming with concern. Chengyuan, that one is no good, nor are your third uncle and aunt. Had you informed us sooner, I would have ensured they were bedridden for a fortnight. He clenched his fist, his face a mask of indignation. Chengyuan quickly interjected, eldest uncle, second uncle. I too did not anticipate their true nature. Nonetheless, I managed to handle the situation. Sulan and the children are unharmed. Rest assured, I would not have let them off so easily otherwise. Now that the family is divided, we are doing well. Let us not dwell on these unpleasant matters. Were you fatigued from your journey? Are you thirsty? Come inside and have some tea. Brother, there's still a vegetable. Please stir-fry it. Chengyuan called to his sibling, leading his 2 uncles into the main room. The eldest uncle laughed heartily, not tired at all. To see your family makes this journey seem trivial. Chengyuan's parents watched from the side, their faces radiating joy. A few minutes later, Yu Ping'an arrived with 2 plates of dishes, smiling as he said, "Uncles, please take a seat. The food will be ready shortly." Gathered around the table, the family began to engage in casual conversation. Chengyuan listened intently as his uncles recounted various family anecdotes, his heart swelling with nostalgia. Suddenly, the eldest uncle seemed to recall something and pulled out an item wrapped in a handkerchief from his pocket, presenting it to Chengyuan. "Chengyuan, this is a small gift for Tang Tang from your eldest uncle, a token for her first birthday." Chengyuan unwrapped the handkerchief to reveal a finely crafted wooden doll, its intricate pattern seemingly narrating the care and affection of the eldest uncle. "Thank you on behalf of Tang Tang." Chengyuan's voice brimmed with gratitude. "Chengyuan, this is my gift for Tang Tang's first birthday." Uncle also presented him with a wrapped item, which upon unwrapping revealed a pair of exquisite silver bracelets. "Thank you, Uncle. Tang Tang will surely adore them. We are all family here. There is no need for such formalities." He chuckled. As the dishes were brought to the table, Yu Ping'an announced, "Let us eat and converse." He had arranged the entire spread, but added a last-minute dish of spicy stir-fried meat, fearing there would not be enough otherwise. "Today is a joyous occasion. As the head of the family, you should join my 2 brothers for a drink. Indeed, we must share a small toast with elder brother and her uncle today." Yu Daju nodded, smiling at his wife. As they sipped their drinks and engaged in light-hearted conversation, the warmth of the scene enveloped Chengyuan, reminding him that no matter how time flows, familial bonds remain the most comforting refuge in his heart. After dinner, elder uncle Pan Dachui spoke first. "Chengyuan, I heard from your parents that you've secured 2 contracts. Your uncle is truly delighted for you. It's heartening to see your family's prospects brighter. Your grandparents will cease their incessant worries. You are a remarkable child, thinking of us when you found a way to earn money. My family has grown a substantial crop of green beans, and I was concerned we wouldn't finish them all. I initially planned to dry them, but there is only so much dried beans one can consume. With your parents' arrival, it truly has been a great help." Tears of joy welled in Pan Dachui's eyes, adding more creases to his forehead. "Chengyuan, her uncle is equally pleased. Seeing your family's future brighter post-separation is uplifting. While my household may not cultivate as many green beans, we have ample cabbage and peppers. I'm unsure how much you require, primarily concerned that if you gather enough, we might have an excess to deal with." Pan Akui wished to spare his nephew any inconvenience. "Elder uncle, uncle, when you harvest, please select the larger, slightly ripe ones. This way, there will be produce to sell daily. You should also consider planting fast-growing varieties like bok choy and cabbage. By staggering the planting, you can ensure a continuous harvest. Peppers can be planted in abundance as well. Although they yield well, the demand is high." Chengyuan advised his uncles. "Is it too much? Will the canteen refuse to accept it?" Pan Dachui queried with concern, fearing the unknown. "People outside can be quite shrewd. I worry about you being deceived." Elder uncle speaks wisely. "Chengyuan, remain vigilant and don't assume too much goodness from outsiders. Should we, as family, suffer a loss, it would merely be a bit of produce. However, if it affects your village, it would be genuine financial loss." Hearing his elder brother's words, Pan Akui grew anxious as well. "Elder uncle, uncle, you need not fret. I have signed contracts. There is no possibility of deceit. The person involved is a high-ranking official in the logistics department. I assure you, tomorrow is merely a trial run. There will be even more opportunities ahead. So, please encourage the family to commence planting. For instance, radishes and potatoes can be cultivated in greater quantities." Chengyuan remarked with a smile to his 2 uncles. Hearing this, they felt reassured. "We'll heed your advice and return to plant more vegetables," they assured him. "I shall also discuss with your aunt the need to grow more." Both uncles expressed their intent to follow their nephew's guidance moving forward. "Uncle, you need not venture out for odd jobs anymore. The earnings are meager," Chengyuan advised. "It would be more fruitful for you and to cultivate vegetables at home. In your spare time, you could also catch some fish for extra income." Occasionally, his second uncle took on odd jobs to supplement the household finances. "Uncle, will Cousin Air still go to the mountains to set traps?" Chengyuan inquired of his elder uncle. "Cousin Air has spent some time learning from the old hunter. He goes occasionally, but sometimes he returns empty-handed," Pan Dachui responded, shaking his head. "Cousin Air is not yet married. The family's poverty has only allowed the eldest to wed. If Cousin Air manages to catch any game, he can sell it to me. I can assist in marketing it." "Very well, I shall speak to that rascal," Li Dachui replied, his face reflecting evident joy and surprise. Later, The elder uncle mentioned that he would bring over 30 pounds of green beans and 30 pounds of eggplants the following day. The second uncle added he would deliver 30 pounds of cucumbers, 20 pounds of green chili peppers, and 30 pounds of red chili peppers. Chengyuan diligently noted these details down. After conversing for a while longer, they decided to depart, as the night was drawing in, making the journey home perilous. Chapter 72. Early rising to harvest vegetables the following day, as the eastern horizon began to blush with the first light of dawn, Chengyuan arose from his bed. Rubbing the remnants of slumber from his eyes, he completed a brief morning wash before stepping out of his room. At that moment, his father, Udaju, was already bustling about in the courtyard. The morning light cascaded over the Yu family's small yard, outlining the industrious silhouettes of father and son. Before long, several representatives, as agreed upon the previous day, began to arrive one after another, each adorned with genuine smiles and bearing their own produce. As the appointed hour struck, the previously tranquil courtyard was abuzz with activity. The village head and his son, Zhou Xiaoyu, also entered the yard. Zhou Xiaoyu, with his keen eyes scanning the crowd, eagerly volunteered to take on the task of recording the transactions. Uncle Daju, Brother Chengyuan, allow me to tally up for you. All right, thank you, Xiaoyu. Chengyuan nodded in agreement, appreciating the young boy's enthusiasm. It was evident that the village head had sent his son to learn from the experience. Zhou Xiaoyu promptly fetched a table, grasped a pen, and prepared to assist Chengyuan meticulously. Xiaoyu, be sure to record everything accurately. The villagers will expect their payments. Zhou Zhengwo admonished his son. I understand, father. Rest assured, Zhou Xiaoyu replied with a nod. Chengyuan, with unwavering diligence, meticulously inspected the vegetables. He scrutinized each bundle of greens and every basket of produce, leaving no detail overlooked. As anticipated, the vegetables from Li Mujiang and Zhu Fugui were exceptionally fresh. The vibrant green leaves glistened with dewdrops, seemingly recounting the tales of the morning. It was evident they had been freshly harvested that very dawn. Gently caressing the verdant leaves, a smile crept upon Chengyuan's lips. He recognized that these vegetables not only embodied the sweat and toil of the villagers, but also represented their aspirations for a brighter future. Each of these is worth its weight in gold, he mused, confident that the village head's produce would be of the highest quality, devoid of any dubious dealings. He would never jeopardize his reputation for trifling gains. Dear villagers, the inspection is complete, and everything looks splendid. I hope you will continue to uphold this quality. Please come forward to collect your payments. I will tally them for you. Chengyuan sat before the small table, while Zhou Xiaoyu stood ready. Uncle Li, 40 pounds of cucumbers, 10 pounds of green peppers, and 5 pounds of eggs. Cucumbers at 10 cents per pound total $4. Green peppers at 12 cents per pound amount to $1.20. Eggs at $1 per pound sum to $5. In total, that is $10.20. Is that correct, Uncle Li? Li Mujiang quickly nodded, a broad smile illuminating his face. Yes, indeed. Here's your payment. Please sign here and leave your thumbprint. Chengyuan placed the money on the table. Li Mujiang accepted the money, expressing his gratitude profusely before departing. He felt as though he were in a dream. Selling over $10 worth of produce was splendid. This was far better than a regular job. I have matters to attend to at home, so I shall take my leave. After offering his thanks once more, Li Mujiang exited. The next individual, Zhu Fugui, presented 50 pounds of green beans, 10 pounds of red chili peppers, and 8 pounds of eggs. The green beans cost 10 cents per pound, amounting to 5 yuan for 50 pounds. The red chili peppers were priced at 15 cents per pound, totaling 1.5 yuan for 10 pounds. The eggs were a yuan per pound, resulting in 10 yuan for 10 pounds. Altogether, the sum reached 16 yuan and 50 cents. The calculations are accurate, right, Uncle Zhu? Upon receiving the 16 yuan, Zhu Fugui beamed with delight. Next was Wang Erniu, who brought 50 pounds of eggplants, 10 pounds of eggs, and 10 pounds of green chili peppers. The eggplants were priced at 10 cents per pound, making 5 yuan for 50 pounds. The eggs cost a yuan per pound, totaling 10 yuan. The green peppers were priced at 12 cents per pound, amounting to 1.2 yuan for 10 pounds, culminating in a total of 16 yuan and 2 cents. Uncle Erniu, is there any error in the calculations? Wang Erniu nodded with a smile, affirming that it was correct. Excellent. Then please sign and leave your thumbprint. Chengyuan placed the money on the table. Both Wang Erniu and Zhu Fugui took their earnings and returned home for a well-deserved rest. As they walked, they praised Chengyuan, reminiscing about the days when they had to travel far to sell their eggs at the same price. Now, without leaving their homes, They could sell at the same rate and even offload surplus vegetables. Truly, Chengyuan had done a good deed for the villagers. Initially, they thought the village chief was jesting. But it turned out to be genuine, with same-day transactions, a stroke of good fortune for them. They were fortunate not to have offended the Yu family, or else this windfall might have been claimed by others. Uncle Joe, you're next. You have 50 pounds of tomatoes, 20 pounds of green chili peppers, 10 pounds of red chili peppers, and 10 pounds of eggs. The tomatoes are priced at 15 cents per pound, totaling 7 yuan and 50 cents for 50 pounds. The green chili peppers cost 12 cents per pound, amounting to 2 yuan and 40 cents for 20 pounds. The red chili peppers are priced at 15 cents per pound, totaling 1 yuan and 50 cents for 10 pounds. The eggs cost 10 yuan for 10 pounds. The grand total is 21 yuan and 40 cents, correct, Uncle Joe? Would you like Xiaoyu to recalculate? Yu Chengyuan inquired with a smile. No need. We trust each other, don't we? Weren't you saying your uncles would deliver as well? Why haven't they arrived yet? Zhou Jiangwo shook his head, expressing confidence that they wouldn't miscalculate. They should be on their way. They are a bit farther away. Uncle Zhou. Xiaoyu, it's still early. You both should return home for some rest, Yu Chengyuan suggested cheerfully. Do you require our assistance? Zhou Jiangwo asked again. No, thank you, Uncle Zhou. However, I fear that tomorrow, these families may not have enough supplies. How about this, village chief? Once I receive tomorrow's menu, you can announce over the village loudspeaker that some can come here to register, and then they can deliver the goods themselves tomorrow. This way, we can ensure a steady supply every day, and everyone can earn some money. Yu Chengyuan shook his head, noting that the remaining two were his uncles, family members who needed no external help. He acknowledged that relying solely on a few families was insufficient for daily supply, a consideration he had overlooked yesterday. Very well, I shall convene a village committee meeting today to allow them to register themselves. Zhou Jiangwo nodded and then took his leave. In any case, the initial achievement has been secured, thus he need not offend the villagers. Everyone is afforded an opportunity to earn a little money. Shortly after the village chief and his entourage departed, the eldest uncle and cousin, along with the second uncle and third cousin, arrived. Chapter 73. A wild chicken and a rabbit. Upon arrival, my uncles appeared to have rushed over, beads of perspiration glistening on their foreheads. My eldest uncle has 2 sons and a daughter, the latter having married. His eldest son is wed, while the younger remains single. These are my elder cousin Pan Chui and my second cousin Pan Shiwushi, in addition to my elder cousin Pan Hohat, my second uncle, lacking a daughter due to circumstances. And he and my second aunt have chosen not to have more children. My third cousin Pan Guyu has settled down, marrying a woman from the same village. My fourth cousin Pan Xiofeng suffered an unfortunate fall while gathering firewood, resulting in a permanent limp. Now, at 25, he remains unmarried. In my previous life, I shared a cordial relationship with these cousins. Thus, their arrival was met with warmth and greetings. Congratulations, second cousin. We just learned that your wife has given birth, exclaimed my elder cousin Pan Chui. Congratulations on becoming a father, added my second cousin Pan Shiwushi with a smile. Thank you, elder cousin and third cousin. I share in the joy, I replied with a grin, then turned to my uncles. Uncles, what vegetables have you brought? Please let me know the quantities so I can record them for settlement. My brother and I must hurry to deliver them to the county. I had no doubt about the quality of the produce. I had already caught a glimpse, and it was evidently fresh and well-grown. I brought 30 pounds of green beans, 30 pounds of eggplant, 30 pounds of pumpkin, 10 pounds of red chili peppers, and 10 pounds of eggs, my eldest uncle reported. I have 20 pounds of green chili peppers, 10 pounds of eggs, 30 pounds of red chili peppers, and 30 pounds of cucumbers, my second uncle added simultaneously. I have noted everything down, I assured them. Uncle, 30 pounds of green beans at 10 cents a pound is $3. Eggplant, 30 pounds at 10 cents a pound is another $3. Pumpkin, 30 pounds at 10 cents a pound is again $3. Red chili peppers, 10 pounds at $1.50 a pound amounts to $1.50. Eggs at $1 a pound, 10 pounds total $10. Therefore, uncle, the total comes to $20.50. Here is your money. I counted out $20.50 to my eldest uncle. Keep $19. The remaining $1.50 is for your trouble. Also, let your father inspect the vegetables, Pan Dachui suggested, thinking that even among relatives, one shouldn't take advantage of another's efforts. Uncle, you must take all of this money. I cannot accept your hard-earned cash. I haven't charged the villagers a single cent. How could I do so with you, my own uncle? Please take it. This is your hard work, I insisted, playfully stuffing the remaining money into his hand. Well then, I shall accept the money, but the vegetables must be inspected, he replied. Shui, please check our vegetables thoroughly. His nephew trusts them so deeply, yet they must not breach the established rules. Very well, father, he replied. There is truly no need, Shui. Yu Daju quickly restrained his nephew. With a smile, Pan Shui said, Uncle, you need not intervene. Although we are relatives, matters must be treated with due seriousness. Without rules, one cannot maintain order. We cannot compromise our principles. Thus, Pan Shui commenced his inspection. Father, please do not hinder my elder cousin. Let him proceed. Yu Chengyuan remarked with a smile. Our uncles are not the sort to take undue advantage. They understand how to conduct themselves, which pleases Yu Chengyuan greatly. Such integrity ensures that business can thrive over time, and familial bonds will only deepen. Second uncle, allow me to tally the expenses. 30 pounds of cucumbers at 10 cents per pound amounts to $3. 20 pounds of green peppers at 12 cents per pound totals $2.40. 30 pounds of red peppers at 15 cents per pound comes to $3.50. 10 pounds of eggs at $1 per pound equals $10. In total, this sums to $18.90. Second uncle, please accept the payment. Yu Chengyuan handed the money to his second uncle. Panic We considered giving $1 to his nephew, but recalled that he had not accepted anything from his elder brother, so he would not accept from him either. He similarly had his son, Guyu, conduct a thorough check. Father, please check on my elder brother. He is yet to rise, and we are about to depart. Yu Chengyuan pondered why his elder brother had not awoken, as they had agreed to leave together. All right, I shall see what is keeping your elder brother. Yu Daju nodded. Contemplating the situation. Chengyuan, yesterday your second brother caught a wild chicken and a wild rabbit. Take the chicken to your wife for nourishment. The rabbit can be kept for a dish. Pan Dachui instructed his son to retrieve the items from the basket. Elder uncle, you should take this back for your own consumption. Yesterday, you and second uncle brought over 2 chickens and a considerable number of eggs. How can I accept more of your provisions? Yu Chengyuan shook his head in refusal. The previous evening, both uncles had come over and taken 1 chicken each, along with 50 eggs each from the family, which was already a significant gesture. He felt it inappropriate to accept more from them, fearing he might not even be able to eat it all himself. Chengyuan, if I tell you to take it, then take it. No need for such formalities with your elder uncle. After all, that brat caught them without cost. Your elder uncle has brought the wild chicken and rabbit. It would be unseemly to take them back. Second uncle Panic We added, assisting his brother. Then, in that case, I shall charge the meat price. As we agreed last night, I will accept the game you bring and any larger fish, or else you may take them back. Yu Chengyuan intended to deliver the chickens and eggs given by his uncles to his wife today. The 2 wild creatures would be sold, as his wife still had 2 chickens untouched, and the eggs were abundant. With these additional chickens and eggs sent over, they would surely have more than enough to consume. The meat of wild chicken is tough and lacks the flavor of domestic fowl, making it unsuitable for his wife's digestion. Certainly, the uncles do not comprehend. They believe that these wild creatures possess greater nutritional value. Very well, let us proceed as Chengyuan suggested. Cousin, could you weigh the rabbit and the pheasant? Upon hearing the uncle's agreement, Yu Chengyuan turned to Pan Guyu and stated, the rabbit weighs 5 jin and 2 liang. We shall consider it as 5 jin. The pheasant weighs 3 jin and 3 liang. We shall reckon it as 3 jin. In total, that amounts to 8 jin. Pan Guyu promptly reported the weight. Uncle, I will calculate the payment based on the current meat price, which is 1 yuan per jin. The combined weight of the rabbit and pheasant is 8.5 jin, so I shall give you 8 yuan and 50 cents. After calculating, Yu Chengyuan handed the money to his uncle, who stubbornly refused to accept it all, insisting on taking only 7 yuan and thrusting 1 yuan back into Yu Chengyuan's hand. With a helpless smile, Yu Chengyuan accepted it. The smiles on the faces of both uncles did not fade. Today, the eldest uncle earned a total of 26 yuan, while the second uncle, lacking wild game, still earned over 10 yuan, which was quite commendable. Both decided to return and cultivate more vegetables. At that moment, his father hurried over, exclaiming, Chengyuan, your elder brother is not in the house. Where could he have gone this early in the morning? Yu Daju appeared anxious. Chapter 74. Minister Wang's satisfaction upon hearing his father mention that his elder brother was not in the house. Yu Chengyuan felt a sudden pang of anxiety. He could not help but ponder, could it be that my brother has secretly returned to the coal mine? This thought quickly dissipated as he reassured himself that his brother would not act in such a manner. After all, leaving without informing the family was utterly inconsistent with his brother's character. Since his brother had promised the family yesterday, it was inconceivable that he would depart without a word. Moreover, even if his brother intended to sneak off to work at the coal mine, he would surely leave behind some indication. At that moment, the two uncles and two cousins began to grow anxious as well, exchanging speculations about the whereabouts of the elder brother, their faces etched with worry. Observing their distress, Chengyuan quickly sought to calm everyone, suggesting, perhaps he has gone to the restroom. Please do not be alarmed. I will check. With that, he rose to head towards the restroom. Just as Chengyuan was about to leave, the door suddenly swung open, and his elder brother, Pingan, entered, carrying a fish basket. His face was beaming with joy, completely oblivious to the concerns of those in the room. Upon seeing the anxious expressions on their faces, Pingan quickly realized the situation and sincerely apologized. Oh dear, you didn't think I had secretly run off to the coal mine, did you? I'm so sorry for causing you all this worry. He then excitedly shared his news. I went to the riverbank to catch fish. Look, I've caught a huge bighead carp, a large flatfish, and even a turtle. It seems to weigh 5 or 6 pounds. What a catch. With that, he placed the fish basket on the ground, proudly displaying his spoils. Upon seeing that their elder brother was safe and had returned with such a bounty, the previously anxious hearts of the gathered family members relaxed. They eagerly gathered around to admire the fish and turtle, and the atmosphere in the room transformed into one of lighthearted joy. Brother, why did you sneak off early in the morning to catch fish? Chengyuan, gazing at the still fresh fish, mused to himself about his brother's remarkable luck. The bighead carp is quite a delicacy. Its head is particularly delightful when stewed with tofu. The flatfish is delicious whether steamed or braised. And that large turtle, weighing 5 or 6 pounds, must be quite old. Perhaps I should inquire at the dining halls if they would like it. If not, I could take it to the hotel or the state-run restaurant. There were still state-run restaurants at that time. I just woke up early and thought, since it was still early, I might as well try my luck. And it seems fortune smiled upon me. There are also plenty of crayfish. Chengyuan, you should showcase your culinary skills at lunch, as it would be perfect for Uncle Air, and Chui and Guyu to enjoy a meal here with us. Pingan said with a smile. Sure, no problem. Uncle Air. Please stay and wait for me to return for lunch. It's getting late. My brother and I need to head to the county town. We want to be able to join you for the meal. They were almost ready to depart. We want to stay for lunch. There is still much work to be done at home. Chui was the first to speak up. Even if there were no chores to do, we cannot linger. Just imagine how much food 4 people would consume. The younger sister's family has recently undergone a division, and their financial situation is rather strained. Eldest brother, second brother, why not stay with us? She suggested. I have some land in the yard and behind the house that I intend to cultivate for vegetables. And there are also fields by the river that Shui Ping proposed to clear for planting. Your presence would be a great help to me. In order to persuade them to stay for lunch, Daju concocted a pretext. Upon hearing about the land clearing, the 2 brothers, Daju and his sibling, immediately agreed. They instructed their sons, Chui, Guyu, return home and inform your mother that we will have lunch here and then assist your aunt with the land. Thus, the elder and younger cousins headed back, as household chores could not be neglected. Hence, not everyone could remain. Chengyuan and the eldest brother packed the vegetables into a basket, secured them, and then the brothers set off with the cart, braving the morning dew. The day's harvest exceeded the agreed amount by over 10 pounds, although the majority aligned with the predetermined quantities. They first arrived at the back door of the hospital cafeteria, where Wang Yuanchao personally emerged, accompanied by an aide who pushed a wooden cart. A glance at Pingan revealed his connection to Chengyuan, as the brothers bore a resemblance. Chengyuan promptly introduced, Minister Wang, this is my brother Pingan. Wang Yuanchao nodded, instructing, place the vegetables from our cafeteria onto the cart, and you may enter while your brother remains outside. Before long, the vegetables were loaded. Chengyuan then inquired, Minister Wang, I also have some yellow eels and a large flat fish. Would you like them? He refrained from mentioning the large turtle. Having already gifted one to him the previous day, knowing it would not be needed, and fearing it would be too burdensome, he also omitted the wild chicken and rabbit from his offer, intending to sell those elsewhere. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Yuanchao replied, I'll take a flat fish. Priced at market value, 2 yuan per pound. Come inside to settle the payment. All right. Thank you, Minister Wang, Chengyuan said, relaying a brief message to his brother before following Wang Yuanchao inside. In the minister's office, Wang Yuanchao remarked, Xiaoyu, you've done well. The vegetables are exceedingly fresh, and I am quite pleased. According to the state market prices, The 100 pounds of eggplants and 100 pounds of cucumbers I ordered yesterday, at 1 dime per pound, totals 30 yuan. The 30 pounds of tomatoes you provided, which exceeded the order by 20 pounds, brings the total to 50 pounds, priced at 2 dimes per pound, amounting to 10 yuan. The 50 pounds of eggs at 1 yuan and 2 dimes per pound equates to 60 yuan. Altogether, that totals 100 yuan. You mentioned a 3 yuan deduction, making it 97 yuan. Additionally, I purchased a flat fish from you, weighing 2 pounds and 3 ounces, priced at 2 yuan per pound, which totals 4 yuan and 6 dimes. Therefore, I owe you 101 yuan and 6 dimes. Am I correct? Wang Yuanchao quickly calculated the figures on his abacus, confirming the total. Indeed, Minister, your calculations are accurate. The cost of the dish amounts to 97. For the flatfish, which weighs 2 pounds, you shall provide me with an additional $4, totaling 101. Yu Chengyuan willingly relinquished a profit of 60 cents. Since he accepted the surplus tomatoes, he decided to be magnanimous. Very well, you shall receive 101. Young man, do your best. Here is tomorrow's list. No tomatoes. 30 pounds each of green and red chili peppers, and please substitute the eggplants with string beans. Additionally, procure 20 more pounds of chives. Everything else remains unchanged for tomorrow. This lad knows how to conduct himself. He is eager to be accommodating. By facilitating others, he also benefits himself. All right, Minister Wang, I shall take my leave now, as I still have to visit the school cafeteria. Yu Chengyuan tucked away the list, no longer delaying. Minister Wang nodded, contemplating the fresh flatfish, imagining preparing it for his wife by steaming it. Chapter 75. The odious snobbish waiter. Subsequently, the two brothers delivered the remaining dishes to the school cafeteria. The cafeteria had ordered 50 pounds of green peppers, 100 pounds of beans, 100 pounds of pumpkins, and 100 pounds of red peppers, all priced according to state market rates. The beans and pumpkins were priced at 1 yuan 50 per pound, totaling 30 yuan for 200 pounds. The beans, also at 100 pounds, amounted to 15 yuan. Green peppers were priced at 1 yuan 80 per pound, resulting in 9 yuan for 50 pounds. Red peppers, at 2 yuan per pound, totaled 10 yuan for 50 pounds. In total, this came to 64 yuan. After deducting a 3 yuan commission, the final amount was 61 yuan. Due to the exceptional freshness of the produce, Uncle and his associates had generously provided an additional 2 pounds. Yu Chengyuan decided to give the excess beans and peppers to Minister Qian as a token of goodwill, albeit of little monetary value. Minister Qian was greatly pleased and, upon noticing the bucket of eels, purchased an additional 2 pounds from Yu Chengyuan. The market price for eels was 1 yuan 60 per pound, but Yu Chengyuan priced them at 1 yuan 50, thus selling them for 3 yuan. The school cafeteria had spent a total of 64 yuan. Moreover, the list provided by Minister Qian today was quite substantial, possibly due to leftover supplies from the previous day, hence the lesser quantity requested. The list for tomorrow as purchases would be markedly different. 50 pounds of tomatoes, 100 pounds of cucumbers, 100 pounds of cabbage, 10 pounds of green onions, and 50 pounds of eggs. Brother, let us first deliver the chickens and eggs from Uncle to my wife, as it is conveniently nearby. Later, I intend to take you to a place where we can sell game and fish, Yu Chengyuan said to his elder brother. All right, Yu Ping nodded in agreement. Before long, the two arrived downstairs. Chengyuan, you carry the items upstairs. I shall refrain from joining you, as we are about to leave, Yu Ping said, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his dusty appearance. That won't do. Since you are here, you must at least go up and greet them. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly rude. After all, we are the younger generation. Yu Ping understood his brother's sentiment. He had once been unable to even enter the family home, leaving a lingering shadow in his brother's heart. However, after much persuasion from his younger brother, the elder agreed to accompany him. The two brothers did not linger for long. Yu Chengyuan stepped inside to take a quick glance at his wife and Tang Tang, bringing the child out to show to his elder brother, who was hesitant to enter his brother's wife's room. Thus, Yu Chengyuan could only present Tang Tang for his brother to hold momentarily. With a smile, Yu Chengyuan informed his in-laws that they had successfully delivered today's produce. Both Minister Qian and Minister Wang expressed their satisfaction. They still needed to sell the fish they had caught and then drop off 100 eggs and 2 hens, clearly stating that they were sent by the uncles to help Su Lan regain her strength. After chatting for a while, the two brothers took their leave, mindful to deliver the items promptly lest they be refused for tardiness. Yu Chengyuan was dressed in a somewhat faded shirt with slightly rolled-up sleeves, followed closely by his elder brother, who wore an old blue undershirt. The two brothers walked for about 10 minutes and finally arrived at the largest restaurant in the county, Chengyuan restaurant. The entrance was bustling with vehicles and elegantly dressed patrons. Chengyuan took a deep breath and led his brother inside. Upon entering, the bright lights and lavish decor of the lobby made them feel somewhat uneasy. At that moment, a flamboyantly groomed waiter approached with a condescending glance, sizing up the brothers and sneering dismissively. "Well, look at these two. Have you taken a wrong turn? This place is not for just anyone to enter," the waiter remarked sarcastically, his eyes brimming with disdain. Chengyuan's face flushed crimson in an instant. He clenched his fists, suppressing his anger, and retorted, "You are merely a waiter here, a mere worker. What gives you the right to look down on others? We have neither stolen nor robbed. Why shouldn't we be allowed to enter? Isn't this a dining establishment?" "Indeed, my friend, why must you speak so harshly? We are all human beings. Why can they enter while we cannot?" The waiter scoffed with derision. "They are here to dine. Of course they can come in. Look at you too. In your pitiful state, can you even afford the prices here? Don't embarrass yourselves. Just leave. This is not an ordinary diner. A single dish costs several dollars. People like you have no place here. Now, be gone." The young waiter began to impatiently usher them out. Upon hearing that a dish cost several dollars, Pinyin was taken aback. "My goodness, are the restaurants in the city this expensive?" His brother urged quietly, "Chengyuan, let us just go. This place seems too upscale. And that waiter looks as if he wishes to devour us whole." "Brother, do not fear. This is merely a place to eat," Chengyuan reassured him, patting his elder brother's shoulder. He then cast a piercing glance at the waiter. "Young man, when you navigate through life, it is wise to refrain from arrogance and scorn. Do not judge solely by appearances. You claimed that we could not afford a meal here, yet look now, can we not dine at your establishment?" With that, Chengyuan pulled out a wad of cash and slammed it onto the table, the sound echoing through the air. The waiter, seeing the stack of bills, immediately softened. "This must be over $100. He stammered, quickly apologizing. "My sincerest apologies, esteemed guests. It was my folly not to recognize your status. Please have a seat. I will fetch some tea for you." Pinyin was left speechless. The waiter's change in demeanor was astonishing. One moment he acted like a high official, and the next he resembled a subservient lackey. "No need for tea. Hurry and summon your manager. I have matters to discuss with him," Chengyuan insisted, gesturing for the waiter to go. "Certainly, esteemed guest. Please wait a moment." The waiter complied, hastily making his way to the second floor. "Chengyuan, that was truly impressive. The way that young man was frightened was truly remarkable. Just now, my brother exuded an impressive and commanding presence. Brother, when dealing with those who look down on others, one should adopt a stern and resolute demeanor. Kindness can lead to exploitation, and those who are gentle may often find themselves taken advantage of, especially in the outside world. Henceforth, you must not be overly naive. Otherwise, you may easily suffer losses. Individuals like that waiter, who are chameleons in nature, are everywhere. If you show fear, he will only become more conceited." Chengyuan, understanding his brother's character, imparts this wisdom with the hope that he will adopt a firmer stance in the future and not allow himself to be bullied. Chapter 76. The arrival of the public security. The waiter hurried upstairs, his doubts swelling like a snowball. He recalled the appearance of the two individuals, clad in tattered, simple garments. Exuding the earthy scent of rural life, they seemed to be naive country bumpkins. How could they possibly produce such a substantial amount of money? The stack of bills they had just placed on the table appeared to contain at least 100 yuan. It is worth noting that the salary of urban officials is merely comparable, with ordinary workers laboring for a meager 60 to 70 yuan a month. They bore no resemblance to city dwellers. The origins of their money were utterly suspect. Could it be stolen? A sudden thought flashed through the waiter's mind. Indeed, just yesterday, the news had reported extensively on the theft of iron from the city's steel factory, allegedly committed by two individuals in collusion, though they had managed to escape. Could these two be the very criminals in question? Their disheveled appearance and weary faces suggested they had traveled a long distance to arrive here. Might they have taken refuge in the county under the cover of night? As this realization dawned upon him, the waiter felt he had unearthed a monumental secret. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that they were indeed the thieves. The news had mentioned a reward of 200 yuan for capturing the criminals, and 100 yuan for providing useful information. The thought of such a lucrative bounty ignited a fervor within him. He resolved to inform his boss of this development. In doing so, his employer would surely appreciate his contribution, enhancing his standing in the establishment, which was the largest and most reputable hotel in the county, with ample daily profits. With this ambition in mind, The waiter strode purposefully to his boss's office, his steps brisk and determined. He scarcely paused to knock before bursting through the door. "Boss, this is urgent." Boss Su Minghua furrowed his brow. "Xiaoli, your haste is unbecoming. You didn't even knock. What is the matter? I've told you repeatedly to maintain decorum." "I apologize, boss. I was just too anxious and forgot." Xiaoli quickly replied, his demeanor shifting from arrogance in the lobby to one of humble subservience. "Very well, be mindful next time. Now, what is you so flustered?" Su Minghua gestured for him to speak, his thoughts racing. Was there trouble brewing? Xiaoli relayed the news of the two fugitives causing a disturbance in the establishment, embellishing the tale with vivid details. Upon hearing this, the boss's expression turned grave, and he immediately recognized the urgency of the situation. He instructed the waiter to keep the supposed fugitives calm while he swiftly dialed the police station from his desk phone. With a sense of purpose, Xiaoli descended the stairs in haste. He mused to himself that their fate was sealed, and with the prospect of a reward, he felt an exhilarating rush of anticipation. His face was once again adorned with a fervent smile, and he earnestly explained to the brothers Yu Chengyuan and Yu Ping'an. "The boss is currently on an important call with a key client regarding a meal order. He will be down shortly. Please, gentlemen, do take a moment to enjoy some tea and sunflower seeds." Xiaoli poured each of them a cup of tea and placed a dish of sunflower seeds before them. He needed to stall them, ensuring they remained oblivious to any unusual circumstances. If they were to leave, his bonus would be jeopardized. Yu Chengyuan and Yu Ping'an, unaware of the underlying tension, naively believed the waiter's words and patiently waited, sipping their tea without touching the seeds. Suddenly, the sound of steady and authoritative footsteps echoed from outside, and two officers clad in broad-brimmed hats entered the restaurant. Yu Ping'an's eyes widened in alarm, his heart racing with anxiety. He pondered the presence of the police, wondering if the restaurant owner had committed an offense. Yu Chengyuan sensed something was amiss, a foreboding feeling creeping into his mind. At that moment, the owner of the Jinjiang restaurant descended the stairs, his expression grave and complex. Yu Ping'an's gaze swept over the waiter, who bore a triumphant look. He thought, could these officers have been summoned by the server? Upon entering, the officers, with serious demeanor, surveyed the room and inquired loudly, "Who made the report?" At this juncture, Su Minghua descended the stairs and promptly said, "It was I who reported it." His demeanor remained composed as he continued, "There is an escaped convict in the restaurant." The officers immediately heightened their vigilance, pressing for details. "Where is the fugitive?" The waiter, feeling a jolt of anxiety, pointed towards the brothers Yu Chengyuan and Yu Ping'an, eagerly beginning his report. His voice trembled slightly. "It is them. They possess a substantial amount of money, which seems unlikely to have been earned honestly. I suspect it is stolen. Furthermore, I believe they are the thieves the city has been pursuing. You must take them in for investigation." At that moment, all eyes in the restaurant were fixed upon the brothers Yu, and the atmosphere turned palpably tense. One officer scrutinized Yu Chengyuan and his brother, then solemnly addressed Su Minghua. "Boss Su, this is no laughing matter. Evidence is paramount. Just because they have money does not make them thieves. Without proof, we cannot tarnish their reputation. Xiaoli, do you possess any evidence? Have you seen their photographs among the wanted criminals?" At this point, Su Minghua was filled with regret, realizing how hastily he had dialed the emergency number. The two men appeared so honest and trustworthy that they hardly resembled criminals. Clearly, they were brothers. The elder seemed simple and sincere, while the younger exuded cleverness and integrity. "Boss, esteemed officers, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. They appear to be farmers. How could they possibly possess such wealth? Ordinary individuals seldom carry such substantial sums of money, do they? Moreover, observe the two of them. Their clothes are dusty, unmistakably suggesting a long journey. Could they be anything other than fugitives?" exclaimed the waiter, Xiaoli, loudly, his finger pointed accusingly at Yu Chengyuan and his companion. Yu Chengyuan swiftly approached, seizing the hand that was directed at them, and, with a forceful motion, sent him sprawling to the ground. "You wretched cur! How dare you look down upon us? Do not point your filthy hand at me and my brother. I was curious as to why your demeanor shifted to such cordiality. It appears you have been waiting for us here all along. However, since you have the audacity to slander us, I shall allow you to experience the consequences of your calumny." Xiaoli's hand felt as though it were on the verge of being crushed, yet curiously, there was no visible mark upon its surface. "How can you speak such absurdities? It is true that my brother and I are farmers. But does that render us unworthy of possessing wealth? Are the humble not entitled to prosperity? Are we disallowed from entering this upscale establishment? Who has set such rules? Just because we possess money, does it imply that it was obtained through theft? Gentlemen of the police, you must not fall prey to this scoundrel's deceit. Yu Pingyan, fully understanding the situation, felt his face flush with indignation but quickly retorted. Chapter 77. The waiter was dismissed. Chengyuan, upon hearing his elder brother's eloquent words, gave him a thumbs up. Brother, your words are truly remarkable. Yu Pingyan, slightly embarrassed, chuckled. Chengyuan, I was merely speaking casually. Xiaoli, with wide eyes and an indignant expression, confronted Chengyuan fiercely. Well, you two brothers claim this money is yours. Then enlighten me on how you amassed such wealth. Where did this money truly come from? You must clarify today. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to accuse you. The law enforcement officers also regarded Chengyuan with stern expressions, stating, Comrade, it would be prudent for you to disclose the source of the funds to prevent any awkwardness, as there are numerous witnesses in this establishment. Yu Pingyan, sensing the gravity of the situation, impulsively exclaimed, This money was earned from delivering vegetables to the cafeteria. Our income is entirely legitimate. How can you trust only his word? This individual is despicable and looks down upon others. Just because of our modest attire, he suspects we are thieves. It's utterly preposterous. Seeing his brother had spoken, Chengyuan sighed helplessly and added, Since my brother has spoken, I will clarify as well. Indeed, this money is from our vegetable delivery service. And I have the receipt right here. He then handed the receipt to the law enforcement officers. The officers examined the receipt closely, remarking, There really is a receipt. They exchanged glances and nodded. We apologize, comrade. We were merely following protocol. Please keep this receipt. Your claims are substantiated. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, realizing it was merely earnings from vegetable deliveries and not some nefarious scheme. Indeed, this was a misunderstanding. This waiter is also guilty of judging others by appearances, making baseless assumptions based on their attire. Young man, how could you file such a report without proper justification? Do you not understand this is slander? Everyone, please disperse and return to your duties. Su Minghua waved his hand, urging his employees to resume their work. Young man, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused today. As the employer, I should have investigated the matter thoroughly before making a report, and I regret this misstep. To express my remorse, I will treat you to lunch today. Feeling a sense of shame, Su Minghua offered his heartfelt apology. Boss Su, you were only trying to apprehend fugitives and serve the public. This is not your fault. It is merely a matter of poor judgment in assessing character. Your willingness to apologize indicates you are not the type of boss driven by superficiality. You simply misjudged the situation and misplaced your trust. I suspect you were merely hoping for a reward. You don't even know what the two criminals look like. Yet you babble on here. One of the officers began reprimanding Xiaoli and showed him a wanted poster. Upon seeing it, Xiaoli instantly crumpled to the ground. The resemblance was starkly dissimilar. The two brothers, Chengyuan and his sibling, caught sight of the wanted notice. Their appearances, characterized by shifty eyes and furtive expressions, immediately suggested unsavory intentions. I apologize, dear police officer. My intention was to assist in apprehending those two miscreants, hence the misunderstanding regarding your identities. Now that the situation has unfolded, I, Xiaoli, must acknowledge my errors. What are you still standing there for? Extend your apologies. The officer instructed. I am truly sorry. Brothers, I misjudged you both. Xiaoli responded with a distressed countenance. Enough. In the future, refrain from making hasty reports without clarity. Our police force is already stretched thin. Do not waste our time further. You will handle the remaining matters yourselves. And remember to submit a written assurance to the precinct. Should you err again, detention will be your consequence. After delivering this admonition, the officer departed. Once the police had left, Su Minghua immediately reprimanded Xiaoli. You are no longer welcome at the Jinjiang Hotel. We cannot afford to employ someone like you. The debacle you caused today, fortunately occurring in the morning before guests arrived, involved only our own staff. Had it been midday with numerous patrons present, the repercussions for the Jinjiang Hotel's reputation would have been dire. Who would dare dine here again? This incident nearly tainted our establishment irreparably. Boss Su, are you dismissing me? I have been loyal to you for 2 years. You cannot simply cast me aside. If you terminate my employment, you will need to seek someone else to procure the vegetables for the restaurant. I implore you for another chance. I assure you I will not repeat this mistake. Xiaoli fell to his knees, clinging to the hope that his boss could not possibly find a suitable replacement on such short notice. Do you dare to threaten me, Xiaoli? There will be no next time. Get out now. Su Minghua showed no mercy. Such a person was not deserving of a second opportunity in his eyes. Realizing his pleas were in vain, Shaoli rose, huffed disdainfully, cast a fierce glare at the two brothers, and declared, "You two, wait for me." He then added, "I apologize for the farce you witnessed. I was blind and placed my trust in the wrong individuals. You arriving here at such an early hour surely cannot be merely for a meal, can it? Only then did Su Minghua consider the true purpose of their early visit. No, you have placed too much faith in his words. How could this be a jest?" Reporting the incident was a precaution to prevent the culprits from escaping and causing greater harm to the public. Chengyuan discerned that Su Minghua was a decisive and efficient individual. No wonder he successfully managed such an expansive hotel. "Young brother, your words are quite pleasing. I relish hearing them. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out," Su Minghua said with a warm smile. "Indeed, Boss Su, you are a straightforward person. I wish to discuss a business proposition with you and inquire whether you would be interested in acquiring some valuable items." "What kind of items?" "Brother, please fetch our goods to show Boss Su," Chengyuan instructed his elder sibling. Soon, the elder brother brought over a bucket, accompanied by a fish basket. Chengyuan, brimming with excitement, pointed at the bucket and exclaimed, "Boss Su, this is the treasure I wanted to show you. Just take a look at the soft-shelled turtles and the big-head fish in this bucket. Aren't they quite impressive? These are freshly caught this morning, purely wild. Not farmed at all. Boss Su, I wonder if you would be interested in purchasing them?" Boss Su Minghua hurried over, his eyes fixated on the turtles and fish in the bucket, and a broad smile spread across his face as he eagerly responded, "Absolutely. I will buy them." Chengyuan was pleasantly surprised by Boss Su's straightforwardness. Indeed, a successful businessman exuded such openness. "That's great, Boss Su. I was genuinely worried that these might be too large for you to accept," he added, considering the considerable value of the turtle. Typically, a wild soft-shelled turtle weighing 2 pounds is quite commendable. Su Minghua chuckled, "Ah, my friend, to be honest. The director of the Forestry Bureau has just booked a banquet at my establishment today, and I was fretting over what to serve. You have delivered just in time." "Like a timely rain," Chengyuan chimed in. "Oh, that is splendid. The big-head fish head cooked with tofu and the fish meat braised is both nutritious and delectable. As for the large soft-shelled turtle, either braised or boiled with eggs, it is incredibly nutritious and a great tonic." Su Minghua nodded in agreement. "Indeed. This is exactly what I need. Now, shall we discuss the price?" Chengyuan readily replied, "Of course, Boss Su. Please name your price." Boss Su, slightly bashful, scratched his head and said, "My friend, due to our previous dealings, I feel a sense of guilt towards you. This time, I will voluntarily offer you a slightly higher price. The market price for big-head fish is 6 yuan per pound. I will give you 2 yuan per pound for the whole fish. The market price for soft-shelled turtles is 50 yuan, but I will buy them at 55 yuan per pound. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Chengyuan beamed. "Boss Su, you are truly generous." Thank you. Su Minghua replied with a smile that is only right. "In the future, if you have any fine goods, send them my way. I promise to pay you the market price. I would never let you suffer a loss." He thought to himself that soft-shelled turtles could be kept for several months without issue. Chengyuan responded, "All right, let's weigh them now." Boss Su signaled to another attendant to bring a scale. Immediately, someone brought over the scale. Upon weighing, the big-head fish measured 6 pounds and 3 ounces, while the soft-shelled turtle weighed 5 pounds and 2 ounces. Chengyuan waved his hand and voluntarily declared, "Boss Su, you can keep the extra ounces. 6 pounds and 3 ounces will be counted as 12 yuan, while 5 pounds and 2 ounces will be rounded to 275 yuan. In total, that makes 287 yuan. You have been so generous, I cannot be stingy." Su Minghua was quite satisfied and cheerfully handed over the money, saying, "Little you. You are quite straightforward. Please take this." Meanwhile, Ping'an stood by in astonishment, thinking to himself, "My goodness. Selling one soft-shelled turtle brings in so much money, far more than what I earn from coal mining. Boss, take a look at this item. I wonder if you might be interested." Chengyuan brought the fish basket over and placed it before Boss Su. Chapter 78. I can personally prepare it for you to taste. Su Minghua had originally assumed that these two brothers possessed something exceptional. However, upon closer inspection of the contents within the fish basket, he found himself shaking his head in disbelief. "Brother Xiaoyu, is this unsightly creature what you wish to show me?" he muttered. "It lacks meat and, frankly, offers little in terms of flavor. I'm afraid our establishment cannot accept this. Perhaps you should inquire at other places." His tone carried a hint of regret, not because he wished to offend the brothers, but rather because this particular item was not one that patrons would likely desire. He could not allow himself to be the fool who knowingly incurred losses. Yet, Chengyuan responded with a smile, "Boss Su, do not underestimate this unappealing creature. It is, in fact, a culinary delight. I assure you, once your customers have tasted it, they will surely crave a second helping. Moreover, when paired with beer, its flavor becomes truly exquisite." In his heart, Su pondered that this fellow was quite the storyteller, attempting to persuade him to accept such an unattractive shrimp. With a smile plastered on his face, he shook his head and replied, "Brother Xiaoyu, please do not jest with me. Our head chef has prepared this dish before, and it was truly unpalatable, meager in meat and rather troublesome to consume. Most importantly, it is a hassle to clean. Its pincers can pinch quite painfully. Just the other day, one of our staff was left bleeding from a finger after an encounter with one." Unfazed, Chengyuan continued, "Boss Su, it seems you do not trust my words. How about this? Allow me to demonstrate my culinary skills in your kitchen. If the dish turns out to be delicious, will you then accept it?" Ping'an chimed in enthusiastically, extolling his brother's culinary talents, insisting that the flavor was absolutely delightful. His praise, though sincere, was motivated by his desire not to take the creature home, as there were already plenty at home. Seeing Chengyuan's earnestness and noting that he did not appear to be joking, coupled with his brother's support, Su's skepticism began to wane. He promptly summoned the head chef from the kitchen. Chef Wang emerged, a rotund figure indicative of his indulgence in fine foods. It was no wonder the saying went that 9 out of 10 chefs were portly. It rang true. Respectfully, Chef Wang inquired, "Boss, did you call for me regarding the banquet for Director Lin today? Rest assured, I have nearly everything prepared, and there will be no mistakes." Chef Wang, "You have done well. However, I did not summon you for Director Lin's banquet. I need you to temporarily vacate the kitchen to allow Brother Yu to prepare a dish. He claims he can transform this into a culinary masterpiece that will leave diners yearning for more. Just let him give it a try, after all." "There is little to lose." Su Minghua gestured towards the unsightly creature within the basket. Master Wang lowered his head to glance at the fish basket, utterly astonished, and hurriedly inquired of the boss, "Are you jesting, boss? You intend to craft a delectable dish from this unsightly creature? It is hardly palatable. You remember the last time you brought this back, don't you?" He could not fathom why the boss would instruct him to vacate the kitchen for this young man named Yu to prepare that grotesque item. Such a thing could scarcely be called cuisine. The memory of that previous experiment lingered vividly in his mind. Had Boss Su truly lost his senses? Master Wang scrutinized the audacious youth before him. Though the lad possessed a fair and handsome appearance, he was far too youthful and prone to boasting. He patted Chengyuan's shoulder, a smirk of disdain lacing his tone. "Young man, this thing is inedible. I have already tried it. You should return. If you wish to earn some money, perhaps consider other avenues. This will not fetch a price." He understood that these two were merely here to peddle their wares. He mused that if he could not make it palatable, how could anyone else? He was, after all, the finest chef in the county. Surely this brash youth could not surpass him. It was simply inconceivable. Chengyuan, however, was unfazed by Master Wang's demeanor. Calmly, he replied, "Master Wang, your inability to prepare it well does not imply I cannot excel. I even know the reasons for your failure. There are likely 3 main issues. First, it was not cleaned properly. Second, the ingredients were inadequate. And third, the cooking method was flawed." The composure and eloquence with which you spoke struck Master Wang as nothing short of arrogance and presumption. Su Minghua, on the other hand, felt that the young man's confidence suggested he was well prepared and assured of success. "Humph, young man, you truly have a grandiose opinion of yourself," Master Wang retorted, his temper flaring. "Boss, you cannot heed their words blindly. What if they ruin the dishes in the kitchen? We have an important banquet today." Seeing Master Wang's tone turning sour, Su Minghua intervened. "It's fine, they won tea. Let him have a go. The boss has spoken, so there is no need for further objections." Reluctantly, Master Wang acquiesced, but still fumed. "If you manage to transform this into a culinary delight today, I will call you master." "Master Wang, you have said it, and everyone has heard," you replied. "Boss Su, you heard him too." Boss Su chuckled. "Yes, I have heard. The opportunity is yours." In summary, he declared, "If it's delicious, it stays. If not, let us not speak of it again." Chengyuan readily agreed. "Very well, if it pleases you. It shall remain. If it does not, I will take it all back. Additionally, I would require an assistant. Let my brother join me in the kitchen, as this creature is rather troublesome to prepare. There are at least 4 to 5 pounds here, and doing it alone would consume too much time." Chengyuan suggested that his brother join him to lend a hand. Boss Su nodded in agreement. It was not an unreasonable request. Master Wang, may I inquire if there is any beer in the kitchen? I would like a bottle, Chengyuan asked after taking a few steps. Master Wang, harboring a great deal of frustration, retorted curtly, what do you need beer for? Chengyuan smiled and replied, no need for so many questions. Just tell me if there's any beer. With a glance from Boss Su, Master Wang begrudgingly handed a bottle of beer to Yu Pingyan, grumbling to himself, here you go. You certainly have a lot of requests. He scoffed inwardly, thinking, I am curious to see what antics he will come up with. Chapter 79. Freshly prepared spicy crawfish. Upon entering the kitchen, Chef Wang immediately approached Boss Su Minghua, his expression laden with discontent. Boss, why do you allow that arrogant young man, Chengyuan, to act recklessly? I see no genuine talent in him. It is evident he is merely attempting to market his so-called shrimp dish. Su Minghua furrowed his brow slightly and replied, Chef Wang, one must not be so quick to judge. While it is true he seeks to promote his offerings, he is conducting himself openly. There is no theft or deceit involved. He claims he possesses the skill to deliver, and perhaps he genuinely does. Why not grant them a chance? It won't consume much of our time, nor will it adversely affect us. He even stated that if the dish is unsatisfactory, he would not insist on us accepting it and would take it back. Chef Wang scoffed, continuing to voice his grievances. Boss, the moment I saw those two enter, they demanded beer. Are the brothers attempting to sneak a drink in our kitchen? What need have they for beer while cooking? I've never heard of beer being essential in the culinary process. A splash of cooking wine would suffice. Surely they cannot be using that beer in their cooking. I suspect they are merely indulging in it, though they hail from humble beginnings. I doubt they are so destitute as to need to deceive us for a mere bottle of beer. Do not speak without evidence, Su Minghua countered. Unconvinced by Chef Wang's assertions, why do you place such faith in that young man? What was his name, Xiaoyu? He appears to be in his early 20s. I cannot believe he possesses such culinary prowess. A boy who has not yet fully matured believes he is a master chef? Chef Wang felt a surge of indignation. After all, he had apprenticed under his grandfather for 3 years before earning his own place in the kitchen. Su Minghua shot him a stern look, admonishing, Chef Wang, there are always those more talented than ourselves, and perhaps this young man has his own merits. Do not underestimate others, nor should you slander or speculate without basis. We must cultivate an open mind, understand? Remember, you have wagered against him. Should you lose, you will have to address him as master. Don't forget your words. Chengyuan intentionally brought up the bet. Seeing the boss's stance, although still unconvinced, Chef Wang could only mutter, fine, since you insist. I shall remain silent and wait here. Half an hour later, amid their anxious anticipation, Chengyuan and his brother Yu Pingyan emerged one after the other. Chengyuan, beaming with delight, addressed Boss Su and Chef Wang. Boss Su, Chef Wang, I have prepared the dishes. I simply could not fit it all, so I divided it into 2 portions. Yu Pingyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Boss Su, Chef Wang, please do taste it. He was confident that Boss Su would relish the spicy crawfish prepared by his brother. After all, none in their family had ever disliked it. Su Minghua fixed his gaze intently on the ceramic bowl, exclaiming, oh, what a delightful color. It smells wonderful and looks utterly tempting. Master Wang couldn't help but sniff the air, inadvertently voicing his thoughts. Just the aroma alone suggests it must be quite good. He regarded Chengyuan with a puzzled expression, pondering the young man's evident skill. Chengyuan, standing tall with confidence, replied calmly, today, I shall give you a thorough introduction to this dish. It is called spicy crawfish. Its flavor is fragrant, spicy, and utterly mouth-watering, making it particularly appetizing and an excellent accompaniment to rice. Enjoying it with a glass of beer elevates the experience to an entirely different level. Now, why not sample it and see if its taste aligns with my description? I assure you, after one taste, you will yearn for a second. Young man, we have just praised you, and already your pride has soared, Master Wang retorted, visibly displeased. Am I really so boastful? You'll know once you've tasted it, Chengyuan shot back. Su Minghua rubbed his hands together and patted Master Wang's shoulder, chuckling. Just looking at these 2 enticing servings of spicy crawfish makes me certain they are delicious. Master Wang, let us set aside the banter. The presentation alone is impressive. If you lose, there is no shame in it. Such is the nature of competition. Besides, he isn't stealing your thunder. With a smirk, Master Wang nodded. The boss is right. Indeed, these crawfish do look appealing. The delightful aroma wafting through the air made it impossible for anyone to resist salivating. Other servers gathered around, unable to contain their curiosity, each swallowing hard in anticipation. Server A exclaimed, it smells amazing. Server B chimed in. It looks great. It must taste fantastic. Server C gave a thumbs up. This young lad is quite impressive. Yu Pingon, observing quietly, thought to himself, my brother's spicy crawfish must be delicious. That Master Wang is truly insufferable, constantly doubting him. Yu Chengyuan, amused by their inaction, urged, Boss Su, Master Wang, you should try it now. I need to hurry home soon. Su Minghua quickly replied, all right, let us dig in. He picked up a crawfish, peeled it open, and popped it into his mouth. His eyes immediately lit up. Oh my, the flavor is extraordinary. Little Yu, your culinary skills are beyond reproach. Master Wang, do taste it. It's entirely different from what you made last time and absolutely delicious. I must have more. Master Wang hurriedly took a bite, nodding in approval. It truly is delicious. The spiciness is perfectly balanced, and the shrimp is exceptionally flavorful. Yu Chengyuan beamed. As long as you enjoy it, that's what matters. Boss Su, with such generous portions. Why not share with everyone? I observed that they all appeared rather eager to indulge in the feast. Yu Chengyuan noticed that several onlooking waitstaff were nearly drooling at the sight. Consequently, Boss Su waved them over, inviting them to partake in the culinary delights crafted by Xiao Yu. Gratefully, they responded, thank you, boss. Thank you, young man. In no time, within a mere 10 minutes, 2 large bowls of spicy crayfish were devoured with great enthusiasm. Yu Pingan discreetly swallowed, watching the spectacle unfold. During this time, Yu Chengyuan also had a few bottles of beer brought over, enhancing the enjoyment of the crayfish with refreshing sips, prompting exclamations of delight from the crowd. Xiao Yu, what is your secret to preparing this spicy crayfish? It is utterly delectable. I have never tasted such a delightful and satisfying dish, Boss Su inquired with a smile. Boss Su, wasn't he Master Wang just expressing skepticism about my brother's ability to create such delicious crayfish? Did he not proclaim that if my brother succeeded, he would address him as master? Yu Pingan interjected before his brother could respond. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Master Wang, curious about his reaction and response. After all, his previous words had been overheard by all, and it would be rather embarrassing to retract them. Chapter 80, 3000, Fixed Price. Everyone harbored their doubts, pondering how Master Wang, who had just been publicly humiliated, would respond. Would he humbly concede defeat and address the young man as master? Or would he attempt to evade accountability? After all, Master Wang was the head chef here, a figure held in high regard by all. The success of a restaurant predominantly hinges on the chef's culinary prowess, and Master Wang's grandfather had once been a royal chef, undoubtedly imparting some authentic culinary wisdom to him. His skills were exceptional. Otherwise, Boss Su would not have invested a considerable sum to bring him on board. Today, however, he had been bested by a young upstart, suffering a blow to his pride in front of the younger generation. The atmosphere grew tense. Having just tasted the young man's spicy crayfish, Master Wang felt a surge of admiration. As a chef, he yearned for the continuous enhancement of his culinary abilities. Thus, he boldly declared, young brother Yu, I concede defeat and humbly accept my shortcomings. Your culinary skills surpass mine. I am truly ashamed. At that moment, Yu Chengyuan hurriedly interjected. Master Wang, please do not be so courteous, nor call me master. The bet we made was merely a jest and should not be taken seriously. Your experience far exceeds mine. You are a professional chef, and I cannot compare. I merely thought it a pity to waste the ingredients and had a sudden inspiration, resulting in this dish. Yu Chengyuan believed that Master Wang's sincere demeanor warranted a gracious response. He had come to negotiate business, not to forge enmity. In the future, he would primarily be delivering goods to Master Wang, as Boss Su was far too busy to be present daily. Thus, cultivating a good relationship with Master Wang would be advantageous. Moreover, he had afforded Master Wang a way to save face, consequently earning his goodwill. Yu Pingan, listening to his brother's humble words, felt somewhat bewildered. Why would his brother, who cooked so exquisitely, deny his talent? Uncertain of his brother's reasoning but trusting in his wisdom, he refrained from speaking out. Upon hearing Yu Chengyuan's remarks, Master Wang felt even more embarrassed. His sincerity was palpable. Young brother Yu, you are far too modest. I may have lived longer, but your perspective surpasses mine. I was once overly self-assured. Your spicy crayfish is a masterpiece, visually appealing and bursting with flavor. Even our discerning Boss Su sings its praises. You truly possess remarkable talent. I genuinely admire your skill. My last attempt at crayfish appeared dark and unappetizing, lacking flavor. Enough. Enough. Let us not engage in mutual flattery any longer. You are both exceptional in your own right, each with unique strengths. The wager was initially a jest. Let us not take it to heart. This matter is now settled. With a chuckle, Boss Su interjected, preventing the topic from progressing further. He then inquired, Brother Yu, how exactly do you prepare this spicy crayfish? Could you impart your culinary secrets to Master Wang? Rest assured, I will not let your teachings go unrewarded. Consider it a purchase of your recipe. However, once you sell it to me, you must not disclose it to other competitors. Furthermore, I shall take charge of all your crayfish henceforth. Boss Su, ever the astute businessman, swiftly recognized the lucrative potential concealed within this dish. Selling the recipe is certainly a possibility, but I am curious about your proposed price, he said. Chengyuan gazed steadfastly at Boss Su, his voice calm and assured. After all, this was my original recipe, meticulously honed through countless trials in my kitchen, culminating in the delectable dish before them. Furrowing his brow slightly, Chengyuan seemed to reminisce, though it was merely a facade. Boss Su, I have invested considerable effort into perfecting this recipe, enduring numerous failures along the way. Thus, I hope you can offer a fair price. Pricing is negotiable, indeed, Boss Su replied with a beaming smile, one that concealed the shrewdness typical of a merchant. What do you think of 500 yuan? His expression radiated the belief that this sum was substantial, equating to over half a year's wages for a laborer, and that the young man should be content with such an offer. Chengyuan shook his head, contemplating the inadequacy of the sum. Boss Su, 500 yuan is far too little. This recipe is one of a kind. Consider the profits it could generate for you. I can assure you, a single portion of this crayfish could sell for 10 yuan, and that is for a mere pound. Chengyuan was taken aback by Boss Su's initial offer of 500 yuan, realizing he had underestimated the potential of the crayfish market. Brother Yu, 500 is not an insignificant amount. You should accept it, urged Master Wang, his eyes filled with a hint of persuasion as he looked at Chengyuan, eager to learn the secret behind the spicy crayfish. Master Wang, as a fellow chef, would you readily sell a menu that could bring you wealth? Chengyuan queried with a smile that lacked warmth. 500 yuan may seem considerable to an ordinary person, but for a recipe of such potential, it is hardly adequate. After all, it is a recipe that could lead to Boss Su's fortune. Wouldn't you agree, Boss Su? The crowd gasped in unison at Chengyuan's assertion. 10 yuan proportion for crayfish? Surely this cannot be true. Boss Su's smile faltered as he pondered the implications. Brother Yu, are you jesting? What dish could possibly command a price of 10,000 yuan per serving? Who would purchase such a thing? Chengyuan took a deep breath and calmly remarked, Boss Su, I am not jesting. If you doubt my words, you may put them to the test. Rarity enhances value. What others lack, you possess. And selling it at 10 yuan per portion would surely create a sensation. Selling 100 portions a day is not an insurmountable challenge. Chengyuan understood that patrons of the Jinjiang restaurant were either officials or business people. To such individuals, spending 10 yuan for a serving of crayfish would hardly be a burden. 100 portions daily at 10 yuan each would amount to. Master Wang and the others were convinced that this young man was merely boasting. Was this not akin to extortion? Brother Yu, 100 portions a day? Surely, you exaggerate. How could that be possible? Even Boss Su found it hard to believe. The first day may pose some difficulty, but you could display a sign outside, essentially advertising. Order a serving of crayfish, and the first bottle of beer is complimentary. That would entice many to try it, and once they do, they would be unable to resist returning, Chengyuan asserted with unwavering confidence. Very well, Brother Yu. I believe you. Name your price. How much do you want for your secret recipe? Chengyuan held up 3 fingers and uttered 2 words. 3,000, fixed price. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. 3,000? Is this young man out of his mind? Has he gone mad with greed? For such a simple recipe. He demands 3,000 yuan? This was troublesome. The boss would undoubtedly be furious. This young man was indeed brash and audacious. Yu Ping'an looked at his younger brother with concern, pondering what on earth he was thinking. How could he possibly ask for such an exorbitant sum? Wouldn't this scare Boss Su away? This was far too much. Meanwhile, Master Wang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, lamenting, Brother Yu, I can no longer assist you. To demand 3,000 yuan, how could Boss Su possibly agree? He is not a fool. The moment the proposition was made, nearly all eyes turned towards Boss Su. Su Minghua widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, 3,000 yuan? That seems rather excessive, doesn't it? Xiao Yu, you can't be jesting with me, can you? For merely a secret recipe for crayfish, you demand 3,000 yuan? Do you grasp the significance of that amount? What is the annual salary of an average worker nowadays? Even the salaries of officials are not much higher. Unfazed, Chengyuan replied, Boss Su, I assure you, I am not jesting. Consider the potential of your business with this secret. It would flourish beyond measure. 3,000 yuan is merely a fraction of what you will earn in no time. Did I not mention that a serving of crayfish sells for 10 yuan? If you adopt my method from the first day, you won't even need to supply beer. Customers will naturally flock to you. Besides, how much does a bottle of beer cost? You are exchanging a modest investment for substantial profits. If you trust me, why not give it a try? You could pay half now and the remainder the following day. Should the business not thrive, I will refund you. And all you need to cover is the cost of purchasing the crayfish. What do you think? Master Wang chimed in supportively. Boss Su, Xiao Yu makes a valid point. This secret recipe might indeed elevate your establishment. Why not take a chance? Boss Su hesitated, pacing back and forth in the shop, before finally gritting his teeth and saying, "Very well, brother Xiao Yu. If 3,000 is the price, then 3,000 it shall be. I shall pay you half now." Chengyuan nodded appreciatively. Boss Su, you are a man of your word. It would be difficult not to prosper with your determination. Fear not, I will not disappoint you. Seated at the table across from the expectant Chengyuan, Boss Su stated, "We have settled on the price for the secret recipe. Now, let us deliberate on the acquisition price for the crayfish." Su Minghua nodded, directing his gaze towards Chengyuan. Brother Xiao Yu, how much do you intend to sell your crayfish per kilogram? A smile spread across Chengyuan's face as he quickly responded, "Boss Su, before we discuss the price, I kindly request one small favor from you." Su Minghua nodded. "Go ahead." Chengyuan continued, "I ask that you agree to purchase only my crayfish and not those from others. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to withhold the secret recipe and seek another partner." He contemplated that if others were allowed to sell crayfish, his business would face considerable challenges. "Not a problem. I can agree to that. I understand your concerns." Boss Su reassured him, pondering whether Chengyuan's acquisition price would be reasonable. With confidence, Boss Su declared, "I want to extort you. Let us settle on 1 yuan 50 per kilogram." Chengyuan replied, "Currently, the market price stands at 160, with some selling for 2 yuan. However, there are not many who prepare it deliciously, which complicates sales." "Agreed. We shall proceed with your suggestion, 1 yuan 50 per kilogram." Su Minghua nodded readily, finding the price entirely acceptable. "I will deliver 50 pounds of crayfish to you tomorrow. However, it would be advantageous for you to promote your sign today. I couldn't finish everything today, so I left you 2 or 3 pounds. You have a gathering with your superiors today, don't you? You could extend a favor by offering them a portion of spicy crayfish. If they are satisfied with the meal, they will naturally speak well of you." Chengyuan kindly offered this suggestion. Upon hearing this, Boss Su slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Little Yu, this plan is quite brilliant." He continued, "Moreover, didn't you just dismiss the staff member responsible for your procurement? I happen to supply vegetables to the school and hospital canteens. If you wish to avoid the hassle of sourcing from the state-run market, I can handle the delivery for you. Are your vegetables fresh? Will the supply remain consistent?" Su Minghua expressed his concerns about the freshness affecting the taste. "Rest assured, Boss Su, our produce will not exceed the prices of the state-run market. In fact, it will be somewhat cheaper. If you're agreeable, I can also take care of your daily procurement. Just provide me with your shopping list, and I will deliver the vegetables you need each day. You can be confident that our vegetables are cultivated by diligent farmers, ensuring their freshness." Chengyuan spoke with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Boss Su's eyes lit up. Not only would he avoid the crowded free market, but he would also save money and perform a favor. This young man appeared resourceful and was likely to achieve great things in the future. It would be worthwhile to offer him some benefits. Thus, Su Minghua readily agreed. "Little Yu, shall you now teach Master Wang to prepare spicy crayfish?" Su Minghua inquired eagerly. "Boss Su, there is no need to rush. What we discussed earlier was merely verbal. I believe it would be prudent to formalize our agreement in a contract. This would provide assurance for both parties. Don't you think?" Chengyuan felt that a contract would be more secure. Words are no match for the reliability of a contract. "Ha, little Yu. You are quite cautious, but I appreciate your demeanor." Su Minghua promptly had a contract drafted, encompassing the details they had just agreed upon. And then they both signed and stamped it, each retaining a copy with smiles on their faces. He then requested a sheet of paper, writing as he spoke. "Master Wang does not require my direct instruction, as he is already an experienced chef. I will detail the steps for preparing spicy crayfish on this paper. I am confident that Master Wang will grasp it at a glance. I will outline the entire process from cleaning the crayfish to cooking them thoroughly, without omitting a single detail. I will also specify the necessary ingredients and their sequence of addition clearly." Within a few minutes, Chengyuan composed a substantial portion of a sheet and presented it to Master Wang. Master Wang received the secret recipe with great care, his emotions surging with excitement as he uttered a heartfelt, "Thank you, Master Wang." After meticulously examining the document, he exclaimed in realization, "So that's how it is." He finally grasped that the essence of the spicy crayfish lay in. Subsequently, Boss Su generously settled half of the payment for the recipe, along with the cost for 5 pounds of crayfish all in one go. Chapter 82. Acquiring vegetables and earning over 50 in a day. Boss Su: "I also have a wild chicken and a hare caught in the mountains. Do you accept them?" Chengyuan inquired, nearly forgetting about these 2 items. Su Minghua's eyes brightened. "Little you have wild chicken and hare? Show them to me quickly." Pinyin promptly brought over the basket containing both the wild chicken and the hare. "Ah, the hare is quite impressive, a mature specimen. The wild chicken has a splendid plumage, appearing very healthy." "Very well, I shall take both. I'll offer you 2 yuan per pound for the hare and the wild chicken." Boss Su was quite pleased, as he had been troubled that some leaders and clients were craving game but had no access to it. He waved over a worker to weigh the items. The hare weighed 5 pounds and 2 ounces, while the wild chicken weighed 3 pounds and 3 ounces, totaling 8 pounds, which amounted to 16 yuan. Su Minghua immediately instructed someone to bring the money. Chengyuan cheerfully accepted the money, saying, "Thank you, Boss Su." He had not expected Boss Su to price the wild chicken and hare at 2 yuan per pound. "No need for thanks, it's what you deserve. If you have more in the future, be sure to bring them to me," Boss Su responded jovially. Pinyin looked on in disbelief as his brother received over 1,000 yuan from Boss Su, his eyes wide and unblinking. This was indeed a substantial sum, casually given by Boss Su. He had only seen such an amount when the boss distributed wages to workers at the coal mine. At other times, he could hardly fathom encountering such wealth. The fact that a cooking secret could fetch 3,000 yuan was astonishing. It was truly beyond his comprehension, though he had no glasses to adjust. It was no exaggeration to say he was left utterly astonished. Had he not witnessed it himself? He would never have believed it. His younger brother seemed to have taken an audacious risk. What if this venture failed, and the crayfish could not be sold? It would then become a tremendous joke. Not only would they have to return the money, but they would also risk offending Boss Su. The thought filled Pinyin with deep concern. At that moment, Chengyuan had already reached the door and glanced back to find his brother still standing there in a daze. He speculated that his brother was likely shocked by his earlier pricing. With a smile, he called out, "Big brother, what are you doing standing there? Let us hurry home." "Oh, I'm coming." Pinyin finally came to his senses and hurried outside. "Chengyuan, I'll help with the cart." He eagerly tied the rope around himself, thinking about how hard his brother had worked to earn this money, while he had only contributed a meager effort. "Brother, are you worried about something? We've earned money. Why aren't you happy?" Chengyuan asked, noticing his brother's furrowed brow despite his own cheerful demeanor. "Chengyuan, your asking price just now was rather excessive. Will this not offend Boss Su? What if this spicy crayfish fails to sell, or proves challenging to market? Wouldn't Boss Su unleash his frustration upon you?" After much hesitation, Pinyin finally voiced his concerns. "Brother, so this is what troubles you?" Chengyuan replied with a reassuring smile. "Do not fret. I have my plans in place. While this price may seem elevated, in reality it is far from excessive. Boss Su will be grateful to me in the future, as he will be the first to venture into this market. As for us, we are the pioneers in this endeavor." Chengyuan continued to smile as he pushed the cart behind him. Yet, Pinyin remained perplexed. They were discussing crayfish, yet somehow the conversation had shifted to crabs. What connection could there possibly be? He scratched the back of his head, deciding not to pursue the matter further, as his brother's words were far too profound for him to comprehend. Upon returning home, the clock had nearly struck 9. Their residence was situated at a considerable distance from the village, facing outward, thus the villagers had not seen them return. As soon as they entered the house, they noticed the yard was scattered with freshly turned soil, the scent of earth permeating the air. It was evident that their parents, along with their uncles, had been hard at work. With no sign of their father or uncles in the yard, Chengyuan surmised that they had likely gone to clear land on the back mountain. After quenching their thirst with a couple of large glasses of cool water, the brothers felt somewhat refreshed. "Brother, let us tally today's earnings. You report our expenditures on the vegetables we acquired. I will do the calculations. Oh, and do not include the wild game just yet." In the absence of a computer, they relied solely on an abacus for their accounting. "All right, I shall report." "And you shall calculate." Pinyin nodded emphatically. Pinyin began to relay the figures. From Li the carpenter's family, 10 yuan and 20 cents. From the village chief's family, 21 yuan and 40 cents. From Zhu Fugui's family, 16 yuan and 50 cents. From Wang Ernia's family, 16 yuan and 20 cents. From Uncle's family, 21 yuan. Originally, it was short by 50 cents, but I gave him a full amount. From second uncle's family, 19 yuan. Chengyuan. I have reported all the figures, Yu Pingyan stated earnestly while holding his notebook. I have completed my calculations as well. The total expenditure for the vegetables was 104 yuan and 30 cents. Adding the 8 yuan and 50 cents for the wild chickens and rabbits brings the total to 112 yuan and 80 cents. Brother, could you also tell me how much we received for the vegetables today? Excluding everything else, of course. From the hospital cafeteria, we received 97 yuan. And from the school cafeteria, we received 61 yuan. Yu Pingyan quickly provided the specific figures. The total from both cafeterias amounts to 158 yuan. After deducting the 104 yuan and 30 cents spent, we have made a profit of 54 yuan and 30 cents today. It was merely the beginning. And they had already earned over 50 yuan from their vegetable sales. Chengyuan, have you calculated correctly? Did we truly earn so much in a single day? Yu Pingyan was utterly astonished, scarcely able to believe that he had earned such a substantial sum in a single day. This amount surpassed his earnings from half a month's labor at the coal mine. Brother, how could I possibly have made a miscalculation? It's not as if the quantity is excessive, he remarked. Furthermore, we have the proceeds from selling eel, catfish, and crayfish as well. The total from the eel and catfish amounted to 7 yuan, supplemented by 287 yuan from the catfish and soft-shell turtle, along with an additional 7 yuan from the crayfish, bringing the grand total to 301 yuan. Yu Chengyuan mused that the soft-shelled turtle was truly worth its weight in gold. Chengyuan, this fish has fetched an astonishing amount. I never anticipated this. Our family has suddenly come into such wealth. If this continues, Yu Pingyan could scarcely allow himself to envision the possibilities.